Chapter 1. Oh dear. Back damn. That class was excruciatingly dull. A thick Hebei accent resonated through the dormitory as Yen Wu turned to give his recently returned roommate the finger, then resumed his engrossing study of the Warcraft map on his computer. His roommate, named Luo, sported thick glasses that gave him the appearance of an intellectual, yet in truth, he was an unabashed gaming fanatic. Hey, Yen Wu, what's so entertaining about this? You spend all day staring at it, and it's utterly boring in this day and age. You might as well play a couple of rounds of League of Legends. Warcraft is so outdated, Luo retorted, flipping him the bird in return. He tossed his books onto the bed and promptly sat down to open his laptop. My skills are rather lacking, and that game has a heavy atmosphere. It's best to limit exposure to avoid having a bad day just because of one loss. Yen Wu stretched lazily and replied, no way. I need to play ranked matches. I'm almost at bronze 3, Luo declared, swiftly powering on his laptop and diving into the game. Wow, this healer is incredible. Cue him. Cue him. Damn this noob. Soon, Luo was shouting animatedly. Come on, can you keep it down? Yen Wu looked at Luo in exasperation, who was fixated on the screen and had no time to acknowledge him. Resigned, Yen Wu found it most challenging to concentrate under such circumstances. He pouted slightly, donned his headphones, and played some soothing music, refocusing his attention on the editor. An enthusiast of Warcraft, Yen Wu was utterly captivated by the game's expansive lore, its intricate plot twists, and its vividly fleshed-out heroes. Ever since he discovered the built-in editor of Warcraft, he had scarcely played the game, realizing that this tool was even more entertaining than playing itself. Within this realm, he could unleash his creativity, sculpt terrains, design heroes, modify skills, and add units. Whenever he conjured a new skill or unit, he would eagerly showcase it to his roommate. Even though Luo showed little interest, Yen Wu derived immense satisfaction from it. As usual, Luo was lost in the world of League of Legends. While Yen Wu was busy replacing the model of his Grand Sorceress, Jaina, he had recently stumbled upon this Jaina model from Blizzard's latest game, Heroes of the Storm. Compared to the original Warcraft model, this Jaina was far more exquisite and visually appealing. He then launched the game for testing while engrossed in his phone. Yen Wu failed to notice that, unbeknownst to him, the sounds of mouse clicks and keyboard strokes had faded. Luo sat motionless, eyes glued to the computer, his finger poised over the mouse, while outside, a single leaf bizarrely hung suspended in midair. Time had come to a standstill. Glancing at the progress bar, Yen Wu furrowed his brow for reasons unknown. The loading seemed to be progressing much slower than usual. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the progress bar finally reached its completion. Just as Yen Wu was about to press the space bar to proceed, he observed in astonishment that the progress bar on the computer began to spin. What in the world? What is happening? Yen Wu felt a chill as he gazed at the rotating progress bar, wondering if the game had malfunctioned. As he scrutinized the bizarre game interface, he intended to call out to his companion, Luo, when suddenly, a bright point appeared at the center of the progress bar, swiftly, filling the entire screen and enveloping him in its glow. Damn it. That rock creature actually missed its ultimate. For heaven's sake, surrender, surrender. Luo furiously clicked the mouse to vent his frustration, occasionally turning to notice that Yen Wu's seat was empty. When did he leave? For crying out loud. Still not surrendering. I'm done. Exiting. Luo, without a second thought, angrily clicked to quit the game. With a sudden splash, a drop of water struck Yen Wu's eyelid, seeping through the narrow gap. What the hell? Yen Wu jolted awake. Sitting up abruptly, rubbing his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing it was dark outside. The night sky was adorned with a full moon, casting a silvery sheen on the ground, illuminating the intertwined shadows of the trees. Has it gotten dark so soon? He muttered to himself, only to be struck by bewilderment. Where was he? The dormitory? The school? Could he be sleepwalking? Pinching himself, he winced in pain. This was no dream, it was real. A wave of inexplicable anxiety washed over him as he instinctively checked his pockets and found his phone. Opening it, he discovered no signal. Restarting it yielded no results. Another restart, still no signal. Removing and reinserting the SIM card, yet still no signal. Despair surged from the depths of his heart to his mind. Trembling, he rose from the ground and leaned against a nearby tree, needing to collect his thoughts. He had been using a map editor when his roommate returned to play the game. While testing the map, the progress bar distorted and emitted a white light. And now, inexplicably, he found himself here. Transcendence? The word echoed in his mind. Could it be? Was this ludicrous occurrence truly happening to him? Having read some novels about such phenomena, Yen Wu admired the creativity of those authors, but never envied the protagonists, regardless of how formidable or successful they became in other worlds. In the end, they lost their loved ones and friends. Those who cared for him would be devastated by his absence, and the profound impact on their lives would be catastrophic. Yet now, he had become the very person he had never wished to envy. Crouching beneath the tree, familiar faces surfaced in his mind. His mother, tidying his clothes while reminding him to take care of himself, his father, sending him off to the county town, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes and a quiver in his voice during their farewell. He could only imagine how they would react upon hearing the news of his disappearance. The thought of their tear-filled eyes brought forth his own tears suddenly. A series of distant, intermittent breaths and the sound of footsteps crunching on leaves reached Yen Wu's ears, pulling him back to reality, and he immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Common sense dictated that certain creatures preferred to move under the cover of night and often did so in packs. However, for Yen Wu, a university student devoid of any jungle experience, such common knowledge was of little use. What is spoken is one thing, but action is another. At this moment, he found himself without even a lighter, utterly lacking any means to defend against danger. The breaths grew increasingly closer, and footsteps encroached from all directions, indicating that he was ensnared in the very center of peril, with no escape in sight. Trembling, he fumbled beneath him to retrieve 2 stones the size of potatoes, his sole means of defense at last. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of 2 pairs of red eyes, followed by 4, 6, 8. He collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by an intense fear that seized his heart, extinguishing any flicker of resistance within him. Waiting. All the wolves were waiting, assessing whether their target posed a threat or had let down its guard. The patience of wolves is well documented, yet the human heart is fraught with impatience. In a moment of unbearable suppression, Yen Wu finally let out a scream. This seemed to serve as a signal to the wolves, a sign that a prey had relinquished its will to resist. Ow! A howl, imbued with primal ferocity, echoed from afar, and immediately, all the wolves charged toward Yen Wu, their blood-red eyes gleaming with cold malice and a thirst for blood. Having been scrutinized by countless predatory gazes, Yen Wu had lost all capacity to flee, his eyes wide as he watched the nearest wolf leap toward him. Suddenly, a streak of black light sliced through the air, striking the wolf mid-leap in that instant. Time appeared to slow for Yen Wu. He clearly witnessed the wolf's skin shrivel, its fur fall away, and its eyeballs sink into their sockets, as its jaw now, reduced to a mere skeleton, crumbled. The struck wolf veered off course, grazing Yen Wu's body before crashing into a nearby tree. When it hit the ground, it had transformed into nothing but a heap of bones. Yen Wu's astonishment had not yet faded when another streak of light pierced the night sky, instantly penetrating the wolf closest to him, which collapsed to the ground as yet. Another pile of white bones, then, one after another, the wolves fell, unable even to utter a mournful cry. The air filled with the sounds of bones clashing and shattering, sending shivers down Yen Wu's spine, yet he felt a stark contrast to the despair he had just experienced. In less than 5 minutes, all the wolves present had been reduced to mere piles of bones scattered on the ground bathed in moonlight. Yen Wu beheld a dense arrangement of skeletal remains faintly encircling him. Just moments ago, he had been in his dormitory, enjoying the breeze from a fan, sipping drinks, and pursuing his interests. Now, he found himself amidst a life-or-death ordeal. The immense shift, leaving him somewhat bewildered, he stared vacantly at the fur left behind by the wolf, the glinting fangs, and the grotesque visage, which lingered hauntingly in his mind. Did I save your life? And you can't even muster a simple thank you, human. A raspy yet spirited female voice yanked Yen Wu from the depths of his inner world. His heart leaped unexpectedly. This voice was so familiar. He lifted his gaze to behold a lithe figure before him. She was draped in a purple cloak, adorned with a matching hood that revealed elongated ears peeking out from beneath her flowing violet locks. 2 dark purple streaks coursed through her eyes, which glimmered with a crimson glow, while her sensuous purple lips curled into a hint of a beguiling smile. A quiver of arrows was secured to her back with a leather strap, and in her hands rested an exquisitely designed longbow. Her form was clad in violet armor that safeguarded vital areas without sacrificing agility, and the sharp heels of her combat boots accentuated her statuesque silhouette. Sylvanas. Yen Wu felt as though he were in a dream, although he had confirmed he was not dreaming. The fact that a character he interacted with daily in a game stood before him, having saved his life, felt like a cosmic jest. Ah, you recognize me, human? The statuesque figure approached with graceful strides. Suddenly, her brow furrowed, and Yen Wu caught a flicker of confusion and surprise in her blood-red eyes. I feel as though I know you, yet we have never met. Sylvanas fixed her gaze on Yen Wu, as if trying to pierce through him. Yes, I know you too, but not from here, Yen Wu mumbled, feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny. Sylvanas remained silent, her gaze unwavering, a fleeting smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, but it vanished almost instantaneously, unnoticed by Yenwu. With her silence, he dared not speak. Being observed by a revered character from a game was undeniably discomforting, especially one as battle-hardened and regal as she. The weight of her authoritative gaze was suffocating, and he felt as though he were being subjected to an agonizing trial, just as he felt on the verge of collapse. Her piercing eyes finally shifted away from him. It was as though he had been liberated from a 500-year confinement, and he exhaled a long-awaited breath of relief, feeling the pressure dissipate. Summoning his courage, he prepared to express his gratitude to Sylvanas suddenly. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, sending a flock of unknown birds scattering in fear as the earth trembled beneath him. Trees in the distance began to topple. A colossal wolf's head loomed before Yenwu, casting a shadow that eclipsed the sun, while towering trees fell like grass before the might of its presence. Two crimson eyes, akin to the guiding lights of a lighthouse, swept over his form. A wave of weakness washed over Yenwu, and an overwhelming sense of dread unfurled from the depths of his being. In an instant, a hand rested upon his shoulder, and the terror akin to a ferocious tiger receded like a tide, replaced by a comforting sensation that restored his awareness. Turning his head, he found those blood-red eyes gazing back at him in contrast to the wolf's gaze, which radiated bloodlust and fear. These eyes conveyed calmness, composure, and determination. Do not be afraid, wait here. Sylvanas spoke with few words, yet her confidence was palpable in contrast. Yenwu felt far less assured. That wolf was nothing short of a primordial behemoth. He had witnessed the creature casually swipe its paw, uprooting several colossal trees that 3 men could not encircle, sending them flying hundreds of meters away as if they were mere toys. Such a being could only be confronted with the might of nuclear weapons, could it not? We should run. We cannot defeat it, Yenwu said, his voice trembling with trepidation. What ist? Just the sight of that wolf's fangs, towering as high as a man, was enough to instill dread. No matter how formidable Sylvanas was, there was no way she could contend with such a creature. What is it? Do you doubt my abilities? Sylvanas inquired, sensing the uncertainty within Yenwu, her tone tinged with displeasure. It's not that, it's just what? He could hardly declare that her strength was inferior to the beast's, or that approaching would be tantamount to courting death. Yenwu found himself at a loss for words, momentarily silenced. If you doubt me, then we shall face it together. Before Yenwu could respond, Sylvanas grasped his shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished into the forest. The trees rushed past in a blur, and Yenwu could only scream to release his fear, narrowly avoiding collisions with the trunks that loomed dangerously close. To his astonishment, despite being acknowledged as rather slender, he had never experienced being whisked through the intricate terrain like a mere chick in someone's hand. The strength of this woman was astonishing. Before long, through the fleeting trees, Yenwu beheld the giant wolf's limbs, as massive as towers, trampling trees like they were mere weeds. The dust and debris exploded into the air like bullets, shattering branches and piercing the trunks, leaving gaping holes in their wake. It was more formidable than an MP5. Then, those colossal legs halted, and Sylvanas stopped as well, gently setting Yenwu upon the ground. A roar, resounding like thunder, erupted above him. He looked up, and a massive wolf's head was lowered, locking eyes with Sylvanas from a distance. It had been awe-inspiring now. Up close, it left Yenwu breathless. The wolf's head loomed overhead like a dark cloud, its eyes vast like enormous windows, filled with bloodlust and fury. A single glance plunged Yenwu into a nightmarish abyss, engulfed in flames, as a terrifying demon emerged, brandishing enormous claws. Do not look into its eyes. A voice imbued with magical power resonated in Yenwu's ears, extinguishing the flames and shattering the demon's visage. He snapped back to reality, gasping for breath, his heart racing with dread. If a mere gaze could invoke such terror, it was evident just how fearsome this wolf truly was. Simultaneously, he marveled at Sylvanas' prowess. She remained focused on him, even while the wolf's gaze bore down upon her, unflinchingly feeling that his mental prowess had no effect on the prey before him. The Wolf King let out a furious roar and struck down with a massive paw. Despite his colossal size, he moved with remarkable speed. However, Sylvanas was even swifter. She grasped Yenwu's shoulder and deftly evaded the attack. A dull thud reverberated behind them, accompanied by the splintering of trees, revealing the might of this colossal beast. As boulders and timber hurtled towards them, Yenwu was rendered speechless by fear. Sylvanas clutched his shoulder, deftly maneuvering to avoid the debris while hastily advancing, creating distance between them and the giant wolf. Seeing his strike miss, the giant wolf bellowed in anger and thundered after them, uprooting trees and sending dust and debris flying in his wake. Is it exhilarating? Sylvanas inquired with a hint of amusement in her tone. Despite the grandiose display of power, she exhibited not a trace of breathlessness. Yin Wu, on the other hand, found himself gasping for air, struggling to utter a couple of words after several deep breaths. Regret filled his heart. He should not have questioned Sylvanas' strength in her presence. It was evident that her earlier actions were deliberate. Before long, the distance between them widened, and the shadow of the Wolf King faded from sight. Sylvanas halted beneath a grand tree and gently set Yin Wu down. "Do not move, just observe," she commanded. Turning away, crossing her arms over her chest, lowering her head, and closing her eyes. In that instant, the world seemed to still in response to her movements. The silvery moonlight cascaded upon her violet armor, emanating a serene and ethereal glow. As Yin Wu gazed at Sylvanas' silhouette, he felt his own turmoil subside, as if the earlier tumultuous scene had never occurred. However, this tranquility was fleeting. The earth trembled with a roar, and the colossal wolf reappeared before Yin Wu, its gaze locking onto Sylvanas, who remained in meditative repose, raising its paw to strike. Suddenly, Sylvanas lifted her head, her eyes glowing with a fierce red light. A ripple of crimson emanated from her gaze, expanding until it matched the size of the giant wolf's head. Then, a remarkable transformation unfolded. Yin Wu distinctly perceived a flicker of anguish in the wolf's enormous eyes, which gradually morphed into terror as the red waves surged forth. Its expression softened, and astonishingly, Yin Wu beheld a look akin to that of a domestic dog gazing adoringly at its owner. He was left in utter astonishment. A behemoth capable of upheaving mountains and quelling oceans had been subdued in an instant, its ferocious aura dissipating, revealing a harmless creature akin to a husky. A thought struck him: Sylvanas' in-game ability, the charm, a skill designed to control both hostile and neutral beings, albeit limited to creatures of level 6 or below according to the game's rules. Yet, this formidable wolf clearly surpassed that threshold. As Yin Wu pondered this, he noticed Sylvanas approaching with an ordinary-sized wolf in tow. Looking up, he realized the once mighty giant had vanished. "Is this the same wolf?" he asked, eyeing the creature that resembled a husky. To his astonishment, he perceived a look of disdain in the wolf's eyes. "You want me to follow this insignificant human?" The wolf spoke. Yin Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the first time he had witnessed a beast articulate human speech. "Are you not astonished as to why it addresses me as master?" Sylvanas paid no heed to the wolf, instead turning her attention to Yin Wu. Caught off guard, Yin Wu found himself at a loss for words. Conversing with a game idol materialized from the virtual realm about her abilities in that same game was a peculiar experience for anyone. "As far as I know, you utilize a skill called a curse, correct?" Yin Wu managed to voice, suppressing the awkwardness rising within him, only to be met by a shiver that coursed through his body. "The curse is a skill employed by my rangers. The ability I wield is an enhanced variant built upon the foundation of that curse. I call it the Banshee's Curse." Yin Wu was momentarily taken aback. When designing maps within the editor, he had perceived the curse as rather ineffective when Sylvanas faced hundreds of hostile units. Consequently, he modified the skill, transforming it into a group control ability, elevating the unit level to its maximum, and enabling it for use against heroes. This revamped skill was aptly named the Banshee's Curse. What an astonishing coincidence! As Yin Wu stood in astonishment, he failed to notice the fleeting glimmer of amusement that danced in Sylvanas' eyes upon hearing the name of the ability. With a caw that echoed through the air, a raven appeared on Sylvanas' shoulder, emanating a green beam of light that penetrated her eyes before it flapped its wings and vanished. "News from Undercity indicates that I have matters to attend to. I must return." Sylvanas glanced back at Yin Wu, adding, "This wolf is yours to keep. We shall meet again." Just as she was about to depart, Sylvanas paused, turning to meet Yin Wu's gaze. "That raven's name is Vayne." With those words, she flickered and disappeared into the night. The cursed raven, Vayne. Indeed, this was the summoning skill Yin Wu had added for Sylvanas in the editor. The raven possessed no offensive capabilities but could unleash curse abilities, had true sight, was permanently invisible, and existed in an invulnerable state. Could it be that this Sylvanas was truly the hero he had designed within the Warcraft editor? This would explain why she, the formidable Banshee Queen, intervened to save the life of an unrelated human and bestowed upon him such an extraordinary companion. Staring at the spot where Sylvanas had vanished, Yin Wu felt a peculiar sensation rise within him. His heart settled into a tranquil calm, dispelling the confusion, panic, and helplessness that had previously engulfed him. In this unfamiliar world, he was not alone. However, glancing back at the formidable creature, his anxiety resurfaced. Rather than keeping this fearsome beast by his side, it would be wiser to let it roam free. Without Sylvanas at his side, he, an ordinary person lacking any combat prowess, would stand no chance of controlling it. Despite its seemingly docile demeanor, like that of a husky, one could never tell when it might take offense and strike with lethal force. Taking a deep breath, he was about to speak when the wolf interrupted. Insignificant. Master, the great queen commands me to protect you. This is our covenant. Upon uttering these words, the wolf reluctantly traced an arc in the air with its paw, and a rune resembling an orange wolf's head materialized before Yenwu. Stunned, Yenwu realized he had never encountered such a phenomenon, let alone understood its application. Was it necessary to draw blood to establish a bond? He recalled the plots from fantastical novels. Just as he steeled himself to prick his finger, the wolf waved its paw, and the rune swiftly entered Yenwu's mind. In that instant, he sensed a connection with the wolf, feeling its emotions, frustration, helplessness, and sorrow. Well then, the covenant is forged. You shall be my master henceforth. The wolf stated calmly, though its gaze bore an air of disdain. Despite the condescension, Yenwu understood through their bond that it was devoid of malice. The wolf's formidable power naturally instilled a sense of superiority over any creature, a sign of its innate royalty. May I pose a question? Yenwu inquired, emboldened by the covenant. His fear dissipating. Speak. Are you the leader of those wolves? After much contemplation, he opted to address the wolf with the respectful term you. No. I am the sovereign of this domain. The wolf's declaration was astonishing. This forest belongs to me. Those wolves are merely bait I summoned. Bait? Yenwu found himself both amused and exasperated. Am I truly so formidable that you need to exercise such caution with an ordinary human? Nay, at that moment, I was unaware of your mundane nature. You could have been an unparalleled force capable of deceiving my senses. Observing the wolf's eyes, Yenwu discerned no deception. It was indeed cautious. In truth, I recognize you hail from another realm. Your attire differs from that of ordinary humans, the wolf continued, uttering yet another revelation. I noticed your mention of my origin from another world, implying that others have traversed here before me? Yenwu felt an inexplicable thrill in his heart. Indeed. In recent decades, various temporal rifts have emerged across the continent, bringing forth beings not of this world, and those entities are immensely powerful. At this point, the wolf paused momentarily, and the Dark City is among them. This time, it was Yenwu's turn to be astonished. Queen, she had surprisingly brought her entire family along. The wolf, oblivious to Yenwu's expression, continued. 15 years ago, during a state of war between the two most powerful nations of humanity, the Sunset Empire and the Roman Empire, a purple lightning bolt streaked across the sky, and the Dark City materialized on the battlefield of the two armies, unleashing an unfathomable horde of undead. The two armies were struck with terror, and, driven by their fear and aversion to death, they momentarily set aside their conflicts and united to assault the Dark City. However, of the forces dispatched, only one individual returned. And among the fallen soldiers were 3 renowned archmage saints, revered as gods upon the land. At this juncture, the wolf clicked its tongue with a human-like expression of longing in its eyes, which left Yenwu in a state of astonishment. Alas, archmage saints, gods of the land. How tragically did 3 of them perish without reason. From that moment forth, the Dark City's notoriety surged. The battleground of the two nations transformed into the domain of the Dark City, now dubbed the death battlefield by humanity. Adventurers, merchants, and mercenaries flocked to this place, eager to fulfill their myriad desires. Yet, none returned. One who sought to find his companions returned raving mad, claiming to have witnessed their decaying corpses wandering aimlessly. 2 years later, nations declared that the Dark City would become a forbidden ground for humanity. Just a single Dark City instilled dread in all of humanity. Thus, the purple lightning of the day heightened my vigilance. I called upon my kin to test you, but to my surprise, you are indeed an ordinary human. And why not feast upon the meat that presents itself? Hearing this sent a chill down Yenwu's spine. Yet, in the realm of beasts, there exists no humanitarianism. Even more astonishing was the revelation that someone had saved you, none other than the queen of the Dark City. At this point, a flicker of fear and respect appeared in the wolf's gaze. Initially, I was merely aware of the formidable strength of the Dark City, but now I comprehend that the power of its queen is even more formidable, strikingly so. I felt like a mere monkey before her, easily toyed with and subsequently discarded. Then Yenwu witnessed the wolf, the king of the forest, capable of stirring the sands and stones with a mere movement. shedding a solitary red tear from the corner of its eye. This creature, unexpectedly, shed tears. Then, it abruptly comprehended something, its tone suddenly halting, and with a grave demeanor. It stood before Yin Wu, its expression profoundly earnest as it proclaimed, "I, the king of Shadowmoon Forest, the wolf of Shadowmoon, shall henceforth follow you eternally. Until the end of time." What is this madness? Yin Wu widened his eyes in astonishment, for those words resembled a heartfelt declaration. As he spoke, it seemed he had persuaded himself. Moments ago, he had been unwilling and disdainful. "Well, I find myself alone in this unfamiliar world, and with your presence, I have no reservations." Just as Yin Wu finished speaking, his stomach let out a rumble. The sensation of hunger surged forth, having remained tense for much of the night. Only now, in relaxation, did he truly feel it. It is time to showcase your native abilities." Yin Wu shamelessly began to command his newly recruited follower. Wait, the Shadow Moon Wolf left a message and vanished without a trace. In less than a minute, it returned, clutching several twigs in its mouth. "What is this?" Yin Wu inquired, gazing at the plant that resembled the leaves of a locust tree. He had anticipated the wolf would bring back some small game, for wolves are carnivorous creatures. He was surprised it had returned with mere foliage. Nevertheless, he could somewhat understand, as his earlier pet dog had done the same, often consuming grass to aid digestion. This plant is known to humans as rejuvenation grass. Its properties enable rapid wound healing and purification of harmful magic and ailments. It can also serve as sustenance. I have heard it referred to as a priceless treasure among humans, yet here, it grows abundantly. The Shadow Moon Wolf placed the leaves before Yin Wu. With a hint of skepticism, Yin Wu tore off a leaf and wiped it against his sleeve, slowly placing it in his mouth. A refreshing sensation coursed down his throat and into his belly, and in an instant, all fatigue vanished, and his hunger was no more. So extraordinary. Yin Wu could completely sense that this was not akin to stimulants that deplete one's physical and mental faculties. Rather, it was a genuine replenishment of strength and spirit. No wonder these treasures are invaluable. They truly offer a second life. Where can I find these wonders? Can you take me there? I wish to gather more. Once we exit the forest, we shall no longer worry about our livelihood, and perhaps we could even amass great wealth." Yin Wu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The Shadow Moon Wolf gazed at the human before him with a hint of confusion. This behavior was rather unconventional for a human. Most would seek a noble justification, such as healing others or accumulating virtue. Yet Yin Wu openly expressed his intentions, leaving the Shadow Moon Wolf perplexed. "You are somewhat different from other humans," the Shadow Moon Wolf remarked, voicing his curiosity. "What do you mean?" Yin Wu inquired, furrowing his brow. "The humans I have encountered often fabricate grandiose reasons to obtain these plants, yet their true motive is profit, much like yours. However, you candidly state your purpose. I had prepared myself to endure the tiresome pretense, yet you have not adhered to it." The Shadow Moon Wolf tilted his head, pondering. "There's nothing remarkable about it. I am merely driven to desperation by poverty. If I cannot even feed myself, how can I assist others? Hence, acquiring wealth is essential to pursue one's desires." Yin Wu shrugged. "Your reasoning is sound, yet it is merely empty rhetoric," the Shadow Moon Wolf retorted, a look of disdain crossing his features. "Nonetheless, I find your candor appealing. Let us proceed. The rejuvenating herbs are located near my dwelling." The Shadow Moon Wolf lowered himself, inviting Yin Wu to mount. However, after a moment's wait, he noticed that Yin Wu remained still. "What are you dawdling for? Climb aboard," he urged. "Are you suggesting I ride on you?" Yin Wu asked, a frown creasing his forehead. "What? Does that offend you?" The Shadow Moon Wolf raised an eyebrow, causing Yin Wu to instinctively take a step back. "No, not at all. How should I put it? Our ability to communicate signifies our equality. Although you are my contracted beast, I am merely an ordinary human, lacking your formidable strength. Thus, I feel unworthy to ride upon you," Yin Wu hurriedly clarified. "Human, your perspective is peculiar. Many contractors do not possess the strength of their contracted beasts, yet a contractor remains a contractor. No intention of a contracted beast may be contravened. However, you are somewhat unique, and this intrigues me." Yin Wu seemed to discern a flicker of gratitude in the Shadow Moon Wolf's eyes. As if he grasped the underlying truth, a king must uphold his dignity. Being ridden by one who is utterly powerless, despite being his contractor, would surely be unacceptable. Yet, as a contracted beast, he could not defy his master's will, and by allowing this, Yin Wu preserved his dignity. "However, we are quite far from my abode. and walking will not suffice. I have a method, but you must endure a bit. Will it hurt? Yin Wu asked. Yin Wu inquired with palpable trepidation. It doesn't hurt at all, replied the Shadow Moon Wolf, waving his hand dismissively. As long as it doesn't hurt, everything is fine. Yin Wu exhaled in relief. All right. Wait here, the Shadow Moon Wolf instructed before turning to venture into the dense forest. Shortly thereafter, a tremendous silver light erupted, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as the colossal form reemerged. However, this time, the previous ferocity and madness were absent. The immense figure, illuminated by the moonlight, displayed a magnificent pattern of alternating black and silver stripes, and its enormous eyes glowed with a fierce red light, exuding an aura of regal and rugged beauty. Suddenly, an idea struck Yin Wu. He hastily retrieved his phone from his pocket, activated the camera, adjusted the angle, and with a click, captured the imposing Shadow Moon Wolf. Its head held high, exuding the wildness of its crimson eyes. The breathtaking scene was instantaneously immortalized, grand and awe-inspiring. The giant wolf then extended its paw, lifting Yin Wu effortlessly and with great strides, advanced forward, parting the forest's wildlife, which howled to the heavens, revealing the full majesty of the Shadow Moon Wolf. Yet, in this moment of splendor, the sole human present lay sprawled upon the wolf's paw, retching violently. Despite having consumed only a single leaf, he could produce nothing. And thanks to the rejuvenating herb, he remained acutely aware. Finally, as if a century had passed, he felt the giant wolf's paw gently descending, and he tumbled to the ground like a lump of dough. I'm still alive, were Yin Wu's first words upon contacting the earth, as though he had narrowly escaped a life-threatening disaster. Placing a piece of rejuvenating herb in his mouth, he felt his lost vitality surge back, restoring him to his prime condition. Sensing the transformation within his body further convinced Yin Wu that these substances must hold immense value in human society. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dirt, he then beheld a luxurious villa of otherworldly design. The entire dwelling was intricately carved from a massive tree trunk, adorned with seemingly magical lamps in the corners, and the entrance was festooned with a variety of sparkling gemstones. A layer of ethereal mist enveloped the surroundings. The flooring composed of unknown materials that nearly reflected his shadow, while a faint aroma of rejuvenating herbs wafted through the air. Yin Wu was left awestruck. He had prepared himself for the notion that such a colossal wolf would reside in a place resembling a hellish realm of bones and shattered organs. Yet this revelation utterly overturned his traditional perceptions. Wolves could indeed indulge in such luxury. How about it? Impressive, isn't it? This was designed for me by an elven friend. The Shadow Moon Wolf, now transformed back into a husky, beamed with pride. Are there elves here too? Yin Wu posed a rather dull question, and as expected, he immediately faced the signature disdainful gaze of the Shadow Moon Wolf. Behind the residence of Saw, branches of the rejuvenating tree, reminiscent of jujube trees in size, exaggeratedly extended in various directions, their dense leaves layered and crowded together. Yet, Yin Wu noticed something amiss. How could these leaves, clearly growing on a tree, be referred to as rejuvenating grass? Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the trunk was not a true trunk, but rather the root of the grass. The Shadow Moon Wolf approached, gently pressing down with its forepaw, causing the stout trunk to yield softly, oozing a bit of sap before springing back into place. What a marvelous plant! However, a dilemma arose. Without a bag, how could one take some rejuvenating grass away? Noticing Yin Wu's furrowed brow, Saw casually plucked a handful of rejuvenating grass and tossed it backward, causing it to vanish into thin air on the back of the Shadow Moon Wolf. Is this spatial magic? Yin Wu inquired with astonishment. He had read about it in novels but had never witnessed it firsthand. This was indeed an eye-opener. Utilizing a contract to open an arbitrary-sized space within an interactive parallel dimension is not particularly difficult, the Shadow Moon Wolf remarked nonchalantly. Unfamiliar with this concept, Yin Wu asked for clarification. The contractor can create a passage between themselves and their contracted beast, summoning the beast from a certain space. And this space must be sufficiently large to accommodate the beast's form. Otherwise, particularly massive creatures would be unable to pass through smoothly. By harnessing one's own power, a space identical in size to that through which the contracted beast can traverse is replicated. This is the parallel space. A realm even the god of time and space cannot interfere with, lacking time and any physical matter. Thus whatever is placed inside remains unchanged upon retrieval. The Shadow Moon Wolf produced the rejuvenating grass it had just tossed in, with not a single wrinkle altered on any leaf. Can I learn this? Yin Wu exclaimed with excitement. for he loathed the cumbersome feeling of traveling with a multitude of luggage, finding it quite inconvenient. No, you cannot. The Shadow Moon Wolf bluntly dismissed him. Why not? Because you do not understand magic. This was indeed true. Yen Wu pouted, feeling a tinge of regret. Yet, given its inaccessibility, he remained largely unfazed. How much do you intend to take? The Shadow Moon Wolf inquired. Perhaps about 10 stems, Yen Wu replied, his heart racing. The leaves on those stems were exceedingly dense, potentially comprising over 20 leaves per stem. If each leaf were of immense value, then these 10 stems could suffice for a lifetime. How many did you say? The Shadow Moon Wolf's tone carried a hint of surprise. 10 stems. Is that permissible? Yen Wu felt he had spoken too much and cautiously proposed a number, only to be scrutinized from head to toe by the contemptuous gaze of the Shadow Moon Wolf. How about 20? Understanding the meaning behind the wolf's disdainful expression, Yen Wu bravely doubled his offer. Yet, the scorn remained. 30. His heart raced to his throat, yet the derision persisted. 50. Yen Wu felt overwhelmed by this figure. But still, the disdain did not wane. Was he truly so accustomed to poverty in this lifetime? Here lay treasures of immeasurable worth, and yet he found them excessive? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he pinched his palm sharply. What do you think? After much contemplation, in an effort to avoid further contempt from the wolf, Yen Wu passed the ball back to the Shadow Moon Wolf. Half. The wolf uttered 2 words, and Yen Wu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Never mind. These plants possess such effects for a reason. It is a balance of the ecosystem that must not be disrupted. A slight harvest for necessity would suffice. After his mind cleared, Yen Wu calmly uttered a phrase that even he did not expect, immediately regretting it to the point of nausea. However, the speaker was oblivious, while the listener was attentive. Balance. Cycle. The natural way of survival? The Shadow Moon Wolf suddenly paused, speaking to himself. Father, you once said to let nature take its course, to not be overly demanding. Yet, in my youth, I was reckless and ignorant, excessively pursuing power, believing that I could succeed against all odds if I exerted enough effort. Now, I finally comprehend your profound intentions. The Shadow Moon Wolf howled to the heavens, his eyes glowing fiercely, and in an instant, he vanished into the dense forest, leaving Yen Wu bewildered and disoriented. Shortly after, a massive silver light erupted from the woods, accompanied by a thunderous roar as the Shadow Moon Wolf's colossal form reemerged. Silver energy, akin to the patterns on his body, encircled him as he raised his head to the moon, unleashing a howl that pierced the sky. Like a stone dropped into water, ripples began to spread, and the nearby wolves joined in the chorus of howls. From near to far, and far to near, each howl resonated with a soul-stirring intensity, causing every wolf in the forest to join the cacophony. With the increasing howls of the pack, the energy surrounding the Shadow Moon Wolf thickened, growing ever brighter against the black night sky, even surpassing the luminescence of the moon above. In the Kane Empire, within the Mage Tower, a female sorceress clad in pale purple leather armor and draped in a mage's cloak stood by the window, gazing at the distant silver radiance. Her beautiful eyes, partially obscured by her golden hair, narrowed slightly, revealing a charming smile. Yen Wu, it seems you are in trouble. The sorceress elegantly waved her exquisite staff, summoning a magical array that radiated a brilliant blue light beneath her feet. As the azure energy dissipated, she vanished from her original location. At that moment, nations across the land were graced with a howl that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the soul. Many donned their garments, ascending rooftops and streets, gazing into the distant sky where a silvery luminescence beckoned, engaging in fervent discussions. The ancient beast deity. A millennium had passed without a sighting. A formidable figure stood atop a mountain, and with a gust of wind, he too vanished from view. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Moon Forest, the howling persisted, evolving over time from the cries of wolves to a symphony of various creatures, their sounds imbued with a reverent humility, as if welcoming a sovereign. Yen Wu had never witnessed such a spectacle. He was unaware of its significance, yet he had already activated his phone's camera, capturing this grand tableau that surpassed even the most spectacular cinematic effects. At long last, the energy enveloping the Shadow Moon Wolf reached a state of saturation, akin to a bubble bursting at its apex, unleashing a torrent of silver energy that soared into the heavens. Yen Wu began to comprehend the origin of the Shadow Moon Wolf's name, for he observed the moon in the sky absorbing this energy, and soon, the shadowy outline of a wolf materialized upon its surface. When the silver energy had been entirely consumed by the moon, the shadow transformed into a wolf adorned in hues of black and silver, resembling another entity entirely, before the wolf descended from the moon, racing towards Salu. The wolf's speed was astonishing. It began as a mere pup but swiftly grew to the size of Salu's true form, merging seamlessly into Salu's being, and then tranquility returned. Just as Yin Wu closed the camera, an unexpected transformation occurred. Suddenly, 5 figures materialized around Salu. This was the first occasion Yin Wu had encountered denizens of this world. Yet their distance rendered their features indistinct, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. Indeed, a portly individual was the first to speak. "My dear comrades, this ancient spirit beast is a rare find. Now, while it is in its most vulnerable state, let us combine our efforts to inscribe a contract. Whoever's contract is inscribed first shall claim it as their own, shall we? That is a prudent approach. This spirit beast is overwhelmingly powerful. Our individual capacities for contracting are insufficient. Rather than engage in a deadly struggle that will only breed discord, let us heed the suggestion of our esteemed brother Black Bear. What do you all think?" chimed in a diminutive figure to the right of the portly man. It seemed they reached a consensus. As 5 distinct runes materialized in their hands, glowing vividly against the backdrop of the night, Yin Wu felt a pang of dread. The Shadow Moon Wolf appeared to be in a deep slumber, unresponsive to its surroundings. It was evident that the portly man had spoken true. The Shadow Moon Wolf was indeed at its most feeble state. Yet, his anxiousness was of no avail. He possessed no abilities to intervene. As the runes in the hands of the 5 individuals grew increasingly radiant, Yin Wu's heart raced with mounting unease. He glanced back at the rejuvenating grass, and an idea struck him. He immediately shouted into the air, "Look, here lies the rejuvenating grass. There is plenty of it. Do you need any?" Yet, despair washed over him as the 5 individuals remained utterly unresponsive, too distant to hear his voice. Or perhaps the alluring Shadow Moon Wolf before them held greater appeal. Just as he contemplated how to divert their attention, a sudden unified shout erupted. And he hurriedly looked up. A deeper sense of hopelessness surged from within. The 5 had completed their runes, hurtling towards the head of the Shadow Moon Wolf. 5 binding sigils struck the wolf's form, and in that instant, Yin Wu felt as though all his strength had been sapped away. He recalled the bloodthirsty, menacing giant wolf he had encountered upon his arrival, now rendered a mere pet under Sylvanas' control, gazing at its master as though it were a domesticated hound. Reluctantly, it had accepted the contract runes into its mind, gaining a semblance of freedom from Yin Wu. The signature expression of disdain lingered in his thoughts. Would he ever witness it again, or would it become merely another's contracted beast? A complex wave of emotions unfurled within him. To be honest, having known it for less than a day, such feelings seemed unwarranted, yet an overwhelming sense of loss gripped him. The once proud and untamed king of the forest had swiftly become someone else's pet. Was this truly its fate? He questioned himself. Was its destiny meant to unfold this way? Suddenly, the turmoil within him escalated, an inexplicable anger bubbling to the surface. As rage filled his mind, fear dissipated. "You bastards. Taking advantage of the vulnerable, what kind of masters are you?" he thought, observing their buoyant demeanor in the air, all of them worthless cowards. "If you had any guts, you would have acted before its evolution. I feel nothing but shame for you, and for the parents who bore you. What sins did they commit in their previous lives to produce such wretches?" Yin Wu erupted in furious invective, exerting all his strength. Unwilling to believe they could not hear him. Perhaps his earlier focus on coalescing the runes had drained him, and now that the sigils were complete, he no longer needed to exert effort. Or perhaps it was the elevation of his voice fueled by his anger that caught their attention. Indeed, they heard him. These 5 individuals stood merely a half-step away from the sacred domain, their presence so formidable that the very earth trembled at their feet. Even emperors from various realms would bow in deference before them. Yet, unexpectedly, they found themselves verbally assailed by a mere child. However, as befits the strong, they possessed an innate capacity for patience. They awaited the culmination of their contract. Once sealed, none could escape their grasp, regardless of identity. "Are you deaf? You scoundrels, lurking in the shadows to launch your despicable ambushes, uncultured wretches." The child, Yin Wu, continued his tirade, yet the 5 powerful beings remained focused on completing the contract, paying him no heed. As time trickled by, Yin Wu grew weary of his insults, panting as he took a seat upon a stone to rest. The prolonged duration suggested that the 5 formidable beings had not yet successfully sealed the contract, igniting a flicker of hope within him. In the air above, the 5 warriors sensed an unusual tension. This was the moment when the wolf was at its most vulnerable. Merging their powers should not render the contract so exceedingly difficult. Brother Black Bear, we are deep within the Shadow's Moon Forest. That individual bears no signs of magical or martial energy. How could an ordinary person find their way here? Moreover, he is fiercely protective of the wolf. If I am not mistaken, that person has likely already forged a bond with the creature. This is why our contract faces such formidable obstacles, exclaimed the diminutive figure, furrowing his brow. Even if he did not comprehend the reasons behind the bond forged with the wolf, it remained merely an ordinary person's contract. Could it be that the combined strength of the five of them was insufficient against the power of this singular contract? The stout fellow turned to glance at Yin Wu, who lay below. Let us not dwell on that. I shall eliminate him first, the small man declared, withdrawing the contract runes. He felt himself being pushed aside, and even if the contract were to succeed, it would not be his. You little brat, today luck is not on my side. You dared to scream and curse just moments ago. It seems you are eager to meet your end. The small man charged at the resting Yin Wu, his fury directed at the child, as the towering wolf before him would not be his to command. Upon seeing the charge, Yin Wu was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The man radiated an overwhelming aura of murder. Even from a distance, the intensity of his anger was palpable. The small man was remarkably swift. Just as Yin Wu stood from the stone, the assailant was already upon him, conjuring two sharp blades from thin air, cleaving the trees that obstructed his path in half. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Yin Wu, who had only just begun to flee, just as the blades grazed his throat. A powerful wave of water struck, deflecting the small man's arm and saving Yin Wu from his impending doom. A melodious voice echoed through the night. What claims of unparalleled prowess? Yet you cannot even spare an ordinary person? How shameless! Who dares? The diminutive yet formidable warrior turned around, only to behold a towering water giant standing behind him, accompanied by four equally imposing water giants, each charging towards the other four warriors, who were left with no choice but to engage in battle. Just as the small warrior was about to rush forward, a sudden realization struck him, causing his expression to change dramatically. He clasped his hands in front of him and exclaimed, "Are you not the chief archmage of the Kayan Empire?" The melodious voice echoed once more. "Since you are aware, why do you not hasten to depart? Do you wish to linger here?" The small warrior immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Thank you, Your Excellency the Archmage. I shall take my leave at once." With that, he disregarded the other warriors and swiftly fled into the distance, transforming before their eyes. As for the remaining four warriors, having overheard the exchange, they dared not linger and, with reluctant glances at the Shadow Moon Wolf, retreated in various directions. Yin Wu gazed at the tree. Its trunk severed cleanly in half, his heart still racing. He had just brushed against death. The visage of that small figure, brimming with murderous intent, repeatedly haunted his thoughts. Lingering in his mind, suddenly, a glowing blue object fell into Yin Wu's embrace, a refreshing gust of air enveloping him, and his spirits calmed. A pleasant voice resonated above him. "Take good care of your batch. Once you leave the forest, head to the Kayan Empire. I shall await you there." Yin Wu lifted his gaze, but all he saw was a swift vanishing of blue light, leaving no trace of a figure. He glanced down at the badge in his hand, its shape resembling a blossoming hexagonal ice crystal. The magic that had adorned it had dissipated, revealing a symbol carved with a staff. Recalling the water giant that had driven away the five warriors, he pondered, could it be a female ice mage? A familiar silhouette surfaced in his mind. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and he found himself enveloped by a furry paw, ascending into the air before coming to a halt. As the furry entity parted, a massive wolf's head came into view. At that moment, the giant wolf's eyes glowed ominously red, its countenance fierce as it gazed at him. Then, its great maw opened. "I have merged with the power of the rules. I am now immensely powerful. You, insignificant human, dare to bind me with that grotesque contract. From this moment forth, each breath you take is a gift from me, and your life is as fragile as an ant in my grasp. If you wish to avoid death, then beg for mercy." In that instant, Yin Wu was rendered speechless by fear, his legs quaking violently. He collapsed to his knees with a thud, stammering, I beg you, please let me down. I have a fear of heights." The once menacing gaze transformed into one of disdain, and the giant wolf gently set him down, returning to a size more akin to that of an ordinary wolf. "I have now merged with the power of the rules. This is another form belonging to the sacred domain, beast god. In the process of assimilating the rules, in order to resist the five runes. The rune you possessed has been shattered, and now this is the new one." With a flick of its paw, The Shadow Moon Wolf conjured a purple golden rune before Yin Wu. Wait a moment. Yin Wu halted the Shadow Moon Wolf, which was about to embed the rune into its own mind. You are now a Saint Domain. I've heard that the Saint Domain is referred to as the immortal of the land. How can an immortal be bound by a contractor with no freedom? I am merely an ordinary human, unworthy of being your contractor. Just grant me some rejuvenating grass and send me to the Kane Empire. What? Am I not worthy to accompany you? The Shadow Moon Wolf gazed at him with disdain. No, it's just. Before Yin Wu could finish, the purple golden rune had already penetrated his mind. In truth, at the very beginning, my desire to follow you was not for your sake, but rather for the Queen. She saved you and compelled me to protect you, which speaks volumes about the extraordinary bond between you two. Thus, my allegiance was due to the formidable power looming behind you. However, gradually, I discovered that you possess qualities unlike any other human. You hold a rather peculiar perspective and do not exploit the contract to compel your contracted beasts into actions they resent. Until you enlighten me, allowing me to comprehend the essence of it all, I ascended to the pinnacle of power in this realm. It was you who, in my most perilous moments, risked your life to save me despite your apparent lack of prowess. Over the course of these 10,000 years, I have witnessed the demise of the Titans, the birth of the elves, and the wars between orcs and humans. The orcs were vanquished and exiled to the savage lands, while humans flourished, evolving into the most powerful race on this continent. Initially benevolent, they became cunning and treacherous as their power grew. They betrayed the elves who taught them magic and severed ties with the dwarves who imparted forging techniques. Humans themselves commenced a struggle for fame and profit, ultimately forging the kingdoms we see today. To this day, there is no one quite like you. I can perceive your sincerity. Therefore, I am also earnestly choosing to accompany you, allowing you, an ordinary individual devoid of abilities, to roam freely and without concern in this world. The Shadow Moon Wolf, for once, appeared gravely earnest. To be candid, I am quite moved, yet some of your words strike an uncomfortable chord. Do not mind the details. Yin Wu was taken aback, for he gleaned something from the Shadow Moon Wolf's words, such as the fact that this being had lived for over 10,000 years. No wonder it is so large. It has aged for a millennium. Are the creatures of this world exceptionally long-lived? Yin Wu inquired. The average lifespan of ordinary humans is around 80 years. Typical warriors can extend their lives somewhat through physical enhancement, while mages, influenced by surrounding elements, may also experience an increase in longevity. Upon reaching the Saint Domain, one's lifespan significantly amplifies, and through advanced magic, one can perpetually prolong their existence. The sanctum is revered as a deity upon the earth, owing to its unparalleled strength and its extended longevity. However, I have erred in my assumptions. In this world, the sanctum does not represent the pinnacle of power, for I still sense the Queen's control over me remains undiminished. In that moment, the Shadow Moon Wolf tilted its head at a 45-degree angle towards the heavens, the moonlight reflecting in its eyes. And what Yin Wu beheld was a gaze filled with profound melancholy. Ah, indeed, those 5 formidable beings have fled. In this vast universe, concealing 5 individuals is a trivial endeavor. How do you intend to exact your revenge? The mere thought of those 5 grotesque visages ignited a fierce anger within Yin Wu. Perceiving the turmoil within Yin Wu's heart, the Shadow Moon Wolf felt a flicker of emotion. There is no need for that, it said nonchalantly, waving a paw. At this juncture, they no longer pose a threat to me. Expending great effort to eliminate 5 inconsequential beings would only be a detriment. This time, Yin Wu was astonished once again. Aren't wolves known for their propensity to settle scores? How could this creature display such magnanimity? Then, he caught a glimpse of the Shadow Moon Wolf's disdainful gaze. I am a wolf blessed by the moon goddess. How could I quibble with mere mortals? This proclamation instantly elevated its stature, entirely forgetting the fury it had felt when Sylvanas had slain the wolf used as bait. They were on the verge of becoming beings of the sacred realm, and if given time, they would pose a significant threat. Yin Wu gently counseled. Do you comprehend the nature of the power I have attained as the beast god? The Shadow Moon Wolf responded with an air of mystery. What power? Yin Wu inquired with curiosity. Magical immunity. The Shadow Moon Wolf replied, puffing with pride. Those 5 humans, 3 mages, 1 assassin, and 1 warrior, if it truly came to blows. I could crush those 3 mages as easily as squashing an ant. The assassin is practically irrelevant, a profession that relies solely on covert attacks without any real strength. Thus, the only one capable of confronting me would be that warrior, it remarked, grinning. At first, When Yin Wu heard the term magical immunity, he was not particularly taken aback, for there were many units in games that possessed such immunity, yet could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. However, as the implications dawned upon him, he realized that the Shadow Moon Wolf before him was an extraordinary being. With its colossal form, every movement reminiscent of a cataclysmic beast, and possessing magical immunity to boot. Enough, young one. Do not appear as though you have never encountered grandeur before. Dawn is approaching. Let us gather some rejuvenating grass and set forth. The Shadow Moon Wolf disdainfully turned its body, seemingly dismissing the pride it had exhibited while revealing its magical immunity. Let us take two. That should suffice without disrupting your so-called ecological balance. With a flick of its paw, two large rejuvenating grasses vanished from sight, followed by a disdainful glance at Yin Wu, who was diligently adjusting his breathing. Truly pathetic. Get on. The Shadow Moon Wolf lowered itself to the ground. Are you really allowing me to ride? Yin Wu asked, slightly perplexed, recalling that it had initially been reluctant. Now, having achieved the status of a beast god, why was it permitting him to ride once more? Without you, there would be no beast god as I am now. You are the contractee, I acknowledge. The dignity of the beast god is for others to witness. The Shadow Moon Wolf wore an unusually earnest expression. Yin Wu felt a surge of emotion and patted the Shadow Moon Wolf's back. Can you grow a bit larger? Riding a mere dog seems rather trivial. In the blink of an eye, the disdainful gaze reappeared. It shook its body, and silver-black stripes manifested once more, transforming into a nearly 2-meter-tall miniature version of the Shadow Moon Wolf before Yin Wu. I must say, it was indeed impressive. Yin Wu gazed fervently at the great wolf, and without hesitation, he mounted it. With a resounding howl from the Shadow Moon Wolf, they charged northward toward the forest, the destination being the realm of humanity. The Shadow Moon Wolf moved with remarkable speed, yet maintained a steady pace. Yin Wu sat upon the back of the wolf, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts as he recalled the words of the Shadow Moon Wolf. You are unlike other humans. You possess sincerity. Sincerity, perhaps that is true. He often perused the news online, where deceit and treachery laid bare the ugliness of the human heart, while the rare instances of positivity were mercilessly criticized in the comments below. He felt a sense of relief for not yet having entered society, for not having succumbed to the corruption of this vast melting pot. If he were to become such a person, he mused, he would not merely be sitting upon the wolf's back. He might have already become its prey. To assist others is to assist oneself. To treat others kindly is to treat oneself kindly. Life is unpredictable. One should live without regret. I have a question I have longed to ask you. The Shadow Moon Wolf spoke casually as it nimbly navigated the complex terrain of the forest. What question? Yin Wu inquired, lowering his body closer. For the wolf's speed created a wind that rushed past his ears, compelling him to draw nearer. You are but an ordinary person. Yet after the imprint of your essence was inscribed in the contract, you managed to withstand the forces of those 5 formidable beings, who are on the verge of attaining sanctity. How did you achieve such a feat? The Shadow Moon Wolf asked, its curiosity piqued. Unlike Yin Wu's earlier apprehension, the wolf appeared quite at ease. The queen's dominion remained intact, and there was no possibility of being enslaved by those 5 powerful beings. Reflecting upon this, the wolf felt a sense of relief. When the contract was forged with the 5 titans, Yin Wu had been more anxious than anyone else. Had he understood the nature of that contract, his anxiety would have dissipated. I do not know, Yin Wu replied, only to realize that the Shadow Moon Wolf had ceased to acknowledge him. The Shadow Moon Wolf moved with remarkable speed, and after a night of relentless running, they had distanced themselves from the wild castle of the Shadow Moon Wolf, yet a considerable journey remained to reach the forest's edge. A sliver of sunlight pierced Yin Wu's eyes, rousing him from his slumber. Dawn had arrived. A cool, moist breeze swept past him, refreshing his senses. The daytime forest lacked the oppressive sense of danger that cloaked it at night. Various creatures, whether solitary or in groups, began their daily toil for survival. As they journeyed, Yin Wu beheld the wondrous fauna of this world. Initially, he encountered a colossal creature resembling a slumbering rhinoceros, perched atop the Shadow Moon Wolf. He found himself only at the creature's knee height, making it the largest being he had seen apart from the Shadow Moon Wolf itself. According to the Shadow Moon Wolf, this rhinoceros-like creature was known as the spirit of the earth, characterized by its gentle disposition and omnivorous diet. Clad in formidable bony plates, it was adept in earth-based magic. Any part of its body that touched the ground bestowed upon it boundless strength and astonishing regenerative abilities. No carnivore dared to provoke it, as it reigned at the pinnacle of the forest's food chain. As they ventured further from the heart of the forest, Yin Wu encountered a group of wild boars. Unlike the wild boars of his own world, these creatures possessed prominent tusks that protruded from their mouths and had claws akin to daggers on their forepaws. Though influenced by the Shadow Moon Wolf's presence, they crouched low, trembling with trepidation, yet Yin Wu sensed an unexpected ferocity within them. Indeed, with the Shadow Moon Wolf's insights, he learned that these wild boars were pack-hunting carnivores, which astonished him and completely overturned his understanding of wild boars from his own realm. Armed with fearsome canine teeth and razor-sharp claws, their attacks were laced with paralyzing venom, and their vision was equally sharp both day and night. With their tough skin and robust physique, prey caught in their sights had little hope of escape. Following this, Yin Wu witnessed fire-breathing antelopes. Seemingly innocuous, yet possessing mental assault capabilities in carnivorous rabbits, and massive catfish capable of swallowing an adult whole. At the very bottom of the food chain, he observed the armored boar-like creatures, covered in thick shells. This experience not only allowed Yin Wu to appreciate the wonders of nature, but also revealed the harsh realities of survival. Even a wild boar has evolved a protective shell, highlighting the perilous nature of the Shadow Moon Forest. To adapt to this unforgiving environment, various creatures have developed formidable defenses for their protection. As a man accompanied by a wolf traversed the forest, the Shadow Moon Wolf maintained a steady pace, while Yin Wu, an ordinary individual, found it challenging to keep up. However, the wolf's smooth gait spared him much hardship. Whenever fatigue set in, he would rest upon the wolf's back, and when hunger struck, he would pluck a leaf of rejuvenating grass. Aside from addressing personal hygiene, all activities were conducted from the wolf's back. A week passed, and at last, on the outskirts of the forest, Yin Wu stumbled upon signs of human activity, remnants of bodies, reduced to mere skeletons. With the absence of decaying flesh, he could somewhat accept the sight of mere bones, as long as he refrained from contemplating the depths of the forest. From these remains, he discovered a tattered pouch, inside which lay intricately engraved coins, alongside some rusted or broken weaponry. Embracing the belief and honoring the deceased, Yin Wu instructed the Shadow Moon Wolf to dig a grave, where he respectfully buried the bones, all the while enduring the wolf's disdain. With a handful of coins in hand, the duo continued their journey. Finally, as the sun began to set, they arrived at a quaint little town named Shadow Moon Town, evidently thriving on the resources of the adjacent forest. In order to avoid alarming the townsfolk, Yin Wu commanded the Shadow Moon Wolf to transform into a husky. With a mix of excitement, fear, and anxiety, he took a deep breath and stepped forward to engage with the first semblance of human civilization he encountered in this world. This is a bustling little town, where Gothic architecture flanks the streets, exuding an exotic charm. Eccentric individuals come and go, while small caravans adorned with uniform insignias traverse the thoroughfare. Accompanied by solitary figures draped in voluminous robes, they cast rustic glances upon the throngs passing by, who in turn regard their attire with equally curious eyes. Lowering his gaze, he examined his own garments, a white short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with A formed by two figures back-to-back, paired with blue jeans. A set of keys from his home dangled from the waistband, and his mesh sneakers remained relatively clean, thanks to the influence of the Shadow Moon Wolf during their days in the forest. However, adhering to local customs, one cannot draw undue attention, prompting him to enter a clothing store. Within the proprietor's discerning gaze, akin to that of a connoisseur eyeing rare fauna, he selected several well-fitting outfits. Fortuitously, the coins scavenged from the deceased are the universal currency of this world, and it appears they are of the highest denomination. As he spent merely 80 copper coins on several ensembles, still clutching 9 silver coins and 20 copper coins returned to him. "Sal, let us dine," he called to the Shadow Moon Wolf beside him. "Do not speak so openly," the wolf cautioned. "Those 5 formidable individuals will not relinquish their pursuit. Until we reach the Kane Empire, we must maintain a low profile. Avoid attracting trouble. Communicate through thought. This is the privilege of our contract." Suddenly, Sal's voice echoed in Yin Wu's mind, startling him. Is it truly possible to communicate this way? Yin Wu pondered in surprise. "You must familiarize yourself with the knowledge of this world," came the wolf's voice again. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the diversity of the townsfolk. A talking wolf would undoubtedly draw attention, especially from ill-intentioned parties. If noticed, it would expose both himself and Sao to those 5 powerful adversaries. While the Shadow Moon Wolf might not be overly concerned about them, the presence of a mere mortal like himself complicates matters significantly. A single touch from one of those 5 could spell his doom. Thus, Ensuring his safety would be an arduous task for the wolf. Yanwu exhaled slowly, relieved that his previous words were spoken softly, and the bustle of the marketplace had masked his voice. Henceforth, he resolved to think more comprehensively and exercise caution. Reflecting on the contract, he found it truly remarkable. Without uttering a word, whatever he conveyed mentally was audible to the Shadow Moon Wolf, while others remained oblivious. There was no need to worry about eavesdroppers or the perils of careless speech. After discarding his old clothes and the new selections into the wolf's spatial domain, they approached a restaurant. After days of consuming grass, a change of palate was certainly in order. Feeling the weight of his well-filled pockets, Yanwu strode into the establishment with an air of a newly affluent gentleman. Inside, the crowd was sparse. A few individuals congregated at a table in the back, animatedly discussing the unusual phenomena that had recently occurred in the Shadow Moon Forest. Yanwu chuckled softly, seeking a discreet corner to settle down. Soon, a server approached him, inquiring about his order. In an instant, Yanwu felt as though he had been transported to a bygone era. "Bring me 2 of the most exquisite meat dishes and the finest wine," he declared, waving his hand extravagantly, reveling in the delightful sensation of wealth. "Certainly. Please hold on for a moment," the server replied before retreating. Before long, the table was adorned with 2 colossal legs of a wild boar and a large oak barrel that dominated the entire surface, holding a sizable leg of the boar. Reminiscent of the famed Dompa elbow, Yanwu couldn't help but admire the straightforwardness of the local people. Naturally, he was mindful of the Shadow Moon Wolf, who sat beside him, playing the role of a pet. He offered the other leg to the wolf, only to be met with disdain. "I am a vegetarian," the wolf proclaimed, leaving Yanwu utterly astonished. "Are you truly a vegetarian? I thought you were jesting." With his mouth stuffed with meat, Yanwu was relieved that their communication did not rely on spoken words. "At my level, I no longer require substantial material energy supplements. The moonlight at night serves as the finest source of energy," the wolf continued. As they conversed, the wolf leapt onto the stool and removed the cork from the oak barrel, releasing an intoxicating aroma that filled the restaurant. "However, a change in flavor every now and then is permissible," the shameless wolf remarked. Sipping the wine, the Shadow Moon Wolf narrowed his eyes, clearly enjoying the taste. Having never tasted it himself, Yanwu observed the wolf's expression of delight and decided to partake. He poured a small bowl, and a refreshing fruit fragrance wafted towards him. Tentatively, he took a sip, exclaiming, "My heavens, it's carbonated." His outburst drew the attention of fellow diners, and feeling as though he had intruded, Yanwu offered an apologetic glance and a sheepish smile. Turning back, he lifted the bowl and drank heartily. Unlike ordinary carbonated beverages, this concoction contained genuine alcoholic elements, with a smooth and refined texture that left no sour aftertaste. "Haha, this is splendid. Boss, another barrel, please," he called out, amid the proprietor's peculiar gaze. The man and wolf embraced the barrel and drank with abandon. Before long, after indulging in both food and drink, Yanwu found himself dumbfounded upon reaching for his coins to settle the bill. With only 2 gold coins remaining in his possession, his heart sank. "This isn't merely a meal, it's akin to gold," he lamented. "Goodness, a barrel of carbonated drink costs 5 gold coins. What a ripoff." No wonder the proprietor's expression was so strange. Throughout the journey, the phrase that Shadow Moon Wolf heard most frequently piqued his curiosity about what carbonic acid might be. However, it struck him as peculiar to seek counsel from Yanwu while simultaneously casting a disdainful gaze upon him. Indeed, should Shadow Moon Wolf inquire, Yanwu would find himself at a loss for words. Who could fathom how a being of such elevated stature could comprehend the concept of carbon dioxide? Presently, the man and the wolf departed from the small town, initially intending to take refuge there for the night. Yet, arriving a day later in the kingdom of Cain would mean enduring an additional day under the invisible pressure exerted by the 5 formidable beings. A thought that unsettled Yanwu. After all, during their time in the forest, he had relied on Shadow Moon Wolf for rest, and he saw no reason why that should change here. Thus, Yanwu resolved to travel through the night. By inquiring about their route, they set forth towards the kingdom of Cain from an alternate exit of the town. With only 2 gold coins on hand for emergencies, Yanwu opted against hiring a carriage and instead commenced his journey on foot towards their destination. The shaded path saw few travelers, and as dusk settled, moonlight filtered through the treetops, casting shadows upon the ground. The occasional chirp of a bird punctuated the tranquility, rendering the atmosphere clean, serene, and refreshing. a description that resonated with Yin Wu's sentiments about this path. Not one to revel in the clamor of bustling activity. Yin Wu favored environments imbued with the essence of nature. Such serene surroundings offered solace and a chance for introspection. Consequently, he retrieved his phone from Shadow Moon Wolf's spatial realm, capturing the picturesque scenery. What an unusual object you possess. What purpose does it serve? Shadow Moon Wolf could no longer suppress his curiosity. Although he voiced his inquiry, his condescending gaze remained. Indeed, it was a rather strange sensation. Yin Wu felt a swirl of emotions as he stood before a wolf that regarded him with disdain, yet spoke in a tone of earnest inquiry. Nevertheless, he proceeded to demonstrate this marvel that amalgamated technology and commerce. This device is capable of recording video. It preserves the sights before us in a storage space, allowing us to replay these captured moments at any time. Yin Wu explained in the simplest terms possible and proceeded to showcase the footage he had just recorded. This intrigued the Shadow Moon Wolf immensely. He had never encountered anything capable of recording images without the aid of magic. Instantly, a strong desire to experiment surged within him. Come, lend me this device for 2 days. His request left Yin Wu speechless, as it seemed absurd for a beast god, a being who had existed for millennia, to wish to play with such an ordinary mobile phone. It was akin to a national leader engaging in a game of marbles. Furthermore, as a wolf of the fissured-foot subfamily, how could he possibly manipulate the intricate buttons with his limbs? Not to mention, the device appeared quite fragile. Should he scratch the screen, there would be no replacement available. Sensing Yin Wu's apprehensions, the Shadow Moon Wolf lifted his forelimb and playfully pressed down on Yin Wu's head, startling him into thinking he might be devoured for denying access to the phone. Instead, his head was drawn toward the Shadow Moon Wolf's own, and in that moment, it felt as though some familiar essence was extracted from his mind. All right. The Shadow Moon Wolf swiftly snatched the mobile device from Yin Wu's grasp, leaving him no time to react. With deft movements, the wolf unlocked the phone, swiping across the screen before opening the photo gallery. Yin Wu, observing in astonishment, was left dumbfounded. What was this? A memory duplication? This was excessive. It even replicated the habits of using the phone. I must admit, this angle is quite flattering, exuding both regal elegance and an imposing strength. It turns out I am rather handsome. Yin Wu realized he had opened the image of his true form from that fateful day. With the phone now firmly in the Shadow Moon Wolf's possession, Yin Wu relinquished any hope of reclaiming it. He chose to ignore the self-absorbed wolf and continued walking ahead, a series of clicking sounds echoing behind him. Before long, they reached the end of the tree-lined path, where no one else was in sight. Here, the Shadow Moon Wolf could shed his disguise and quicken their pace. Tossing the phone into his storage space, he was far from finished playing with it and had no intention of returning it to Yin Wu. Just as he prepared to revert to his true form, several figures emerged from the distant shadows. Judging by their silhouettes, they appeared to be extraordinarily muscular individuals. Halt! One of them commanded. The tone of the newcomer suggested they were not benevolent. Had this been in the past, Yin Wu would have turned and fled without a second thought, but circumstances had changed. Although he had not physically transformed, he now had the formidable beast god by his side. When one has a source of strength, even the most timid soul dares to provoke a fierce tiger. Thus, he led the Shadow Moon Wolf directly toward the 5 imposing men. As they approached nonchalantly, the 5 figures felt a sense of unease. A slender individual accompanied by a husky pet dog. It was clear that without the presence of combat aura or magical energy, the man was merely an ordinary person. In such a precarious situation, the group remained undaunted, their lack of fear accentuating the stark contrast that rendered these 5 individuals particularly cautious. Something felt amiss. Everyone, be careful, whispered a burly man with a scruffy beard to his companions. This bearded figure, named Gulada, was the leader of the mountain bandits. For over a decade, he and his comrades had survived by controlling the only road connecting the small town to the empire of the setting sun. His wealth of experience told him that the circumstances before him were decidedly unusual. Thus, they subtly heightened their vigilance. Bandits are not the regular army. They lack the noble resolve to sacrifice their lives for honor. Though they all engaged in perilous endeavors, no one wished for death. Yet, the reckless demeanor of bandits often leads them to embrace high-stakes gambles as the essence of life. Even now, despite sensing the strangeness of the lone man and his wolf before them, none considered retreat. All held on to a gambler's mentality, wondering if perhaps they were merely ordinary individuals. As the young man approached with his dog, Gulata tightened his grip on the crude blade in his hand, and those around him prepared for combat. Look, a shooting star. Suddenly, the youth pointed in astonishment at the sky behind him, prompting Gulata and his companions to look up, yet finding nothing amiss. When they turned back, the young man and his dog had vanished, leaving the 5 men in bewilderment. Why did we look up? Gulata queried, perplexed. I don't know. It felt like an instinct. Not looking felt uncomfortable. One companion replied, scratching his head. Couldn't we have just dealt with them? They wreak havoc along this road. Why spare them? Yin Wu asked, puzzled. I sensed the presence of 5 powerful beings nearby. They were either close or had just departed. I didn't want to create a commotion that might attract their attention, the Shadow Moon Wolf replied, gazing down at his phone. Confirming that the aura of those 5 formidable individuals was gradually dissipating, the Shadow Moon Wolf transformed into his towering 2-meter form and began to sprint with Yin Wu. Despite his focus on the phone, his speed remained unimpeded. Once I exert my strength, I will undoubtedly reveal myself. At that point, the 5 strong ones will sense it, and an inevitable battle will ensue. I am indifferent to the risk, but you cannot afford to be reckless. In your current state, even a mere spittle from one of those powerful beings could lead to your demise. I'm considering your safety, he explained further when he noticed Yin Wu's silence. Though those words stirred a sense of gratitude within Yin Wu, an unsettling feeling lingered. Why does it feel so uncomfortable? He pondered, lost in thought. Do not dwell on the details. Thus, the duo continued. By day, the Shadow Moon Wolf reverted to a common wolf form, and by night, he resumed his imposing 2-meter stature. Along the journey, Yin Wu encountered a multitude of individuals, merchants and officials under the protection of many solitary swordsmen and wizards riding peculiar mounts. On one occasion, after witnessing the gruesome aftermath of a battle, he found himself haunted by visions of dismembered corpses and blood splattered all around, which caused him to feel a wave of nausea for the following 2 days. Naturally, he endured the incessant disdain and mockery from the Shadow Moon Wolf for the entirety of that time. Finally, on the 5th day after departing from Shadow Moon Town, they stood beneath an imposing city wall, marking the boundary of the Sunset Empire. Crossing into the territory of the Sunset Empire, they found themselves adjacent to the Kane Empire to the east, a burgeoning nation that had seized the opportunity to rise amidst the waning powers of the Sunset and Roman empires. Their immediate priority, however, was to enter the city. In this world, one need not possess passports or similar documents. A mere fee of 2 silver coins sufficed. The Sunset Empire is a nation where magic reigns supreme, venerating the elements of nature and exploiting the full potential of magic. From grand strategic spells employed in warfare to the delicate wildflowers that bloom perpetually along the roadside. The streets are adorned with magical lamps and bridges that float in the air. What astonished Yin Wu the most was the magnificent structure hovering above the city center, encircled by swirling blue magical currents. Impressive was Yin Wu's immediate appraisal of this levitating edifice. The streets bustled with activity, yet the robust warriors had vanished, replaced by elegantly robed wizards wielding staffs, leaving Yin Wu feeling like the object of their scrutiny. However, as the mages were well-educated, their glances lasted only a fleeting moment, which alleviated Yin Wu's discomfort considerably. Our funds are dwindling. We are left with this invaluable treasure. How might I exchange it for some coin without complications? Yin Wu pondered, communicating with the Shadow Moon Wolf as they walked. An auction house would be ideal. It allows for discretion while maximizing profit, the wolf replied, tilting its head to the left. Indeed, to their left at the upcoming intersection stood an impressive building, emblazoned with the words, Treasure Pavilion Auction House. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious hall, dominated by a colossal magical lamp that illuminated the room, showcasing various items in a crystalline clarity that exuded an air of sophistication. A young woman in her 20s, clad in a tidy uniform and wearing a professional smile, approached with purposeful strides. Good day, sir. How may I assist you today? I wish to auction some rejuvenation grass, but I am uncertain of the procedures here. I would appreciate your guidance, Yin Wu replied courteously. Upon hearing the words rejuvenation grass, a flicker of surprise crossed the young woman's face, though she quickly composed herself. The item you wish to auction is exceedingly valuable. I am not authorized to handle it. Allow me to find a manager for you. Please follow me. As she approached a door, the young lady pressed her palm against it, and a flicker of crimson light illuminated the space. Suddenly, a red card materialized in her hand, from which crimson lines emerged, sprawling across the entire door like intricate circuitry. With a click, the card and the lines vanished into thin air, and she gently pushed the door open, saying, "Please wait a moment, sir. I shall make an announcement." She left behind the astonished Yen Wu and the disdainful Shadow Moonwolf. Truly, in this empire that reveres magic, even an ordinary employee possesses magical abilities. Moreover, the advanced technology of card access is remarkable. Shortly thereafter, the young lady opened the door and announced, "Sir, you may enter now." Once Yen Wu stepped inside, she returned to her original position, having shown no sign of astonishment regarding his attire or the wolf accompanying him throughout the encounter. In this modest chamber, an elusive fragrance of flowers wafted gently through the air. An elderly gentleman, adorned with a monocle, rose from his seat upon noticing Yen Wu's arrival, extending a cordial greeting. Only after Yen Wu had settled did he himself take his seat once more. Shortly thereafter, a server presented 2 cups of tea, exhibiting an impeccable sense of courtesy that instantly conveyed the auction house's sincerity and professional ethics to Yen Wu. "I have heard that you are auctioning the rejuvenating herb. May I have the privilege of viewing it?" The elderly man inquired with utmost politeness. According to the auction house's protocols, a specialized appraiser must authenticate the item prior to the auction, a necessary procedure that the gentleman delicately rephrased as a request for a mere glance. This not only reflects a courteous demeanor towards the customer, but also evokes a sense of warmth. Yen Wu, unable to suppress his admiration, mused that this truly embodies the notion that the customer is king. He extracted 2 carefully prepared pieces of rejuvenating grass from his pocket, a gesture that caused the old man's lips to twitch slightly. Such treasures are invaluable. Most individuals would encase them in ornate boxes. Yet this gentleman simply pulled them from his pocket. Soon, a server approached, laying a thick, luxurious brocade on the table. "Sir, please place the rejuvenating grass upon this cloth." Once Yen Wu set the herbs atop the brocade, the old man gingerly lifted them with both hands, raising them slightly. The single lens of his left eyeglass emitted a green glow, enveloping the leaves in a luminescent aura. After a moment, he carefully set the first leaf down and, with similar caution, elevated the second leaf slightly. Following the same procedure, he placed it on the brocade and meticulously wrapped both pieces. In that instant, Yen Wu perceived the old man as a seasoned connoisseur of antiques. The server then produced a beautifully crafted wooden box, into which the old man gradually placed the wrapped leaves. After completing this delicate task, he exhaled a profound sigh. Yen Wu then observed the old man's face flush with emotion, his eyes brimming with tears, and his lips quivering as he attempted to speak. Witnessing the old man's distress, Yen Wu instinctively reached for his phone to call for help, only to realize that his device was absent, and he was no longer in his own world. After a moment, with the server's assistance, the old man shakily rose to his feet, visibly moved as he exclaimed, "I have been guarding this auction house for over 30 years. Due to its modest size and lack of renown, I have witnessed very few treasures. During my apprenticeship, my master spoke of rejuvenating grass, describing it as a plant imbued with extraordinary energy, visible only in perilous, remote mountain jungles, fiercely protected by formidable guardian beasts. To possess it is akin to obtaining a second chance at life. Alas, my master never encountered this legendary artifact before his life drew to a close. Yet here I stand, as his apprentice, having encountered such a treasure. Though I had never seen it before, my contracted beast does not lie. This is genuine. Master, the pursuit of your life has been fulfilled by your disciple." With these words, the old man wept bitterly, while the server assisted him to a chair for rest. Hurriedly offering an explanation to the somewhat awkward Yen Wu, "I sincerely apologize. Master Mixiao is a renowned appraiser in this region and a close confidant of our auction house's proprietor. Following the untimely demise of the owner, who left behind a young son, Master Mixiao selflessly declined numerous offers from prestigious auction houses to remain here and care for the boy. Although the young heir is diligently striving to develop the auction house, we find ourselves significantly lagging behind many esteemed global auction houses, resulting in a relatively low turnout of bidders and a scarcity of genuine treasures, which is disheartening for an appraiser. However, upon encountering such a priceless artifact, Master Mixiao could not contain his excitement, and we kindly ask for your understanding. We sincerely apologize for any disruption this may have caused." Upon hearing the servant's explanation, Yen Wu felt a deep respect for the elderly gentleman, whose commitment to remain in this auction house amidst the temptations of wealth and status was truly moving. Before long, the old man regained his composure, though his eyes still sparkled with enthusiasm. "Sir, I will personally oversee your auction. However, as per the auction house's regulations, we will charge a 5% fee as our service charge. If you have no objections, please sign this contract." After reviewing the contents of the contract, Yen Wu took up the pen and awkwardly inscribed his name. Immediately, two golden beams of light emerged from the contract, enveloping Yen Wu and Master Michao. What an unusual script, Master Michao mused, having never encountered such a square font before. Nonetheless, the contract does not lie. This is indeed Yen Wu's name. "The auction will take place in 3 days. Rest assured, we will not disclose your personal information without your consent," the servant assured as he escorted Yen Wu to the door. The sun hung high in the sky, marking the hottest part of the day. Yet due to the enchantments regulating the temperature, it remained comfortably mild. A man and his dog wandered aimlessly through the streets, where the rejuvenating grass thrived. Even without money for food, survival was not a concern. With the Shadow Moon Wolf by his side, camping in the forest at night posed no threat. Especially in this pleasant climate, though he did wonder whether there were any city management officers around. Have you seen that old man's contracted beast?" He claimed it never lies. Yen Wu inquired of the Shadow Moon Wolf, voicing a question that had lingered in his mind. "Indeed. The glasses hanging over his left eye serve that purpose," the wolf replied. "Glasses can be contracted beasts too?" Yen Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Such naivety, the Shadow Moon Wolf scoffed. "Do you truly believe that rejuvenating grass is valuable?" The old man seemed utterly exhilarated by merely glancing at it. Yen Wu questioned further. "Once, a mercenary group was embroiled in internal strife over a patch of rejuvenating grass. When news of it leaked, the entire group was annihilated overnight. Even now, many are seeking that elusive patch. Both the Mercenary Guild and the Adventurers Guild have bounties posted, with rewards that are shockingly high." The Shadow Moon Wolf replied. "What if we exchange a piece of rejuvenating grass for the bounty?" Yen Wu presented his idea. "That sounds feasible." The Shadow Moon Wolf closed his eyes and contemplated for a moment before responding. This action left Yen Wu rather perplexed. After all, it was merely an endeavor to fulfill a bounty. Was there truly anything to feel? The auction was not set to commence until 3 days later. For the moment, it was prudent to earn some coin. Which guild offered the more lucrative bounty? Suppressing his curiosity, Yen Wu inquired. "The Mercenary Guild. Where is it?" he asked himself. The Mercenary Guild existed solely to fulfill requests. Employers would post their tasks here, which mercenaries could then accept. Depending on the complexity of the task, the bounties offered would vary accordingly. Upon the completion of a task, the guild would retain a portion of the reward. Registration with the Mercenary Guild was remarkably simple. 2 silver coins and a completed personal information form sufficed. Those without funds could register in advance and settle their dues post-completion. The guild would bestow a badge upon those who registered. Only tasks marked with this insignia could be undertaken, rendering those without a badge ineligible. "Hello. I wish to register as a mercenary." At that moment, Yen Wu stood at the counter. His slender frame and the pet-like Shadow Moon Wolf beside him drew curious glances from the mercenaries present. This place was not solely populated by polite and cultured mages. It also housed warriors, bounty hunters, and rogues who had thrived on the edge of a blade. These individuals valued strength above all, regarding the weak with disdain. "Hey kid, you think you're cut out to be a mercenary? I doubt you could catch a rabbit," boomed a bald man, cradling a jug of ale, prompting raucous laughter from the crowd. "I suggest you find a wealthy woman to support you instead," he continued, wiping his mouth after taking a hearty swig. Yen Wu remained silent, striving to avoid conflict. After completing his registration, he made his way directly to the task board in search of the bounty for the revitalizing herb. Noticing Yen Wu's lack of a retort, the bald man was filled with contempt, convinced that the lad feared him, thus growing increasingly brazen. "Look at this. The little brat has actually begun to accept tasks. Hey, there's a task to catch rabbits in the lower left corner. Complete it, and you'll earn 5 silver coins." "Ha ha." As if to echo the bald man's mockery, those around him joined in the laughter. Yen Wu sighed, reflecting on the nature of humanity. As long as a self-proclaimed strongman was present, mere laughter could compel even those who found nothing amusing to join in. Such was the influence of a leader among sheep. At last, Yen Wu located the task he sought in the center of the board, the words "revitalizing herb" standing out prominently. It is often the case that the most conspicuous things are overlooked in certain states of mind. He placed his badge upon the upper left corner of the task notice, and a flash of light ensued as the task notice ejected from the board. Amidst the jeers and taunts of the crowd, Yen Wu clutched the notice and approached the counter. Before long, a voice emerged from behind the counter. Bounty for the revitalizing herb task has been completed. Accomplished by mercenary Yen Wu. Completion time, 1 minute and 8 seconds. The hall fell into an utter silence until Yen Wu stepped outside, at which point the crowd began to react. The bald man, however, slammed his hand on the table and stood up, exclaiming, "Damn it! I have searched for 2 years without success, only to have a little brat steal my glory. I must see what he is capable of." With that, he grabbed a pair of hefty axes, each as wide as the table, and stormed out. A server collected the empty wine jug from the table, and in an instant, the table splintered into a heap of wooden debris. The server paused briefly before resuming his work, indicating that such occurrences were not unusual for him, and soon, a new table was placed in its stead. Meanwhile, Yen Wu stumbled out, drenched in sweat, occasionally biting his hand to steady himself, gasping for breath. Am I dreaming? He gazed at a crystalline card in his hand, inscribed with magical numerals, the number 5 followed by 6 zeros. He counted repeatedly, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 1, 10, 100,000. Ha 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 ha. 5 million. My heavens, can you believe it? This is outrageous. Gold coins. Can you believe this? This is ours. Yes, this is ours. Shadow Moon Wolf regarded Yen Wu with disdain as he teetered on the brink of madness. Do not rejoice too soon. Trouble is upon us. Hearing Shadow Moon Wolf's words, Yen Wu quelled his excitement and turned to see the bald man emerging from the guild, mocking him. Little brat. You've stolen the task I couldn't complete in 2 years. Damn it. How can a useless weakling like you find it first? However, I am in a good mood today. Hand over your bounty, and I shall leave you whole. The bald man sneered. Did I provoke you? You mocked me upon entering, and now you confront me as I exit. Is there no sense of reason? Yen Wu retorted, angered. Ha! My axes are the very embodiment of reason. Quickly hand over the bounty, and I can ensure your death is swift. Otherwise, you shall witness how I tear you apart. The bald man taunted, patting the back of his axe. Damn it! You may appear human, but you are worse than a beast. Keeping you alive is a menace to others. Soar, bite him. Yen Wu was astonished that such a person existed. Even robbers had a code of ethics. This man sought not only wealth, but also death. Is this the best you can do? I'll first incapacitate your pet, and then deal with you. The bald man could not finish his sentence, his expression shifting to one of horror as he stared at the gaping void in his abdomen. He opened his mouth and collapsed. Here, I can wield a fraction of my power, as there is no presence of those 5 human warriors. Shadow Moon Wolf explained, observing Yen Wu's stunned reaction. He then approached and wiped a drop of blood from his claws onto Yen Wu's clothing. Yen Wu hastily grasped the hem of his garment, yet it was too late. How could it have happened so swiftly? I barely had time to comprehend the situation. In astonishment, Yen Wu gazed at Shadow Moon Wolf and then immediately recalled why Shadow Moon Wolf had closed his eyes to sense the atmosphere prior to entering the mercenary guild. He had anticipated such an event would transpire. However, Yen Wu glanced at the bald man sprawled on the ground, intending to articulate something. But a wave of nausea surged within him. He swiftly turned away, striving to banish the disturbing image from his mind. Yet, the more he resisted, the more vividly the scene replayed in his thoughts. Ultimately, he sought refuge in a corner and was compelled to retch. After a considerable time, Yen Wu finally regained his composure. We have taken a life, he declared, his brow furrowed, clearly overwhelmed by the gravity of his first encounter with such a harrowing event. Fear not, for this is the domain of the Mercenary Guild, an organization of absolute neutrality. The military shall not interfere with matters here. Taking a life in this place will bear no consequence, as strength reigns supreme, Shadow Moon Wolf elucidated. Ba, this is self-defense. This is self-defense, Ba, Yen Wu murmured, palms pressed together in prayer, repeating the phrase with fervor. This marked his first experience with taking a life, albeit not by his own hand. Nevertheless, he bore responsibility for the circumstances, and although it was deemed self-defense, the act of depriving another of their existence left an indelible weight upon his conscience. The previous elation from acquiring the crystal card was replaced by a pervasive sense of sorrow, clouding Yen Wu's mind. Let us find a hotel to rest, remarked Ingwelang, casting a glance at the dazed Yen Wu and rolling his eyes. The gravity of having taken a life kept Yen Wu confined to the hotel for 2 full days. as he sought time to adjust to his new reality. On the third day, however, he received an invitation from the Ju Bao Pavilion auction house, which was set to commence its auction at 2 in the afternoon. If he desired any items, he was welcome to participate in the bidding. This piqued Yen Wu's interest. He had never encountered anything from another world before. He was eagerly anticipating this auction, which effectively dispelled the cloud of despair that had been looming over him. Before long, the afternoon arrived, and upon reaching the auction house, Yen Wu found the previously encountered attendant waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Yen Wu's arrival, the attendant promptly greeted him with a smile. "Good day, Mr. Yen Wu. A VIP room has been prepared for you inside. Please follow me," the attendant said politely, leading Yen Wu and the transformed husky, Shadow Moon Wolf, into the venue. A VIP room. To be afforded such treatment upon arrival, Yen Wu felt a surge of delight within. The attendant guided them to the 5th VIP room on the upper floor, which contained a table adorned with an assortment of fruits and snacks. Beside it was an object resembling a mirror. The attendant explained that this was a magical mirror capable of providing a panoramic view of the entire auction hall. By adjusting the mirror's surface, one could freely switch perspectives. If certain areas were unclear, one could even magnify them. Yen Wu comprehended that this was the otherworldly equivalent of a touchscreen camera. After experimenting with it for a moment, he was able to survey the hall in its entirety and, upon magnifying the image, even discerned a man's beard moving in sync with his speech. How incredibly convenient and user-friendly! Yen Wu exclaimed sincerely. "Thank you for your praise. I beg your pardon for any shortcomings," the attendant replied humbly. Despite not fully grasping the term user-friendly, as more people filled the venue, each individual sought their designated seats according to their numbers. Magical lights illuminated the auction stage, and everything was set. With the sound of a bell, the auction commenced. First to take the stage was a middle-aged man clad in formal attire. Behind him, a maid placed a tray covered with a red cloth upon the auction table. When the cloth was unveiled, a fist-sized red gemstone emerged, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. This was a fire element crystal, while ordinary crystals were merely the size of a thumb. This one was indeed as large as a fist. Everyone present understood that larger crystals possessed greater elemental affinity, enabling mages to cast spells more swiftly with purer elements, thereby amplifying their power. The middle-aged man's resonant voice reverberated throughout the hall, allowing Yen Wu to glean some knowledge in the process. Noticing that all eyes were fixated on the gemstone, the middle-aged man paused and raised his hand, proclaiming, "The starting bid is 500,000 gold coins." The exorbitant price caused yet another collective gasp among the attendees. Ultimately, amidst a sea of silence, a young man clad in a red magical robe raised his bidding paddle, announcing 550,000. The utterance shattered the silence like a pebble splashing into still water. A young man clad in a blue robe of magic raised his bidding sign, 600,000. "Soul, as a water mage. What purpose do you have for a fire gem?" shouted the young man in a red robe, directed at the mage named Soul. Soul cast a disdainful glance at the young man in red. "It holds no significance for me. I merely wish to raise the stakes for you, Camille. With the substantial sum Father bestowed upon you, do you truly intend to walk away with a mere increase of 50,000 gold?" It became apparent that the two were brothers, though their relationship seemed far from amicable. "Are you determined to antagonize me today?" Camille bellowed in fury. "We are brothers. I harbor no ill will towards you. I simply find my room lacking such an embellishment," Soul retorted with a tone laced with mockery. "I have more than enough wealth. I have no fear of you." Camille gasped, stifling his anger, and ceased his argument. He then raised his bidding sign again, 1 million. The quoted price caused a collective gasp among the crowd, for they had witnessed fierce bidding, yet none quite like this. 1 million, a figure that far surpassed the intrinsic value of the gemstone itself. Soul fell silent, realizing that this sum transcended his financial capacity. He understood the immense significance of such a gem to a fire mage. However, he hesitated, unsure if offering a price higher than Camille's would dissuade Camille from bidding further, leading to a regrettable defeat for himself. Thus, amid Soul's indecision, Camille secured the fist-sized gem for 1 million. Who are these individuals, possessing such wealth at such a tender age? Yen Wu inquired of the attendant standing nearby. "They hail from royalty. The mage named Camille is the crown prince, whilst the mage named Soul is the second prince. Their mastery of magic has far surpassed that of their peers, earning them the emperor's praise as the rare geniuses of the Sunset Empire in a century," the attendant explained. "Given that one wields ice magic and the other fire magic, Their personalities have been profoundly shaped by their elemental affinities. As their powers have grown, their temperaments have diverged to extremes. And every encounter between them is akin to a clash of water and fire, each vying for superiority. No wonder, in this vast auction hall, only these two were engaged in competition, with no other contenders in sight. One could hardly afford to offend royalty. The second item up for bid was a set of remarkably ornate armor, adorned with various enhancement gemstones on the breastplate and intricate runes etched into the shoulder guards, exuding an ethereal aura that rendered it truly dazzling. This rune armor was crafted by a sanctum mage for his friend, the sword god, who never had the chance to don it before meeting his demise alongside the sanctum mage in the city of Obsidian. The armor could withstand physical attacks and magical damage below the strength of the sanctum level, and the runes embedded in the shoulder guards were of the wind element, ensuring that the weight of the armor would not impede the wearer's speed. The starting bid was set at 2 million gold coins. Upon hearing the mention of Obsidian City, Yenwu's heart raced, conjuring an image of a cloaked figure gliding gracefully under the moonlight, reminiscent of a shadowy wraith. Unbeknownst to him, beside him, the calm eyes of Ingwe flickered momentarily at the mention of Obsidian City. I bid 3 million. A burly man with a scarred face declared in a gruff voice. 330,000. Another similarly robust man raised his bidding paddle. 380,000. For million. 450,000. The prices escalated in rapid succession, soon soaring to 6 million. Yenwu's heart raced. It seemed that wherever one went, the wealthy were ever present. He had initially believed that 5 million would suffice to secure any auctioned item, but it appeared his perspective had been rather narrow. This was merely the second item up for auction. What treasures awaited in the subsequent lots? With a resounding thud, the auctioneer's hammer fell, and the exquisite suit of armor was claimed by a young gentleman clad in opulence for a staggering sum of 7.5 million. The youth, having completed the transaction, promptly exited the auction house with his servant in tow, ever vigilant against unforeseen circumstances. The third item presented was a one-handed sword, reputed to be the crowning achievement of a certain dwarf master. Yet, the auctioneer neglected to elaborate on the sword's merits or flaws. Merely invoking the name of the dwarf master was enough for a youthful swordsman to secure it for 50,000 gold coins. 50,000 gold coins for a sword. How extravagant. Yenwu remarked with a chuckle. Weapons forged by dwarves are renowned throughout this realm. Though 50,000 is indeed rather steep, the attendant replied. It seemed that the value of items did not necessarily escalate with their order of presentation. Rather, it hinged upon individual necessity. Yenwu's confidence in his own 5 million gold coins was rekindled. As the auction progressed, numerous items paraded before him, yet none captured his interest. Newly arrived in this world, the myriad of wondrous artifacts and the unfamiliar cultural milieu left him somewhat bewildered. He longed to bid on many enchanting items, but upon reflection, realized their lack of utility for him. A bracelet that mitigated magical damage appeared advantageous at first glance. However, considering the presence of the Shadow Moon Wolf, it was likely that the opposing mage would never even have the opportunity to raise their staff. A necklace that allowed instantaneous relocation over short distances seemed useful. Yet the Shadow Moon Wolf could traverse vast expanses without the need for a moment's incantation. Then there was a space ring purportedly capable of containing a cow. Yet the parallel space of the Shadow Moon Wolf could encompass even its own true form. Upon comparison, Yenwu realized that as long as the Shadow Moon Wolf was by his side, he required nothing else. What is it? The Shadow Moon Wolf inquired, noticing Yenwu's peculiar expression. It's nothing, Yenwu replied. Now, we shall commence the auction for the 12th item, the auctioneer announced, gesturing for a female attendant to place a square box upon the table. Subsequently, the auctioneer fell silent, seemingly contemplating how to introduce the item, leaving the atmosphere in the auction house rather tense. What is this item? Do enlighten us. Some attendees below began to exhibit signs of impatience. With the leading voice, the crowd quickly erupted into a clamor, the room filled with noise. At that moment, Yenwu in the VIP room found it increasingly difficult to remain seated. He was unaware of what lay within the box, yet when the attendant presented it, his heart inexplicably raced. With the magical mirror focused intently on the box, Yenwu fixated on it, eagerly awaiting the auctioneer to unveil the red cloth. His instincts told him that this item was something he desperately needed. The auctioneer finally spoke, indicating he was organizing his thoughts. In truth, we are uncertain of the nature of this item, and Master Michao has not made a determination. Inside this box is a peculiar architectural model, though it is not a child's toy, for its craftsmanship is exquisite, resembling a miniature version of an actual building. It is said that a vagabond discovered this outside the city. It fell upon his head, and in compensation for his injury, he entrusted this intriguing item to our auction house, hoping to garner some funds. We present it merely for your consideration, with a starting bid of 1 silver coin. After announcing the bid, the auctioneer deftly opened the box and revealed the architectural model. "My heavens!" Yin Wu exclaimed, utterly astonished as he leaned closer to the magical mirror, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the model. The red canopy, beast-bone beams, stone pillars, and wooden stumps forming the surrounding fence, although diminutive, exuded a wild and rugged charm. A scaled-down version of the Beastman's Hall. Yin Wu's face flushed with exhilaration, although it was his first encounter. His subconscious assured him that this model was indeed functional. "How do I bid? Please tell me." Sensing Yin Wu's urgency, the attendant swiftly approached the magical mirror, sliding downwards to reveal a panel composed of runes. "Simply inscribe your bid on this panel. Here is the rune to confirm your bid. Just a click will suffice." Yin Wu couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself that this was essentially an otherworldly version of a smartphone. Meanwhile, the auction house was abuzz with discontent, as attendees voiced their dissatisfaction over the auctioning of what appeared to be a child's toy, questioning whether such a model deserved to be presented for auction, especially with a starting price of merely 1 silver coin, as if dismissing it as a beggar's trinket. At that moment, a magical amplification resonated. The 5th VIP room bids 1 gold coin. The hall fell silent in an instant, only to erupt into a cacophony shortly thereafter. "What kind of VIP is this? 1 gold coin for a child's toy? Ridiculous. I have 2 gold coins, and I want access to the VIP area too." Ha ha ha. This outburst elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. Yet, Yin Wu wore a frown of discontent. What sort of people are these? If they are in tea buying, why must they impede others? Noticing Yin Wu's displeasure, a nearby attendant quickly offered reassurance. "Do not take offense, Mr. Yin Wu. The people of the Sunset Empire hold magic in high esteem and tend to be quite affluent, resulting in a certain disdain for those who are not generous with their spending. In other words, they possess a severe sense of competition." A wave of optimism washed over Yin Wu. "Indeed," the attendant replied. "That's splendid." Yin Wu's somber expression lifted, and he whispered a few words into the attendant's ear, prompting a look of incredulity before the attendant exited the room. "Be careful not to lose everything," sneered Shadow Moonwolf. "You will understand in due time." Yin Wu replied enigmatically. Ultimately, the child's toy was secured by Yin Wu for a mere gold coin, while Shadow Moonwolf regarded him with disdain as he celebrated animatedly. Subsequently, several more items were auctioned off, yet none were models of interest. Yin Wu had hoped for architectural models such as the Human Hall, the Great Tomb, or the Tree of Life, but his hopes were dashed. Soon, all the standard auction items were sold, and the attendees gradually quieted, aware that the auction house's customary highlight was about to commence. As the middle-aged auctioneer stepped aside, a well-dressed youth approached the platform. This boy was of similar stature to Yin Wu, with deep-set eyes, arched brows, and a square jaw, standing tall in the center of the auction stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, since the passing of my late father, the Gathering Treasure Auction House has flourished thanks to your patronage. I bow to you on behalf of the auction house." With that, the youth, along with those standing behind him, performed a deep bow, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience. At such a young age, addressing a diverse assembly of individuals from various regions, families, and statuses with such poise and grace. "If it were me, I would surely falter," Yin Wu exclaimed, genuinely impressed. "Thank you for your kind words, sir. This is our young master, and under his stewardship, our auction house has been developing at an astonishing pace. He is a remarkably talented individual." The attendant beamed with pride as he introduced the boy. "No wonder. He possesses the visage of a protagonist. I could tell at first glance that he was no ordinary person. I never imagined he would be the current owner of the auction house." Yin Wu exclaimed in astonishment, reflecting upon the words of the attendant, who had mentioned the phrase young master with an unmistakable tone of reverence. It became evident that this young proprietor commanded a respect far beyond his years, given that he appeared to be of a similar age to Yin Wu. A curiosity to meet this remarkable individual began to stir within him. Our auction house, though modest in scale and reputation, has not failed to deliver on this occasion. I assure you, with my personal credibility on the line, that we present a truly extraordinary treasure today. Now, let us welcome the esteemed and highly respected Master Michel, my uncle, to preside over this final auction. After the young man spoke, he gracefully descended the stage and assisted Master Michel in ascending to the auction platform. Instantly, an enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience, their excitement palpable, for Master Michel's personal involvement signified that this treasure was indeed something that moved even him. Anticipation filled the air as everyone wondered what lay beneath the crimson cloth, and a profound silence enveloped the venue. At last, amidst the tense quietude, Master Michel began. It is with great joy that I undertake the role of the final auctioneer today, marking one of the most exhilarating moments since the establishment of our auction house. Following a collective breath held in eager anticipation, the elders slowly unveiled the crimson cloth, revealing the box within. Gently, he lifted the silken fabric with both hands and placed it on the table, gradually opening it. During this process, many stood, craning their necks to glimpse the contents, while some impatient souls fidgeted, shaking their legs in an attempt to quell their mounting anxiety. At long last, two slender green leaves were presented before the audience. Those with discerning eyes widened in astonishment, while the uninformed could infer the significance from the expressions of those around them. In an instant, a collective breath was taken, all waiting for Master Michel to unveil the final layer of cloth. As anticipated, what lay before them was the exceedingly rare rejuvenation herb. Upon announcing this, the crowd erupted into ecstatic cheers. Yin Wu, seated in the VIP room, observed through a magical mirror, noting the flushed faces of many, some even shedding tears, while others tugged at their hair in disbelief. It was merely 2 leaves of grass. Surely, their value could not warrant such an exaggerated reaction. Yin Wu mused silently, conversing with the shadow moon wolf, cautious not to voice his thoughts in front of the attendant. The notion that a single rejuvenation herb could incite such fervent reactions among humans prompted Yin Wu to ponder its true worth. The shadow moon wolf regarded the excited crowd with disdain, recalling the times when humans had implored him for the herb, suggesting that such treasures indeed held significance in human society. Yet, why did they react as though they had never encountered it before? Yin Wu found the situation somewhat peculiar. Indeed, he had bestowed them upon others, yet the rejuvenating herbs had never graced the eyes of ordinary folk. They had all found their way into the hands of the sacred domains. It was no wonder, then, that such treasures, revered even by the sanctuaries, stirred such fervor among the common people. This was the phenomenon of celebrity influence. Yin Wu sighed, uttering an arcane term that elicited no understanding from those around him. Before redirecting his gaze to the auction venue, 2 rejuvenating herbs were presented, with the previous owner setting the price at 1 gold coin. Although Master Michel announced the price with a steady voice, a brief hesitation betrayed his uncertainty. Master Michel felt a slight dampness in his palms. He could not fathom what thoughts occupied the young man's mind. If those 2 rejuvenating herbs were snatched up by someone for a mere gold coin, the young man would suffer a significant loss. 1 gold coin. Was this a jest? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of excitement, fervently debating the authenticity of this revelation. It is important to note that rejuvenating herbs were priceless treasures, with countless lives lost in the struggle to possess even a single piece. Yet now, 2 rejuvenating herbs lay before them, priced at merely 1 gold coin. No one questioned the authenticity of the herbs, but the unprecedentedly low price left them in a daze. I bid 1 gold coin. Amidst the clamor, Sol calmly raised his bidding paddle and cast a menacing glare at those around him. Alarmed, Master Michel's heart sank. Not only had Sol bid a mere gold coin, but he had also issued a silent warning to the onlookers. Given his status as a prince of the empire, it was unlikely anyone would dare contest him, despite the value of the rejuvenating herbs. I bid 2 gold coins. Without acknowledging Sol's gaze, Camille immediately raised his paddle, the only one bold enough to challenge Sol. Upon seeing Camille's paddle lifted, Master Michel breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was competition, his worries were alleviated. I bid 3 gold coins. Sol glared at Camille with hostility as he spoke coldly. For gold coins. Camille, reveling in his triumph, raised his paddle with satisfaction. I bid 10 gold coins. Suddenly, from a corner, a burly man with green stripes tattooed across his face bellowed, never once casting a glance at the 2 princes. You have some audacity to attempt to seize what belongs to me. Camille leapt to his feet, shouting at the imposing figure. Humph. The burly man scoffed, crossing his arms as he disdainfully glanced at Camille, causing Camille's legs to tremble, nearly collapsing to the ground. Hey, Sword Saint level? Camille quivered at the sight of the man, his voice immediately softening as he obediently returned to his seat. Upon hearing Camille's words, the entire assembly turned their attention to the burly man, realizing he was a formidable sword saint, just a tier below the sword god. No wonder he dared to act so brazenly before two princes. With such strength, he truly had the means to assert his dominance. Fair competition. The burly man fixed his gaze intently on Thor, his oppressive stare compelling Thor to yield, his once indifferent expression now replaced by fear. With the sword saint's words resonating in the air, everyone in the room sprang to life. I bid 20 gold coins. I bid 200 gold coins. No one dares to snatch it from me. It belongs to me. I bid 2,000 gold coins. I have plenty of money. Those 2 pieces of rejuvenating grass are mine. As the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly animated, the bidding prices soared. No one was willing to let the invaluable rejuvenating grass be acquired at a mere pittance. After a fierce contest, the price of the rejuvenating grass skyrocketed to several hundred thousand, and it continued to rise. After some time, the price had escalated to over 20 million. Master Michao, standing on the podium, was utterly stunned. He now comprehended Yen Wu's intentions. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, Yen Wu was nearly driven to madness. He understood that this method could maximize his profits, yet he had never anticipated such an extraordinary outcome. All he could hear were the cascading numbers from the auction below. He had no time to calculate how much that amounted to in gold coins. Instead, he could only mentally count the digits in those figures. 90 million gold coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than me? A portly man adorned with jewels rose, his face flushed with excitement. I bid 100 million. Don't be so arrogant. Fatty, shouted a middle-aged man with a hint of roguishness as he lounged casually. By this point, the majority of the audience had set their paddles aside, with only a dozen or so individuals still raising the stakes. 100 million gold coins, a price that even the black market would find daunting. Yet, the bidding continued to escalate. The remaining contenders were blinded by greed, no longer concerned with the rejuvenating grass itself, but rather caught up in a battle of pride. Finally, the climax of the auction passed, leaving only 2 wealthy princes in contention, with the price having risen to 1,200 million gold coins and still climbing. 1,210 million. Thor, if you're going to oppose me today, then I will not let you off lightly. Camille, clad in a red magical robe, shouted fiercely, 1,210 million and 1 gold coin. Camille, I know you've emptied your treasury, and I too am running low on funds. However, each time you raise the bid, I shall add 1 gold coin more. Therefore, I advise you to concede. Thor replied nonchalantly, though his flushed face betrayed his inner fury. Thor was indeed quite cunning. Regardless of how much Camille bid, he merely added 1 gold coin on top of that. The difference of a single gold coin was an insurmountable chasm. In our circles, such a person would earn the nickname One-Up. Yen Wu gazed at the magical mirror, observing 2 brothers engaged in a playful spat, and chuckled. What a humorous title, remarked the attendant in admiration. Soon, under Thor's strategic maneuver of 1 gold coin, Camille could no longer withstand the pressure, ultimately yielding the 2 rejuvenating herbs to Thor for a staggering sum of 1,200,000,001 gold coins. Witnessing Camille's frustrated retreat, a faint smile graced Thor's lips, only for his expression to darken abruptly. 1,200,000,001. The amount was sufficient to purchase 2 cities, yet it merely secured these 2 leaves. 1 leaf could save a life. With 12 billion gold coins, countless lives could be spared. Alas, due to a quarrel with his brother, he had unwittingly benefited others, treating it as a costly lesson learned. As the auction concluded, Yen Wu sat in the VIP room, gazing vacantly at the throng of departing guests. Have they struck it rich? Indeed, he murmured, before abruptly springing to his feet, leaping about and flailing his limbs in a mix of laughter and tears. The Shadow Moon Wolf had no choice but to cast a calming spell to prevent him from losing his composure. Knock, knock, knock. 3 rhythmic knocks echoed at the door. Yen Wu inhaled deeply and rose, as the attendant quickly stepped forward to open the door. Master Michao stood outside, accompanied by a young boy holding a tray draped in red cloth. This boy was the heir of the auction house. Mr. Yen Wu, please forgive my earlier skepticism. Your understanding of human nature is truly profound. The elder praised sincerely. I must also express my gratitude, for despite your doubts about my decision, you still saw it through. Yen Wu humbly replied, "It is my pleasure. This is our young master. Your decision astonished him, and he is eager to engage with you. Hence, I brought him along. If you don't mind, please converse with him while I attend to other matters," Master Michao said, ushering the boy inside before nodding apologetically to Yen Wu and departing. "Hello, my name is Reno." Just as Yen Wu was about to speak, the boy introduced himself with a smile and extended his hand. Without pretense, and displaying remarkable politeness. This was Yen Wu's initial impression of the youth. "Greetings, I am Yen Wu," he replied, shaking hands with the boy. "Ha ha ha, your method was incredibly effective. You swindled that prince out of a hefty sum," Reno exclaimed as he settled into his seat, exuding a friendly demeanor. "Truth be told, I did not anticipate such an outcome. It exceeded all expectations," Yen Wu admitted candidly. "If you don't mind, may I employ that method myself?" "Of course. You would receive a share. I shall give you 10% of the auction fees," Reno casually proposed an astonishing offer. "Has anyone ever told you that you don't quite resemble a merchant?" Yen Wu inquired. For the Shadow Moon Wolf had informed him that the boy's words were sincere. Laughter echoed as many remarked upon my character, yet in the end, they all became my friends, for those who doubted my sincerity were indeed disingenuous. Reynolds remarked with a carefree demeanor. Indeed, astute merchants present their terms in advance, indicating that superior conditions lie ahead. By revealing the best terms up front, one inevitably arouses suspicion regarding their true intentions, Yen Wu reflected thoughtfully. A brilliant idea is priceless. Perhaps I shall prosper through your method. Here, individuals tether their honor and existence together. Reynolds placed a freshly brewed cup of tea before Yen Wu. "What do you think? May I commandeer this idea?" He reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs casually. Had it been anyone else, Yen Wu would have found such behavior exceedingly rude. However, the young master's demeanor, reminiscent of being at home, evoked a sense of familiarity akin to a gregarious college roommate. "What else can I say? Since you sought my validation, I consent," Yen Wu replied with enthusiasm. Reynolds, elated by this response, exclaimed, "Excellent. Delightful. I have secured a friendship with you." He then drew a tray from the table's edge, unveiling a purple crystal card beneath a red cloth, accompanied by a miniature model of the Beastman's Hall that Yen Wu had photographed. This violet crystal card, a limited edition issued by the auction house, could hold a staggering 2 billion gold coins. Originally, the bidding price for 2 rejuvenating herbs was 12,250,000,000 1 gold coin. After deducting a 5% service fee and a 1 gold coin fee for bidding on this model, a total of 11,637,500,000 gold coins remained on this card. With this card, I will waive 15% of the fees for any items you bid on here. Reynolds gestured with a wave of his hand. "Did you conjure that figure spontaneously? Or had you memorized it prior to our meeting?" Yen Wu inquired with a quizzical gaze. "Ah, ha ha. Well, I had memorized it beforehand." "It makes me appear rather impressive," Reynolds replied with an embarrassed chuckle. Before parting, Reynolds gifted Yen Wu a rune-engraved stone, stating it could be used to contact him if needed. A remarkable artifact, yet the Shadow Moon Wolf indicated that it required some magical energy for activation. Without hesitation, Yen Wu cast this extraordinary item into the Shadow Moon Wolf's spatial realm. "What do you think of Reynolds?" Yen Wu inquired while seated upon the Shadow Moon Wolf's back, as they swiftly traversed the road between the border city and the capital of the Sunset Empire. "Slightly better than other humans," the Shadow Moon Wolf assessed, marking Yen Wu as the highest-rated human thus far. He did not pursue inquiries regarding the origins of the rejuvenating herbs, nor did he lose sight of his essence due to the power he possessed. Yen Wu reminisced about the events in his world. When a leader is to meet a highly accomplished scientist, it is often the superior of the scientist who stands at the forefront, with the esteemed scientist following behind, as if to say, "Behold, the person you are destined to meet is right behind me." In the VIP room, as the manager of the auction house, the leader, out of respect, stood behind Master Michao and took the tray in his stead. Sometimes, those who attempt to elevate their own status are ruthlessly rebuffed, while those who understand the essence of respect are truly acknowledged by others. "This will be my first human friend in this strange realm," Yen Wu mused to himself. 2 days later, they arrived in the capital of the Sunset Empire, Sunset City. As the imperial capital, Sunset City is resplendently prosperous, boasting the tallest mage tower in the world, a renowned academy of magic, and the most bustling commercial street, all of which are of the highest caliber. At the very heart of the city floats the royal palace, a castle suspended in midair, a distinctive feature of the Sunset Empire, where all administrative institutions are located above the city. The magical array atop the castle radiates a dazzling blue light, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity. This nation does not harbor disdain for other professions. However, in a realm that venerates magic, it is magic that predominantly prevails, rendering the existence of other practitioners exceedingly arduous. At this moment, Yen Wu traverses the bustling commercial avenue accompanied by his Siberian husky-like shadow moon wolf. The streets are alive with a multitude of shops and a throng of patrons, and glimpses of non-human entities can occasionally be witnessed. For instance, a humanoid creature resembling a hippopotamus approaches, adorned with exaggerated tusks, robust forelimbs, and a coat of golden fur, towering nearly 3 meters, akin to a colossal gorilla. Following closely behind is a cadre of tiger-headed beings clad in metallic shoulder armor, exuding ferocity, each standing nearly 2 meters tall with impressive musculature. Though they are significantly shorter than the aforementioned creature, they remain imposing figures amidst the human populace. As they advance, pedestrians hastily part ways, and Yen Wu finds himself beside a fruit stall, yielding passage to these formidable beings. However, due to the throngs of onlookers flanking the sides, the narrow gap left for passage proves insufficient, compounded by the stall's presence, making it impossible for the procession to proceed in their current formation. The lead hippopotamus-faced creature furrows its brow, and a nearby tiger-headed being steps forward, forcefully overturning the stall beside Yen Wu. A chorus of gasps erupts as fruits cascade to the ground, some striking Yen Wu and those in close proximity. Yet, none dare to intervene. Instead, they silently endure. Retreating slightly, an elderly man gazes at the procession with indignation before bowing his head to quietly gather the fallen fruits. Kind-hearted mages utilize their magic to corral the scattered produce, assisting the elder in placing them into a nearby cart, with Yen Wu joining in their endeavor. I regret to inform you that there are eyes on those 5 powerful beings. I cannot extend my assistance, the Shadow Moon Wolf remarked, its tone strangely devoid of genuine regret. Yen Wu understood that for a being of over 10,000 years, such matters are trivial. And the wolf's words merely reflected his perception of Yen Wu's inner sentiments. Sighing softly, Yen Wu placed the fruits he held onto the cart. Recognizing that life is already fraught with challenges, and encountering such injustices stirs compassion in anyone. Though he could not prevent the incident, there were actions he could still undertake. Elder, I shall purchase all of your fruits, Yen Wu declared as he approached the elder's stall. The elder, who had been tidying the fruits, looked up to find the young man who had previously assisted him, and he immediately expressed his gratitude profusely. Upon learning that the youth intended to buy all of his wares, the elder's astonishment transformed into tears of joy, and he continually thanked Yen Wu. Observing the elder's emotional response, Yen Wu felt a subtle stirring within him. Sometimes, the essence of being moved is the most profound manifestation of happiness. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yen Wu waved his hand, and the entire cart of fruit vanished without a trace, leaving only an empty cart behind. He handed 5 gold coins to the old man, and with the Shadow Moon Wolf at his side, Yen Wu disappeared around the street corner, leaving the elder filled with gratitude. It was the Shadow Moon Wolf that had orchestrated this to evade the covert maneuvers of the 5 formidable individuals. Yen Wu had yet to possess such prowess. However, he found satisfaction in showcasing a semblance of gallantry before the onlookers, gratifying his vanity. Even if his true identity had been revealed, would those 5 powerful beings dare to wreak havoc in this place? After all, it was the capital of the Sunset Empire. Yen Wu remained troubled by this incident. Those who approached the sacred realm were destined to become legends, enjoying the status of kings in any realm. I cannot assure that this king would remain unmoved by the might of those 5 individuals. Perhaps, with a mere word, they could render us fugitives of the entire nation. The Shadow Moon Wolf, with a look of disdain, remarked to Yen Wu, conversing with a being of such limited intellect can indeed be quite taxing. Then we must hasten our journey to the Kane Empire. Only then shall we find safety. The image of the 5 colossal water elements floated in Yen Wu's mind. I am quite curious as to how a seemingly ordinary human such as yourself is acquainted with the Queen of the Succubi and the Chief Mage of the Kane Empire. They are entities whose every action could sway the very fabric of the world. The Shadow Moon Wolf's tone was laced with incredulity for the first time. The fact that this ancient being, who had lived for millennia, found anything peculiar was a source of quiet pride for Yen Wu. Perhaps it is merely fortuitous chance. With that, the man and his wolf arrived at the entrance of a magical shop. Suddenly, Yen Wu felt a stirring in his heart, as though something within the shop was beckoning him. Raising his gaze, he beheld the shimmering 4 characters, Goblin Shop. A wave of familiarity washed over him. And calling out to the Shadow Moon Wolf, he stepped inside the shop. The interior was meticulously arranged, bustling with customers, while several diminutive goblins with pointed ears and noses were explaining the uses of various products. Upon noticing Yen Wu's arrival, one goblin hurried over, exclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed guest. Please feel free to browse at your leisure. Goblins exist in this world as well." Yen Wu pondered, exchanging a look of intrigue with the Shadow Moon Wolf. The goblin before him was exceedingly polite and impeccably attired, a stark contrast to the cunning and treacherous image of goblins that lingered in Yen Wu's mind. "At the very least, I have never encountered such a creature." The Shadow Moon Wolf's response sent a jolt of surprise through Yen Wu. Could it be that these goblins were also from another world? Yen Wu mused, casting his gaze around in search of whatever had stirred his heart. Feeling the urge intensify, he proceeded directly to a shelf in the center of the room, where he found an array of elegantly packaged books. Selecting one that bore no markings on its cover, he flipped it open only to find blank pages devoid of any content. Is this the book in question? Yen Wu felt a twinge of confusion. Just as he was about to turn and inquire, he noticed the goblin beside him, wearing an expression of sheer astonishment, exclaiming, "Esteemed sir, can you see this book?" This predicament is rather peculiar. The book simply rests upon the shelf, yet it remains elusive. Before Yen Wu could respond, he witnessed a goblin darting out in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Lord Lae'zel, he has arrived. He has arrived." The goblin's frantic demeanor garnered the attention of the onlookers. At that moment, another goblin, wielding a magical amplifier, addressed the guests. "Esteemed patrons, we sincerely apologize, but due to unforeseen circumstances, our establishment shall cease operations for the day. We kindly ask for your understanding regarding any inconveniences caused. As a token of our appreciation, we have prepared small gifts for you at the entrance. Please feel free to take one as you depart. We are truly sorry." Thanks to the gesture of complimentary gifts, the customers bore no ill will. Some even felt a sense of delight, as they had only intended to browse and had no intention of making a purchase. With a little something to take home, everyone cooperatively exited, leaving Yen Wu and the Shadow Moon Wolf, who was preoccupied with his mobile device, behind. Just as Yen Wu began to feel perplexed, a goblin with reflective glasses appeared before him. "Hey, Yen Wu, do you recognize me?" The bespectacled goblin greeted him with a voice that was slightly high-pitched yet exuded a certain wisdom. The voice sounded familiar, and Yen Wu gazed at the goblin, momentarily at a loss for words. "It seems you have yet to catch on. My name is Lae'zel Napoleon. Does that ring a bell?" The goblin provided further hints. Lae'zel Napoleon? Immediately, Yen Wu envisioned the left-handed emperor who rode into battle. As he pondered, a familiar figure gradually materialized in his mind. The Shadow Moon Wolf regarded Yen Wu with curiosity as he struggled to articulate his excitement. He perceived nothing particularly distinct about the goblin. He had the same pointed ears, sharp nose, and angular chin, the only difference being a blue scarf tied around his neck that fluttered with his movements, revealing a glistening golden emblem. Then, the Shadow Moon Wolf became agitated. That was the insignia of the royal alchemist of the Kane Empire. Connecting the dots with the goblin's name, he thought, "Good heavens. Before me stands Lae'zel Napoleon, the royal chief alchemist of the Kane Empire." It was said that he had an insatiable lust for gold, capable of transforming any creature he deemed unworthy into a shimmering coin. When his gaze turned towards Yen Wu, a complex expression flickered in his eyes. "Where is your ogre brother?" Yen Wu adjusted his demeanor, replying somewhat awkwardly. Speaking with a character from a game in reality felt undeniably strange. "Haha. I tossed him into the backyard. He was too large, and I feared he might damage my roof." Lae'zel responded with a hint of excitement. "Oh, by the way, allow me to introduce you." Yen Wu proudly gestured to the Shadow Moon Wolf. "This is my companion, Sao, a beast of divine caliber. Hee. I've heard that sister she found you a pet wolf. He's quite impressive." Lae'zel spoke to himself. Yen Wu's face was filled with disbelief. The beast god-level Shadow Moon Wolf was referred to as a mere pet wolf, and Sylvanas, the Queen of the Forsaken, was affectionately dubbed Sister She. Perhaps he was the only one still alive who had the audacity to utter such words. Yen Wu glanced at the Shadow Moon Wolf, curious about how the creature, dubbed a pet wolf, would react to such a label. To his astonishment, the beast showed no sign of anger, remaining engrossed in its mobile device. I knew you would come to Sunset City. I had Jaina cast a spell in this book, making it invisible to others. Only you and I can perceive it. I instructed them to inform me immediately if anyone picked it up. Sure enough, someone alerted me, and I abandoned my work to meet you, Lizelle recounted. Listening to Lizelle's words, Yin Wu felt a surge of emotion. He had thought he was alone in this new world, bereft of parents and friends. Yet it seemed that everyone was waiting for him, protecting him. Have you all come? Yin Wu inquired with hopeful anticipation. Not quite. When I arrived here, Sister, she had already established her foothold in the battlefield of death with her undercity. Jaina has become the chief archmage of the Kane Empire and recommended me as the chief alchemist, surrounded by a bunch of fools endlessly researching trivial matters. Later, I encountered Arthas, though not the terrifying Death Knight, but the naturally charismatic paladin. He is now the leader of the Temple Knights of the Holy See. You should pay him a visit. That little priest spends his days in prayer and seems quite at ease. Old Antonidas, that stubborn fellow, ignored Jaina's advice and is stationed with the army at the western border of the Kane Empire, delving into runic magic. One might wonder why this old man doesn't enjoy his retirement at home, but instead follows the troops. However, I've heard that the runic formations he studies can significantly enhance the army's combat prowess, though I cannot vouch for the truth of this claim. And then there's Garithos, that hot-tempered character, training new recruits in the barracks. He wears a perpetual scowl and is prone to outbursts. Yet, it is said that soldiers trained by him exhibit excellence akin to seasoned veterans. Yin Wu listened, both amused and exasperated, realizing that this individual before him seemed born for the purpose of jesting. Meanwhile, the Shadow Moon Wolf was so astonished that it nearly dropped its phone. Sylvanas, Jaina, Arthas. These world-altering figures were mentioned as if they were mere acquaintances, and Yin Wu appeared to know them all. By the way, I've been rambling on. The book in your hands serves a purpose beyond merely locating you. As Lizelle mentioned the book, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. This book does not belong to us. We have studied it and found no indication of its origin. The contents are not typical magical knowledge. Yet it possesses a soul resonance identical to yours. Lizelle spoke of something truly astonishing. A book? Not just any book, but one devoid of any signs of life, resonating with the same soul waves as mine. Is this some sort of jest? Yin Wu expressed, astonished. Yet, recalling that the contract beast of Master Michao at the auction house was merely a pair of spectacles, he pondered, perhaps a book is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, it is utterly blank. Yin Wu gazed at the empty sheets of paper. Because of the contract, Lizelle remarked, pouring a green potion onto the pages. A flash of light illuminated the surface, revealing some illustrations and texts, which gradually faded as the potion dried. Though the duration was brief, it afforded Yin Wu a glimpse of numerous pieces of information, featuring square Chinese characters that broadly described conditions under which the user could acquire certain abilities or enhance physical states. In essence, this was a tome of skills. Yin Wu's heart raced as he recognized an icon resembling an ox's hoof within the illustrations. If this book could indeed bestow such capabilities, he would no longer be a burden to others. Despite his frail physique, Yin Wu possessed a tenacious spirit. The humiliation of being a grown man shielded by others weighed heavily on him, and such an opportunity filled him with exhilaration. What must I do? He inquired. I just added a contract potion that is ownerless. I believe forming a contract with it might yield beneficial results, Lizelle contemplated. How do I establish this contract? Yin Wu was genuinely perplexed. His previous experience with the Shadow Moon Wolf's contract had been initiated by him, and beyond that, he possessed no knowledge of such matters. Try using your blood, Lizelle suggested, scratching his head. Do I really have to draw blood? Yin Wu hesitated. He wasn't particularly afraid of bloodletting itself, but the anticipation of pain was daunting. He could endure minor cuts and scrapes without issue, but the notion of preparing himself to draw blood was another matter entirely. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his back. Turning around, he saw the Shadow Moon Wolf, looking at him with disdain, its claws holding a blood-red orb. A quick inspection revealed no wounds on Yin Wu's body. Extracting a bit of human essence is no challenge for me, the Shadow Moon Wolf declared. Well done, Lizelle complimented. The Shadow Moon Wolf flicked the blood orb onto the book, which then erupted in a brilliant radiance, as bizarre runes surged forth from its pages. What on earth is this? Yin Wu gasped, staring at the runes swirling above his head, a mix of characters, skill icons reminiscent of those from Warcraft. and symbols that defied comprehension. These entities spiraled incessantly around Yin Wu's form, enveloping the entire chamber in a resplendent glow. Soon, the radiance of the tome began to wane. And when the runes within ceased to manifest, the symbols swirling around Yin Wu swiftly merged with his being, causing the book to disintegrate into a myriad of luminous particles that gradually faded away. "Did you feel anything?" Razel inquired nervously as the spectacle subsided. "I perceived some red lines adorned with nodes," Yin Wu replied, his eyes still closed. At that moment, within the confines of his mind, the red lines and node-like icons coalesced into a tree-like formation on a runic panel, with the topmost row of icons glowing a brilliant crimson while all others lay shrouded in a muted gray. Selectable and non-selectable? Having engaged with games before, Yin Wu was no stranger to this concept. It resembled a skill allocation interface. He endeavored to amplify the pulsating red icons with his consciousness, revealing a detailed array of rune-like skill symbols before him. Storm Hammer, Summon Water Elemental, Exile, Divine Armor, Gale Step, True Sight, War Trample, Serpent Guardian, Vine Entanglement, Owl, Arcane Burn, Shadow Assault, Death Pact, Dark Pact, Spiked Carapace, Sleep. This passage describes one of the skills possessed by each hero from the 4 great races. In the upper right corner of the rune panel, there is a numeral 2, indicating that one can select 2 skills. After much contemplation, Yin Wu chose the Storm Hammer and the Blade Master's Gale Step. The old dwarf's hammer is no trifling matter. It locks onto a target while dealing high damage and causing stun, making it an exceptionally prominent skill in the game. The Blade Master's Gale Step is also a remarkably versatile skill, allowing for escape, invisibility, and increased movement speed, with an added attack bonus upon reappearance. However, these skills do not possess levels, for this is the realm of reality, where everyone's health, attack power, and defense capabilities are not fixed game statistics. There are no rigid rules akin to levels governing these skills. Their advancement relies solely on one's proficiency. Above each skill icon lies a black horizontal bar, which fills with red upon the release of each skill. Once the red completely fills the bar, proficiency reaches its zenith, and the power of the skill becomes immensely formidable. Thus, with each skill release, the subsequent casting slightly amplifies in damage. What excites Yin Wu even more is that casting skills does not require mana, as he possesses none. Instead, after utilizing a skill, the runes within his body must absorb energy from the surroundings to restore the skill. Only when the skill has fully replenished can Yin Wu use it again, as there are currently no targets available. He is unaware of the cooldown or power of the Storm Hammer, but he is familiar with the Gale Step. With a deep breath, he concentrated, activating the Gale Step skill. Instantly, he felt as though he had become transparent. He attempted to run a few steps, only to be met with a dull thud as his form materialized against the wall. He let out a cry, clutching his nose and crouching along the wall's base. "Goodness, this speed increase is astonishing," Yin Wu murmured through clenched teeth, a purple bruise beginning to swell on his forehead. Razel and Ingwe Lang exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the situation. They witnessed Yin Wu standing there with closed eyes, and then he suddenly disappeared, only to reappear, clutching his nose against the wall. Evidently having collided rather forcefully, Yin Wu explained the mishap to them, and they finally grasped the situation. Razel burst into laughter and went to fetch a potion, while Ingwe Lang, with a look of disdain, casually cast a brief nerve-suppressing spell to alleviate his pain. "Aren't you the chief alchemist in the Kane Empire? How did you end up here?" Yin Wu inquired of Razel, who was busy concocting a restorative potion. "There is a teleportation array in the backyard. I had the young girl Jianna constructed here. After all, this is the territory of the Sunsetting Empire, and should a conflict arise between our 2 nations, I must be responsible for the lives of my comrades." Lazel rummaged through the cabinets in search of the potion. "How splendid. Jaina has sent me to the Kane Empire to find her. This means I can go directly without the hassle of traveling along the way," Yin Wu exclaimed with delight. "No problem. There's nothing for me to do here, so let us depart." As Lazel spoke, he retrieved a vial of pale purple liquid from the cabinet, applying a small amount onto Yin Wu's forehead. Before long, the purplish bruise on Yin Wu's skin faded at a visibly rapid pace, the potion's effect astonishing him. Subsequently, Lazel opened the back door, leading Yin Wu and the Shadow Moon Wolf into the backyard. Upon entry, a shadow loomed over them. Yin Wu looked up to see a colossal blue ogre, sporting aviator glasses, sitting cross-legged before them. Its enormous belly perfectly filled the gap between its legs, and it flashed a broad grin, revealing a set of massive white teeth. "Greetings, Yin Wu." The ogre greeted in a deep, gravelly voice, exuding an air of leisure. Despite the overwhelming presence of its sizable belly, which radiated an almost suffocating aura, Yenwu chuckled and playfully patted it, saying hello. This gesture elicited a silly laugh from the ogre. This creature, the Shadow Moon Wolf observed, astonished by the lazily lounging ogre. Though it appeared harmless at the moment, he knew well that this ogre could effortlessly topple two behemoths rivaling the sanctified level of a behemoth. Now, that was genuine intimidation. Buddy, it's time for us to set off, Lae'zel announced, jumping into the ogre's enormous palm. The ogre carefully placed him onto a complexly designed seat atop its head. As the ogre stood, the Shadow Moon Wolf felt a sudden realization. The fusion of these two beings might surpass even the behemoths. I sincerely apologize for the irregular update schedule due to pressing matters. Updates may come in the morning, afternoon, or evening. I appreciate your understanding, but I assure you that there will be daily updates, with no delays. Lastly, I hope for your continued support of my book. The ogre, carrying Lae'zel, moved to a secluded corner of the yard. Lae'zel produced a badge and traced a few symbols in the air, conjuring a magic circle pulsating with blue energy. A stream of blue energy connected to the badge in Lae'zel's hand. Yenwu observed that this badge was identical to his own. Stand beside me, Lae'zel said, his excitement palpable, as this promised to be an exhilarating journey. Once Yenwu and the Shadow Moon Wolf stood within the magic circle, a flash of light enveloped them. And in an instant, they vanished, leaving behind only wisps of blue energy that dissipated shortly after. At the Royal Research Institute of the Kane Empire, a sudden burst of blue light erupted as someone stumbled out, collapsing in a corner and retching violently, attracting a crowd of onlookers. I truly feel embarrassed for this fellow. Entering into a contract with him may very well be the disgrace of my life. The Shadow Moon Wolf leisurely emerged from the teleportation array, sauntering over to Yenwu with an expression of disdain. I am truly honored, he began, but before he could finish, a wave of nausea surged forth, and he began to retch uncontrollably. Haha, my sincerest apologies. I am not particularly adept at manipulating this teleportation array, as I am not a professional mage, Lae'zel chuckled, approaching with mirth and presenting him with a vial of purple potion. I fear I may develop a lingering aversion to teleportation arrays, Yenwu thought, accepting the potion and downing it in one swift motion, soon finding the queasiness dissipating. Welcome to the Royal Research Institute of the Kane Empire, Lae'zel exclaimed, spreading his arms wide in a gesture of embrace, though his frame paled in comparison to that of the ogre, rendering the scene rather comical as the ogre reciprocated with his enormous arms, effectively engulfing Lae'zel in his vastness. The Royal Research Institute, situated to the left of the King's Council Chamber, serves as the very heart of the Kane Empire's technological advancements. Each innovation birthed within its walls seamlessly integrates into the lives of the common folk and the needs of the military. The King's Council Chamber, on the other hand, is the venue where the monarch and officials convene daily to deliberate on matters of state, with the Mage Tower, home to Gianna, standing to the right. This towering edifice serves as the residence for the royal mages of the Empire and formidable warriors, constituting the very heart of the Empire's military might and defense. The three edifices stand in a triangular formation at the very heart of the palace, representing the most significant structures of the Empire. At this moment, Yenwu found himself within the Royal Research Institute, where clusters of individuals clad in blue robes hurriedly traversed various laboratories, clutching an assortment of documents. The ogre retreated to his modest quarters for rest, while Lae'zel meandered through the laboratories, occasionally offering pointed remarks, which the attentive scholars received with utmost seriousness. Hey, are you new here? A voice broke through Yenwu's reverie, prompting him to turn and face a young man in a blue robe, similarly burdened with papers, who appeared to be of a similar age. The young man, adorned with square-framed spectacles, exuded an air of intellect. Ah, not quite. I'm merely here for a visit, Yenwu replied. This area is off-limits to outsiders. How did you manage to get in? The young man inquired with a hint of curiosity. Via the teleportation array, I arrived through it, Yenwu explained. Ah, so you are a friend of Lord Lae'zel. The young man exclaimed in awe, setting down his documents and extending his hand. Greetings. I am Anderson, an apprentice here. Hello. I am Yenwu, he responded, shaking Anderson's hand. How did you deduce that I am a friend of Lord Lae'zel? Yenwu asked, intrigued. Because of the teleportation array. This array connects to Sunset City, which is a branch of Lord Lae'zel's Only friends of Lord Lae'zel are permitted to use it, Anderson elucidated. Isn't the teleportation array accessible to everyone? Yen Wu queried, having always considered it a sophisticated mode of interdimensional transport. You are not from the Kane Empire, are you? Allow me to clarify, Anderson said with warmth. Teleportation arrays were previously non-existent on the continent, even in the magically advanced Sunset Empire. Only rudimentary concepts had been explored until the arrival of Grand Sorceress Gianna, who established one between the Mage Tower and the Grand Cathedral for convenience. The king frequently consulted her, attempting to establish such magical arrays throughout the Kane Empire and its towns, but she consistently declined, citing her disinterest. Later, when Lord Lae'zel arrived and recognized the commercial potential within the Sunset Empire, he requested the Grand Sorceress to create a teleportation array here and at his branch in Sunset City for operational ease. Curiously, she acquiesced without hesitation, solely for his profit. Thus, these two arrays remain the only ones on the continent, inaccessible even to ordinary folk. Should anyone boast of having utilized a teleportation array, it would indeed be a lifetime achievement. Upon hearing Anderson's words, Yen Wu found himself in a state of bemusement, realizing that he was indeed dealing with a rather capricious Grand Sorcerer. Had she established such connections with the Holy See merely for the sake of communicating with Arthas? Why had she only constructed these two teleportation arrays? Did the king harbor no objections? Yen Wu inquired. Surely, there were reservations, yet the king dared not voice them. After all, provoking someone capable of effortlessly defeating two Archmage-level sorcerers would yield unimaginable consequences. Presently, those two Archmages were serving her tea daily. Can you fathom that prior to this, they were the ultimate force of the Kane Empire? Anderson scoffed, a look of regret gracing his features. Hey, you little scamp. You've been dawdling with that report for ages. I didn't expect you to be slacking off here. An elderly man with graying hair poked his head out from a laboratory, chastising Anderson. I got so caught up chatting with you that I completely lost track of time. Haha. Anderson exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he hurriedly gathered the scattered documents. Laughing heartily as he dashed toward the laboratory. Truly, he was an optimistic soul, Yen Wu mused, watching his retreating figure with a smile. What's this? Have you forgotten your benefactor? An enchanting female voice chimed from behind, causing a stir among those nearby. Turning around, Yen Wu beheld a female sorceress clad in light purple leather armor and draped in a mage's cloak. Beneath her golden locks lay a stunning visage adorned with a faint smile. The fitted leather armor, loose satin trousers, and intricately patterned mage boots accentuated her flawless figure while retaining an air of dignity. In that fleeting moment, Yen Wu beheld a goddess. Suddenly, a gentle tap from a staff struck his head, accompanied by a waft of coolness that roused both Yen Wu and the onlookers from their stupor. What are you staring at? Back to work. The soft, melodic tone left everyone momentarily stunned. Did you see that? The Grand Sorceress spoke to me. One exclaimed, Nonsense, fool. That was directed at me. Another retorted, Quiet. Her gaze was fixed on me. The exaggerated banter among the crowd left Yen Wu incredulous. There's nothing strange about it. Weren't you just gazing at me in that manner moments ago? Jaina smiled, her playful demeanor disarming. Hee. Yen Wu chuckled sheepishly, recalling that he had yet to express his gratitude for her timely rescue. I haven't had the chance to thank you for saving my life. Then ponder how you might repay me, Jaina replied with a smile, causing Yen Wu's heart to race once more. This must be the newly evolved little wolf. Reveal your true form, it is safe here. For Yen Wu's sake, a beast deity was willing to masquerade as an ordinary dog, which was quite the burden. Allow me to express my gratitude on his behalf, Jaina said, squatting before the Shadow Moon Wolf and meeting its gaze. Please, do not mention it. Had it not been for your timely appearance, I might have been bound by another contract. Protecting Yen Wu is my duty, rest assured. The Shadow Moon Wolf responded, astonished, and then transformed into its true form, towering over 2 meters, which elicited another round of gasps from the surrounding crowd. Beside him, Yen Wu regarded the Shadow Moon Wolf with a curious expression, having never witnessed such a look of astonishment on its face, an exceedingly rare sight. Close your eyes. Suddenly, the voice of the Shadow Moon Wolf echoed in his mind. All right, come to me. I have something to bestow upon you. Jianna rose and addressed Yen Wu. Then allow me to extend my greetings to Lae'zel. No need. Go with her. With young Jianna present, I shall feel quite at ease, Lae'zel remarked. Peering out from the laboratory window, I would very much like to freeze that mouth of yours, Lae'zel. Goblins are such vexatious creatures. Jianna replied with a hint of exasperation. Subsequently, she waved her staff, and azure magical energy surged once more, causing the trio, a girl and a wolf, to vanish from sight. What are you still staring at now that they've left? They already have partners. Your gazes are of no use. Get back to work, rang Lae'zel's reprimanding voice within the laboratory. The Mage Tower, a structure emanating an aura of magic, encircled by colossal blue runestone, housed the nation's most exceptional sorcerers, one of the core military forces of the Empire. The lowest rank among them was that of a Grand Magus, though this title differed from Jinnah's own. The ranks of mages on this continent ascend from the humble apprentice to the novice mage, the archmage, the magus, the holy magus, and finally the sanctified mage. Jinnah merely allows others to address her in such a manner. In truth, her prowess surpasses these classifications. Residing within the highest echelons of the Mage Tower, Jinnah stands alone, previously accompanied by 2 sanctified mages. However, at present, they don the attire of cooks. Standing beside the dining table, these are the household chefs, Jinnah introduced with a hint of amusement. Yenwu, drenched in cold sweat, gazed at the 2 middle-aged mages of sanctified caliber, their rigid postures and professional smiles reminiscent of seasoned waitstaff as they set the table, poured the wine, and presented it to Yenwu. He hastily rose to accept the offering with both hands, feeling as though he were being served by individuals accustomed to the utmost luxury. Charles, please fetch the box from my desk, Jinnah instructed one of the sanctified mages standing beside her. The mage named Charles nodded elegantly and exited. Shortly thereafter, he returned, cradling a box the size of a book, which he delicately placed upon the table. This is a gift prepared for you, a token of our first meeting, Jinnah declared as she opened the box, revealing a ring adorned with a ruby the size of a peanut, which she handed to Yenwu. This is a spatial ring of my own creation, capable of accommodating the fully transformed body of 2 Shadow Moon wolves. It should suffice for your needs. Jinnah nonchalantly uttered a remark that could send shivers down one's spine. Additionally, Jinnah extracted a uniquely designed dagger from the box. This dagger is crafted from the horn of the Earth Spirit. Alas, Uncle Muradin is not present, and my understanding of the dagger's dimensions and specifications is somewhat lacking. You may have to make do with it for now. The horn of the Earth Spirit embodies its essence, being both hard and sharp, imbued with a permanent elemental disturbance. It possesses a formidable capacity to interfere with elemental magic. Carrying it will mitigate a portion of magical damage, including that from sanctified-level spells. Even the Shadow Moon Wolf, who had remained composed until now, could not sit still. In its existence spanning over 10,000 years, it had, through a twist of fate, comprehended the power of rules and ascended to the rank of beast god, thereby acquiring the ability to repel elemental forces, essentially magical immunity. Now, a dagger that conferred partial immunity to magic simply by being possessed, given away so casually, demonstrated an extravagant gesture. Yenwu was perplexed. Yet the Shadow Moon Wolf understood that elemental chaos was, in fact, a curse, a formidable, forbidden-level curse capable of permanently disrupting the elements surrounding a target, severing their ability to communicate with them. This meant it was a curse that rendered one unable to cast magic indefinitely, as unleashing such a curse required an immense amount of magical energy. Even a Sanctum mage could only unleash it by exhausting all their magical reserves, necessitating a recovery period of 1 to 2 years thereafter. The fact that Jinnah could affix such a curse to a weapon was remarkable enough, not to mention that she seemed to possess the requisite magical energy to do so effortlessly and appeared to be in excellent spirits without any sign of fatigue. May I ask you a question? The Shadow Moon Wolf inquired respectfully. Please, do so, Jinnah replied. How much magical energy did you expend to empower this spell? I understand that probing into another's strength can be quite impolite, but if the cost to you is substantial, I believe I could assist in your recovery. The Shadow Moon Wolf stated earnestly. Thank you for your concern, but I did not expend much magical energy. Although it required more than other spells, it was still manageable for me. Jinnah smiled in response. Yenwu gathered from their conversation that the dagger Jinnah had gifted him was the result of considerable effort. This realization filled him with profound gratitude. Thank you, Jinnah, Yenwu said solemnly, gazing earnestly at her. There is no need for thanks. You need not worry about me. You should know my capabilities better than anyone, Jinnah replied with a smile. This reminded Yenwu of the character he crafted in the editor, Jinnah, whose ultimate ability consumed 200 mana, while her mana pool boasted 5 digits. complemented by a novel, glorious aura that replenished mana based on a percentage. Indeed, I sense no issues on your part, Yenwu confidently replied. The peculiar dialogue between the two individuals left Shadow Moon Wolf utterly perplexed. However, he gleaned from their conversation that Jaina was indeed unharmed. This revelation astonished him, for the prowess of the chief archmage of the Kane Empire might be even more formidable than he had anticipated. Jaina resided at the pinnacle of the Mage Tower, and although the topmost level was significantly smaller than the bottom, it was still spacious enough, housing only her and 2 Sanctum mages. Yenwu casually selected a room to settle in. With little to occupy his time, he leisurely wandered about each day, marveling at the architectural styles and various decorations of this world, which struck him as utterly fascinating. Lacking the ability to fly or teleport, an ordinary person like Yenwu could never hope to descend the tower level by level. Jaina had thoughtfully constructed a teleportation circle within the room and beneath the Mage Tower. After teaching him the incantations, he could utilize the badge she provided for teleportation. Occasionally, he would venture to the lower levels to observe the daily lives of other mages. Aware of his connection to the chief archmage and his own dedicated teleportation circle, they treated him with great courtesy. As time passed, they noticed that this young man did not exhibit any airs due to his association with Jaina. On the contrary, he humbly sought knowledge in areas unfamiliar to him and showed respect to everyone, regardless of their rank. Even when encountering apprentices seeking guidance, he would greet them with a warm smile. This behavior has left a profound impression on many in this world, where strength reigns supreme and social hierarchies are rigidly defined. It is evident that Yenwu, nurtured by the ideals of equality from a young age, has achieved remarkable results by treating everyone in such a manner. He has garnered the admiration of the entire Mage Tower. Consequently, each day, this young man is seen traversing the various levels of the tower, accompanied by a colossal wolf, seeking counsel from the leisurely mages on a multitude of inquiries. Over the course of 2 months, he has acquired extensive knowledge regarding the intricate relationship between magic and contracts, and he remains astounded by the extraordinary abilities of this world. When mages cast spells, they communicate with the myriad elements of the universe through specific incantations, orchestrating them in various configurations to yield spells of varying potency. Furthermore, the use of gemstones enables mages to more swiftly and effortlessly gather purer elements, thereby enhancing both the speed and power of their magic. There are 2 forms of contracts established by the primordial deity's decree, which no being, divine or otherwise, can contravene. The first type is the blood oath, a pact forged between individuals. As the name suggests, the master resonates with the contracted party through blood. Yet this necessitates the voluntary acceptance of the latter. Should the contracted individual resist, the agreement will fail. Coercively binding someone could result in severe repercussions for the master. Once the contract is successfully established, the master gains dominion over the contracted party, wielding authority over their life and death. The contractual party, bound by the force of the rules, is unable to resist, even if commanded to act against their own will, and must passively acquiesce. The second type is the rune contract, which may only be entered into by humans and beings beyond humanity. Any breach of this contract incurs the punitive wrath of the governing rules. If the contractor perishes, the contracted creature also meets the same fate, evoking a sense of dread in Yenwu. It is profoundly unjust for the innocent contracted beings to be deprived of their lives simply due to the death of their contractors. In this world, wildlife is categorized into 7 distinct ranks: beginner, intermediate, advanced, legendary, ancient, sacred beast, and beast deity. Take, for instance, the Shadow Moon Wolf, which epitomizes the pinnacle of wildlife as a beast deity. Beginner-level creatures consist primarily of wild carnivorous animals, such as wolves, tigers, and leopards, beings that forage driven by instinct. Novice swordsmen or magic apprentices often practice their skills on these creatures, whose contract runes are of the most basic white hue. Intermediate creatures possess a degree of intelligence and exhibit some evolved abilities. The wind wolf, for instance, can harness the wind element to enhance its speed and agility, while also conjuring wind blades, potent magical slashes. Their contract runes are green. Advanced creatures boast intelligence comparable to that of humans. The earth bear serves as a prime example of this category, inherently favored by the earth and endowed with formidable strength. They proficiently wield powerful earth-based magic known for its robust defenses. Only a Magus-level individual stands a chance against an adult earth bear, and their contract runes are of a higher blue variant. Legendary beasts are exceedingly rare, as those that attain such status are few. Upon exiting the forest, Yanwu encountered an earth spirit resembling a rhinoceros, a creature that transcends the natural food chain and typically has no natural enemies. To forge a contract with such legendary beings, a strong bond must exist. Otherwise, the agreement must be enforced, akin to how 5 powerful individuals nearing the sacred domain compelled the Shadow Moon Wolf into a contract. For an individual to sign a contract, only a being of the sacred domain holds a chance of success, with their contract runes being purple. Ancient-grade monstrosities can only be found within the pages of books. Behemoths such as the Behemoth and the Tarrasque are examples of entities that have existed for an extraordinarily long time, possessing colossal forms and apocalyptic powers. Their contract runes are orange. Sacred beasts are even rarer. At this stage, they can conceal their true nature and live in a different ordinary form. For instance, the Shadow Moon Wolf typically manifests as a wolf over 2 meters tall. It can instantly reveal its true self when the moment calls for it. Their whereabouts remain a mystery. They could be at the ends of the earth or perhaps right beside us, traversing the continent at will. By this stage, few creatures pose a threat to them. Their contract runes are dark golden, although this is merely conjectured, as no accounts exist of any powerful being having successfully contracted a sacred beast. Lastly, we arrive at the apex of the beast hierarchy, the beast deity. Before me stands an individual, engrossed in his mobile device due to sheer boredom. This being, often revered as a god, is in essence not divine, but rather a formidable entity, the sole creature capable of comprehending the fundamental rules of creation. He remains untouched by the world's myriad influences. Filth cannot taint his fur, flames cannot scorch his skin, poisons cannot erode his body, and the tumult of the mind cannot sway his resolve. In simpler terms, he possesses an immunity to magic. His covenant rune is of a resplendent purple-gold hue. As observed by Yanwu, a thought then crossed his mind. When we first met, the covenant rune you bestowed upon me was orange, and upon evolution, it transformed into purple gold. Was there perhaps an omitted stage in between? Yanwu recalled the tiered evolution of beasts. I am the Shadow Moon Wolf, favored child of the moon goddess. We do not require a gradual progression through the stages of evolution. Millennia ago, shortly after my birth, I witnessed a newborn wolf directly evolve into a sacred beast. We do not need to consume one another's cores or toil diligently in training. The mere comprehension of our own rules suffices for evolution. The Shadow Moon Wolf remarked with a certain nonchalance. Yet Yanwu astutely discerned a rare flicker of sorrow in his eyes when the subject of the young wolf arose. I sense a profound connection between you and this newborn wolf, Yanwu stated, gazing into the eyes of the Shadow Moon Wolf. The covenant does not deceive. At the mention of the young wolf, a surge of inner tumult was unmistakably confirmed within the Shadow Moon Wolf. He cast his gaze downward, exhaling a deep sigh. That was my brother. Might you share the tale of your brother with me? Yanwu set his book aside, crossed his legs, and leaned against the bookshelf, for they were presently in the library of the tower. Alas, the Shadow Moon Wolf sighed once more, deeply. Upon our birth, Shadow Moon Wolves inherit fragments of our parents' knowledge. Thus, we are endowed with memories and wisdom from the outset. A defining trait of the Shadow Moon Wolf clan is that all members, regardless of their tier, shall ascend to become beast gods upon grasping their unique rules. I recall that 5 months after my birth, my parents welcomed a younger brother. On the very day following his birth, he comprehended the rules that belonged to him. However, due to his recent arrival into the world, his time for understanding the rules was all too brief. Despite having inherited portions of our parents' memories, he remained unable to fully grasp certain laws, resulting in his evolution to the rank of a sacred beast rather than a beast god. For a Shade Moon Wolf, this was the most unfortunate event. Yet, he did not succumb to despair. Rather, he commenced his training with the same fervor as ordinary beasts. Unfortunately, a war broke out among the divine beings, and the moon goddess sought the aid of our Shade Moon Wolf clan. All beast deities followed her into battle, including my parents. However, my headstrong brother, disregarding the pleas of both me and our parents, chose to join the fray. The outcome was dire, due to treachery from within. The moon goddess was defeated, and our clan was implicated, with my parents meeting a tragic fate. At that time, I, possessing only the strength of a high-tier beast, managed to escape under my brother's protection. He bore grave injuries, and ultimately, when the pursuers closed in, he summoned all his strength to tear open a rift in space, pushing me through. I could only watch helplessly as the rift slowly sealed, powerless to save anything. Upon awakening, I found myself on this continent, unable to hear the moon goddess's guidance, yet I sensed her presence remained, for my talent persisted. As long as the moonlight shone, I would possess boundless strength and vitality. However, from that moment onward, I lost the ability to comprehend my own rules. Remembering my brother, I diligently resumed my training, progressing step by step, feeling as though he was by my side. By the time I encountered you, I had reached an ancient level of power. Surprisingly, I regained the ability to comprehend my own rules, thus advancing to the rank of beast deity. Yenwu. The Shade Moon Wolf turned to Yenwu, speaking earnestly. Before you stands not merely Sa Wu, the Shade Moon Wolf, but my brother, my parents, and the entirety of the Shade Moon Wolf clan. Yenwu gazed deeply into the wolf's eyes, which, once filled with disdain, now shone with unwavering resolve and a hint of sorrow. Previously, Yenwu perceived him as a king, proud, imposing, and immensely powerful. Yet, now Yenwu truly understood that he was indeed a rightful king, not solely for his strength, but because he bore the weight of his family's deep-seated vendetta, having lost the moon goddess's favor and endured millennia of suffering and solitude. Nevertheless, he did not falter. He fiercely resisted fate, even if his ultimate adversary would be the supreme deity. Everything will be all right. We are friends, and I will do my utmost to assist you. Yenwu declared earnestly, meeting the Shade Moon Wolf's gaze. Thank you. The Shade Moon Wolf responded, a rare sincerity in his tone. I feel reassured knowing you hold some disdain for me, Yenwu joked. The Shade Moon Wolf paused, and then the two exchanged smiles, man and wolf, devoid of ulterior motives. Only mutual respect and trust. Such was the purest form of connection. Yenwu, today the king will attend a sacrificial ceremony at the church, and Alsace will lead the knights of the temple for security. Would you like to meet him? Atop the mage tower, Jaina stood before a mirror, adjusting her robes. Can I truly go? After all, I possess no significant title. Yenwu stood by the window, surveying the bustling imperial capital, where the sun gradually ascended from the distant mountains, dispelling the dense clouds. Another day dawned. With me present, there is no need for concern. Jaina waved her staff, summoning a surge of azure energy as she stepped forth. Shall we depart? Yenwu exchanged a glance with Ingwe Wolf before both entered the magical circle. The Grand Church, a sect devoted to the worship of the sun god, originated from the Kane Empire and now has branches in various nations. They teach the populace to pursue goodness, fostering positivity and integrity in conduct. Employing light-based spells to banish evil and save souls, the founder, Helios, was the esteemed mentor of Almond Kane, the emperor who established the Kane Empire. Renowned for his integrity and formidable power, Helios founded the Sun God Church after the empire's inception, praying for the fallen warriors and guiding others towards righteousness. Since the empire's establishment, few have dared to rebel, and the populace has thrived, much owing to the influence of Helios's Sun God Church. Today marks the 50th anniversary of the Sun God Church and symbolizes 50 years since the founding of the Kane Empire. At such times, regardless of the pressing state affairs, the king must attend the annual sacrificial ceremony, a testament to his respect for his mentor. At this moment, a tall man clad in heavy armor stood in the church's courtyard, his golden hair and flowing cape gently swaying. He wielded an oversized warhammer, intricately inscribed with mysterious runes. The hammer swayed in his grasp, reflecting his palpable excitement. A surge of blue energy illuminated his resolute and handsome visage, causing him to stride forward confidently. Jaina, you have arrived. Yenwu opened his eyes at the sound, a familiar face materializing before him. Arthas, he exclaimed, astonished at the striking paladin. Indeed, we have come. Has the sacrificial rite commenced? Jaina stepped forward, embracing Arthas warmly. Not yet, but it is imminent. The archbishop is prepared, Arthas replied gently, lowering his gaze. Ahem. Yenwu deliberately cleared his throat, drawing the two close individuals back to reality. I'm still here. Yenwu. I sincerely apologize for neglecting you at our first meeting. Arthas earnestly offered his apology, and Yenwu instantly perceived the noble character of this Prince of Lordaeron. Sometimes, a person's integrity can be revealed through the smallest gestures, and Arthas was genuinely remorseful, despite having committed no wrongdoing. Such a visage stands in stark contrast to the chilling and terrifying Lich King. Fear not. Allow me to introduce you to my friend, the Shadow Moon Wolf, Sa Wu. Yenwu smiled as he presented the Shadow Moon Wolf to Arthas. Greetings, I am Arthas. I am profoundly grateful for your protection of Yin Wu throughout our journey. Arthas sincerely expressed his gratitude to the Shadow Moon Wolf. Yin Wu then regarded the anxious Shadow Moon Wolf with a complex mixture of emotions. When did you become so humble towards others? All right, Yin Wu, we must take our leave. This place holds no business for us. We merely need to observe from the outside. Jaina cast a gentle glance at Arthas as she stepped out of the Grand Cathedral alongside Yin Wu and the Shadow Moon Wolf. Although she claimed it was a shortcut, Yin Wu understood that a significant part of her motivation stemmed from her desire to see Arthas. In truth, Arthas was not as leisurely as Lae'zel had suggested. As a pillar of the Grand Cathedral, he was burdened with numerous responsibilities. Meanwhile, Jaina, as the Empire's chief sorceress, though not as overwhelmed as Arthas, found little time for leisure. Nevertheless, she could choose to indulge in idleness if she so desired, allowing her to enjoy tranquil days. Consequently, the two seldom had the opportunity to meet, but today, Jaina was determined not to let this moment slip away. The streets were now teeming with people, celebrating a day of national jubilation. On this occasion, the populace paused their work, except for those in critical roles, and everyone was granted a 3-day respite. Children frolicked amidst the crowd, while enterprising vendors navigated through with an array of snacks, their spirits lifted by the knowledge that their nation had weathered 50 years of trials under the illustrious Emperor Elman-Kane. Their excitement heightened at the sight of the nation's chief sorceress, Miss Jaina, prompting them to gaze upward and chant her name in unison. At that moment, Jaina, Yin Wu, and the Shadow Moon Wolf hovered above, perched on a platform of ice conjured from water elements. Jaina waved at the crowd below, inciting even greater cheers. However, Yin Wu was oblivious to the adulation, standing on the transparent ice surface with a palpable fear of heights, gripping the Shadow Moon Wolf's fur tightly as his legs trembled. The Shadow Moon Wolf regarded him with disdain and, exasperated, magically lifted him onto its back, alleviating his embarrassment. Soon after, the air resonated with the sounds of magical salutes, and Yin Wu spotted a procession approaching in the distance. Leading the way, Arthas emerged at the forefront of a squadron of cavalry clad in white armor, forming a vast encirclement around the Grand Cathedral. Each horseman bore a massive blue rune akin to a shield on their backs, dispersing droplets of blue energy into the air with their movements. These intricate energy runes, crafted by me, were designed to absorb a portion of damage equivalent to that of a sanctum-level force. When combined, these runes could coalesce to form a barrier capable of withstanding full sanctum-level intensity. Moreover, they contained a wind-based magical array, enabling swifter charges and a lighter ride. What do you think? Jaina inquired proudly, gesturing toward the magnificent magical runes. Indeed, they are breathtaking, Yin Wu praised, and soon after, he received a light tap on the head from a wand. Though Jaina did not exert much force, so it did not hurt. In the distance, a procession of people and horses gradually approached, and the crowd immediately bowed in respect, chanting the name of the Kane Empire. In the midst of it all, Yin Wu caught sight of the founding emperor, Armen-Kane, seated in an opulently decorated carriage. 50 years had passed. The once vigorous and dashing king had transformed into a venerable old monarch with graying hair, esteemed and beloved by his people. Naturally, the old king spotted Jaina hovering in the air and waved in her direction, to which she responded with a slight nod. Then, the old king's gaze fell upon Yin Wu, who stood beside Jaina atop a massive dire wolf, prompting him to observe a moment longer. Feeling the king's scrutiny, Yin Wu mimicked the gesture, bowing deeply. He was not Jaina and dared not merely nod. His attention was soon drawn to a young man riding a splendidly adorned horse, who was none other than the apprentice he had conversed with at the Royal Research Institute. Yin Wu exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, the young man was clad in an extravagant robe, flanked by two similarly attired middle-aged men, all closely following the king's carriage and protected by surrounding soldiers, clearly indicating their high status. The young man also noticed Yin Wu, visibly surprised, pointing at him with his mouth agape while whispering something to the old king, who occasionally glanced in his direction. As a result, noticing the young man's actions, everyone turned their heads to look at Yin Wu, who stood beside Jaina on the enormous direwolf. Curiosity filled the air as they wondered about the identity of the young man who could stand alongside the Grand Sorceress. Observing the direwolf, its colossal size made it appear as a formidable beast, yet it followed the young man docilely, causing the crowd to murmur. What status does that young man hold to stand with the Grand Sorceress? One individual inquired of a companion. I don't know. Perhaps he is the Grand Sorceress's apprentice? Another shrugged. What do you know? The Grand Sorceress never takes on apprentices. I believe that young man is certainly a powerful figure. A friend of the Grand Sorceress. A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard crossed his arms confidently. How can you be so sure? You've never seen him before. Someone questioned. Look at that wolf. Who among you has seen a wolf of such size? And with silver stripes, it is certainly no ordinary creature. For that young man to possess such a wolf and stand alongside the Grand Sorceress, do you think he is just an ordinary person? The middle-aged man asserted with conviction. Well, he does have a point. The crowd immediately rallied behind his perspective, filling the middle-aged man with pride. For the first time, under the gaze of so many, Yen Wu felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, unsure of where to direct his eyes. Akin to a novice stepping onto a stage. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air, aimed directly at the old king, only to be deflected by a nearby temple knight with a swift thrust of his spear. Assassin! Someone shouted, and chaos erupted among the crowd, the scene descending into turmoil. Everyone, remain calm. The royal guard, protect the citizens. The Knights Templar, restore order. Ensure the evacuation of those incapable of fighting. True to his character, the old king remained unperturbed by the sudden turn of events, issuing commands with remarkable composure. The Knights Templar regrouped to shield the king and the prince. At the command of Alsace, all the knights converged, chanting incantations, their blue runes swiftly expanding to form a semicircular barrier that enveloped those around the king. Thanks to the king's adept leadership, the situation was quickly brought under control. The assassin likely never anticipated such a rapid stabilization, their plan to strike amid the chaos thwarted. Then, a piercing shriek sliced through the air from a distant corner, and several dark figures appeared in the sky, swiftly descending upon them, 9 in total. Yen Wu gasped, recognizing 5 of them as familiar faces, the very individuals who had attempted to coerce a pact with the Shadow Moon Wolves in the Shadow Moon Forest. How fortuitous. There was no need to seek them out. They would be dealt with all at once. The Shadow Moon Wolves were seething with rage and intent to kill. The 7 figures did not hesitate, charging straight for the king, and a sound akin to shattering runes astonished the onlookers. This shield was capable of withstanding attacks of the sacred domain level, yet it shattered with a single blow. Instilling a dreadful realization among all present, the newcomers were all of the sacred domain. Those 5 have ascended to the sacred domain in such a short time? Yen Wu exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, standing beside him, Jinnah emanated a chilling aura, her icy presence palpable. Yen Wu understood. She was furious. It was no surprise. The assailants, fully aware of her presence, dared to attempt an assassination, dismissing her esteemed position as the chief archmage. Such audacity was unparalleled. With a fierce cry, Jinnah brandished her staff, summoning 5 colossal water elementals from thin air. The 5 water elementals quickly conjured basketball-sized spheres of water in their hands, and 10 pulsating energy orbs seamlessly merged into an arc-shaped wall of water, forcing the 9 sacred domain warriors back and creating a barrier between them and the Knights Templar, thus buying precious time for the knights to recharge their shields. Protect the king to the Grand Cathedral. With a singular command from Arthas, all the paladins commenced the protection of the king as he retreated to the Grand Cathedral. Meanwhile, the 9 sanctuaries grew increasingly anxious. Once the king was escorted to the cathedral, shielded by its architecture and bolstered by formidable individuals like Jaina and Arthas, the assassination mission would be rendered utterly futile. The sanctuaries exchanged furtive glances, and one among them launched a flare into the sky. Subsequently, 4 powerful sanctuaries surged towards the retreating former king. These 4 were the very ones who had previously attempted to coerce the signing of the Shadow Moon Pact in the forest, including the formidable sanctuary warrior known as Black Bear, who confronted the water elemental giant. Once again, we meet. Jaina cast her levitation spell and positioned herself directly in front of the 4 assailants. Her icy gaze, radiating a chilling blue light, struck immediate fear into the hearts of the 4 sanctuaries before her, renowned for her prowess. The mere mention of Jaina's name was enough to instill trepidation. Yet, duty called, and they could not falter. Gritting their teeth, they exchanged resolute glances. The diminutive sanctuary warrior, who had nearly slain Yen Wu, vanished swiftly into the air, while the remaining 3 sanctuary mages conjured protective shields, their lips moving rapidly as 3 fiery projectiles hurtled toward Jaina. With a slight furrow of her brow, Jaina raised her hand, unleashing a frigid aura that engulfed one of the sanctuary mages, causing the temperature to plummet dramatically. His shield shattered instantaneously. and he was transformed into a solid block of ice. The two adjacent mages were immediately caught in the aftermath. The seemingly feeble ice elements tore through their shields, relentlessly assaulting their bodies, inflicting excruciating pain that elicited anguished cries from the two sanctuary mages. Frost Nova? Yen Wu gazed in astonishment at the sanctuary warrior encased in ice, realizing he was the primary target of Frost Nova, enduring the brunt of its devastating impact. Upon resurrecting Jaina, Yen Wu's foremost intention was to define her as a master of ice magic, and the Lich's Frost Nova was the first skill he bestowed upon her. Given her complete mastery of ice spells, she stood in stark contrast to the Fire Lord Ragnaros. At one point, Yen Wu even whimsically altered Jaina's title to Ice Queen, but he soon deemed it overly juvenile and reverted it back. It was his first encounter with the enchanting magic of the Frost Nova in reality, an experience that took him by surprise. The range, effect, and damage of this Frost Nova were astonishingly formidable. Subsequently, Jaina wielded her staff, unleashing two massive orbs of frost, each the size of a wash basin, hurtling towards the two saint-level warriors, who were rendered sluggish by the cold. As the icy projectiles swiftly approached, despair and terror filled the eyes of the two men. Their saint-level shields were shattered in a single strike. In that moment, they truly grasped the significance of the title held by the Empire's chief archmage. In a frantic bid for survival, they conjured yet another layer of shields in a desperate attempt to secure their last hope of escape. However, the seemingly solid barriers crumbled effortlessly beneath the weight of the frost orbs. The shield shattered, and the two saint-level mages could only express a fleeting look of horror before being struck by the icy projectiles, transforming into mere blocks of ice. Within the span of a brief tea break, three of the ultimate powerhouses known across the continent were reduced to frozen remnants, rolling carelessly upon the ground, plunging the five saint-level warriors facing the water elementals into utter despair. Their morale plummeted to an all-time low. A chilling sound akin to glass shattering sent shivers down Yen Wu's spine. Turning to look, he saw the diminutive saint-level warrior staring in terror at Jaina from his gaze. Yen Wu perceived a profound disbelief. Ascending to the ranks of a saint-level warrior did not grant one the privilege to be arrogant. Jaina coldly regarded the small assassin and spoke slowly. Then, as the saint assassin's eyes widened in terror, the surrounding chill quickly coalesced within his body. Soon, his pupils constricted sharply, his complexion turned ashen, and he fell helplessly to the ground, his blood frozen by the frigid air, leaving no chance for survival. Fool! The black bear, engaged in combat with the water elementals, berated angrily. With the three saint-level mages preoccupied, that diminutive assassin, possessing saint-level power, could have easily eliminated the old king. Had the task been completed, everyone could have retreated. Yet, in a moment of folly, that imbecile attempted to assassinate Jaina. Merely contending with these five water elementals was already a formidable challenge. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence understood just how powerful she truly was. What a pity. A grand opportunity has been squandered, and a life lost in the process. The five domain-level warriors, hindered by the water elementals, found themselves in a state of utter helplessness. For they were warriors without the presence of any mage. The water elemental giant, being merely a manifestation of water, was impervious to physical assaults, which inflicted minimal damage. Even their martial energy proved ineffective against it. Moreover, with Jaina's formidable magical support, the water elementals they had laboriously dispersed replenished themselves in an instant. Conversely, the streams of water coalesced by the elementals possessed lethal force, overwhelming even the mightiest of domain-level bodies. Additionally, the water elementals enveloped themselves in a frosty armor, rendering physical strikes akin to battering against steel, while the chilling currents impeded their speed. Consequently, the five domain warriors could only adopt a defensive stance, unable to breach the barrier posed by the water elementals, even during fleeting moments of respite. At this juncture, Yen Wu, who could have assisted Jaina in her disruptive endeavors, remained still, for the Shadow Moon Wolf cautioned him of an individual lurking in the shadows, seeking an opportune moment. However, this unknown entity seemed wary of Yen Wu, who hovered in the air, hence both remained motionless. Ordinary soldiers were rendered irrelevant in such a high-stakes confrontation. They had been ordered to escort non-combatants to safety. Meanwhile, Arthas and his paladin order were bound to protect the king and could not engage in battle. Jaina's magical prowess was so overwhelming that any action on her part might endanger even the king. Thus, Yen Wu's narrowly effective abilities came into play. Soon, however, His focus was disrupted as he perceived numerous distant figures emerging, 12 individuals, to be precise, evidently responding to the earlier signal flare for reinforcements. Alarm surged through Yen Wu as he realized these 12 were advancing directly towards him. In a panic, he exclaimed for everyone to flee. The Shadow Moon Wolf promptly leaped from several meters above, causing Yen Wu's heart to leap into his throat. In a moment of dread, Yen Wu recalled the concealed individual. Suddenly, a shattering noise erupted as the shield conjured by the paladin order was breached. A short figure clad in black attire appeared within their ranks, close enough to touch the king. At that moment, the king had reached the Grand Cathedral's entrance. Arthas dashed forward, although only a few steps lay between them. Time was of the essence, as the assassin's dagger lunged towards the king's throat. In an instant, a hammer radiating crimson light hurtled towards the assassin with astonishing speed, halting just as the dagger grazed the king's skin. "He is unconscious," Yen Wu shouted. Before his words could fade, Arthas swung the hammer, and when the assassin opened his eyes, a colossal rune-embedded hammer loomed before him, rapidly enlarging. With a thunderous crash, the diminutive figure was sent flying several meters away, akin to a golf ball struck in flight. A civilian dwelling lay in ruins, its fate uncertain. Yen Wu had no time to celebrate, for the 12 individuals had already descended to the ground. Fortunately, the king had been safely transported to the Grand Cathedral. With no concerns lingering behind, Alsace led the Knights Templars swiftly towards the recently landed 12. Among them was a sanctum mage, a holy sorcerer, and the rest were all formidable magisters. The assembly was indeed formidable. This may well be the assassin's contingency plan. A squad composed entirely of mages lacks the capability for assassination, and they appear poised for a direct assault. 2 archmages rushed towards Yen Wu, oblivious to the greater threat posed by the beast god, the Shadow Moon Wolf. "Do not charge forward. Beware of that wolf," bellowed the black bear, engaged in a struggle with a water elemental. Yet, it was too late. Before the 2 archmages could stabilize their stance, the Shadow Moon Wolf had already reached them, delivering a devastating blow that shattered the skull of one mage, twisting his body and extinguishing his life. The other archmage barely had time to display a look of terror before the next strike descended. The 2 archmages were swiftly dispatched, and only then did everyone on the battlefield notice the colossal wolf beneath the young man's command. "You engage the holy knights. I shall confront that wolf," declared the leader of the 11 domain mages. No sooner had he spoken than he soared through the air, and before he touched the ground, a fireball the size of a basin hurtled towards the Shadow Moon Wolf, igniting everything in its path. The fireball spell, though one of the most elementary magics, is also among the most frequently employed due to its simplicity in elemental arrangement, ease of learning, low mana consumption, and swift casting time, with its potency directly proportional to the caster's abilities. A fireball from a domain mage possesses a force comparable to that of a high-level spell cast by a holy mage, with temperatures capable of instantly melting steel. Yet, astonishingly, when this fireball, boasting a temperature of 3,000 degrees Celsius, struck the Shadow Moon Wolf, it merely erupted into a small spark, scorching a significant portion of the floor around it, leaving both the man and the wolf unharmed. The domain mage's eyes widened in disbelief, a foreboding sensation rising within him, yet his incantation did not falter. With a wave of his staff, 6 basin-sized fireballs surged forth in unison. In response to the heat radiating from the 6 fireballs, the 2 nearby archmages were compelled to activate their magical shields for defense. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. 6 tiny sparks erupted upon the Shadow Moon Wolf, further darkening the floor around him. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The intensity of the 6 fireballs compelled even the archmage to raise a protective shield. The force of those fireballs crashing directly upon one's body was unimaginable. Yet, the wolf and its rider remained unscathed. The young man atop the wolf leisurely brushed off the smoldering remnants clinging to its fur, showing no regard for the sanctified mage before him. "Are you attempting to incinerate the ground and suffocate us?" he mockingly taunted, entirely unfazed by the earlier sight of the incoming fireballs that had nearly rendered him unconscious with fear. The taunt had its desired effect. As the archmage's face flushed with rage, he planted his staff firmly before him and began to chant a spell in a low voice. In a moment, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, and bolts of lightning roared within them. Suddenly, a glowing red magical hammer hurtled through the air at breakneck speed, striking with a resounding thud. The magical energy coalescing around the archmage dissipated in an instant. Blood gushed from his mouth as he staggered, ultimately collapsing to the ground. The ominous clouds above gradually faded away, revealing a splendid clear sky. This exemplified the advantage of psychological warfare, capable of rendering even a seasoned mage irrational in an instant. Filled with pride, Yen Wu boasted to the Shadow Moon Wolf. However, upon glancing down, he was met with the resplendent crimson glow of the wolf's eyes. An embarrassment washed over him. It turned out this was not his doing. Indeed, at the moment of Yen Wu's mockery, the Shadow Moon Wolf had identified the Archmage's psychological weakness, utilizing the power of the soul to provoke a state of extreme rage, which led the Archmage to unleash his ultimate spell without even activating his shield. Interrupted by Yen Wu's Stormhammer, the spell was abruptly curtailed, and the backlash of magic severely wounded him. At that moment, the fate of the Archmage was uncertain, but he was undoubtedly stripped of his combat capability. Meanwhile, the Holy Mage and the remaining Archmages had been captured by the Temple Knights. In the hands of these knights, who wielded magical runes, the Archmages were rendered akin to ordinary individuals unable to fly, with only the Holy Mage possessing a slight chance of retaliation, yet, even that was minimal. As one of the few elite forces of the Kane Empire, the Temple Knights existed under the utmost secrecy. In the records of other nations, they were merely a name, shrouded in mystery regarding their unique abilities. By a twist of fate, a formidable battalion of mages encountered the Temple Knights, who were specifically adept at countering magic. Aside from misfortune, Yen Wu could find no other words to describe their plight. Ultimately, only the 5 remaining domain masters, still entangled in battle with the water elemental giant, were left. Realizing that all hope was lost, they began to feel the encroaching doom as they were gradually surrounded. The warriors exchanged glances, and suddenly, the black bear roared, "Domain! Nightmare!" A mass of dark, cloth-like substance surged forth from his body, enveloping an area of several hundred meters. Darkness engulfed the onlookers, akin to being cast into a void, with the viscous black matter clinging to them with an overwhelming tenacity. Everyone's movements had slowed, and Yen Wu found it exceedingly difficult to lift his arm, as if he were burdened by a sticky mass of maltose. What kind of power is this? Yen Wu inquired with a hint of trepidation. His mind was remarkably clear, yet he could perceive nothing, not even the shadowy moon wolf beneath him. Every gesture felt laborious, reminiscent of a nightmare that instilled a sense of helplessness and despair. This was the force of the rules comprehended by humanity upon entering the sacred domain, a phenomenon known as the realm. Within this realm, one becomes the sovereign of the territory. All within its confines are entirely subjugated by the master. This is a law, and even I, immune to magic, am powerless. The Shadow Moon Wolf remarked calmly. Are we, then, left to await our demise? Yen Wu asked urgently, realizing that even his most trusted body was beyond his control, a truly harrowing despair for humanity. There is no alternative, unless we have a powerful being from the sacred domain to open their own realm to counteract this. Otherwise, no one will. Why have you come over? The Shadow Moon Wolf, who had been speaking in a calm and somber tone, suddenly elevated his voice in astonishment. This rule bears no effect on me. Gianna, radiating a serene blue light, strolled into view, particularly radiant in the darkness. Arthas, Gianna called out, and a tall figure emanating a yellow glow approached. He raised his hand and cast 2 purifications, and immediately, Yen Wu and the Shadow Moon Wolf discovered they could move again and perceive their surroundings clearly. Can it be that the rules are being disregarded? The Shadow Moon Wolf asked, astonished. What further shocked him was that the 5 water elementals continued to engage the 5 beings of the sacred domain. Even the summoned creatures seemed to defy the rules. No wonder everyone was affected by the realm, yet no one suffered. It turned out that the 5 beings of the sacred domain had not escaped the grasp of the 5 water elementals. Remarkably, these 5 summoned entities had compelled the so-called apex warriors of the world to engage in combat within the realm, and yet it bore no fruit. This time, everyone has come to realize just how terrifying this magnificent sorcerer, who embodies both beauty and strength, truly is. Meanwhile, the Holy Knight, who has consistently spread joy and love among the populace, demonstrated that his purification transcends all rules. The black bear, having activated its domain, cast a fearsome gaze upon the still agile Arthas, who approached each individual, unleashing wave after wave of purification, liberating everyone from his domain. A profound sense of helplessness washed over them. Even the mightiest forces of the Holy Realm could not prevail against such extraordinary beings from another world. Their fighting spirit had waned, especially since the king had safely entered the Grand Cathedral. This mission had already failed, and now their only concern was how to flee. The Templar Knights had encircled them, while Arthas and Jaina loomed nearby, along with the swift Shadow Moon Wolf, ridden by a youth who seemed inconsequential, just an ordinary person. The 5 individuals surveyed the gathered crowd with solemnity, yet each time they caught their own reflection in the gazes of others, they felt the sting of disdain, which left Yen Wu feeling quite unsettled. How dare they look down upon me? Yen Wu grumbled under his breath, raising his hand to strike a hammer blow towards the black bear, who was trembling in confrontation with the water elementals. Instantly, the black bear was momentarily dazed, struck by several jets of water that slammed him to the ground. Seizing the moment, Jaina unleashed a blast of frigid frost upon him, and in an instant, a human-shaped ice block took form. Following that, a torrent of water crashed against the ice, shattering it into a flurry of frozen flesh and blood that splattered everywhere. Witnessing the black bear's swift demise, the 4 exchanged glances filled with resignation and despair. "We surrender. We will not fight any longer," one of them cried out, resulting in an abrupt cessation of hostilities. With a wave of her staff, Jaina commanded, "Conjure the anti-magic shackles and escort them away." The 4 powerful beings, along with the fate-uncertain domain sorcerer, were deliberately confined within a cage crafted from runes, rendering them utterly powerless. Behind them followed a holy mage and the remaining 8 sorcerers, as they were marched in a grand procession towards the palace. The battlefield was left scarred and battered, but due to the expansive site designated for the ritual, the damage to property was not overly dire, with only a few civilian houses destroyed, which could be compensated later. Apart from some citizens still shaken by the ordeal and the disrupted sacrificial ceremony, no further issues arose. Within the vast council chamber, the king sat alone upon his throne, deep in contemplative thought, his somber visage reflecting his troubled state. A flash of blue light heralded the arrival of Jaina, accompanied by Yen Wu and the Shadow Moon Wolf, prompting the aged king to raise his head upon sensing their presence. The residual blue energy illuminated his weathered face. "The great sorcerer," the old king exclaimed, rising from his seat to express his respect for Jaina. "Your Majesty." Yen Wu bowed respectfully to the king, relieved that the customs of this kingdom did not require him to kneel, for that would have posed a considerable challenge. "No need for such formalities, young man. What is your name? Had it not been for you today, I might have met my demise." The king said kindly, "I am Yen Wu, your Majesty. It is my duty to assist you. Your life holds far greater importance." Yen Wu replied earnestly, flattering the king. "Regardless, my life is now in your debt. Should you wish for anything, feel free to ask, except for the crown upon my head. I shall endeavor to fulfill your request." The king remarked, half seriously, half jokingly, "Then, might I request some land?" Yen Wu thought of the diminished Beastman Hall and realized he needed a space to accommodate it. "Land, you say?" The king's brow furrowed immediately, causing Yen Wu's heart to race. Observing the king's expression, he surmised that perhaps his request was a tad excessive. "It is not that I am unwilling to grant it, but all taxable lands already have owners. It is exceedingly difficult to ask them to relinquish their land without cause." The king said, somewhat troubled. "I see." Yen Wu exhaled deeply. He then gleaned some insight from the king's words. "So, there remain lands that do not yield taxes?" He keenly seized upon the implication. "Indeed, since the establishment of the empire, there has been much uncultivated land left due to poor accessibility. I have long encouraged my people to cultivate these wild areas, yet none have shown interest, regrettably. I had to abandon this initiative," the king replied. "Then, your Majesty, you stand before a most suitable candidate." Yen Wu proclaimed, excitement in his voice. "Are you truly willing to venture forth?" The king scrutinized the young man, perplexed by his intentions, while others would shy away from such endeavors. This young man was eager to develop the untamed territories. "Absolutely," Yen Wu asserted resolutely. The king glanced at Gianna, who maintained her smile, revealing no sign of discontent. "This is no mere gift. You are doing me a tremendous service." The king's brow relaxed slightly as he unfurled a map upon the table. "This is the map of the empire. To the southwest lies the territory of the Sunset Empire, and directly west of that is the Shadow Moon Forest. The southeast is home to the Roman Empire, while the central region among the 3 nations is the battlefield of death, where the Sunset Empire and the Roman Empire once clashed in war. To the north of the empire lies the domain of the Beastmen, a wild and desolate land. Consequently, the vast northern regions of the empire are somewhat barren. West of the wild lands is the Shadow Forest, said to be the dwelling place of the White Elves. To the east lies the Valley of Deathfire, a canyon ablaze throughout the year, rumored to be an entrance to the abyss, inhabited by formidable demons. The king traced an imaginary line on the map with his hand, declaring, "Here." He halted his hand over a section located at the northern boundary of the empire. This is precisely what I referred to earlier. These areas near the frontier, influenced by the wilderness, remain unplowed and untouched. He continued, "If you desire, I shall grant you the entirety of this land, along with tax exemptions." Yen Wu gazed at the small area, his heart racing with excitement. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous bestowal." Without having surveyed the land, Yen Wu bowed deeply in gratitude, preemptively marking the uncharted territory as his own. "Excellent. Tomorrow, I shall convene a meeting here to inform all officials of this matter and bestow upon you the rewards you rightfully deserve." The king, having resolved a long-standing dilemma, appeared quite pleased. However, recalling the events of the day, his expression darkened once more. "Great mage, have you uncovered the truth?" he inquired in as calm a tone as possible. "This is their testimony, Your Majesty. Please, take a look." Gianna produced a document from seemingly nowhere and handed it to the king. Yen Wu observed that with each page the king turned, his expression grew increasingly grave, until finally, his countenance became so dark it seemed to drip with foreboding. The Sunset Empire possesses such a multitude of domain-level powerhouses, 10 domain-level warriors, along with the Holy Magus and the Mage. Had it not been for the presence of Great Mage Gianna and Paladin Arthas, this formidable assembly could have extinguished my life countless times. The king scoffed, his disdain palpable as he hurled the testimony to the ground. In contrast to the furious king, Gianna remained unfazed. Not entirely so. Among the 10 domain-level warriors, including the second batch that arrived, there are 4 domain-level mages, the rest are warriors. While the Holy Magus and the Mage are indeed from the Sunset Empire, the other 9 domain-level individuals do not belong to it. I have encountered 5 of these domain-level figures before. They were merely reclusive wanderers until recently, having just ascended to the domain level. Thus they are not affiliated with any nation. We all know that the Sunset Empire cannot possibly possess domain-level warriors. In this realm where magic reigns supreme, attaining the status of a domain-level warrior is an arduous challenge. Therefore, the only plausible explanation is that these 4 domain-level powerhouses hail from the Roman Empire, a nation that venerates martial prowess and combat skills, making it feasible for them to possess domain-level warriors. Smaller nations cannot boast such powerhouses. This implies that the assassination plot was a collusion between the Sunset Empire and the Roman Empire. As for the 5 domain-level individuals, they may have been lured by certain enticing promises from these 2 nations to lend their aid. The reason their testimonies all cite the Sunset Empire could indicate another conspiracy against it, suggesting that those who wish to eliminate you are not united amongst themselves. Upon hearing Gianna's words, the king fell into silence. This was indeed grave news. Although the Empire of Sunset and the Roman Empire had suffered considerable losses in their recent conflict, they remained formidable powers whose strength could not be underestimated. However, now both nations had begun to turn their attention towards him, while they might still be covertly vying against one another. The prospect of eradicating this burgeoning great power could compel them to temporarily set aside their differences. Thus, all small and medium-sized nations may find themselves in trepidation before the might of these 2 powers, ceasing their collaborations. In such a scenario, confronted by formidable adversaries and left isolated, even some neighboring smaller states might resort to troublesome antics along their borders to curry favor with the 2 great nations. Every conceivable eventuality could unfold. The future promises to be an exceedingly rigorous trial. However, I bear good news. Gianna shifted her tone. "What?" The pondering king, lost in thought, failed to notice and merely asked instinctively. "All captured prisoners will serve the Empire. They have signed a covenant." Gianna dropped a bombshell. The king remained momentarily ensnared in contemplation. Yet soon after, a spark ignited in his eyes. "What did you say?" "Those prisoners are to serve the Empire." Upon receiving Gianna's affirmation, the king's furrowed brow instantly relaxed, his face illuminating with a glimmer of excitement and joy. This news, emanating from the lips of the Grand Sorcerer, undoubtedly rings true, igniting a wave of excitement within the heart of the king. It is essential to recognize that the Kane Empire has ascended to its current stature as a formidable power, capable of standing before the great nations of Roman and Sunset. Thanks to the 2 mages who have risen to the realm of the sacred domain. Now, with the imminent addition of 4 sacred domain powerhouses, alongside a holy mage and 8 other mages, the military prowess of the Kane Empire is poised to multiply exponentially. With the inclusion of these esteemed individuals, the king's confidence swells, dispelling the shadows that once clouded his mind, leaving him in a state of jubilation. Tomorrow, in the council chamber, I shall unveil this momentous news to all, the king proclaimed with laughter. He then softened his tone, addressing Gianna. If the Grand Sorcerer is free tomorrow, I would be delighted for his presence, and Yanu must certainly attend as well. I plan to bestow upon you a fitting reward. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yanu immediately bowed in gratitude. That evening, all the captives were settled into the Mage Tower. Now, you may commence your tasks. Gianna gestured to the individuals before her. We shall proceed at once, they replied, their heads bowed in resignation as they turned to leave. Yanu stood in astonishment as he observed the 4 sacred domain powerhouses dutifully donning aprons and masks, wielding brooms and claws as they made their way to the lower levels. Devoid of the fierce and combative aura they had exhibited during the day, as if they had transformed entirely, they had become janitors. Miss Gianna, the attire for Master Yanu's participation in the council has been prepared and awaits him in his chambers, announced an elderly gentleman clad in a butler's attire. Yanu was taken aback. Was this not the very sacred domain mage whose magic he had interrupted, resulting in a backlash? In his butler's garb, along with his advanced age, he indeed appeared quite the part. Very well, if there are no further matters, Robert, you may retire for the evening, Gianna said with a smile. Has he truly become a butler? Yanu exclaimed, gazing incredulously at the sacred domain mage named Robert. I find him quite capable of management. Besides, there is little for him to do here while he continues to recover from his injuries, so I have tasked him with overseeing some of the Mage Tower's affairs. Gianna replied nonchalantly. Will they not feel any resentment? After all, they once held a position of respect, even from the king. Yanu questioned, slightly perplexed. Yanu, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. The king respects them for their superior power, and they, in turn, regard me with respect because I possess greater strength than they do. In the face of absolute power, they will harbor not the slightest inclination to resist. Gianna responded gently. Moreover, I have inscribed a large gathering array within my chamber, ensuring that spiritual energy flows continuously into this space. They need not engage in cultivation here to gradually enhance their abilities, which is another reason for their compliance. Gianna remarked, I believe this is the true reason. Yanwu rolled his eyes and replied, in the royal palace of the Roman Empire, King Michael had spent the day managing state affairs and was now seated in his study, indulging in a book. This was his most leisurely moment of the day. Suddenly, the door to the study burst open, and a diminutive figure rushed in. Your Majesty, our mission has failed, the small man exclaimed with a woeful expression. What? Michael sprang to his feet, alarmed. What about our men? All 5 recruited sanctified warriors have perished. Rabina and the other 3 sanctified experts have been captured. The small man conveyed his despair. In an instant, Michael felt as though the entire world had collapsed around him. He could not fathom how 10 sanctified warriors could have met such a dire fate. How did you return? Michael's tone suddenly turned eerily calm. I was gravely injured by a paladin from the Kane Empire named Arthas. In the chaos of a collapsed building, they failed to notice my escape under the cover of night, the small man replied, his voice laced with exhaustion. Very well, I understand. You must be weary. Go and rest. Michael gestured dismissively. The small man bowed and exited. Go. Our plans have been exposed. He must bear the blame. Michael spoke into the air. But he is on the verge of advancing to sanctification. We have already lost 4 sanctified warriors. Is it not a pity to kill him? A shadow materialized in the air, quivering with unease. There is no alternative. Though I hold him in high regard, we must proceed thus, Michael replied, a hint of regret in his voice. The Kane Empire was rapidly advancing. Numerous small and medium-sized nations were engaging in political and trade relations with them, and I wish to avoid creating too many enemies. Following the battle at the Shadow City, we have incurred significant losses, including 2 sanctified warriors. Many internationally believe our strength has diminished compared to the past. The emergent Kane Empire is a promising ally, and now many seek to ally with them, Michael contemplated, gazing out the window, his expression shifting like the weather. However, those who ally with them are mostly weak nations, while those dependent on us far outnumber them. Why should we do this? The Shadow interjected. Alan, I need to conquer the Kane Empire with minimal losses, not confront them head-on like a brute. Gianna Proudmore. That enigmatic sorceress, possesses powers beyond our imagination. If we rely solely on the two sanctified mages of the Kane Empire, the assassination mission could easily succeed. Michael said, vexed. We require a scapegoat to mitigate international scrutiny, and as for the Sunset Empire, let them find their own solutions. Michael waved his hand, and the shadow surged and vanished. No. How could your majesty treat me this way? The diminutive figure shouted at the shadow before him. Outside the palace, he gazed incredulously at the dark silhouette. I am sorry, Gaius. It is the sovereign's command, and I am powerless. The shadow declared. No. Gaius bellowed, twisting his dagger, which transformed into a streak of light as it surged towards the shadow. Yet, a flash of darkness enveloped him, and he found himself soaring high, while below lay his own headless body rushing forward. Soon, all that remained was an abyss of darkness. At that moment, in the city of Sunset, the palace hovered majestically above, as Augustine stood at its edge, surveying the magical realm he had conjured. In the distance, the sky glowed a rich purple, illuminated by enchanted lamps. Your Majesty, the assassination attempt has failed. A colossal griffin descended from afar, carrying a figure who leapt down. The magical link between Mage Robble and the other sorcerers has been severed. What? Augustine's leisurely demeanor vanished, replaced by alarm. What transpired? There were 10 formidable beings of the sacred domain. How could they fail to escape? It is said that the 5 newly recruited champions of the sacred domain have perished, and the rest have been captured. The messenger replied, how is this possible? The Kane Empire possesses but 2 sorcerers of the sacred domain. Even with Gianna Protomore, 10 sacred domain champions, a sacred archmage, and 10 other sorcerers. How could they be overwhelmed? Augustine's countenance reflected disbelief. It is rumored that Gianna single-handedly withstood 9 of the sacred domain, while the sacred archmage and his 10 sorcerers were subdued by the enigmatic order of the Holy Knights. The messenger spoke cautiously. Gianna. The king fell into silence, gazing into the distance, his brow furrowed tightly. Convey my message. Mage Robble, along with sacred archmage Bard and 10 sorcerers, have defected. The Empire of Sunset has no ties with them. Will they believe us? We shall persevere. The following morning, Yin Wuxin stood trembling before the mirror, as Mage Robble of the sacred domain prepared to don his attire. The gown was adorned with an array of scattered embellishments, layered intricately and rather cumbersome. Yin Wu had never encountered such attire before, thus he relied on the assistance of others to don it. Do you still harbor resentment towards me? Yin Wu inquired cautiously. Young master, you overthink, replied Robert as he deftly adjusted the various edges and decorations of Yin Wu's outfit. I am but an ordinary man. Your prowess is not lacking. Rather, you have chosen the wrong opponent. Yin Wu glanced at the shadow moon wolf beside him, engrossed in its mobile device. Ever since the phone had come into the possession of this formidable being, it was perpetually charged. Yin Wu was curious how this entity transformed vast currents into a mere 5 volts to power it. This wolf possessed a remarkable intellect, and was not of any breed familiar to Yin Wu, seemingly endowed with formidable resistance to his magic. Robert regarded the wolf with intrigue, only to receive a profound, disdainful look in return. This is my companion, the Shadow Moon Wolf, Sahu, a beast of divine caliber. Yin Wu introduced. What? The Shadow Moon Wolf? Robert exclaimed, of divine caliber. Good heavens! Could it be that the rule he comprehended is resistance skin? No, he has mastered magical immunity, complete immunity. Yin Wu corrected him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Robert's brow as he suddenly felt a wave of trepidation. Had they been earnest in their endeavors? With the Shadow Moon Wolf's strength and swiftness, he could have lost his life in an instant. My apologies, Lord Beast God. Robert respectfully bowed to the Shadow Moon Wolf, who acknowledged with a slight nod before returning to his device. You carry yourself with undue arrogance. We must show respect to our elders, Yin Wu remarked. Indeed, respect for the elders is paramount. The Shadow Moon Wolf replied with a weighty undertone. Yin Wu suddenly recalled that this creature had lived for over 10 millennia and found himself momentarily speechless. Are you prepared? We may depart. Gianna announced as she entered with the chefs and custodians of the sanctuary, noticing Yin Wu clad in his formal attire. The complexity of the gown accentuated his slender shoulders. Quite dapper, indeed, she complimented. A stream of blue energy surged forth as the teleportation array was activated. Once everyone stepped inside, with a wave of her staff, Gianna made them vanish from the spot. In the king's council chamber, all officials had gathered, yet the king was still absent. In their idle moments, They discussed the assassination attempt from the previous day. A flash of blue light erupted as Gianna and the others materialized, instantly silencing the hall. So many formidable individuals have gathered here. Even though they deliberately conceal their presence, the aura they exude remains overwhelmingly oppressive. The once spacious hall now appears considerably crowded. Shortly thereafter, the king, accompanied by an elderly man clad in red, entered with a beaming countenance, indicating that his mood today was exceptionally buoyant. As introduced by Gianna, this elderly figure is none other than Helios, the king's mentor and the founder of the Sun God sect. Following the recent assassination attempt, the venerable elder has ceased his activities in promoting and guiding the church, entrusting all matters to Arthas, while he vigilantly guards the king without leaving his side. The Kane Empire has endured for 50 years, weathering numerous storms and evolving from an inconspicuous small nation into the formidable power it is today. A transformation that is inseparable from the efforts of those present. The king's authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall. Some harbor jealousy towards us, fearing our ascendance. Thus, they have sent assassins to eliminate me, attempting to obliterate us. Here, the king paused, casting his gaze over the formidable beings of the sanctuary, who responded with apologetic glances. Indeed, I too narrowly escaped death, thanks to this young lad who rescued me in my hour of need. It is due to him that I can sit here today and deliberate state affairs with all of you. Furthermore, this young man has consented to venture into the remote north to govern our territory, which bears our name, yet is devoid of our countrymen, thus resolving a long-standing issue that has plagued us. Therefore, I have decided to bestow the Barol Basin in the northern region upon this young man and confer upon him the title of Viscount. At this pronouncement, the hall erupted in tumult. Many expressed confusion, for the Barol Basin is no larger than the palm of one's hand on the map. Just imagine its vastness. Why should a seemingly inconsequential youth be granted its governance? Moreover, titles are traditionally awarded based on an individual's contributions and military achievements. What justifies his immediate elevation to the rank of Viscount? Observing the fervent discussion among the officials, Yenwu could not help but sigh, such is human nature. Though he himself was reluctant to oversee that territory, the moment another was appointed, he felt a profound sense of imbalance and discomfort. The issue of titles remains similarly contentious. As if it were an exclusive circle, they fail to recognize their own merits and merely feel unworthy of such positions. Your Majesty, this young man is still quite young. It may not be appropriate to entrust him with governance over such a vast expanse. One official interjected. Councillor Iyer, although the north is desolate, it remains our national territory. It has been 50 years, and aside from Leo, no one has set foot there. Viscount Yenwu's willingness to engage with that land in itself resolves a significant dilemma for us. If you disagree, then I suggest you accompany Viscount Yenwu. The king's declaration that Yenwu be titled Viscount was now irrevocable, leaving no room for dissent. Your Majesty, Councillor Iyer's face fell in dismay. Thus it is settled. Whenever Viscount Yenwu departs, you shall accompany him. Upon the king's proclamation, El found himself momentarily frozen. He had anticipated that his noble status would sway the king to reconsider his decision when he stepped forward to voice a rebuttal. Little did he expect to find himself ensnared instead. With a darkened countenance, he fixed a glare upon Yenwu, mentally vowing 1,000 tortures upon him. Suddenly, a chilling aura enveloped him, prompting El to glance up, only to meet the gaze of Gianna, who smiled yet bore eyes that radiated a frigid menace. A cold sweat broke out across his brow, and he hastily averted his gaze. Does Viscount Yenwu have further requests? I shall endeavor to fulfill them. The king spoke in a kindly tone. Your Majesty's generosity is profoundly appreciated. The bounty you have bestowed is already considerable, and I ought not to make additional requests. However, given the desolation of the Barrow Valley and its scarcity of resources, I humbly beseech your Majesty for some timber to aid in construction. Yenwu replied with the utmost respect. Just a modest supply of timber? That poses no challenge at all. I shall instruct the craftsmen to prepare an ample amount. You may utilize it whenever you wish. Furthermore, the treasury's doors shall be wide open to you. Feel free to access any supplies you require without the need for prior reports. The king declared joyfully. At this pronouncement, the assembly stirred restlessly. An elder, positioned at the forefront, stepped forward and protested, Your Majesty, the treasury is the foundation of our realm. It cannot be so casually entrusted to another. Viscount Yenwu is young, and should any misstep occur, it could jeopardize the very essence of our nation, plunging it into crisis. Prime Minister Ryan, you speak too harshly. While Viscount Yin Wu may be youthful, he is under the guidance of the esteemed Archmage Gianna and the Council of Counselor L, thus ensuring that no calamity shall arise. The king replied with a double entendre. Instantly, the assembly grasped the reason behind the king's favoritism towards this seemingly inconspicuous youth. It was due to his association with Gianna, the Empire of Cain's most renowned mage. The mention of Counselor L's name seemed merely for embellishment. The Prime Minister, understanding the implications, fell silent, and the rest of the assembly, daunted by the unspoken power dynamics, refrained from voicing any dissent. Thus, the hall descended into a renewed silence. At that moment, the king rose from his seat and, accompanied by the venerable elder in crimson robes, approached Gianna. He bowed respectfully before her, and Gianna returned the courtesy with a graceful inclination of her own. Now, I shall announce a momentous proclamation. The king's voice resonated with fervor. From this moment forth, these 5 sanctified beings of unparalleled strength, along with this esteemed archmage and 10 additional sorcerers, shall officially join the Cain Empire. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the assembly for a few fleeting seconds, as the gravity of the announcement took time to sink in. Then, a resounding applause erupted, with all present exclaiming the name of the Cain Empire. It is imperative to note that the inclusion of merely 2 sanctified beings had already elevated the Cain Empire to a significant status upon the continent, and now, the addition of 5 more, along with an archmage and 10 sorcerers, heralded a promising future for the empire. News traveled swiftly, and the attempted assassination of the king of the Cain Empire immediately sent shockwaves throughout the continent. Conversations abounded, with various nations expressing their support or opposition, creating a cacophony of discourse. Both the Sunset Empire and the Roman Empire found themselves at the center of this tempest. What captured the most attention was the formidable array of participants involved in this assassination attempt, marking it as the largest incident of its kind in human history, with the involvement of 10 sanctified beings. Notably, the failure of this endeavor astonished many. 5 sanctified beings perished, while the rest were captured. This revelation left many in awe of the Cain Empire's might. Inevitably, thoughts turned to the chief archmage, Gianna Proudmoore. Were it not for this legendary sorceress, it is difficult to conceive of anyone else capable of safeguarding Armin Cain's life amidst such an overwhelming assembly. The tempest has yet to subside when yet another bombshell is dropped upon the populace. The executed assassins of the captured Holy Realm's formidable warriors, along with their cadre of mages, have defected to the Cain Empire. In an instant, the small and medium-sized nations, previously caught in a state of neutrality and indecision, hastily dispatched envoys to the Cain Empire, seeking to establish alliances. Concurrently, the Sunset Empire issued a declaration. Prior to the assassination, the Holy Realm mage Rabble, along with his esteemed magical mentor Bard and 10 other mage instructors, had already committed treason, and this matter bears no connection to the Sunset Empire. Likewise, the Cain Empire received the severed head of the diminutive assassin who nearly claimed the king's life from the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire asserted that this assassination was conducted without their knowledge, and in a bid to rectify their oversight, they presented the head of the instigator to the Cain Empire as a gesture of goodwill. Despite the blatant insincerity of this excuse, everyone recognized it as a flimsy pretext. Yet none dared to voice dissent. The Sunset and Roman empires remained formidable, their strength too great for the smaller nations to confront. Strangely enough, the Cain Empire, seemingly gullible, accepted these childish justifications, expressing forgiveness and lamenting the events transpiring between the 2 nations. The king's first pronouncement before his ministers was that the foremost duty of a ruler is to avert war, for the populace has their lives to live, and we cannot impose our will upon them through conflict. Our current strength is unprecedented, yet it does not surpass the long-established superpowers of Sunset and Roman. However, we have instilled a sense of deterrence within them. Perhaps they may emerge victorious in battle, but I can assure you, they will inevitably pay a monumental price. This is the reason behind their overt display of weakness. While we may be perceived internationally as fearing the Sunset Empire and the Roman Empire, the stability of our nation and the happiness of our people hold far greater significance than such trivial public opinion. This international conflict has temporarily subsided, with the formidable beings of the sanctum fading from the sight of ordinary folk. The Church continues its benevolent endeavors to assist and enlighten the populace, restoring a semblance of normalcy. The singular distinction lies in the fact that it is no longer Helios who frequently graces the people, but rather the valiant paladin, Arthas. Yenwu, fully prepared, is set to embark on a journey to the northern region of the Baelor Basin. Before departing, alongside the Shadow Moon Wolf, he weaves through the Mage Tower, bestowing each mage with a sprig of rejuvenating herbs, eliciting gasps and excitement that echo throughout every corner of the tower. This precious gift is indeed of immeasurable value. Do you truly harbor no regrets? Jaina inquires as she organizes a collection of magical scrolls. There must be some return, is there not? Yenwu removes all magical artifacts from his person, necklaces, badges, rings, and stores them within his spatial ring. They are all good individuals. They have never declined my inquiries for guidance. And this gesture will surely surprise and reassure them, making it evident that their stay here can yield the treasures they aspire to possess. It alleviates your burden of managing the Mage Tower. Why not embrace such an opportunity? Besides, I possess an abundance of these herbs. Yenwu conjures a substantial bundle of rejuvenating herbs, filling his arms with them. Moreover, for the newly joined Sanctum warriors, signing a contract merely serves as a means of self-preservation. When the time comes to truly call upon them, they may not exert their full strength. These herbs may well inspire their unwavering loyalty to the nation, thus sparing you further concern. Casually tossing the large bundle of rejuvenating herbs into a corner, Yenwu dusts off the non-existent remnants upon his attire. I thank you sincerely. Jaina responds with a smile, turning to levitate a considerable number of magical scrolls. These scrolls encompass spells for healing wounds, purifying curses, protective magical shields, fireballs imbued with my own mana, frost spells, water elemental summons, and various minor incantations. Additionally, there are urgent teleportation spells that require no coordinates or manual activations. In life-threatening situations, they can autonomously transport you to my side. Remember, once you arrive safely, have Sao inscribe a touch of magic onto the badge I send you. This will enable me to pinpoint your location and establish a teleportation array between the Mage Tower and your position. Jaina instructs as she observes Yenwu placing each scroll into his spatial ring. With Sao, the beast god, on our side, who would dare to trouble me? Rest assured. Yenwu concludes by inserting the final scroll into the ring, adding a few more rejuvenating herbs for unforeseen circumstances. It is always prudent to exercise caution. Jaina imparted her words of caution. A surge of azure energy enveloped the surroundings, as Yenwu gazed intently at Jaina, who had just completed her spell. The cerulean glow illuminated her exquisite visage, stirring a poignant sense of impending departure within his heart. Arthas awaits below with the royal guard. He shall escort you to the city gates. After that, your journey will be solely in your hands. Jaina's eyes reflected a flicker of concern as she regarded Yenwu. Do not worry about me, Jaina. I have braved the treacherous Shadow Moon Forest. The northern wilderness holds no fear for me. With Sao at my side, I shall be safe. Yenwu paused, momentarily surprised at having uttered Jaina's name, but soon felt a sense of relief. Initially, the distinction between the game and reality had created a barrier. Yet now, the ability to call her name so naturally signified their growing familiarity, the chasm between them slowly fading. I must take my leave. He waved farewell to Jaina before stepping into the teleportation portal. As the azure particles gradually dissipated, Jaina stood rooted in place, her eyes brimming with reluctance and worry. Oh my goodness. So many rejuvenation herbs. Am I seeing things? The priests returning from their task were immediately astonished. Each of you take 2 and head down to organize the library, Jaina instructed calmly. Thank you, great sorceress. Miss Jaina, with the beast god, the Shadow Moon Wolf. You need not fret for Master Yenwu's safety. There is no one in this world who could harm him in the presence of the Shadow Moon Wolf. An elderly voice emerged from behind. It was old butler Robert, standing by Jaina's side, having resided there for some time. The thought of suddenly departing for an extended journey weighed heavily on Jaina's heart. She sighed softly, gazing out the window, choosing silence over words. As the blue energy faded from his view, Yenwu opened his eyes to find himself beneath the Mage Tower, where Arthas and the royal guard awaited. The councilman, accompanied by a retinue of maidens and guards, stood at a distance. Let us proceed. Arthas approached Yenwu, patting the towering Shadow Moon Wolf, greeting it in a friendly manner. Then let us set forth. Yenwu turned back to glance at the Mage Tower before mounting the Shadow Moon Wolf. Accompanied by Arthas and the royal guard, he journeyed toward the northern gates of the imperial city. Do not linger. You shall return in due time, Arthas said gently as he mounted his steed. Indeed, I shall return. Yen Wu replied with resolute determination. Throughout the journey, all eyes were curiously drawn to the young man riding the striking silver-black striped wolf. Whispers of intrigue filling the air. What is that young man about? Surely he deserves the escort of Arthas and the royal guard. One exclamatory voice remarked. Ah, you clearly have yet to discover the truth. On that day of the sacrificial rite, he stood alongside the grand sorceress Jaina, and I even witnessed her playfully tap him on the head. Their relationship is undoubtedly extraordinary, another person remarked. At this moment, Yen Wu paid no heed to the discussions surrounding him. He was engrossed in conversation with Arthas about his newly acquired map, which pertained to another realm. After my demise at the hands of Tyrion Fordring, I felt a sense of liberation as the light welcomed me anew, a sensation I had long missed. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered that I was still alive, clad in blessed armor, wielding a war hammer radiating with the power of the light. Everything felt so familiar. I was no longer the Lich King, my heart unburdened, yet this world was no longer the one I once knew. Lord Darren was gone, as was Stormwind. I encountered many familiar faces, Jaina, Sylvanas, Thrall, and others. A profound sense of guilt washed over me, without my interference. Sylvanas would still be the Ranger General of the High Elves, savoring love, basking in sunlight, and relishing all that life offers. Yet, the former me had shattered her existence. And in this world, she remained tormented by her identity as one of the Forsaken. Jaina is a beautiful and virtuous young woman, but I led her to witness my gradual descent into corruption, breaking her heart in the process. I endeavored with all my might to seek their forgiveness. Yet the outcome astonished me. They forgave me almost immediately. Meanwhile, Kel'Thuzad, the Lich, and Anubarak, the Acolyte Lord, remained steadfast in their loyalty. Undeterred by my identity as a paladin, strangely, I embraced them, feeling no aversion or disdain due to their undead nature. In this world, the barriers of racial prejudice had dissolved. The light and the undead coexisted, filling me with both confusion and exhilaration. Though peculiar, the ability to live together brought joy to all. As he listened to Arthas speak with a radiant smile, Yen Wu felt an immense joy within him. He recognized that the world Arthas described was the very map he had crafted within the Warcraft editor, a realm filled with heroes from various races. Yen Wu had gathered them into a single faction, fostering harmony among them, ensuring that no one within the faction would turn against one another. The tragic fates and poignant tales of these heroic figures had deeply moved Yen Wu, inspiring him to create entirely new versions of them. His intention in designing this map was to encourage all heroes to relinquish their past grievances and to embrace a renewed self, embodying a beautiful wish of Yen Wu. Now, that wish had manifested. Although the reasons remained a mystery, he and the heroes he had created had traversed into this unfamiliar world, transforming from mere data in a game into living, breathing characters. Yet, Yen Wu was not inclined to ponder the reasons behind this phenomenon. He found happiness in this world. Despite being distanced from his family and friends, characters like Jaina, Arthas, and Lae'zel felt as dear to him as kin, selflessly searching for and protecting him. Devoid of ulterior motives and devoid of any ties of interest, only a friendship that rivaled familial bonds. I adore this world, Yen Wu mused internally. When he raised his head once more, his eyes shone with confidence and emotion. The royal city was not particularly vast, and soon enough, they arrived at the city gates. It was time to bid farewell. The journey to the north would be long and arduous, compounded by the presence of a slow-moving official, potentially taking a month or even 2 to reach their destination. I truly do not understand why the king insists on him accompanying me. With a multitude of servants at his disposal, does he think this is a leisurely excursion? Yen Wu murmured his discontent to Arthas. The king holds great respect for Jaina, and given your close association with her, the senator openly opposing you in the council compelled the king to demonstrate his stance toward you by ordering the senator to accompany you. This is a form of punishment for him, Arthas explained. The king did not foresee that he would become a burden to you. However, consider it a journey in this world. You will need to take care to ensure his safety, but with Soru by your side, everything should proceed smoothly. One can only hope. Yen Wu exhaled deeply. The day is growing late. I must set off. Please convey my farewells to Lae'zel. That workaholic may not even be aware that I have left the city, Yen Wu chuckled. I shall inform him. Travel safely. Do not misplace the magical scrolls Jaina bestowed upon you. Each one is exceedingly precious. And remember to keep that dagger close at hand, just in case, Arthas urged. Concern etched upon his face. A warm current flowed through Yenwu's heart as he observed Arthas's constant reminders. It was often the closest of companions who cared so deeply at the time of departure. Waving goodbye to Arthas, Yenwu and his companions began their journey towards the northern Baylor Basin. What a scorching day it was. Member Iyer was seated on a two-person chair, indulging in fruits, while a young girl resembling a maid tirelessly fanned him. Despite her efforts, his portly figure and the sweltering climate caused beads of sweat to persistently trickle down his brow. It is now the 5th day of their journey, hindered by Congressman Ale and his family, who cannot travel swiftly. They paused for the night in a bustling town. Yet after a day of travel, their surroundings were nothing but desolate wasteland, strewn with gravel and cloaked in a dull ochre hue, starkly contrasting with the vibrancy of the town they had just left. Further north, human presence would wane, as the northern territories of the Kane Empire were plagued by poor soil, rendering agriculture unfeasible. Thus, no one would desire to reside in such inhospitable lands. Ingwelang glanced at the map and remarked, I hadn't anticipated that a wolf would possess such insight into the Empire's developmental landscape." Yenwu expressed his surprise. "I have not been idle in the library," Ingwelang retorted with disdain. "Come on, hurry up. Haven't you eaten?" Ale urged from behind, while a young girl, weary and drenched in sweat, struggled to keep pace. Yenwu sat atop Ingwelang, enveloped by a faint ice shield that provided respite from the sweltering heat. Observing the exhausted girl beside him, Yenwu, with his modernist sensibilities, felt a pang of compassion. He beckoned to Ingwelang, who begrudgingly tossed an ice shield to the congressman. "Oh, how delightful!" Congressman Ale exclaimed, yet offered no words of gratitude. Watching the little girl's expression of relief directed at him, Yenwu felt a slight alleviation in his heart, choosing not to dwell on the congressman's lack of decorum. After a while, Yenwu dismounted from Ingwelang and called for a brief respite for the group. They found themselves on flat land, where large stones cast ample shadows, perfect for resting. After settling Congressman Ale behind a boulder, the maids and guards clustered behind another stone to recuperate. While idly sitting, Yenwu suddenly remembered the cart of fruits he had purchased in the Sunset Empire and retrieved some from Ingweilang's space to distribute among the group. The guards immediately stood, bowing and expressing their gratitude with fervor, while some of the maids were visibly moved, their eyes glistening with tears. Is it merely fruit? Yenwu thought, astonished by their reactions. He had not anticipated that in this rigidly hierarchical world, servants often held a status lower than the pets of their masters, with their lives hanging by a thread over trivial matters. The fact that a viscount personally offered them fruit left the servants in a state of shock, as they had never been treated with such kindness, leading to an emotional outburst. As Yenwu approached the maid who had been fanning herself earlier, she immediately rose, bowed, and continuously thanked him. He handed her a piece of fruit, observing her apprehensive demeanor as she accepted it. He smiled wryly at her and turned to leave. Not far along, a timid voice called out from behind, "My lord, may I ask you a question?" It seems that the young girl had wanted to speak moments ago, but lacked the courage to do so. "Go ahead, ask," Yenwu urged as he turned to face her. The girl possessed a remarkably delicate visage, her large, clear eyes radiating innocence, her demeanor shy and timid, exuding a unique aura that reminded Yenwu of the girl next door. "Sir," the girl's voice trembled softly, and Yenwu, who had been gazing at her intently, suddenly felt a rush of embarrassment, repeatedly apologizing to her. The girl appeared somewhat bewildered by his demeanor, her cheeks tinged with awkwardness, prompting Yenwu to offer a shy smile in response. "Why are you so kind to us?" she inquired cautiously, as if fearing that a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Yenwu noticed a lingering hint of fear in her gaze, which stirred an uncomfortable sensation within him. "Why should I not be kind to you?" he replied. "In this sweltering heat, you are forced to walk, while that heavy-set individual must be carried by you. You endure suffering only to be reprimanded in the end, and if danger arises, you are expected to protect him, to bear his injuries, or even sacrifice your lives." Yenwu's eyes, filled with disdain, were fixed upon the unperturbed counselor Ayer. "Take a good rest. We must continue our journey soon," he said, turning towards the shadow moon wolf, who was idly playing on his phone in the shade. As the girl observed his retreating figure, a sudden thought surged from the depths of her heart, causing her eyes to brighten with newfound determination. "We are in a bit of trouble," the shadow moon wolf remarked without looking up. "What trouble?" Yenwu inquired, puzzled. Just as he spoke, the distant sound of chaotic hoofbeats echoed, prompting the guards, who had been resting in the shadows, to rise alertly, drawing their weapons with grave expressions. In this desolate place, devoid of human presence, it was evident that common folk would never traverse this path. Only merchant caravans or bandits would arrive here. The merchants, burdened with their wares, would not approach with such urgency. The approaching riders could only be scoundrels. However, the rotund councilmen, lacking experience, questioned the guards as they stood and drew their weapons, oblivious to the impending danger until the sound of galloping hooves grew alarmingly close. He hastily crouched behind a stone, attempting to conceal himself. Those without combat prowess should take cover, Yen Wu commanded the terrified maidens. Yet, the young women, in sheer panic, cried out and fumbled about, utterly unsure of how to react to the crisis. With a heavy sigh, Yen Wu contemplated moving to assist them, only to be astonished as a little girl dashed forward, rallying the frightened maidens and guiding them behind a large stone for refuge. Impressive. Yen Wu extended a thumb in admiration towards the girl, only to cast a disdainful glance at the councilman, whose figure was barely concealed by the edge of his garment. Even a little girl surpasses you, Yen Wu remarked with scorn. Before long, silhouettes began to emerge through the swirling dust, led by a man astride a grand steed, followed closely by a band of ruffians who charged toward them, halting a mere 10 meters away. Indeed, they were a band of brigands. Their faces were rugged and grim, adorned with unkempt beards, their eyes gleaming with malice, and their bodies marred with scars, betraying a life steeped in violence. The leader, a man of perhaps 40, bore a face chiseled by fate, a scar slicing diagonally from his left eye down over the bridge of his nose to his chin, a visage that spoke of a ruthless killer unflinching in the face of death. A burly man dismounted, brandishing a knife, evidently a subordinate of some standing. He halted before the leader's horse and bellowed toward them, "We are here for plunder. Leave behind your valuables and depart." The brawny thug, exuding arrogance, paid no heed to the line of guards standing resolutely before him. After a brief silence, his frustration erupted. "Damn it! I'm showing you mercy, yet you refuse? Then I shall take your lives." He charged toward the guards, ripping his clothing to reveal a physique rippling with muscle. Having witnessed arrogance before, they had never encountered such audacity. Unaccompanied and unarmored, his blatant contempt ignited a fury among the guards. "I'll teach you a lesson in humility," bellowed a robust guard, raising his heavy sword to confront the intruder. Suddenly, a flash of silver sliced through the air. The guard had no time to react before he was cleaved in two, his body bursting apart, blood and organs spilling forth. All the guards stood in stunned silence. The fallen guard had been a mid-level swordsman. Before he could even react, he was swiftly eliminated, a feat that even a seasoned swordsman could not accomplish so rapidly. Had that individual already ascended to the bronze tier? Taking advantage of the crowd's momentary daze, the burly man advanced with remarkable speed, delivering a lethal strike. A guard, who had only just begun to react, could not even raise his weapon before his head was severed in one swift motion. In the blink of an eye, the bandit had claimed 2 lives. And at this point, Yen Wu could no longer remain passive. He raised his hand and hurled a storm hammer forward. The hammer, imbued with crimson energy, struck the bandit's head with great velocity. The bandit, unable to evade, experienced a sudden jolt of pain before losing consciousness. "Act quickly," Yen Wu urged the others anxiously. The guards, now alert, surged forward, launching a chaotic flurry of strikes. In mere moments, the bandit's body was reduced to a mangled state, lifeless beyond any hope of revival. "Damn it!" the mounted leader exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury washing over him as he spurred his horse forward, followed by his shouting comrades. Suddenly, however, an overwhelming sense of dread gripped him, honed by years of brutal combat. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled off his horse. The anguished cry of a horse pierced the air, and as he turned to look, horror gripped him instantaneously. His mount had been violently torn in half, its entrails and blood mingling with the dust on the ground, a scene of utter carnage. A colossal wolf, unlike any he had seen, approached with a low growl. Its distinctive silver-black striped fur and towering stature of over 2 meters exuded an aura of intimidation. Its bloodthirsty eyes glowed red, fixated on him as though he were mere prey. The bandit leader, who had traversed the brink of life and death countless times, felt the chilling specter of mortality for the first time. An unprecedented wave of fear coursed through his body. He turned his head to see all his subordinates attempting to rush to his aid, yet the colossal wolf paid them no heed. With a single swipe of its paw, Those brave souls were reduced to mangled corpses, leaving behind nothing but shards of flesh, bones, and pools of blood. The sheer force of this creature left the leader trembling with terror. In an instant, he found himself the sole survivor among the living. The wolf's crimson eyes remained fixed upon him, and he felt himself plummeting into an abyss as unending dread engulfed him. The surroundings began to darken, and the wolf, baring its jagged teeth, advanced step by step. Suddenly, the beast surged forward, its gaping maw expanding before his very eyes. The bandit chief, driven to madness, staggered to his feet, a foolish grin plastered on his face as he dragged the half-lifeless form of his horse behind him, leaving a trail of blood, slowly vanishing from sight. I feel it would be more fitting to simply crush him with a single blow, Yen Wu remarked, his expression darkening. The brutality of this encounter was more intense than any he had previously witnessed, and he could feel his stomach churning violently. No. Inflicting a terror upon a man that he would never forget throughout his life would be far more intriguing. He mused as the Shadow Moon Wolf tossed him a sprig of rejuvenating grass. Yen Wu quickly consumed it, a refreshing sensation coursing through him, calming his stomach. And when he beheld the gruesome remains of the corpses, he no longer felt a strong reaction. Gather the bodies and cremate them. Assemble the remains of those two fallen brothers and bury them here. A wave of sorrow washed over Yen Wu as he issued the commands. Soon, a great fire blazed forth, and the gathered crowd cast the bandits' corpses into the flames. Those who had been alive moments ago were now reduced to incomplete remains. The death of one individual cast an indelible shadow of grief over a family. Their efforts to thrive, their proud accomplishments, and cherished memories all extinguished with the end of a life. Watch it. Don't splatter blood on my clothes, came the irate shout from the rotund councilman behind him. A surge of fury ignited within Yen Wu. He turned and strode directly to the councilman, seizing his collar, momentarily rendering the official unable to escape. What of his blood? This was shed in your protection. Now he lies fallen, and you think mere compensation will suffice? But what of his family? His parents have lost their child. His wife has lost her husband, and his children have lost their father. Can a handful of coins truly compensate for such loss? Indeed, as guards, they bore the responsibility to ensure your safety. Even in death, they would not lay blame at your feet. Yet your attitude infuriates me. At the very least, you must show them the respect they deserve. Yen Wu shouted vehemently, his voice filled with righteous indignation. They are but worthless slaves. To die for me is their honor. I am a distinguished member of the National Assembly. Why should I show respect to two mere slaves? You, an outsider, have no place here. Release me. The counselor was seized by the collar and, with a hint of indignation, spoke. Yen Wu's heart trembled. He was astonished by this person's perspective, embracing the notion of equality. Yen Wu found it utterly incomprehensible how such hierarchical ideologies could permeate the minds of individuals. What if I were to kill you and compensate you with some gold coins? Yen Wu, filled with rage, loosened the counselor's collar and leaned in closer, enunciating each word deliberately. Behind him, the shadowy wolf growled in agreement, revealing its sharp teeth. You wouldn't dare? I am a counselor appointed by the king. I believe you understand the consequences of killing an official. The plump counselor's voice dripped with threats. Yet his trembling tone betrayed his inner turmoil. I may not dare, but I cannot control my wolf. Yen Wu replied with a fierce countenance, turning his back towards the group of maidens. The counselor beheld the approaching colossal wolf, its bloodthirsty eyes fixated upon him, the dagger-like fangs sending chills down his spine. His visage paled instantly, knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground. Why, Yen Wu, I understand my mistake. I will do anything you ask. Please. The counselor, drenched in sweat, cried out desperately, abandoning all pretense of dignity. Gesturing for the wolf to retreat, Yen Wu approached the quaking counselor, who knelt on the ground, his face drenched in perspiration, reflecting fear and a flicker of relief from the brink of disaster, devoid of the earlier arrogance. All I require is for you to apologize to these two brothers who perished for your sake. Yen Wu pointed at the two bodies that had been pieced together. A reluctant expression crossed the counselor's face as he slowly moved towards the corpses. I'm sorry. The hollow apology resonated with Yen Wu, filling him with sorrow. The entrenched hierarchical system had deeply embedded itself, rendering individual efforts futile. The counselor's apology stemmed solely from his fear of death, lacking any semblance of genuine remorse. Leaving behind the formulaic apology of the counselor, Yen Wu steadied his emotions and approached the maidens. Some were visibly shaken, while others consoled them. The The previously timid girl sat alone in a corner, lost in thought. Upon seeing Yen Wu approach, she quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. Well done. You did remarkably well. Those maidens were frozen in fear, but you remained composed. Guiding them to safety without causing us any trouble, Yen Wu said with a smile. Thank you for your praise, my lord. I was indeed terrified. But the situation made me realize that I must not disrupt you. Thus, I restrained myself and hid them behind the stone, the maiden replied timidly. While hiding behind the stone, I was continuously devising an escape plan, yet I had no idea of your formidable strength. She added nervously. I possess no significant strength. It is my friend who is truly formidable. Yen Wu pointed at the moonshadow wolf, which was engrossed in playing with its phone. The wolf cast a disdainful glance in return. Isn't that beast your mount? The maid inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, but he is also my friend. This fellow has quite the attitude. I can ride him only when he permits it. When he chooses not to, I must walk. I mustn't provoke him, otherwise. He could easily consume 3 of me in one bite, Yen Wu jested. Yen Wu held a fondness for this seemingly delicate girl, who could remain composed and decisive in critical moments. As they conversed, he felt an unexpected lightness in his heart, dispelling the previous gloom that had lingered. Observing that Yen Wu exhibited no airs, the girl felt much more at ease, her speech becoming less constrained. Sir, may I make a request? The girl ventured timidly. Speak freely, if it lies within my power. I shall assist you, Yen Wu replied. I wish to accompany you as your maid, to serve you. The girl seemed to have summoned considerable resolve in making this declaration. To be my maid? Yen Wu exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Why, I heard your words to Councilman Iyer. You are unlike other nobles and officials who carry themselves with arrogance. You treat everyone with respect, even someone of my humble station. Your character inspires me. I believe I would find happiness serving under you. The girl spoke earnestly. The sensation of being praised was delightful, and Yen Wu felt his spirits lift even further. He lamented that such a determined girl was born into a rigidly hierarchical society, where her talents were stifled. He wished to aid her, but was uncertain of her true feelings. Thus he hesitated to act impulsively. Now that the girl had taken the initiative, he could hardly refuse. He promptly led her before the portly councilman and expressed his desire to take the girl under his wing. The councilman, having been intimidated earlier, dared not protest. However, he delicately broached the subject of fees. Without hesitation, Yen Wu produced a crystal card and tossed it onto the table before the councilman. Upon seeing the 6 zeros inscribed upon it, the councilman's previously sullen expression transformed into one of delight. He hastily presented a contract of servitude to Yen Wu, who glanced at it and noted the girl's name, Lolan. Only 16. She is still a minor. This is child labor. Yen Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Sir, he paid 80 silver coins for me. You are offering too little. The girl replied anxiously. To value a living being with mere currency is to diminish their worth. Should one insist on monetary assessment, a girl of your caliber is worth far more than 1 million gold coins. Yen Wu stated earnestly. Furthermore, I have some splendid news to share. Yen Wu presented the contract of servitude before Roland, methodically tearing it into strips and crumpling it into a ball, which he cast towards the shadow moon wolf. The creature's eyes sparkled as the paper ignited into a fireball, swiftly reducing to ashes that scattered upon the ground. You are free. Am I truly free? The girl gazed at Yen Wu, momentarily taken aback. Soon, her eyes glistened with tears as she beheld the ashes whisked away by the wind. Overcome with emotion, she bowed deeply to Yen Wu, her words tumbling over one another in gratitude. Realizing that mere words could not convey her exhilaration, she summoned her courage and enveloped Yen Wu in a heartfelt embrace. Caught off guard by the girl's soft form, Yen Wu felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. This intimate proximity was an unprecedented experience. The fragrance of her being sent his heart racing. After a brief moment, the girl, regaining her composure, suddenly realized her indiscretion, hastily releasing her hold and lowering her flushed face. Yen Wu, equally flustered, found himself ensnared in an awkward silence, while those around them began to scrutinize the structure of nearby stones. As Yen Wu fervently searched for a topic to dispel the tension, the girl broke the silence first. Your treatment of Councilman Iyer may have repercussions upon his return. He wields considerable power. Her face was etched with concern. It's all right. He won't be returning. Yen Wu replied lightly, jesting with Roland, while Councilman Iyer, in the distance, turned ashen. After a brief respite, the group resumed their journey. Unlike before, the corpulent councilman had grown significantly quieter, and 2 of his guards had mysteriously vanished. Yen Wu rode atop the Shadow Moon Wolf, with Roland by his side. Fearful of the imposing beast, she hesitated to mount despite his repeated invitations. Merely standing beside the creature was a testament to her bravery. In light of her trepidation, Yen Wu had the Shadow Moon Wolf cast a wind spell upon her, facilitating her movement with greater ease. Meanwhile, the guards and maidens trailing behind were envious. For Roland was enveloped in an ice shield, gliding gracefully with the aid of the wind, while Yen Wu occasionally bestowed upon her a piece of fruit. They, on the other hand, were left to trudge along, serving the rotund councilman, knowing that any misstep would earn them a scathing rebuke. Truly, the comparison was disheartening. At this moment, within the lair of Black Dragon Mountain, a bald giant sat alone in the hall, his bare torso showcasing bulging muscles. A black eye patch dangled askew over his left eye, and the scars that marred his face lent him a fearsome appearance. He rested his left hand on his head, eyes closed in contemplation, while his right hand rhythmically drummed on the armrest. Beside him lay a short-handled axe, adorned with a tiger's head and the size of a wheel, its sharp blade radiating a menacing aura. Suddenly, a flustered henchman rushed in, prompting the bald giant to furrow his brow, an ominous premonition stirring within him. "Boss, young Master Rotter is dead." "What?" The giant sprang to his feet, striding directly towards the henchman, lifting him off the ground with a single hand. "Are you certain you did not mistake him for another?" His muscles tensed, betraying his agitation. "I wouldn't dare lie," the henchman stammered, trembling with fear. "And what of the second in command?" the giant demanded. "The second in command? He has gone mad," the henchman exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. No sooner had he spoken than a figure, disheveled and frenzied, burst into the room, dragging a half-torn horse behind him. He was raving, calling out Rodder's name, only to suddenly cower in a corner, shouting in terror, "Don't eat me," and similar pleas. "Can someone explain to me what on earth is happening?" The bald giant bellowed in exasperation, his eyes fixed on the deranged second-in-command. Yet, no one dared to speak, all too aware of the boss's volatile temperament. In that moment, the giant resembled a raging beast. Any misstep could spell doom. The room quickly filled with the sounds of his furious roars and the splintering of furniture. Before long, an elderly man clad in a purple robe entered, prompting everyone to part ways. The old man stepped into the disarrayed chamber, where the irate giant stood in the center, and the crazed second-in-command huddled in the corner. "Mr. Norland," the giant managed to temper his rage slightly upon seeing the elder. "Ron, what has transpired?" the elder inquired, observing the second-in-command in his pitiful state. Sighing heavily, Ron, the bald giant, found a sturdy chair to sit upon and explained, "Today, I received word from our scouts that the Empire has sent people to seize the Baylor Basin, passing right through our territory. I instructed the second-in-command and Rotter to lead the brothers in a raid. As fate would have it, Rotter is dead, and the second-in-command has inexplicably lost his mind. How could I not be anxious?" "Ah, I see," the elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Is Elsa still alive?" "She remains imprisoned in the dungeon. That girl is remarkably resilient. We've employed all manner of torture, yet her lips remain sealed. Had it not been for that token, I would have ended her life long ago." Ron replied with a fierce countenance. "Let us not forget, she possesses the ability to retrieve memories from souls 3 times. If we wish to unravel this matter, her powers could prove invaluable." The elder squinted his eyes and said, "I shall seek her out at once." The burly man rushed out of the room in a frenzy. In the dimly lit dungeon, a slender figure dangled from the ceiling by iron chains. Her once sleek leather attire lay in tatters, and her fair skin bore vivid, harrowing scars. Beneath her disheveled hair, a delicate yet defined visage emerged, marred by a jagged scar over her left eye, adding an air of ferocity to her otherwise striking features. Her sharp brows conveyed an indomitable spirit, reflecting the girl's resilience. Upon hearing the creaking of the cell door, the girl weakly opened her eyes, finding it exceedingly arduous to lift her head due to her extreme weakness. Remarkably, after 2 weeks without sustenance, she was still alive, a true miracle. The elder gazed at her and said, "If you're not dead, utter a word." The bald man stepped forward and delivered a punch to the girl's flat abdomen. Her frail body swayed in the air under the force, and she grimaced, attempting to speak, yet no sound emerged. "Allow me to assist her," the elder interjected, halting the bald man's next blow and commanding that the girl be lowered. As her feet touched the ground, She collapsed. The bald man seized her hair, hoisting her up, but soon succumbed to exhaustion, kneeling on the floor. The elder crouched down, placing his hand upon the girl's head. After a surge of purple light, she gradually sat upright, her eyes fixed intently on the two men before her, only to be met with a slap from the burly man that drew blood from her lip. Truly, you are the daughter of the old chieftain. Inheriting your father's indomitable spirit, the elder remarked kindly. Old scoundrel, you betrayed my father, and I once considered you family. Do not let me escape, for if I do, you shall be the first to perish. The girl, having regained some strength, shouted with fury. With a resounding smack, the burly man sent her sprawling to the ground, then yanked her by the hair, lifting her up and bellowing. I have no time to play with you today. Anger me, and I shall strip you bare for my brothers in the band to toy with. As he spoke, he grasped her neck, lifting her against the wall, and struck her in the abdomen. She retched repeatedly, yet was powerless to move under his grip. Ron, release her, and treat her with more gentleness, the elder stated calmly, unfazed by the girl's murderous glare. Miss Elsa, I must trouble you for assistance. Our second-in-command has gone mad since his return, and we cannot discern the reason. I implore you to use your powers to investigate. Once the girl was unceremoniously dropped by the burly man, the elder knelt beside her and said, That mad pup has gone insane. Excellent. Bring him forth. I shall examine him and discover which kind-hearted soul has rid me of a great calamity. The girl furrowed her brow, suppressing her pain, yet a glimmer of excitement sparkled in her eyes. The bald man waved his hand, and two lackeys dragged the deranged second-in-command into the cell, presenting him before the girl. Who would have thought you would fall to such depths? Truly, the heavens have opened their eyes. The girl gazed intently at the bewildered second-in-command, her eyes brimming with animosity. A green glow emanated from her eyes, piercing through the gaze of the man before her. In that moment, she witnessed a young boy hurling a magical hammer, radiating a crimson light, towards Rotter, who was subsequently overwhelmed by a throng of guards in uniforms, sealing his demise. The scene shifted, revealing a fearsome wolf tearing apart the second-in-command's horse, its eyes aglow with crimson fury, instantly shattering the man's composure and implanting within his mind a curse of terror. Ha ha! Rotter is dead. Ha ha! Your wretched brother has met his end, the girl proclaimed with a tone laced with triumph, addressing the bald giant. At the mention of his pain, the bald giant was engulfed by rage, seizing the girl and lifting her above his head, pinning her against the wall as he bellowed. I am in a foul mood today, and you dare provoke me. Think this is amusing? Today, you shall learn the consequences of angering me. With that, he retrieved a searing branding iron from a nearby fire, inscribed with symbols that denoted slave in the common tongue. I shall make you my slave for all eternity, he declared, driving the iron forcefully into the girl's right side, the sickening sound of searing flesh mingling with her agonized screams reverberating throughout the cell. Before she could regain her breath, the giant hurled her onto the floor, the excruciating pain causing her body to tremble, yet her eyes remained fixed on him with unyielding hatred. Grasping her hair, he yanked her closer, delivering another resounding slap across her face. Speak. Who killed Rotter? My slave, he demanded, his hand reaching for her abdomen, squeezing the scar left by the branding. The sharp agony left her gasping, yet she maintained a steely gaze upon him. I can tell you it was a boy riding a giant wolf. There are many of them, and they are slow. Go, avenge your brother. I relish the thought of you meeting the same fate. Turning her gaze to the elder, she added, if given the chance, when I slay you, I will make sure you look into my eyes. I eagerly anticipated. The elder replied coolly, turning to exit the cell. You had better hope I do not return. For if I do, I will make you rue the day you came into this world. The bald giant, his visage twisted in menace, struck her at the sight of her branding before departing the cell, leaving her curled up in anguish. Shortly thereafter, two henchmen approached to hoist her back up. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain and devoid of the elder's magical support, she slipped once more into unconsciousness. In her haze, she glimpsed the boy on the giant wolf approaching her. Meanwhile, Yin Wu and his companions were traversing the road. The sweltering heat rendered everyone exceedingly weary, and their already slow pace became even more languid. The previously quiet council members reverted to their boisterous nature, chattering incessantly along the way. The exasperation of Yin Wu, already heightened by the languid pace, grew even more palpable as he resumed his discussion with Rowling regarding the portly legislator, no longer exercising the same caution. He voiced his discontent vocally. The corpulent legislator, aware of his own shortcomings, refrained from rebuttal, instead opting to engage in hushed conversations with the maid beside him. Ultimately, Yen Wu could no longer endure the slow progress and suggested to Yue Lang the necessity of procuring several carriages. However, in this desolate region, devoid of even a solitary tree, let alone any habitation, the prospect of obtaining carriages seemed utterly impossible. Furthermore, as they ventured further north, the population dwindled, rendering the hope of acquiring carriages even more bleak. In a moment of despair, Yue Lang delivered a stroke of good news. A large band of bandits was approaching. Drawing from previous experiences, Yen Wu instructed the guards to shield the portly legislator and the maids behind them, advising against engaging unless absolutely necessary to minimize casualties. This gesture deeply moved the guards, who voluntarily included rolling in their protective circle. As the distant throng drew nearer, Yen Wu's demeanor turned grave. This was not akin to their last encounter, which had resembled a mere skirmish, but rather a full-fledged assault comprising approximately 100 or 200 individuals. Fixating on the youth astride the colossal wolf, he recognized the individual responsible for the death of his brother. Without a moment's hesitation, the bald-headed brute brandished a hand, and the entire assembly surged forward with their weapons drawn. The abruptness of their advance left Yen Wu momentarily disconcerted. The sight of the approaching mass of heads sent shivers down his spine. Yet, the calm demeanor of Yue Lang alleviated much of his trepidation. Yue Lang swiftly stored his phone in his spatial realm and plunged into the fray, akin to a chick entering a henhouse. The previously aggressive throng erupted into chaos, as Yue Lang wreaked havoc amongst them, effortlessly dispatching foes with a mere flick of his limbs. With him present, any would-be attackers were reduced to mangled corpses, creating an expansive clearing around him. "Stand aside, I shall take over," declared the bald-headed giant, dismounting his steed. The strength of the wolf was formidable. Sending more men into the fray would only be a futile sacrifice. The giant hefted his battle axe, the size of a wheel, and approached Yue Lang. With a sweeping motion, he swung downwards, yet Yue Lang nonchalantly raised a paw to intercept the powerful strike. Suddenly, a silvery light erupted from the axe, striking Yue Lang. Gasps of astonishment arose from the guards behind. This person is of the silver stage. That is fighting spirit. The great wolf may not survive. Yen Wu, puzzled, queried, "What does it mean to be of the silver stage?" Noticing the situation had not escalated further, he turned to the guards and inquired, "What were you just discussing? What is this silver stage?" The guards collectively rolled their eyes, as the massive wolf was engaged in a fierce battle with a formidable foe. It was perplexing that the master, rather than showing concern for his own wolf, had come here to inquire about matters unrelated to the situation at hand. Nevertheless, due to their positions, the guards patiently elucidated the matter to Yen Wu, who then comprehended that warriors were classified into different ranks. The categorization of warriors paralleled that of mages, albeit with greater intricacy. Warriors were divided into apprentices, primary, intermediate, advanced, bronze, silver, gold, sword saints, and sword gods. Rogues and assassins, who excelled in close combat, were also encompassed within the warrior classification. The apex of warriors, the sword god, was often referred to as a holy domain, sharing the same echelon as holy domain mages, who were termed as magic gods. Each region possessed its own nomenclature, akin to the distinction between Mandarin and dialects. In general discourse, these elite professionals were referred to as holy domain powerhouses, while in certain locales, they might be dubbed sword gods or magic gods. Such was the revelation that enriched Yen Wu's understanding of this continent. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Shadow Moon Wolf continued its fierce struggle with the bald giant. The white aura of fighting spirit seemed ineffective against the wolf, yet the guards remained visibly anxious. In their minds, this wolf was the mightiest fighter within their ranks. If it were to fall, all present would inevitably suffer the consequences. "Roland, you are closest to them. Do you believe the wolf will prevail?" After all, its opponent is a powerful silver warrior. The guards inquired of Roland within the confines. "Fear not. Cao's wisdom far surpasses ours. Their previous leader was driven mad by Cao's prowess, and this time will be no different," Roland replied with unwavering confidence. The fact that she even knew the wolf's name and could utter it so effortlessly indicated her seamless integration into their small circle, evoking envious glances from the others. At that moment, the bald giant, entangled with the Shadow Moon Wolf, became increasingly alarmed. The wolf seemed to effortlessly absorb his attacks, allowing the fighting spirit to strike against its form. The fighting spirit of silver rank could cleave solid granite in twain. And the giant did not believe the wolf's skin could be tougher than granite. Yet as the battle ensued, he was horrified to discover that even with his full might unleashed, the wolf continued to withstand his most powerful blows with ease. Enough of this folly. We must attend to the matter at hand, Yenwu exclaimed loudly. The bald giant heard his words, and an ominous premonition surged within him. In that moment of distraction, the enormous wolf vanished from before him. No, it's behind me. The heart of the Han man raced with alarm as he prepared to turn, only to feel a sharp pain at the back of his head, plunging him into darkness. Time passed unmeasured until he vaguely discerned voices, though their words remained indistinct. After a considerable interval, clarity began to return to his mind. The blinding sunlight compelled him to squint as he sat up, realizing he was bound. His companions were huddled in a corner, while a colossal wolf played with a peculiar object before them. Hundreds of people were under the watchful gaze of this beast, paralyzed with fear, which filled him with a profound sense of melancholy. A figure approached, casting a shadow over him, blocking the harsh light. He raised his head to find the frail youth before him. "I presume you have come to seek vengeance," the boy remarked, scrutinizing the robust man whose muscular frame inspired envy in the youth, while the scars etched across his face rendered him particularly menacing. "You killed my brother," the Han man growled, his visage contorted with rage. "They were the aggressors. We merely acted in self-defense," the boy replied calmly. The Han man fell silent. In this line of work, one's life hung by a thread, and he was acutely aware of the ever-present danger. Yet, the loss of his brother weighed heavily upon him, and he fixed a lethal gaze upon the boy, having battled through countless skirmishes over the years. A palpable aura of lethal intent surrounded him. The intensity of his stare unsettled the boy deeply. Suddenly, a flash of red light struck the Han man's eyes, causing him to falter, the murderous glint in his eyes swiftly replaced by trepidation as he lowered his head. The boy turned to see the shadowy wolf still engrossed in its phone, remnants of red light flickering in its eyes. He offered a sheepish grin, receiving a scornful glance in return. "Please, assist me. If you agree, I shall grant you your freedom," the boy said to the bald man. After the display of power from the shadowy wolf, the man's expression lost its earlier menace. "Speak," he replied begrudgingly. "We require several horse-drawn carriages. For a band as large as yours, acquiring a few should be a trivial matter," the boy stated. "Agreed. But you must come with me to the stronghold to retrieve them. I lack the means to communicate, and the men in the stronghold cannot bring the carriages here." The Han man explained. "Very well, let us depart at once," the boy declared, turning towards his guards, while the bald man regarded him with a cold glare. "This is sheer folly. You cannot go," Roland exclaimed anxiously. Over the days spent in the boy's company, she had shed her initial timidity, her voice now brimming with concern. Despite his repeated insistence that she was a free individual, Roland continued to see herself as a servant, referring to him as young master. "Do not worry, Roland. With the shadowy wolf by our side, he is far more formidable than you realize," the boy reassured her. Yenwu smiled and said, "There are many bandits. After I depart, you must proceed forward to avoid lingering in place, which might attract trouble. Once my task is accomplished, I shall catch up with you. Please take good care of Luolin for me." He earnestly instructed his guards. "Young master, please exercise caution," Luolin exclaimed, knowing that further persuasion would be futile. Though she longed to accompany Yenwu, she understood that her presence would only complicate matters for him. Mounted upon the shadow moon wolf, Yenwu waved goodbye to Luolin and, under the guidance of the bandits, began advancing towards their stronghold. In the past, such actions would have been deemed foolish. He mused, engaging in a silent dialogue with the wolf. "It matters not to me. If we arrive and find no carriage, I shall thoroughly scour their lair." The shadow moon wolf replied nonchalantly. "Even if there is a carriage, their stronghold must be dismantled. Although this area is remote and desolate, it is still frequented by travelers. As long as this malignancy persists, it will have a significant impact." Yenwu asserted. "Everything is as you wish." At long last, a grand mountain loomed before Yenwu. At its midsection, wisps of smoke gracefully ascended, mingling with the verdant peaks, creating a scene rich in poetic charm. Before long, the group reached the foot of the mountain. Yenwu looked up to behold a magnificent fortress perched halfway up the slope, with a castle-like structure standing proudly at its center, encircled by wooden palisades. Flanking the grand entrance were two watchtowers, while the perimeter was fortified with logs and stones. A solitary narrow path led to the main gate of the stronghold, rendering it a location that was easily defensible yet challenging to assault. The brigands moved nimbly along the rugged mountain path, as if it were a flat surface, while the Shadow Moon Wolf disregarded any terrain, inciting a simmering frustration among those who wished to see Yin Wu humiliated. It wasn't long before the narrow pathway led them to the imposing entrance of the mountain stronghold. Yin Wu glanced upward, where the bold characters proclaimed, Black Dragon Stronghold. A name of formidable presence. Yet, he mused, it would soon be met with an end. As they entered the stronghold, a sudden blast of frost surged from a dark corner, and before anyone could react, both man and wolf were encased in ice. An elder emerged from the crowd, instructing two lackeys to secure the gates from the outside. The bald, burly man turned, his expression dark as he regarded the frozen Yin Wu. One of the lackeys began to untie him. Does he truly believe I am easy prey? The bald man growled, raising his axe with malicious intent, only to be halted by the elder. Hold your temper, Ron. This man is an official. We can leverage him to extract wealth from the royal court. The elder scrutinized the insignia on Yin Wu's shoulder, noting he was a viscount. Moreover, we can confine this wolf and gradually train it. If that fails, we can strip its hide. I have never encountered a wolf with such unique fur before, the elder remarked nonchalantly, oblivious to the peril encased within the ice. Stay composed. Remain calm. Yin Wu fervently reassured the Shadow Moon Wolf in his mind. You, the king of the forest, the sovereign of the continent, have no need to stoop to their level. He had previously conferred with the Shadow Moon Wolf before entering the stronghold, devising a plan that, should chaos ensue, they would unleash the wolf's overwhelming destructive power. With a multitude of foes, they might lose all sense of restraint, resulting in the annihilation of the entire stronghold and the obliteration of any valuable resources. Guided by the principle of seizing what one can and destroying what one cannot, Yin Wu resolved to feign weakness, seeking an opportunity to gather all useful items before striking back. Thus unfolded the earlier scene. The elder's frost merely dissipated upon contact with the Shadow Moon Wolf's body, while the freezing effect was a spell conjured by the wolf itself, adding a touch of theatricality to their ruse. However, the wolf's acting skills were not particularly refined. Without Yin Wu's relentless encouragement, these brigands might have been left speechless. Prepare the cage, commanded the bald man. Several lackeys wheeled forth an iron cage, standing by in readiness. I will now release their freezing spell. Within 2 hours, they will be rendered uncontrollable by the cold, and the wolf's incapacitation may occur even sooner. Make haste to confine this viscount and the wolf within this iron cage, and transport them both to the dungeon. Upon concluding his words, the elder directed a surge of violet light into the ice block, which promptly melted away, leaving only a man and a wolf, frozen in place, emanating waves of chilling energy. The elder observed with curiosity as the crowd busied themselves around the duo. Why did the ice dissolve so swiftly? Could it be that my dissolution technique has improved? A flicker of anxiety crossed Yin Wu's mind, for he was not particularly adept at ice magic. The Shadow Moon Wolf explained. After a flurry of activity, Yin Wu and the Shadow Moon Wolf were dragged into a cell, where the iron cage containing the wolf was locked shut, and both the cage and Yin Wu were confined within the same prison chamber. If it weren't for your potential usefulness, I would have killed you by now, growled the bald man with a menacing grimace. He then turned and exited the cell, while 2 guards secured the door from the outside, and soon silence enveloped the space. Damn it, this is suffocating. Yin Wu inhaled deeply, genuinely fearing that the bald man might suddenly deliver a punch. Fear not, before his fist can rise. I can take his life. The Shadow Moon Wolf communicated silently within Yin Wu's mind. Why not speak aloud? Yin Wu awkwardly inquired. There is someone in the adjacent cell. The wolf replied mentally. Yin Wu glanced sideways but saw no one. Look above, the wolf urged. Startled, Yin Wu's gaze shot upward, revealing a dark figure suspended from the ceiling of the cell. Initially, he feared it was a corpse, but upon closer inspection, he noted the person was restrained by their arms. Yin Wu retrieved his phone from the wolf's space, activating the flashlight to illuminate the dim cell. To his astonishment, it was a girl, dressed in a form-fitting black leather outfit, tattered in numerous places as though torn by external forces. Her exposed skin bore numerous scars. Beneath her cascading black hair was a sharply defined face, marked by a scar over her left eye that lent her an air of coldness. Despite the bruises from apparent beatings, her beauty shone through. Then, Yin Wu's gaze fell upon a sight that made his heart race: her abdominal muscles. The exposed midriff revealed two prominent lines of muscle flanking her navel, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Since the awakening of his romantic inclinations, he had dreamt of encountering a girl with defined abs, a physique that signified health, strength, and slenderness. However, on the opposite side of her abdomen, he discovered a shocking brand, a scar etched with the word slave. A wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within Yin Wu. The girl appeared to be around 20 years old, in the prime of her life, yet subjected to such brutal torment. That scar would haunt her for a lifetime, both physically and mentally. Saw Wu help her. Sensing Yin Wu's urgent mindset, the Shadow Moon Wolf unleashed a gust of wind that severed the iron chains binding the girl, allowing her to descend gently to the ground. Faced with the obstructing wooden beams, Yin Wu found himself confronted with a dilemma. Shadow Moon Wolf could not assist him, and the beams separating the cells could not be cut. Discovery would spell disaster. He attempted to squeeze through the narrow gaps between the beams. Despite his slender frame, the constriction nearly ensnared him. Suddenly, he recalled the wondrous skill of swift wind step, capable of traversing crowds. Surely it could also navigate these beams. With a focused thought, Yin Wu vanished from sight. Drawing from his previous experience, he cautiously extended his head into the gap, and indeed, the sides of his head overlapped with the beams. Success. A surge of delight welled within him. As he maneuvered through the beams, he found the girl lying on the ground, her lips cracked from prolonged dehydration. Sensing the approach of another, she attempted to open her eyes, only to close them again. After a brief pause, she opened her eyes once more, this time revealing a glimmer of surprise and joy. Yet, her depleted strength soon compelled her to close her eyes again. Yin Wu regarded her with curiosity, puzzled by the expression she cast upon him. However, his immediate concern was to help her regain some strength. He retrieved a fruit resembling an apple from his ring, its juiciness perfect for the parched girl. Using the dagger gifted by Gianna, he peeled it and cut a small piece to place by her lips. His experience informed him that those in extreme weakness required gradual nourishment. Only once her body adapted to increased nutrition could potent remedies be administered. Fearing that the girl's frail condition could not tolerate the effects of revival grass, he opted to introduce her to moisture first. Feeling the dampness near her lips, the girl instinctively opened her mouth and accepted the fruit, chewing and swallowing it. Within moments, a hint of color returned to her lips, evidence of its efficacy. Yin Wu continued to offer her small pieces of the fruit, frequently but in modest portions, until it was entirely consumed, gradually restoring her complexion. As the girl opened her eyes, attempting to rise, Yin Wu hastily supported her. In his eagerness, however, his knee inadvertently grazed her abdominal wound, eliciting a cry of pain from her. He quickly shifted his knee aside, but lost his balance and inadvertently toppled onto her. The pressure against her back wound induced a sharp pang, prompting her to instinctively push upward with her knees. Feeling a gentle touch between her legs, Yin Wu was drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, her strength had not yet returned. Had it done so, that moment could have altered the course of his life forever. Upon regaining his composure, he was startled to find his hand resting upon her ample bosom. The girl furrowed her beautiful brows, gazing at him with a look of helplessness, which immediately caused Yin Wu to feel embarrassed. I truly apologize. I am so sorry. Yin Wu repeatedly expressed his remorse, hurriedly rising to his feet and bending down to assist the girl. He knelt on one knee behind her, allowing her to lean against his leg. From his ring, he retrieved a fragment of rejuvenating grass and placed it in her mouth. In an instant, he felt her soft body tense up immediately. Moments later, the scars on her body began to fade, and she stood up from the ground, incredulously gazing at her suddenly restored state. However, Yin Wu noted that the scar on her left eye and the marks on her abdomen remained. Although the charred muscle tissue on her abdomen had healed, the traces lingered on her fit physique. Was the effect of the rejuvenating grass insufficient? Yin Wu pondered quietly. Thank you, the girl exclaimed, her voice clear, low, and powerful, inexplicably instilling in Yin Wu a sense of reassurance. What did you use just now? How could I recover so quickly? The girl inquired curiously. Rejuvenating grass, Yin Wu replied. Rejuvenating grass. The girl looked utterly astonished. You gave me something so precious? I had no choice. I saw you were on the brink of collapse. No matter how valuable rejuvenating grass is, it cannot compare to a human life, Yin Wu explained. The girl regarded him with a gaze that was somewhat complex. Why are you being so kind to me? Anyone would do the same in your situation, Yin Wu responded. You, a young girl, hanging here, covered in wounds, must have suffered greatly. Anyone who sees would feel compassion. The girl fell silent, studying the slender youth before her. His frail physique, not particularly handsome face, and eyes filled with pity and care stirred something within her. In a flash, the dagger at Yin Wu's waist appeared in the girl's hand. Before he could react, she gently sliced her fingertip and pressed her bleeding finger against his forehead. A serene voice resonated in Yin Wu's mind, and he suddenly felt a connection with her, a sensation of being able to command her completely. To his astonishment, they had formed a pact, and he was the master. Yin Wu stared at the girl before him, his mind swirling with questions, yet the sudden turn of events left him momentarily speechless. "Do you wish to hear my explanation?" Elsa asked, and in that instant, Yin Wu learned her name after the pact was sealed. He nodded, although he could have discerned it himself as the master of the contract. He had the right to access the memories of the contracted individual, including that of the Shadow Moon Wolf. However, he felt it was disrespectful and had refrained from exercising that privilege. There are 2 points to consider. First, the rejuvenating grass is invaluable, and you used it on me. I must repay this kindness. Second, you avenged me by killing Rotter and driving the second-in-command here to madness, helping me reclaim a part of my vengeance. I once vowed that whoever avenged me, I would dedicate my life to serving them. Elsa approached Yin Wu earnestly and inquired, "Is it Rhoda?" Yin Wu immediately recalled the individual who had met a grisly fate at the hands of the guards after receiving a blow from him. "How do you know?" Yin Wu asked, puzzled. The prison's isolation severed all connections, even if she had caught wind of some news. She had never laid eyes on him, nor was present at the scene. How could she possibly conclude that he was the one responsible for the death? "When I was young, a friend of my father's bestowed upon me a rather amusing spell, a power to read the memories of others. However, this ability could only be used 3 times. I utilized it twice in my youth, but found it rather pointless and refrained from using it again until now," Elsa explained. "Ron, accompanied by the deranged Pri, urged me to delve into his memories, and within them, I saw you. No wonder they were able to locate me," Yin Wu muttered, rolling her eyes. "I apologize. But from his memories, I witnessed a formidable giant wolf, capable of annihilating anyone with a mere gesture, and he had driven Pri to madness using only mental magic. Ron is merely a level above Pri, and when I relayed your appearances to them, it was with the intent of having you eliminate him. At that moment, I resolved that if I were to escape this prison alive, I would pursue you to the ends of the earth and dedicate my life to serving you." A glimmer of determination shone in Elsa's eyes. Observing the girl, who was slightly shorter than herself, Yin Wu felt a twinge of emotion at the stubbornness reflected in her gaze. The remnants of Elsa's previous frailty and the scars adorning her body spoke volumes of the torment she had endured for an extended period, yet her eyes betrayed no despair, no defeat, no fear, nor sorrow. Moreover, the scar that marred her left eye hinted at a life steeped in danger. Such a harsh environment had forged her resilient spirit. Yet, the fact that this strong-willed girl was willing to relinquish her dignity for the sake of vengeance spoke volumes about the depths of her suffering. "From where were you captured? Why do you harbor such enmity towards them?" Yin Wu asked softly. "Where do I come from?" A flicker of anguish crossed Elsa's eyes. "This place is my home. Over a decade ago, due to its desolation and sparse population, many officials and unscrupulous merchants frequently conducted heinous transactions here. Drugs, human organs, young children, and young women were all part of their trade. My father was the leader responsible for developing the northern wastelands, and he inadvertently uncovered this sordid operation. However, many officials involved held high positions, and the messages my father sent to the king were intercepted. In his fury, he resigned and returned home, gathering supporters to establish the Black Dragon stronghold here. They specifically targeted the officials and merchants conducting trade in this area. As a child, I was led by my father into battle time and again, and the scar on my left eye was a result of those encounters. Gradually, the Black Dragon stronghold gained notoriety, attracting numerous individuals drawn by its reputation. Its scale expanded significantly, becoming a thorn in the side of many officials and merchants. Ultimately, through unknown means, they bribed Ron, the second-in-command, and Prey, the third-in-command. They led their followers in a rebellion. Yet many held deep respect for my father and were reluctant to exert their full strength, resulting in a series of defeats for the rebels at the hands of my father's loyal supporters. At that critical moment, however, my father's mentor, the magician Norin, unexpectedly turned against us, catching everyone off guard. We were unable to defend ourselves against the formidable magic. Thanks to my father's protection, my mother and I sustained minimal harm. But ultimately, my father and his loyal followers were gravely injured, and we were captured. I witnessed with my own eyes as Rhoda systematically executed my father's loyal confidants. They dragged me before them, seizing my hair and forcing me to watch helplessly as my parents were slain. From that moment forth, I vowed that whoever could aid me in avenging them, I would willingly serve as their devoted servant for life. Tears glistened in the girl's eyes, yet her voice was imbued with a fierce hatred. A pang of sorrow surged within Yen Wu as he beheld a father driven by righteousness, a resolute and strong daughter, and a group of valiant heroes, all cruelly toyed with by fate. However, the fact that you are still alive is a stroke of incredible fortune, Yen Wu remarked earnestly. Elsa offered a bitter smile, responding, "The reason I survive is that my father left me something that saved my life. He once entrusted me with a token, a pass to enter the royal palace, inscribed with the names of many officials and merchants, along with a detailed account of their transactions. He often told me that one day, he would find an opportunity to present this token to the king. Yet, before that opportunity could arise, those scoundrels rebelled. When cornered, my father entrusted the token to me, urging me to escape with it, but the area was swarming with rebels, leaving no path for flight. After my father's death, they learned the token was in my possession and subjected me to relentless interrogation day and night, demanding to know its whereabouts. I understood that this was the only precious legacy my father had left me, a testament to his accomplishments over the years. Even in death, I could not surrender this token to them, for it would signify the futility of my father's hard work. Yet, I also knew I could not perish. If I did, the token would be lost to them, even if they never found it, and no one would be able to present it to the king. Thus, I must strive to survive. I deceived them, claiming that if I died, the token would be delivered to the king. Consequently, they grew suspicious of any connection between the jailers and me, executing 3 batches of them. Given the gravity of the situation, they dared not make hasty assumptions. Which is why I am still alive today. The girl's voice trembled as she spoke of her father, yet she fought valiantly to suppress her tears. Rest assured, I will help you seek vengeance. Observing the girl's tearful eyes, Yen Wu spoke earnestly. Elsa gazed at Yen Wu with gratitude. Yet soon a frown clouded her features once more. But I never anticipated that all of you would be captured. How can we escape? Hee. It was intentional. Yen Wu thought for a moment, and then unlocked the girl's contract powers. Beast God. The girl immediately sensed the runic contract of the Shadow Moon Wolf, exclaiming in astonishment. She scrutinized the colossal wolf within the iron cage, never imagining that one day she would encounter a beast god. Noticing the girl's sorrow dissipating, Yen Wu recounted his plans to head north to seize control of their territory. There were indeed carriages, as certain officials required transportation for trading here. Now, Black Dragon Fort had become a haven for unscrupulous merchants and officials, and the carriages were employed to escort them. Upon mentioning Black Dragon Fort, a look of sadness enveloped Elsa's face. It was no surprise. Black Dragon Fort embodied her father's hard work, and yet now it had become a hub for sordid dealings, tarnishing its reputation and causing her immense grief. Where are the carriages? Yen Wu inquired. Behind the building in the living room. There is an open space where the carriages are parked. During a heavy downpour, I was tied to a frame in that area for 2 days. Elsa replied nonchalantly, as if the suffering she endured had befallen another, earning Yen Wu's genuine admiration for her resilience. Tonight, I will act. Once the carriages are relocated, it will be time for your vengeance, Yen Wu declared. Someone is approaching. The Shadow Moon Wolf warned, raising its paw. A gust of wind lifted the girl, who placed her hand on the chain hanging above, feigning weakness, while Yen Wu activated his swift steps, already seated beside the Shadow Moon Wolf's cage, pretending to be uncontrollably restrained. With a creak, the prison door swung open, and 2 guards entered. The mage Norlin mentioned the residual effects of freezing will soon wear off. Let us see if this wolf has managed to escape its cage. The boss claims this wolf is formidable, one guard remarked. It's merely a wolf. It's locked in a steel cage. If a tiger can be contained, what chance does a wolf have? The other guard scoffed. All is well, all is well. You may leave. After a cursory glance, the guards noted the Shadow Moon Wolf's stillness and turned to exit. Time swiftly passed into the night. During this interval, the guards made several trips back and forth, while the Shadow Moon Wolf feigned struggles, leading them to believe it was a robust iron cage. Once, by mere accident, it broke a bar, but fortunately, the dim light of the cell concealed it from the guards' notice. causing Yin Wu to break into a cold sweat. All right, they have departed. We can commence our operation. The Shadow Moon Wolf assessed the surroundings and stated, "Let us await good news." Yin Wu addressed the disguised Elsa suspended from the ceiling. The girl nodded, watching as Yin Wu and the Shadow Moon Wolf vanished into thin air. "So, you can become invisible as well?" Yin Wu whispered softly, noting the absence of people around the cell, with distant lights and faint sounds of revelry suggesting that the bandits were engaged in a celebration. "It's merely the simplest form of disguise," said Shadow Moon Wolf with an air of indifference. They cautiously brushed past patrolling minions, circumventing the brightly lit festivities, until they arrived at the open space behind the parlor, where a dozen carriages were aligned against the wall. A few minor henchmen were tending to the horses' fodder, when Shadow Moon Wolf unleashed several blades of wind, instantly silencing the minions' screams as they met their demise. With a swift motion of his claws, all the carriages were drawn into a spatial realm. "Is this it?" "Such astonishing speed makes this seem unexpectedly simple," Yin Wu mused. "The rest is up to you," he declared, activating the swift wind step and turning back toward the cell. Behind him, a figure loomed larger, a long-lost colossal form casting a shadow over the mountains, followed by a deafening wolf howl echoing throughout the range. When Yin Wu reached the cell, he found a girl holding a bloodied short sword, two corpses lying beside her. "They attempted to take advantage of me, so I had them killed," Elsa said with distaste. Yin Wu's eyes widened in surprise. The two men sprawled on the ground were towering figures, nearly 6 feet tall. The fact that such a slender girl could single-handedly eliminate them showcased her remarkable combat prowess. Yin Wu couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "Now, the moment for revenge has come," he proclaimed, placing a hand on her shoulder and speaking earnestly. "Now." Elsa's voice was tinged with barely contained excitement. "Yes, now. You can wield your weapon, seek out your enemies, and ensure they receive their just deserts." Yin Wu replied with conviction. Elsa fell silent, casting a grateful glance at Yin Wu before turning toward the door. "Yin Wu," she called out as she reached the threshold, "help me obliterate this place. My father is dead, and the Black Dragon stronghold has been sullied by those wretches. I no longer wish to see it." With that, Elsa stepped outside, and immediately, 2 screams pierced the air as 2 more corpses crumpled at the entrance. "Destroy everything. I want none of the gold or treasures." Yin Wu communicated with Shadow Moon Wolf in his mind, following suit out the door. At that moment, the sudden upheaval sent the bandits into a frenzy, as Shadow Moon Wolf, occupying half the stronghold, appeared like an ancient behemoth. His massive form swept through the chaos, rendering ordinary individuals powerless, and the stronghold erupted into turmoil. Cries of terror resounding endlessly. "What on earth is happening?" roared Mage Norin, losing his usual composure as he shouted at Ron. "How should I know what's happening? Aren't you the magician? Why are you still standing there? Get that damned beast killed." Ron retorted angrily. "Do you realize this is a wolf of divine caliber? How could you provoke such a deity? We need to flee." As Norland prepared to unleash his wind spell, he was struck to the ground by Ron's fist. "Either deal with that wolf, or I will kill you." Ron snarled menacingly. "You, do not forget, had it not been for me, would you have acquired the Black Dragon stronghold?" Norland replied, his voice trembling with fear. "Old fool, those officials have bestowed upon you numerous advantages. Do not feign righteousness with me. The Black Dragon stronghold is in its most perilous hour. You must be ready to reveal yourself." Ron's expression was one of ruthless determination. "Very well, I shall go at once." Norland hurriedly dashed towards the Shadow Moon Wolf, while Ron spat in contempt at his retreating figure and turned towards the prison cells, deciding that if he could not obtain the token, he would resort to murder instead. Meanwhile, the Shadow Moon Wolf had laid waste to much of the stronghold, leaving behind grotesque corpses of bandits amidst the ruins. The Black Dragon stronghold had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Many had retreated to the stronghold's gates, only to discover they could not escape, as an invisible magical barrier encircled the entire area. "Ha! You wish for my demise? Then let you all perish." Norland hovered above the magical barrier, frantically shouting at the panicked crowd below. Suddenly, a massive claw broke through the transparent barrier and struck him down. "Do not kill him. Keep him alive." At that moment, Yin Wu had reached the Shadow Moon Wolf's side. Observing Norland, now barely clinging to life, he hastily tied him up with a rope and stuffed his mouth with torn scraps of clothing to prevent him from casting spells and escaping. Meanwhile, Ron was horrified to find the dungeon completely empty. He cursed himself upon realizing that they had all escaped, and undoubtedly, Elsa had too. As he turned to leave, A short sword was suddenly drawn across his neck. Instinctively, he raised his axe, which was as large as a wheel, immediately shielding himself. With a loud clang, the weapons collided, and the short sword was deflected. As he shifted his axe aside, a shadow darted before him, delivering a stinging blow to his face. He staggered back 2 steps, wildly swinging his axe in an attempt to repel his assailant. Once he steadied himself, he discovered Elsa standing before him, wielding a short sword. "You little wretch, you dare to bully me," Ron roared, swinging his weapon in retaliation. Elsa crouched to evade, seizing the opportunity to strike at Ron's waist. He felt a sharp pain, momentarily halting his movement. Elsa spun around for another attack, and Ron hastily raised his axe to block. However, with a resounding snap, Elsa's sword shattered into 2 pieces. "Curse it! I will kill you," Ron bellowed, increasingly enraged by the continuous defensive maneuvers he was forced to undertake. With a furious cry, he swung his axe, unleashing a surge of white energy from its blade. Without a weapon, Elsa quickly dodged to the side, and in that fleeting moment, her advantage vanished, leaving her in a state of vulnerability. The massive battle axe swung with great ferocity, forcing Elsa to evade repeatedly, leaving her no opportunity to retaliate. The surrounding walls and wooden stakes splintered under the axe's immense power. Should it strike her, it could cleave her in 2. Ron's silver strength was unmistakable. As time passed, the disparity in their stamina became increasingly evident. Although Elsa had honed her combat skills since childhood, her physique, being that of a girl, could not possibly rival Ron's formidable bulk. Gradually, her movements slowed, and her steps began to falter. Seizing the moment, Ron picked up a broken sword fragment nearby and hurled it towards Elsa. The sharp blade spiraled through the air, and although she swiftly turned to evade it, her right arm was still grazed, the pain instantly jolting her nerves. As she regained her composure, a massive foot loomed before her. The tremendous force sent Elsa tumbling several meters away, crashing heavily against the surrounding wall, her back suffering severe injury. A wave of nausea surging within her as blood erupted from her mouth. Upon lifting her gaze, she was met with a colossal fist charging towards her. Elsa hastily turned her head aside just in time, the fist grazing her ear and smashing into the wall beside her, creating a crater. The flying debris struck her face, igniting a fiery pain that caused her to furrow her brow. Ron, lifting the barely conscious Elsa with one hand, slapped her across the face. "Hand over the token. I might let you leave with one arm intact. Otherwise, I will sever your legs and arms, gouge out your eyes, and kill you in the most excruciating manner. Go ahead and kill me." The girl's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Ron, undeterred even as she stood on the brink of death. "Do you think I fear you?" Ron's face twisted in rage. "You better kill me. If I get the chance, I will surely kill you." Elsa's expression was fierce, her battered visage and the scar over her left eye making her resemble a beast on the verge of death, instilling a flicker of fear in Ron, leaving him momentarily uncertain. To kill her would mean risking the possibility of her delivering the token to the king, inviting retribution from those in power. Yet, to spare her would mean releasing an enemy, as her eyes betrayed an unwavering hatred for him. The longer he hesitated, the slimmer his chances of escape became. The stronghold had already been largely destroyed, and the wolf was advancing ever closer. Ron's anxiety mounted. "Then I shall grant your wish." At last, impulse triumphed over reason as Ron forcefully slammed her against the wall. The excruciating pain rendered the girl motionless, and Ron raised his axe, poised to strike downwards, while she despairingly closed her eyes. Suddenly, a crimson hammer struck Ron, jolting him with intense pain that sent shockwaves through his nerves, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, Elsa gritted her teeth, struggled to rise from the ground, and wrested the axe from Ron's grasp. With a fierce cry, she swung with all her might towards him. Just as Ron recovered from his disorientation, he felt a sudden, searing pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw his own battle axe embedded in his sternum, while before him knelt Elsa, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. "You bastard," Ron managed to utter, attempting to pull out the axe, only to discover he lacked the strength. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed, never to draw breath again. "Are you all right?" Yen Wu rushed over from a distance, supporting the pain-ridden Elsa. He felt her entire body sag against him, devoid of any strength. "I'm fine. Just check if he's dead," the girl panted, leaning against the wall, drenched in sweat. A heart struck in such a manner could scarcely survive. Yen Wu looked at Elsa, concern etching his features as he noticed her furrowed brow. "Yet you." He was a silver swordsman, and you, a mere girl, dared to confront him. If I hadn't happened upon this scene, it would have been you lying there now. You haven't even served me once, and if you perish, I will suffer a great loss." Yin Wu expressed his fears, recalling Ron's formidable prowess, having witnessed the colossal guardian's demise at the hands of his blade. Ron surpassed his brother in strength. How could Elsa, a fragile girl, possibly contend with him? Hearing the mixture of worry and reproach in Yin Wu's words, Elsa managed a faint smile, only to wince in pain as it tugged at her wounds, causing her to grimace further. Still smiling. "How can you think of revenge when your life hangs by a thread?" Yin Wu lamented, observing her face marred by cuts from the rubble. As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of rejuvenating herb from his ring and placed it in her mouth. Instantly, the visible wounds on Elsa began to heal, her complexion regaining its luster, while her vitality and spirit were replenished. However, the scar over her left eye and the burn on her abdomen remained, leaving Yin Wu perplexed. "How much rejuvenating herb do you possess? Such a precious item, and you just give it to me?" the girl asked, astonished. "Plenty," Yin Wu spoke triumphantly. At that moment, the entire stronghold lay in ruins beneath the might of the Shadow Moon Wolf. Thanks to Norland's magical barrier, none of the inhabitants escaped. All perished under the claws of the Shadow Moon Wolf. With the task accomplished, the immense form of the Shadow Moon Wolf gradually diminished, reverting to its original stature of over 2 meters. It clutched the ropes binding Norland, dragging the struggling figure before the two. Upon seeing Norland, Elsa's fury ignited. Yin Wu handed a dagger from his waist to Elsa, signaling that it was now her turn. The moment Norland beheld Elsa wielding the dagger, his mind erupted in panic. He hastily struggled to rise, kneeling before Elsa. "Emma lady, I was foolish. Please spare this old bone of mine. Do you remember? When you were young, I used to hold you. Every time you were injured, I tended to your wounds. If I hadn't saved you back then, your left eye would have been completely ruined by now. For the sake of our past, I beseech you to spare me." Gazing at the old man, pleading desperately, Elsa's fury intensified. She stepped forward, seizing the old man by his collar, and shouted at him, "You now dare to plead with me? What did you do when my mother begged for mercy? How did our family ever wrong you? My father held you in such high regard. Yet how did you repay him? How did you treat us? Did you ever consider today as you brutally slaughtered them? Did you feel a shred of compassion while tormenting me in that cell? And now you shamelessly come to beg for your life. You old bastard. You took all the good fortune for yourself." With a forceful grip, Elsa hoisted Norland up, bringing her face close to his, her scarred eyes piercing into his soul. A wave of murderous intent sending a shiver down Norland's spine. "Do you remember what I said that day? When I take your life, you will look into my eyes." Elsa gritted her teeth as she spoke. Under the gaze of the girl, filled with murderous intent and hatred, Norland's heart was already consumed by fear. He had never witnessed such venomous eyes in Elsa. It was as if a ferocious beast could leap out at any moment to devour him whole. He suddenly began to regret his earlier choices, but it was too late for remorse. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen, robbing him of breath. His incredulous gaze slowly descended, revealing a dagger plunged into his stomach, only the hilt visible. With a fierce motion, Elsa yanked the dagger free. And with a slight movement of her arm, a flash of light glinted, leaving a crimson gash across Norland's neck. With a thud, he collapsed, clutching his throat, struggling for a few moments before succumbing to silence. Having completed her grim task, Elsa gazed up at the night sky, the shimmering stars reflecting in her tear-filled eyes. Yin Wu observed the girl before him, her silhouette dwarfed by the towering ruins, evoking a sense of pity within him. The burdens that once weighed heavily on her shoulders had vanished, yet the agony of losing her loved ones remained eternally etched in her heart. Without the support of hatred, sorrow and pain engulfed her mind. At last, a cry, embodying all her suffering, erupted from her chest, echoing throughout the night. She then crouched down, burying her head in her arms, weeping like a young girl. In that moment, she shed her resilient facade, revealing the tenderness that lay deep within her being to the land that had nurtured her. Yin Wu and the Shadow Moon Wolf silently approached her side, the moon casting a silvery glow upon the earth, their 3 disparate figures casting shadows on the ruins. As the first rays of dawn broke, they illuminated Lauren's face. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she beheld a line of carriages alongside the sleeping Shadow Moon Wolf and Yin Wu, with an unfamiliar girl resting upon the wolf. "Master, they have returned," Lauren exclaimed joyfully, dashing towards the newly awakened Yin Wu. The others, roused from slumber, immediately noticed the row of carriages, ample enough to accommodate everyone. Beyond their excitement, they were astonished at how Yen Wu and the wolf had managed to bring back more than 10 carriages, even with the addition of the girl in tattered clothing. "How was your night?" Yen Wu inquired with a smile as he saw Lauren sprinting towards him. "They all protected me. I was not wronged," Lauren replied. Then noticed the girl who had just risen from the Shadow Moon Wolf. "Master, who is this?" "Oh, Lauren, allow me to introduce you. This is my new friend, Elsa, who has been of great assistance to me with the bandits," Yen Wu stated, omitting any mention of her true identity or her role among the outlaws. Nor did he introduce her as a servant, despite their master-servant contract, which touched Elsa deeply. "Hello, I am Lauren, the master's maid," she said. Rolling extended her hand proactively. Yen Wu rolled her eyes. "Rolling, how many times must I remind you? You are not my maid. You are a free person now." "No, I insist on following my young master. I am indeed your maid," Rolling asserted. "Hello, I am Elsa." Elsa extended her hand to shake with her. The subdued tone of her voice made Rolling feel somewhat uncomfortable. She regarded the girl before her earnestly. Beneath a cascade of long black hair lay a countenance of such exquisite beauty that even Rolling found herself envious. However, this stunning visage was marred by a prominent scar over her left eye, which rendered her appearance quite fierce, coupled with a hint of determination and a cold demeanor. She exuded an aura of chill that made her seem unapproachable. Her black leather bodysuit was tattered in numerous places, protecting only the essential areas and revealing a flat, taut abdomen. The leather pants below also bore several tears, exposing the girl's fair skin, while her feet were adorned with practical black leather boots. Most striking was the shocking scar on her abdomen, branded with the word slave in a universal language, which immediately led Rolling to sense that this cold girl had an extraordinary story to tell. "How handsome," Rolling involuntarily murmured, prompting an immediate eye roll from Yen Wu beside her. It seemed that the term handsome could apply solely to Elsa. The arrival of the carriage brought immense joy to Counselor Iyer, who was relieved to no longer endure the sweltering heat while traveling. At that moment, Yen Wu, in his heart, resembled a second set of parents to him, at least superficially. With the carriage now in tow, their pace quickened considerably, and within days, they had traversed half the journey. Throughout the journey, the most discussed topic among the group was the newly arrived girl. Everyone had noticed the brand on her abdomen, speculating whether she was the slave rescued by Viscount Yen Wu from a bandit lair. Rolling displayed great curiosity towards Elsa, yet her timid nature only allowed her to steal furtive glances. At last, when Rolling once more cast a sidelong glance at Elsa, their eyes met. The cold gaze from Elsa sent a shiver down Rolling's spine, compelling her to quickly avert her head. During these days, Yen Wu had come to understand Elsa's temperament. Having grown up on the battlefield, she was direct and had a volatile temper, ready to fight at the slightest provocation, regardless of the other person's status. The still swollen face of Counselor Iyer served as a prime example, a consequence of an encounter with Elsa after he had noticed her slave brand. Yen Wu had only introduced Elsa to Rolling, keeping her identity concealed from the others. In this world, those branded as slaves held the lowest status and were regarded as the most despicable. Consequently, Yen Wu commanded Elsa, who passed by him, to fetch water for him to wash his feet, addressing her as slave with each utterance. This perfectly encapsulates Elsa's anguish. Without uttering a word, she approached and delivered a resounding slap, the tremendous force resulting in the shattering of two of Councilman Aile's prominent front teeth. Had it not been for Yen Wu and the guards restraining Elsa, who was intent on delivering further punishment, he might have been rendered incapacitated. The dagger, a gift from Yen Wu that had been bestowed upon him by Gianna, became Elsa's personal weapon. She would twirl it in her fingers daily, and over time, the dagger danced gracefully between her fingertips, executing intricate maneuvers that were visually captivating. A month passed without incident, save for a single occasion when refugees were repelled in their attempt to seize supplies, as the wilderness had been rendered desolate and devoid of life. During this period, growing impatient with Roland, Elsa took her outside, prompting Yen Wu to anxiously await their return for the entire afternoon. Despite Elsa's assurances that she would not harm Roland, Yen Wu remained uneasy. When lunchtime arrived, Roland returned, linking arms with Elsa, their camaraderie akin to that of sisters, which instantly illuminated the remarkable essence of womanhood for Yen Wu. It turned out that Elsa had brought her to a grove where she opened her heart and shared her experiences, satisfying Roland's curiosity and evoking her sympathy for Elsa's plight. while simultaneously instilling admiration for her resilience. Consequently, during this moment of heartfelt connection, their relationship blossomed rapidly. Although Elsa remained unchanged, the dynamic between the two had transformed significantly. After a few more days, they arrived at a hilltop where Yen Wu, standing at the highest point, folded away the map. Below lay an expansive basin, encircled by mountains, an utterly desolate landscape. Before them lay the Barrow Basin, and with the sun setting, Yen Wu urged, "We must reach our destination before nightfall." Upon finally arriving, the group felt a surge of excitement, for this indicated the end of their arduous trek and a swift return home. Their timing was impeccable. As they entered the Barrow Basin just as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky still dimly lit. "Yen Wu, I have an ominous premonition," exclaimed Shadow Moon Wolf, his expression rife with vigilance the moment they stepped into the basin. His words instantly heightened the group's tension, while others were unaware. Yen Wu and Elsa recognized that any creature capable of alarming Shadow Moon Wolf was likely far more formidable than he. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, and Shadow Moon Wolf's cautious demeanor transformed into sheer terror. "Not good. Run." In the blink of an eye, a fierce wind whipped around him, lifting Yen Wu, Elsa, and Roland onto his back, propelling him hundreds of meters away in an instant. "What about the others?" Yen Wu urgently inquired, gazing at the helpless group. After a month of acquaintance, although their interactions were limited, a bond had formed, and he could not bear the thought of losing anyone. "We can do nothing more. Let them leave their fate to chance." I sensed a formidable presence locking onto us. "Those individuals show no interest and may spare their lives." The Shadow Moon Wolf sprinted with great speed, and Yen Wu could perceive a tremor in the creature's voice, indicating his nerves were at their peak. "This is bad." The Shadow Moon Wolf suddenly halted, its eyes filled with despair and fear. With a gust of wind, it hurled the three of them far away and bellowed at the fallen Yen Wu. "Yen Wu, activate the badge of Grand Sorceress Jaina." In the blink of an eye, the Shadow Moon Wolf had enlarged, signaling that the forthcoming adversaries would demand all of its strength. I have no magic," Yen Wu shouted in desperation, retrieving Jaina's badge from his ring. "With a scroll, anything will do." At that moment, the ground before the Shadow Moon Wolf cracked open into a massive fissure. It stared intently at the chasm, urgently shouting. Yen Wu promptly tossed the badge onto the ground, tore open a scroll, and struck it against the badge. A surge of blue energy flowed forth, swiftly constructing a teleportation array, while in the distance, enormous black spikes began to emerge from the rift. In a flash of light, the long-awaited figure of Jaina appeared within the array. Before Yen Wu could utter a word, Jaina spoke first. I sensed the presence of an acquaintance." Meanwhile, the ground trembled increasingly, causing some individuals to struggle to maintain their footing. The Shadow Moon Wolf fixated on the immense black spikes, its gaze brimming with vigilance, its fur standing on end. Feeling a refreshing aura approach, the Shadow Moon Wolf finally relaxed slightly, knowing that Jaina had arrived. However, Jaina patted the Shadow Moon Wolf's neck and said, "There's no need to be so tense. Retract your form." With a look of confusion, the Shadow Moon Wolf watched as Jaina strolled over to one of the spikes, tapped it with her staff, and remarked, "Big guy, it's been a while. I didn't expect to find you here. Come out, you certainly frightened Sora a great deal." "Jaina?" A deep voice, somewhat gravelly, echoed from below, indicating the presence of an enormous being. At last, a colossal mound of earth rose from the ground, dust cascading from it like waves, revealing a figure approximately 7 to 8 meters tall, clad in a formidable shell of black spikes, shining brilliantly in the sunset. The creature shook itself vigorously, dislodging the dust, and a glistening purple-black armored being appeared before everyone, sporting a massive insect-like horn resembling a bull's hammer atop its head, and 6 sturdy legs showcasing its unparalleled strength. "Anubarak," Yen Wu exclaimed with delight. "Sor, do not worry, he's one of us." Yen Wu spoke to Shadow Moon Wolf and quickly ran over. Realizing there was no danger, especially with Jaina present, Shadow Moon Wolf gradually reverted to his original form. "I sincerely apologize for the fright. This wolf is quite remarkable, allowing you to escape when danger looms, even if the adversary is insurmountable." Anubarak's deep voice reverberated around them. "While your words ring true, I must say you come across as rather self-absorbed," Yen Wu jested. "Ha. I have been in slumber for a year, and today I sensed a familiar aura. I intended to surprise you, but it seems the opposite occurred," Anubarak exclaimed, his laughter resonating with a husky timbre that echoed through the expanse. That truly startled me. Had it not been for Sao reminding me of Jaina's insignia, I would have been at a loss. Yinwu chuckled, rubbing his head. Big guy, Yinwu has come on the king's orders to take charge of the Barrow dens. You must protect him well, Jaina stated. Haha, you are always welcome. My children are spread throughout the entire basin. No matter the stirrings in any corner, I can discern them all with clarity. There is no safer protection than this, Anubarak declared. Then the ground surged, and a multitude of beetles erupted from the earth, stretching as far as the eye could see. So large, so many, Yinwu exclaimed in astonishment at the calf-sized beetles. Haha, with nothing to occupy my time, I used the remains of wild creatures that often disturbed my solitude to nourish my children, and thus, I have raised so many. Clearly, it has proven effective, as no creatures dare to intrude upon my domain anymore, Anubarak said with ease. While others felt nothing amiss, Shadow Moon Wolf discerned a different message. This desolate wasteland, characterized by its harsh environment, is inhospitable to ordinary creatures. Yet, those audacious enough to disturb Anubarak must possess an acute awareness of his formidable presence. Their audacity to approach him suggests they believe themselves capable of confronting him. This implies that the beings venturing into this realm are, at the very least, of the sacred beast caliber. After all, what kind of sustenance could possibly nurture such a multitude of beetles? Behold those colossal beetles, each comparable in size to a bull, their bodies gleaming in a resplendent shade of purplish black, a testament to the abundant nourishment they have absorbed. Such a formidable creature was actually acquainted with Yinwu. Their conversation resembled that of old friends. The immense insect exhibited not a trace of arrogance, signifying that their relationship was indeed extraordinary. He felt increasingly astonished by Yinwu's origins, an ordinary individual, yet he was familiar with so many fearsome powers. It seemed that his desire for vengeance was not merely a fleeting impulse, thought the Shadow Moon Wolf. Certainly not, echoed Yinwu's voice in his mind. With a wave of his hand, Anubarak commanded all the beetles to burrow into the earth, leaving the vast basin strikingly empty. Almost forgot. Yinwu suddenly recalled the presence of Counselor Air and his guards, prompting him to hastily summon the Shadow Moon Wolf to bring them forth. After confirming there was no danger, they slowly approached, the sight of the colossal insect instilling fear within them. As they cautiously navigated around Anubarak to take their positions behind Yinwu, Counselor Air's gaze towards Yinwu had transformed. He never anticipated that the great wolf he interacted with regularly could assume such a gargantuan form, although he was unaware of the wolf's true power. Any being capable of such transformation must surely possess the strength of a sacred beast. Regret washed over him for his previous demeanor towards Yinwu, though he felt a tinge of relief. While he had missed the opportunity to cultivate a rapport with this formidable ally, he had also managed to avoid provoking him. The trivial matters of daily life were unlikely to warrant Yinwu's ire. At worst, he might simply find him disagreeable. Noticing Counselor Air's expression, Yinwu felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He was not one to engage in rivalry, always adopting a mindset of what is gained is fortune, what is lost is fate, and thus did not dwell on grievances with others. However, witnessing the haughty counselor exercise caution in his demeanor brought him great pleasure. Anubarak, I must return briefly to procure some essential construction materials and attend to other matters. Please ensure your beetles remain hidden, lest they frighten the workers transporting the materials. Yinwu instructed. Rest assured, I guarantee their safety, Anubarak replied, thumping his chest with a foreleg, the resounding thud resonating ominously. Let us go. I shall lead you to fulfill your father's wishes. Yinwu turned to Ersha, guiding Roland and Jiana into the teleportation array. The Shadow Moon Wolf cast a glance back at Anubarak before following suit. Subsequently, Counselor Air and his servants hurriedly entered the teleportation array, akin to a frantic escape. As the light flickered before him, Yinwu opened his eyes to behold the long-missed mage tower. Home at last, he mused. One by one, the group emerged, their faces alight with excitement as they cheered at the sight of familiar architecture. After bowing to Jiana, Counselor Air led his entourage of maidens and guards back home. How delightful. It appears this journey has yielded fruitful rewards. Jiana gazed at Roland and Elsa with a radiant smile. The opportunity to encounter a legendary mage of the Empire filled Roland with excitement, while Elsa, having spent the last 2 years confined within a cell, knew very little about Jiana. However, she was aware that a mage capable of independently establishing a teleportation array must possess extraordinary abilities, as even the renowned Sunset Empire, famed for its magic, lacked a substantial teleportation array. Furthermore, Elsa noted the profound respect the Shadow Moon Wolf held for Gina. Anyone who could command the reverence of a beast god surely surpassed it in strength. This reminded her of Anubarak, who had instilled terror in the Shadow Moon Wolf moments earlier. Her understanding was utterly shattered. It became clear that neither the beast god nor the sanctuaries represented the pinnacle of power on this continent. Yet, both Gina and Anubarak were well acquainted with Yinwu and shared a close relationship, observing Gina's unpretentious demeanor as she conversed with Yinwu. Elsa felt she had discovered an extraordinary master. Come, my lovely ladies, let us retreat to my chamber for a while. With a flourish of her staff, Gina summoned a surge of azure energy, and in an instant, the four of them, along with the wolf, vanished. Wow! Roland, serving as the maid, gasped in awe. She had never beheld such a unique room, illuminated by an array of magical lights that softly brightened every corner. The floor gleamed spotless, enveloped in an atmosphere of cleanliness and warmth. Throughout her life, the most opulent place she had encountered was Counselor Aira's chamber, adorned with various gemstones and extravagant carvings. Yet in comparison, she realized that Aira's room paled in insignificance beside this one. Elsa too marveled at the room. But what captivated her attention even more was a bundle of rejuvenation herbs stacked in the corner. She finally grasped the depth of Yinwu's earlier remark about possessing a plethora of resources. Indeed, there were countless. Who are these two? Yinwu, won't you introduce them? Gina inquired with a smile. Oh right. Hee, I completely forgot. Yinwu chuckled sheepishly. This is Roland, formerly the maid of Counselor Air, whom I recruited from his service. Despite her youth, she is remarkably perceptive, possessing her own ideas, a rare find. I intend for her to assist me in managing my territory in the future, as it is quite expansive, and I certainly cannot oversee it alone. Yinwu pulled the timid Roland closer as he spoke. Ah, so she will be acting as my steward? I shall rely on you, Steward Roland, for assistance, as I am utterly inept in such matters, Gina said, bending down with a beaming smile directed at Roland. Yinwu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Is that how you speak of yourself? Young master, am I a steward now? Roland asked in astonishment, turning her gaze towards Yinwu. Consider it so. Just think of it as helping me out. Yinwu spoke ambiguously. In his heart, the more rigidly positions were delineated, the greater the sense of alienation felt. They were all family now. It seemed inexplicable to classify Roland as a mere housekeeper, as if she were being placed on the periphery. In a moment of haste, his sister had not prepared any gifts. This pearl necklace is for you. It possesses slight purifying properties and can help you fend off and automatically heal certain ailments, proving beneficial for your health. It can also shield you from a single fatal injury in times of danger, although the recovery time will take a day. Moreover, I have created a space within it to store various items. As Gianna spoke, she removed a shimmering crystal necklace, radiating a bluish glow, from around her neck and personally adorned Roland with it. Thank you, Sister Gianna, Roland exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement as she gazed at the translucent blue crystal necklace. Initially, she had intended to address Gianna as the Grand Sorceress, but, upon meeting Gianna's smiling gaze, she inexplicably changed it to sister. Why am I not afforded such treatment? And why am I suddenly a brother? Yinwu's words dripped with envy. Men should not wear necklaces. I am your sister too. Gianna gently tapped his head. Yinwu covered his head and rolled his eyes. Oh, by the way, this is my friend, Elsa, a girl who has endured much suffering. After I avenged her, she insists on being my servant. Is there any way to dissolve the contract, or perhaps alter it to an equal one? Yinwu inquired, casting a glance at Elsa beside him. There is no way. Contracts are the most mysterious and immutable forces, and I am powerless. However, as long as you hold this sentiment, the nature of the slave contract becomes inconsequential, Gianna replied, observing Elsa's solemn expression. I can sense the sorrow within you. You are a remarkable girl, Gianna continued, gazing into Elsa's eyes. But now you have come to know Yinwu, and you have found us. We are your family. Family will always support you, regardless of your choices. I only wish for your heart to be filled with warmth. For there is nothing more important than the happiness of family. Gianna spoke earnestly. Family? A flicker of doubt appeared in Elsa's eyes as she regarded Gianna's earnest demeanor, the caring expressions of Yinwu and Roland, and the gentle presence of Shadow Moon Wolf. Yes, the way they looked at her was not like strangers. They genuinely cared for her, empathized with her, accepted her, and encouraged her. She felt something within her heart begin to melt. Yes, family. I too have family. Elsa's heart brimmed with emotion, and when she looked at Gianna again, Her eyes no longer held the coldness and gloom, and a smile graced her face. Actually, you look lovely when you smile, Yenwu remarked from the side. You were already beautiful. Gianna playfully nudged him. Keep this dagger. You need it more than Yenwu does. After all, you must protect him. Gianna noticed the dagger at Elsa's waist, a gift to Yenwu, and graciously relinquished its ownership to Elsa. Indeed, women share a common bond, Yenwu remarked with a hint of envy as she approached the Shadow Moon Wolf. Allowing them to nurture their emotions, Yenwu and the Shadow Moon Wolf retreated to a corner to converse. Yenwu, what creature is a Nubarak? How do you know such a formidable being? The Shadow Moon Wolf inquired, unveiling a question long concealed in his heart. A Nubarak, known as the Lord of the Abyss, is the king of the spider-like creatures, and he hails from the same realm as Gianna, Sylvanas, and Arthas. He mentioned that he has been in slumber for a year, which means he likely arrived here a year prior. Yenwu reclined comfortably against the Shadow Moon Wolf. As for why I am acquainted with them, you may find it hard to believe, but I crafted them. More accurately, I created an entirely new version of them in another world. In the original realm, Anubarak and Gianna were adversaries. Arthas was a profoundly malevolent Lich King, while Sylvanas, originally an elf, was transformed into a half-undead by Arthas, the one she despises most. It was only after I delved into their narratives that I resolved to forge a new existence for them, enhancing their abilities so they could relinquish their enmity and coexist harmoniously in another world. Yenwu reminisced about the map she was testing. Does that not make you a deity? Only a god can create life. The Shadow Moon Wolf exclaimed in astonishment. Well, in our world, they are merely characters from a game. By manipulating an in-game editor, I can bring them to life. However, the mystery lies in how I and they arrived in this world. Transforming from mere data into sentient beings with flesh and soul, I truly cannot fathom it. Yenwu struggled to elucidate, striving to convey her thoughts in a clear and straightforward manner. Though I may not fully grasp it, it certainly sounds impressive, the Shadow Moon Wolf remarked. Of course, Yenwu retorted, rolling her eyes. Tomorrow marks Monday, when the king convenes his regular council and all officials, great and small, will gather in the council chamber. As Yenwu, a viscount, prepared to attend the state affairs, she observed the diligent old steward Robert bustling about, preparing attire for the next day. Both girls were taken aback. This was the Holy Domain. In any other kingdom, he would be a figure of immense influence. Yet here he served as a mere steward. When two chefs from the Holy Domain brought forth the meals, Roland's jaw dropped, and Elsa wore an equally astonished expression. Eventually, when 4 Holy Domain workers in janitorial attire began cleaning, the two girls found themselves questioning their reality. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight graced the Mage Tower, heralding the arrival of a new day. With the chime of the bell, the officials commenced their entry into the council chamber. At this moment, several individuals remain within the Mage's Tower, with the presence of a teleportation array. Accessing the council chamber is as effortless as passing through a doorway, rendering the process remarkably swift. Yenwu stands before the mirror, observing Robert bustling about as he assists him in donning his attire. He harbors a profound aversion to such garments, yet recognizes the necessity of adhering to this custom. Elsa's tattered clothing is no longer suitable for wear. The elderly steward has prepared for her a new outfit, still predominantly black but adorned with additional crimson stripes. According to the steward, this fabric is crafted from the hide of a sea beast, a creature characterized by its supple form, impervious to blades and projectiles, displaying an inertness towards elemental forces, an entity devoid of offensive capabilities and natural predators alike. This creature sheds its skin every 6 months, and with each shedding, countless sea monsters become ensnared within, ultimately perishing. However, after each molt, its body gradually enlarges, its skin becoming increasingly supple and resilient. Upon completing its 10th shedding, the sea monster meets its demise. Those that endure to the 10th shedding are exceedingly rare, their final layer of skin exhibiting a lustrous black hue, marked by exceptional toughness and considerable thickness, yet astonishingly lightweight, rendering it an unparalleled material for armor. Due to its elemental inertia, it remains impervious to flames and uncuttable by any means of destruction, and it can withstand the might of high-level sorcery, reducing the potency of divine magic by 35%. In the black market, a breastplate crafted from the initial shedding of a sea monster can fetch as much as 200 million gold coins, and still may not be available. A complete set of garments fashioned from the skin of the 10th shedding transcends the bounds of monetary value. Presently, This exquisite sea monster skin armor adorns Elsa. The ensemble features a cropped, midriff-bearing top, the black sea monster breastplate clinging closely to Elsa's form, accentuating her impressive figure. Red decorative stripes extend from her neck to her chest, infusing a splash of color into the otherwise monochrome attire, while her abdomen is fully revealed, showcasing her well-defined waistline, nearly causing Yen Wu to lose his composure. Below, she wears black sea monster leggings, with two twisting red stripes running along the sides of her legs, perfectly highlighting Elsa's elongated and graceful limbs. Her feet are encased in black sea monster leather boots, embellished with red stripes at the top. The entire outfit, when worn by Elsa, not only avoids monotony in color but also exudes a wild beauty, complemented by her tall, alluring figure and exquisite face, marked by a noticeable scar that adds an edge to her otherwise delicate femininity. Yen Wu is utterly captivated, a sentiment echoed by the speechless Lauren beside him. It seems that Elsa is indeed the first to enchant both men and women alike. How stunning! Lauren exclaims sincerely. But why do you not conceal the brand on your abdomen? Yen Wu inquires. Despite his perception that the mark does not detract from Elsa's allure but rather enhances it with a unique charm, he nonetheless fears the potential discrimination she might face in the council chamber, as it is a symbol of slavery. Are you discontented? Elsa retorts. Absolutely not. On the contrary, I find it incredibly cool, but it is a mark of slavery. I merely worry that you may face prejudice in the council chamber, Yen Wu hastily clarifies. That's all right. I don't mind, Elsa replies nonchalantly. I admire your fearless disposition. Yen Wu praises earnestly. Time is of the essence. Let us depart. Yen Wu greeted softly, retrieving Jiana's emblem from his ring, quietly reciting an incantation that even he could scarcely comprehend, while earnestly seeking the markers leading to the council chamber. A surge of azure energy emanated from the ground, gradually etching a magical array, before the energy rose and coalesced upon the emblem. Isn't Sister Jiana coming? Elsa inquired. A flicker of oddity stirred within Yen Wu's mind. He replied, Jiana has some matters to attend to. She will arrive shortly. Do not fret about her tardiness. It is her privilege. Come, stand beside me. Why do I feel a sense of peril? Elsa remarked with concern, gazing at the swaying magical array. Fear not. Jiana had established the teleportation array long ago. I merely need to activate it with the emblem. Although I am not particularly adept, the array is quite secure. I only require a bit more time to ascertain the coordinates, Yen Wu reassured her, casting a glance at the Shadow Moonwolf, who was idly engaged with his phone in the corner. Yen Wu mused that he seemed rather at leisure. With a thought, the two vanished from the tower. At this moment, the king had yet to arrive, and there was still some time before the council commenced. The ministers were engaged in discussions to foster camaraderie. The flowing azure energy drew the attention of all present, leading many to assume that the grand sorceress Jiana had arrived, with some already pushing forward to exchange pleasantries. However, as the blue energy dissipated, two young figures materialized in their stead, leaving many feeling somewhat disheartened. Nonetheless, a few astute individuals offered them greetings, recognizing that the teleportation array was not a privilege afforded to everyone. Due to the tumultuous situation surrounding the fief, many had already become acquainted with him. His relationship with Jiana was well known, though those distanced from court matters remained oblivious, leading most to regard the two youths with indifference. Yet, amidst the myriad of disdainful and sycophantic gazes, Yen Wu noticed a distinct gaze that occasionally swept in their direction. Turning to observe, he inadvertently locked eyes with Chancellor Ryan, who hastily diverted his gaze elsewhere, leaving Yen Wu feeling perplexed. Just then, Counselor Ale approached, beaming with gratitude, and exclaimed, Lord Yen Wu, I owe you my thanks for your guidance through this ordeal. As Yen Wu prepared to respond, Counselor Ale suddenly pointed at Elsa and declared, Lord Yen Wu, I am astonished that you would so brazenly flout the law. You have openly brought a slave into the council chamber. I demand an explanation. At that moment, people discovered that the girl bore a slave's brand upon her abdomen. The hall erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, with individuals pointing in her direction intermittently. Councilman Iyer looked on with smug satisfaction at Yen Wu, relishing the opportunity to embarrass him once more. This time, he was certain that Yen Wu would find himself in an inescapable predicament. At this moment, Yen Wu realized that the individual capable of attaining a position as a counselor was, in fact, quite deranged. His relationship with Jiana and Anubarak was evident to all. Even setting that aside, the incident where Elsa knocked out his teeth was still fresh in memory. How could he have forgotten so quickly? I say, have your teeth grown back? Yen Wu remarked coldly, casting a scrutinizing gaze at AI. Upon hearing Yen Wu's words, Counselor AI's expression shifted noticeably, and he instinctively licked his gums with his tongue, as his teeth had certainly not regrown. Yet it was precisely due to the loss of his teeth that he sought revenge here. He intended to leverage his position to exact a severe retribution upon the two of them, confident that, in the royal council chamber, the most solemn place in the entire kingdom, they would not dare to act recklessly. However, the next moment, Elsa strode directly up to Counselor AI, and before he could react, she delivered a punch to his abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. In an instant, everyone around was taken aback. Openly assaulting a counselor in the assembly hall was no minor offense. Yen Wu entering the council chamber with a slave was already a blatant disregard for the law. And now this slave was assaulting a counselor in such a significant venue. Was this an act of rebellion? Immediately, everyone nearby distanced themselves, as though the gravity of their offenses might somehow taint them as well. Suddenly, the tolling of bells echoed from outside as the king, accompanied by Helios, entered, marking the commencement of the council. Yet, as soon as the king stepped in, he noticed Counselor AI curled on the ground and a stranger standing beside Yen Wu. I require an explanation, the king declared, his countenance darkening. This fat man sought trouble, and I dealt with him. Yen Wu was about to speak, but Elsa interjected ahead of him. How direct Yen Wu fell silent. Lord Yen Wu, who is this girl, and what emboldens her so? I need an explanation. The king glanced at Elsa, then shifted his focus back to Yen Wu. Your Majesty, this is a girl I rescued on my journey to the north, Elsa Austin. Yen Wu deliberately articulated her full name. Indeed, upon hearing that name, the king's brow furrowed as he abruptly stood, only to realize a moment later that he had overreacted. And he returned to his seat, pondering for a while. Elsa Austin, you say? What relation do you have to Leo Austin? The king inquired. He is my father. Elsa replied. He has forsaken his official duties to become a thief. His crimes are considerable. As his daughter, I fail to comprehend what courage you possess to dare come here. The king interrogated. Seeing Elsa's countenance darken swiftly, Yen Wu quickly pulled her back, fearing that she might act impulsively and commit further indiscretions. Your Majesty, the situation is not as you perceive. I implore you to allow her to explain in detail. Yen Wu stepped forward to ease the tension. Your Majesty. Suddenly, a short, sharp-featured official stepped forward, accusing Lord Yen Wu of openly flouting the law by bringing a slave into the assembly hall and inciting that slave to injure member of parliament ire. I firmly believe that they should be punished according to the law. They are unworthy to speak in this chamber. Member of Parliament Blen. Ire Shah is the daughter of Leo, and her lineage is not lowly. Even though she bears the mark of a slave, she is still a member of the Austin family, and she carries her family's honor. As for the assault on the member of parliament, it was Ire's provocation that ignited the incident. This girl has grown up alongside her father, and, naturally, her temperament may be rather straightforward. Even if she erred, punishment should only be administered after she has finished speaking. The elder chancellor, who had remained silent until now, suddenly rose to defend Ire Shah, which surprised Yen Wu, prompting him to cast a lingering glance at Chancellor Ryan. Since the chancellor had spoken, Blen dared not say anything further. The chancellor was not someone he could afford to antagonize. Member of Parliament Blen, the king cast a meaningful glance at the chancellor and then addressed him, stating, Leo was once my loyal subject, who willingly undertook the arduous task of expanding the northern territories, demonstrating his prioritization of the nation's affairs. Yet, in the subsequent 6 months, he abruptly abandoned his office and gathered a band of outlaws. While you claim this was due to harsh conditions and inadequate supply routes inciting rebellion, I know his character well enough to assert that he would not have relinquished his responsibilities for such reasons. This has become a source of unease in my heart. And now, Leo's daughter stands before us. Since she can elucidate the events of that time, as the elder chancellor suggested, it is only fitting that we allow her to speak before pursuing accountability. With the king himself now supporting Ire Shah, Blen dared not utter another word. May I speak? Ire Shah inquired. The king nodded, indicating she was free to proceed. Thus, she elucidated everything to the king, detailing her father's abandonment of his office, the establishment of the Black Dragon stronghold, the plundering of officials and merchants, and ultimately, his demise, concluding with her rescue by Yen Wu. Upon hearing Ire Shah's account, the king abruptly stood from his seat, his face flushed with emotion as he strode towards her. The girl's eyes brimmed with tears, yet she steadfastly held his gaze. Child, your father was a remarkable man. I misjudged him. At this moment, the least I can do is to restore his honor. As his daughter, I wish to compensate for my transgressions through you. Whatever your request may be, do not hesitate to voice it. I shall do all within my power to assist you. The king declared earnestly. This is a list of the names of the officials and merchants my father collected over the years. Shah presented a token to the king. My sole request is to personally slay the masterminds responsible for my parents' deaths. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire assembly was struck with astonishment. All officials and merchants involved in the transaction instinctively harbored resentment towards the Black Dragon village. The conditions that could incite both the second and third commanders to rebel were clearly beyond the capacity of a single individual. It was evident that all parties engaged in the dealings had conspired together. When Elsa declared her intention to eliminate the mastermind behind it all, did that not imply her desire to eradicate everyone inscribed on the token? The king took the token into his hands, and, upon examining it, his countenance darkened considerably. His gaze swept over each individual, and Yenwu immediately sensed the change in demeanor among many, particularly those unfamiliar faces. It appeared these were officials hailing from distant regions far removed from the imperial capital, emboldened by the vast distance separating them from the sovereign. Elsa, I fear your request cannot be accommodated. Otherwise, this hall will undoubtedly become a river of blood. The king's furious glare scanned the surrounding officials, causing those who met his fierce gaze to instinctively retract their necks. I stand firm. Elsa's resolute eyes bore into the king. A ripple of shock coursed through the assembly. Her blatant disregard for the king's authority was audacious. The atmosphere in the hall grew palpably awkward. Your Majesty, Elsa is merely overwhelmed by her emotions. I beseech your understanding, Yenwu interjected, having assumed the role of mediator for the second time. He was well aware of Elsa's temperament and had anticipated the need to smooth over tensions before the council convened. I can empathize with her, the king replied. Your Majesty, the girl has clearly explained the circumstances, and it is now imperative to hold her and Viscount Yenwu accountable for their contempt of the council. An official, his expression brimming with malice, stepped forward. Councillor Soren, how do you propose we proceed? The king inquired. Soren? You are Soren. Elsa immediately broke free from Yenwu's restraint, dashing towards the councillor and seizing his collar. Her agitation was fueled by a name inscribed on the token, a name she had overheard her father mention in hushed conversations during her childhood. He was the very individual responsible for intercepting all reports. This is the Supreme Council chamber. How dare you? Release me. The councillor named Soren struggled in vain, his complexion shifting. Were it not for your interception of my father's reports, he would not have met such a terrible fate. To prioritize your own interests over the lives of others. What purpose does a scoundrel like you serve in this world? Elsa screamed at him, her face twisted in fury. Elsa, noticing her right hand reaching for the dagger at her waist, Yenwu swiftly intervened, rushing forward. Shield. Helios, standing beside the king, quickly raised his hand, conjuring a pale yellow barrier to envelop Councillor Soren. But to everyone's astonishment, a flash of silver light shattered the shield, and Councillor Soren clutched his neck in agony, collapsing to the ground. In an instant, silence enveloped the hall. The girl had shattered the Archbishop Helios' shield. Most alarmingly, she had slain a councillor in the presence of the king, within this most hallowed of spaces. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yenwu's forehead as he clenched the badge tightly in his grasp. Should the king capture her, he would activate the teleportation array at any cost. Suddenly, a flash of blue light drew the attention of all present, and Jiana's figure materialized in the hall. Upon seeing the fallen Senator Solon on the ground and Elsa, her face filled with murderous intent, the pool of blood indicated that he had been lifeless for some time. Jiana immediately surmised the unfolding events. Your Majesty, Jiana bowed before the king, for she was a grand sorceress, and even the wrathful king managed to suppress his fury and returned her greeting. What is the grand sorceress's perspective on this matter? Helios, standing behind the king, inquired. Elsa, having grown up alongside her father in the Black Dragon Fortress, possessed a rather forthright disposition and a decisive style of action. Upon encountering her enemy, it was inevitable that she would struggle to contain herself. The crimes committed by Senator Solon were sufficient to warrant the death penalty. His demise was a foregone conclusion. Having been responsible for the deaths of Elsa's parents, should she not be allowed to vent her rage? If we were to consider the charges, it would merely amount to a lack of respect toward the king. Therefore, let us sentence her to a month of cleaning in the Mage Tower. What do you think? Jiana remarked with an air of indifference. This is clearly an act of favoritism, yet with the Archmage asserting such authority, who would dare to contradict? The king sighed. Then let it be as you say. Jaina offered a slight bow in gratitude to the king, then approached Elsa, glancing at the lifeless body beside her. She said to Elsa, "The king has chosen not to hold you accountable. You should extend him some courtesy as well. Let the others handle the aftermath. If you were to eliminate them all, you would utterly offend the king, and should he take offense, we would be compelled to leave this kingdom with you." Jaina's words rendered the king momentarily speechless. They were pleasing to the ear, yet they implied that anyone in Jaina's circle must not be wronged. Otherwise, the formidable archmage, capable of easily toppling two sanctified beings, might withdraw his support. This left the king quite perplexed. Previously, when asked to establish a teleportation array, she had outright declined. And now she openly instructed him not to provoke those around her. The great sorceress is indeed quite willful. Your Majesty, the matter concerning Elsa has been resolved. Yet the endeavors of Baron Yenwu in the north remain unfulfilled. Unless there are other matters at hand, I shall take my leave with him. Upon finishing her statement, Jaina did not await the king's response. She waved her staff, and a surge of blue energy enveloped them, causing the trio to vanish. Departing early is, after all, Jaina's prerogative. Bang! The study door was flung open with force as the king stormed in, visibly enraged. Your Majesty, are you still upset about Elsa's situation? Helios gently closed the door and turned to speak. How could I dare to be angry with her? Did you witness the gaze of the old chancellor today? Even the fearless Counselor Bran dared not utter another word after exchanging glances with him. Leo is his adopted son, and we are well aware of their close bond, closer than that of a biological father and son. Thus, Elsa must indeed be regarded as his beloved granddaughter. Moreover, considering the formidable presence of Jaina, how could I possibly harbor any anger towards her? The king replied with a wry smile. My teacher, my ire stems from the list inscribed on the token. Upon seeing those densely packed characters, my scalp prickled. Over 50 participants. Most of them are mere local officials. The king exclaimed, casting the token onto the desk. You sit within the palace, oblivious to the world outside, only hearing what is reported to you by those beneath. What they choose to convey is all that you shall know. Just like in this instance with Leo, had it not been for Yenwu bringing Elsa from the north, you might have remained in ignorance of their schemes. Remember to learn from this lesson. Helios advised. I shall heed your teachings, my mentor. The king replied, bowing his head. Your Majesty, what is your impression of this girl, Elsa? Helios inquired. I met her when she was a child, just beginning to form memories. Always trailing after the old chancellor. She was remarkably clever and amiable. However, since Leo departed for the north, I have not seen her again. So much time has passed, and I never anticipated such a profound transformation in her. She has become utterly fearless, bold enough to strike and kill within the council chamber. She is the first to do so, and remarkably, she is also the first to commit such a grave offense and merely be assigned the task of cleaning the tower. The king remarked, somewhat bemused. Indeed, from a well-behaved little girl to this audacious figure, how much torment she must have endured is beyond our knowledge. However, one thing is certain, had it not been for the official seeking personal gain, how could she have morphed into this? Your Majesty, it is time to rectify the court's order. Helios stated with a grave expression. You are right, my teacher. We shall convene the officials tonight to discuss this matter. The king said, blowing at the floating tea leaves. After the meeting, the image of Elsa was etched in the hearts of all the officials. They recognized her as a tempestuous girl, unrestrained in her actions, who openly assaulted Counselor L and killed Counselor Solon before the king. Yet this girl, shielded by the formidable backing of Gianna, faced merely the consequence of a month's duty sweeping the mage tower. As for the cleaning of the tower, only those within it truly knew whether it was genuine or merely a fade. She must not be provoked. A unanimous understanding was reached among them, and they cautioned one another to steer clear of Elsa at all costs. At that moment, the open space around the mage tower was neatly arranged with bundles of timber, while many workers eagerly carried the wood, bustling through the teleportation array. They had previously only heard tales of this miraculous magic circle, which supposedly transported one to distant lands. And today, they found themselves fortunate enough to experience it firsthand, witnessing sights that ordinary folk might never behold in their lifetime, an event they could boast about forever. Baron Yenwu and Elsa stood before the open area, while Roland kept watch on the other side of the teleportation array, her enormous beetle drawing the workers' frequent glances. A letter from His Excellency Chancellor Ryan for Baron Yenwu. A servant hurried over, respectfully presenting a letter. A missive from Chancellor Ryan? Yenwu took the letter with a puzzled expression, unable to fathom why the esteemed chancellor would write to a mere baron such as himself. Was it perhaps an attempt by Gianna's powerful connections to ingratiate herself? Upon opening the letter, he found only a single line: "Your dear grandfather with the big beard, who once held you as a child, loves you dearly, Elsa." Overthinking it, Yenwu couldn't help but roll his eyes. "This letter is for you." He handed it to Elsa. I understand. I understand," Elsa exclaimed, her excitement palpable. No wonder that elder in the council chamber kept gazing at me. He is my grandfather. What? That old chancellor is your grandfather? Yenwu inquired curiously. He was my father's adoptive father. Since my earliest memories, there has always been an elder who frequently cradled me in his arms, his beard prickling against my chin, which led me to affectionately call him Grandpa Big Beard. According to my father, during the time when the Kane Empire was besieged by several smaller nations, Grandpa's wife and son perished during an escape attempt. My father risked his life to rescue Grandpa, and from that moment on, Grandpa treated my father as his own son. Unfortunately, from the time I can remember, the moments spent with him were few, as my father departed for the north and subsequently abandoned his official position to establish the Black Dragon stronghold, Elsa explained. Then let us pay a visit to this venerable elder. With Lauren overseeing things here, there should be no issues, Yenwu declared. The Prime Minister's residence was not far from the royal palace, and as Yenwu exited the city, he passed by the Prime Minister's estate. The two soon arrived at their destination, where a servant awaited them at the entrance and promptly approached upon their arrival. "Greetings, Lord Yenwu and Miss Elsa. The master is expecting you inside. Please follow me." The servant courteously guided them into the estate. Upon entering, they were greeted by a charming courtyard adorned with a sculpted fountain at its center, surrounded by lush, climbing plants that sprawled across the walls, providing a welcome respite from the sweltering heat. Passing through an arched doorway led to a vast lotus pond, above which meandered a winding corridor. After traversing it, they entered another tranquil courtyard where the Prime Minister was engaged in a game of chess with a young man. Yenwu recognized the young man as the apprentice from the Research Institute, who had accompanied the king during the sacrificial ceremony. "Grandpa," Elsa softly called, the childhood title feeling somewhat awkward after all these years. Upon hearing Elsa's voice, the old Prime Minister looked up, his calm demeanor momentarily faltering. He rose, filled with emotion, and embraced Elsa tightly. "My dear child, you have suffered so?" "Grandpa," Elsa called, her voice trembling, overwhelmed by the reunion with a long-lost family member. "Oh, my poor Leo." The Prime Minister's voice brimmed with sorrow, his aged eyes fixed on Elsa, the sharp contours of his face evoking memories of his unfortunate adoptive son. "Lord Yenwu, I am immensely grateful to you for rescuing my dear granddaughter. She has endured so much, having traveled with her father from a young age without ever enjoying a moment's peace. Her parents were murdered, and she herself was imprisoned and suffered greatly," the old Prime Minister said, gently caressing the slave brand on Elsa's abdomen, his voice choked with emotion. In that moment, the elder shed the imposing demeanor of his esteemed position, revealing the ordinary man he was, a grandfather reunited with his kin, expressing the profound sorrow and joy that had accumulated over the years. "Elsa, my poor child, you performed splendidly in the council chamber today. I long to see all those responsible for Leo's demise brought to justice. However, in the face of national interests, I find myself unable to act as I wish. Although I hold a position of power, many matters remain beyond my control. Oh heavens, let my dear granddaughter return to my side. Your father is a remarkable man, and you too are commendable. My child, from this day forth, the Prime Minister's residence shall be your second home." The old Prime Minister grasped Elsa's hand tightly, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Subsequently, Elsa and the Prime Minister entered the room to reminisce about the past, leaving Yenwu and the astonished young man behind. "I find it truly astonishing how you seem to haunt my every step, appearing everywhere." Yenwu casually seated himself opposite the young man, arranging the chess pieces. "We have only met thrice and are not particularly acquainted. It may be unseemly for you to speak of me in such a manner upon our first encounter." The young man rolled his eyes while setting up the pieces, responding with a hint of annoyance. "My instincts tell me that your character aligns perfectly with my tastes." Yenwu observed the young man before him, whose pronounced eyebrows and downward-turned eyes inexplicably exuded a rather dubious air, reminiscent of a university roommate from his past. "Goodness, is this even permissible?" the young man exclaimed, uttering a stream of fluent expletives. "Greetings. Would you mind if we played a game?" Yenwu proposed. "Hello. Would you mind if we played a game?" Anderson mimicked Yenwu, an amused glint in his eyes. I find it curious that you are an apprentice at the Research Institute, yet maintain such close ties with the king. And here you are playing chess with the Prime Minister. Are you perhaps a prince of the realm? Yen Wu inquired, his curiosity piqued. Goodness, you can discern that? Anderson remarked, giving Yen Wu a thumbs up. Is that truly the case? Yen Wu felt a surge of excitement at his accurate deduction. You must be guessing? Anderson rolled his eyes, confirming. Indeed, my full name is Anderson Kane. I am the fourth son. Son? Yen Wu exclaimed in surprise. I had assumed you were a grandson. The old king is over 70. How can you be so youthful? What of it? Is it not acceptable? My father is remarkably vigorous. Anderson regarded him with an expression of incredulity. I am 42 years younger than my eldest brother. Well, Yen Wu could only utter a couple of words in disbelief. I never imagined that not only do you know that perverse Lazare, but you also know Gianna. She is my goddess. Anderson swiftly redirected the conversation towards Yen Wu. Indeed, would you like me to help you obtain her autograph someday? Yen Wu jested. Really, is that true? Anderson suddenly dropped his chess piece and knelt beside Yen Wu. My heavens, is such fervor truly necessary? Faced with Anderson's tear-filled eyes, Yen Wu found himself at a loss for words. How could someone so easily kneel? After all, you are a prince. Where is your dignity? Brother, my dear brother, if you can procure the autograph of the great sorceress Gianna for me, I would be willing to traverse mountains and traverse flames for you. I would toil like a beast for you. I would offer my precious life and esteemed flesh. Anderson's face flushed with excitement, his animated gestures nearly toppling the chessboard. Yen Wu shivered, remarking, I have no desire for your flesh, my friend. All right, no problem. Meet me beneath the Mage Tower tomorrow, and I shall oblige. Yen Wu casually waved his hand. My good brother, I adore you, exclaimed Anderson, lunging towards Yen Wu, who swiftly evaded his embrace. Anderson, unable to halt his momentum, promptly crawled onto the stool where Yen Wu had just been seated. Suddenly, a fit of coughs echoed through the room as the Chancellor and Elsa emerged. Catching sight of Anderson sprawled awkwardly like a frog on the stool, the Chancellor cast a resigned glance at him. Hey, I will definitely await you beneath the Mage Tower tomorrow, Anderson declared mysteriously before disappearing into a carriage that rolled away. Do not take offense, my lord. The fourth prince's temperament is simply this way, the Chancellor explained. Being the youngest, he had been indulged by the first prince since childhood. Tragically, after the first prince perished in a war, he found himself marginalized by his elder brothers. Unable to endure the treachery of court life, he distanced himself from the palace. Over the past decade, he mingled with common folk, developing his peculiar disposition. He returned to the palace only in recent years to study various subjects. Yet he remained subject to his brother's harassment until he began learning alchemy under Lae'zel's tutelage, which afforded him some protection from their bullying. In truth, he is a child of misfortune, the Chancellor sighed. Upon hearing the Chancellor's account, Yen Wu felt a surge of sympathy for the fourth prince, who was often vulgar and behaved inappropriately. Once distanced from the palace, he found himself on the periphery of political power, unable to establish trusted alliances or relationships, thus enduring the torment from his own kin in silence. My lord, I perceive that you and the fourth prince share a compatible temperament. I would appreciate it if you could look after him. As Chancellor, my foremost duty is to unite officials from all positions to serve our nation. Hence I cannot show favoritism, but you may. The king held both the first and fourth princes in high regard. However, following the tragic demise of the first prince, he inclined to cultivate the fourth prince as his successor. Yet, fate dealt a cruel hand. Although the fourth prince displayed remarkable aptitude in governance, his political acumen was a significant flaw. He could not contend with his elder brothers and thus lacked any substantial influence. The king had alluded to this concern in private. But alas, we all have our own burdens to bear, making it impossible to assist him. Yet, you are acquainted with our nation's most formidable sorceress, Gianna Delamore, the mightiest paladin, Arthas Minithil, and the exceptionally intelligent alchemist, Lae'zel Napoleon. You are indeed the most suitable candidate. The Chancellor gazed intently at Yen Wu and spoke. Yen Wu felt troubled. If he agreed, it would signify his entanglement in the royal struggle. Politics is an exceedingly intricate discipline, and a single misstep could plunge him into irreversible doom. My Lord Chancellor, this matter is of great significance. I must return to contemplate it before providing you with a response, Yen Wu stated earnestly. Very well, I shall await your reply. The old Chancellor did not press him further. Grandfather Ryan, I will come to see you again. Elsa bowed respectfully to the venerable Chancellor. Upon returning to the clearing, most of the timber had already been transported. Yin Wu and Elsa stepped into the teleportation array, where a plethora of timber was densely arranged across the vast space. Not far away, Roland was busily jotting down notes. Upon noticing their arrival, Roland hurried over. "Young Master Yin Wu, the timber is nearly all delivered, but we lack workers. What purpose do we have for such an abundance of wood?" Roland inquired, puzzled. "You will find out soon," Yin Wu replied with a playful smile. "Haha, Yin Wu, I sense something familiar within you," Anubarak remarked as he approached, his deep voice resonating in the surroundings. "You will see," Yin Wu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Standing in the designated spot, Yin Wu produced a miniature version of the Beastman Hall. Without the presence of the Shadow Moon Wolf, he summoned his courage to bite his forefinger, causing a small wound from which a drop of blood fell onto the Beastman Hall. A crisp chime echoed in Yin Wu's mind as a vivid red rune pattern materialized in his consciousness. Unlike the Beastman Hall in the game, this version possessed functionalities beyond merely creating laborers and upgrading structures. It also enhanced defensive capabilities and upgraded the attributes of units, including strength, intelligence, vitality, defense, agility, and other enhancements of self-ability. It mirrored the essence of a game, yet was profoundly distinct, for it resided in the realm of reality. Unintentionally, Yin Wu noticed another skill rune panel, and to his surprise, there were 2 skill points in the upper right corner that he had never observed before. Had it not been for the notification sound from the Orc Hall, he might have completely forgotten about this skill panel. The proficiency progress bar for Stormhammer had made a slight advancement, while Gale Step only displayed a faint red dot, barely noticeable without keen scrutiny. Contemplating these 2 skill points, Yin Wu resolved to allocate them to Vine's Entanglement and Mana Burn. He had never engaged in solo combat, typically standing at a distance to occasionally harass his enemies. Thus, his intention in acquiring these skills was to enhance the impact of his disturbances. Unfortunately, he was surrounded by formidable warriors. Even someone like Ilsha, who lacked rank, could easily take on several foes simultaneously, leaving no room for him to act as a main force. Nevertheless, should he ever ascend to that role, these skills would undoubtedly pose significant challenges to his adversaries, particularly mages. After configuring the skills, Yin Wu shifted his focus to the rune interface of the Orc Hall. Once the workers had completely transported the timber, he deactivated the portal. It is time to witness a miracle," he proclaimed to the group. He positioned the miniature Orc Hall appropriately, and with a flicker of thought, red luminescence began to hover around the model-sized structure, gradually expanding, albeit at a rather sluggish pace. "It seems it's different from the game," Yin Wu remarked with a hint of disappointment. In the game, a scaled-down base would take shape much more rapidly. No worries, let it develop at its own pace. My little ones will keep a watchful eye on it," Anubarak replied. The progress of the hall was exceedingly slow. Yin Wu could perceive the advancement in his mind, noting that the number 6,000 was decreasing by 1 every second, indicating that the construction would require a full 10 hours to complete. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that it was quite satisfactory. No structure could be finished in merely 10 hours, not even the time to lay the foundation. As dusk approached, Yin Wu realized that waiting here was futile. Although everyone was curious about this peculiar object, the prolonged formation time would surely erode their patience. "Shall we return?" he suggested. "Anubarak, I leave it in your capable hands." He retrieved his badge, murmured an incantation, and blue energy surged forth, causing the 3 of them to vanish from the wilderness, leaving behind a scattering of timber and the gradually sinking massive silhouette. "You've returned. Dinner is ready. Come and eat." Jaina greeted the trio as they appeared, while the Shadow Moon Wolf remained hunched in the corner, perpetually engaged with his phone. Yin Wu found it perplexing that, in the absence of a network, a phone capable only of capturing images and videos could be entertaining. "Jaina, could I have your autograph?" Yin Wu mumbled through a mouthful of beef, his words barely discernible. "What do you need my autograph for?" Gianna inquired curiously, her fingers tracing the air as a magical signature carved from ice materialized and was handed to Yin Wu. "Today, I encountered the 4th prince. He proclaimed you to be his goddess and requested that I procure an autograph for you," Yin Wu remarked. "The 4th prince, you say? What an odd individual," Gianna replied. "Today, the chancellor sought my counsel regarding a matter, wishing for my assistance to secure a domain for the 4th prince within the palace. I wonder if you have any thoughts on this." Yin Wu continued. "I have no objections. It is entirely up to you," Gianna said, opening her mouth to pop a small morsel of food inside. "I trust your judgment." Roland chimed in, placing a chicken leg into Yin Wu's bowl. There is no need for hesitation, Yin-Wu. Whatever you decide, I shall support you wholeheartedly, Elsa declared, clenching her fist with determination. Very well, let it be settled. Yin-Wu felt a rush of elation. Nothing was more gratifying than the unity of intentions among friends. As Elsa had articulated, regardless of politics or conspiracies. As long as they were united, there was no challenge they could not overcome. The following morning, as Yin-Wu emerged from the Mage Tower with the Shadow Moonwolf, Anderson stood outside with a look of eager anticipation, pacing restlessly. Did it succeed? Upon seeing Yin-Wu, Anderson rushed forward like an ardent devotee, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Is it truly that exaggerated? Yin-Wu remarked, bemused by Anderson's expression, as he handed over the ice block bearing Gianna's magical signature. Don't leave just yet. There's a surprise, he said mysteriously, as a blue energy enveloped them, and both he and the wolf vanished into the teleportation array. Good morning, Anderson. Elsa greeted him with her usual frosty demeanor as she stepped into the teleportation array. Ah, good morning, Your Highness. Roland curtsied timidly before swiftly disappearing into the array. Anderson gazed enviously at the enchanting blue magic circle, a phenomenon he had never experienced, while a mermaid could partake in it daily. Good morning. Your Highness the Fourth Prince, a melodious and gentle voice called from behind him. Turning around, he saw Gianna smiling warmly at him. Oh, Great Mage, good morning. Anderson nearly fainted from excitement, his words tumbling out in a flustered manner. Gianna nodded with a smile and vanished into the teleportation array. As the blue energy gradually dissipated, Anderson clutched the magical signature to his chest, exclaiming in exhilaration, I have obtained the goddess's autograph. Ha ha. She even spoke to me. Ha 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 ha. He danced joyously towards the research institute, his face alight with madness. In the Baylor Basin, Yin-Wu stared in astonishment at the towering edifice before him. The rough beams made of beast bones extended outward, supporting a massive crimson canopy, beneath which stood a circle of stout stone columns, each as thick as 2 men, creating an imposing height of 5 to 6 meters. Surrounding the structure was a formidable wall, constructed from colossal wooden stakes. Flanking the entrance were 2 gigantic beast bones, exuding a raw and majestic aura, reminiscent of a ferocious beast. Unbelievable. I can hardly believe this emerged from that model, exclaimed Elsa, her eyes wide with wonder. It has truly been a long time since I last beheld such grandeur, Gianna remarked sincerely, gazing at the magnificent building. Haha, I have personally dismantled countless structures like this, announced a Nubarak, standing beside the Grand Hall. Is this really something acquired for just 1 gold coin? To be honest, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would find it hard to believe, said the Shadow Moon Wolf, gazing at the towering structure. Young master is indeed a remarkable person, said Roland, looking at Yin-Wu with admiration. This is far more awe-inspiring than in the game. Yin-Wu mused, staring up at the towering entrance, suddenly feeling quite small in comparison. Come, let us venture inside, Yin-Wu exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. This structure felt both familiar and foreign to him. It was a place he had known only as a mere puzzle in the game. Yet now, it stood vividly before him, revealing sights he had never explored. Due to Anubarak's immense size, he dispatched a small beetle to accompany the group inside, allowing them to see through its perspective. The sight of a beetle, no larger than a cow, evoked complex expressions among the crowd, as it seemed diminutive in contrast to Anubarak's colossal form. Upon entering, Yin-Wu felt as though he had stepped into a grand tent. The space was expansive yet empty, devoid of any furnishings. With a thought, he activated the rune interface of the hall in his mind, observing the icon for producing laborers, which displayed a gold coin icon alongside the number 75. Indeed, it cost 75 gold coins for 1 laborer. Such an astonishing price. Yin-Wu was taken aback. After all, this was the creation of a living being, with flesh, blood, and intelligence, not just a string of code or a humanoid puzzle from a game. Could it truly be just 75 gold coins? He pondered, contemplating the immense wealth contained within his ring, housing over 1 billion purple crystal cards, suggesting an army of considerable size. With a decisive thought, he selected the laborer icon. At that moment, a red magic circle, roughly the size of a table, materialized on the floor of the hall. Yin-Wu tossed 75 gold coins into the magic circle. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the coins scattered into shimmering gold particles, coalescing into a peculiar hexagonal magic array. The array emanated golden light as a laborer's phantom, over 1 meter tall, gradually took form. Is this the process of creating laborers? Yin-Wu was filled with awe. Can life really be conjured out of thin air? Even the usually composed Jaina appeared somewhat astonished. Elsa remained silent, her gaze fixed on the bewildered Yen Wu, as if grappling with the extraordinary events that perpetually unfolded around this man. Despite his seemingly mediocre abilities, he had astonishingly contracted a beast god as his familiar, the formidable Anubarak, known for its immense power. He also possessed peculiar magics. Yet she had never sensed a hint of magical energy emanating from him. The strange architecture before her housed a phantasmal entity she had never encountered, an embodiment of life creation conjured from the void. What other astonishing revelations lay hidden within him? In contrast, Roland harbored no such convoluted thoughts. To her, Yen Wu was simply an extraordinary individual. 15 minutes, Yen Wu contemplated the numbers in his mind, realizing that in that brief span, a living being would emerge from this very place. The phantom within the magical array grew increasingly distinct, taking on a more corporeal form. He could even discern the muscular contours of its green skin, and its eyes seemed to glimmer with a hint of vitality. At last, after what felt like an eternity of anticipation, a crisp chime resonated in Yen Wu's mind as the golden hexagonal array gradually dissipated. A low growl echoed forth, heralding the birth of the first laborer in this world before the onlookers. As it stepped out from the crimson magic circle, its stature, initially over a meter tall, swelled to nearly 2 meters when it stood before Yen Wu. "Master, what commands do you have for me?" The laborer's voice was deep and powerful, tinged with a hint of clumsiness and earnestness. "Is this truly a laborer?" Yen Wu marveled inwardly. The imposing figure before him, nearly 2 meters tall, was a mass of sinewy muscle, with arms thicker than Yen Wu's legs. Its formidable fangs adorned a fierce visage, wielding an oversized pickaxe that only Yen Wu could manage with both hands. Its tattered cloths wrapped around its waist and shoulders starkly contrasted with Yen Wu's impression of a laborer resembling a timid rabbit. Yen Wu harbored no doubts that a single swing from this laborer could cleave through the standard armor of an ordinary defense soldier. Was this the same laborer that barely managed to best a human farmer? It seemed he could easily vanquish 10. This was no mere laborer. It was a veritable weapon of destruction. Yen Wu patted the laborer's muscular chest. It was solid. Yet, this hulking laborer appeared inexplicably anxious, standing motionless, akin to a timid bride abducted by an outsider. Witnessing this formidable being, capable of toppling him with a single hand, display such nervousness caused Yen Wu to roll his eyes. "This laborer exceeds my expectations," Yen Wu remarked to Jaina. Indeed, while orcs were known for their fierce nature, laborers among them were typically underdeveloped and incapable of combat, often of diminutive stature, easily dispatched by an average human. However, this particular laborer was unlike any he had ever seen, with such physique and musculature. He had no doubt that this laborer could easily slay 1 or 2 orc warriors from his previous world. Gianna furrowed her brows slightly and remarked, "What a robust creature." Elsa exclaimed sincerely, "This is the creation of our master." Roland gazed with admiration. "If you don't utilize your skills, he could overpower you tenfold." Shadow Moonwolf taunted. Yen Wu rolled his eyes, ignoring Shadow Moonwolf, and turned to the anxious laborer, asking, "Can you construct a storm altar?" "Master, I can. But there's a lack of gold." The laborer scratched his head in response. "That's easily remedied." Yen Wu approached the central magic circle, retrieved a crystal card worth 100,000 gold coins, and placed it within. He wished to test if this would suffice. After all, he couldn't simply toss a pile of gold coins into the altar. Indeed, a notification resounded in his mind, and the gold resources in the hall transformed from 0 to 100,000 coins. Upon selecting the site, the laborer immediately commenced his work. Yen Wu watched in astonishment as this individual effortlessly bore 4 bundles of stacked timber, swiftly traversing between the materials zone and the construction area. This laborer was completing the work of 4 men. Unlike in the real world, the laborer didn't simply dive into the building and remain there. He engaged in processing materials, designing shapes, and erecting walls and columns, albeit with remarkable proficiency. No blueprints were necessary. Coupled with his extraordinary physique, his speed was astounding. Engineer, mason, decorator, carpenter, stonemason. What a talent! Yen Wu murmured to himself, marveling at this versatile laborer who embodied both skill and strength. With a sudden thought, he realized that 5 laborers had entered the production phase, and a rare talent, combining both skill and strength, required only 75 gold coins. How could Yen Wu contain his excitement over such a splendid opportunity? The construction time for a storm altar was 5 hours, yet Yen Wu was somewhat impatient. He wished for other laborers to assist. Although the beastmen typically built one structure each, this was a game, governed by its own balance and rules. 15 minutes later, another laborer of equally impressive build emerged from the hall. However, regarding the assistance for the first beastman, he provided a reason that left Yin Wu astounded. Successfully constructing a building is an honor belonging to us laborers. I cannot interfere with his work, as that would be disrespectful. Indeed, the beastmen were a group that held honor in high regard. Yin Wu, filled with resignation, remarked that the game's settings were indeed based on reality. With no other choice, he instructed them to commence the construction of a barracks, a war mill, and 3 orc dens. The site was bustling with activity, the sounds of sawing and chiseling incessantly filling the air, resembling a grand construction project. Though in truth only 6 orcs were laboring. With everyone momentarily devoid of tasks, Anubarak decided to lead the group on a stroll through the basin, which had now become Yin Wu's territory, allowing him to familiarize himself with the area. Due to the basin's low elevation and the surrounding hills that obstructed air currents, the environment was inhospitable to plant life, rendering it particularly arid. The harsh conditions, coupled with Anubarak's presence, drove the few remaining creatures to either perish or flee, leaving only Anubarak's beetles behind. What do you typically eat? Yin Wu pondered, recalling the vast expanse of beetles that stretched as far as the eye could see, sending shivers down his spine. We can consume the substances contained within the ores, which would also fortify their shells. Fortunately, this place is abundant in minerals, Anubarak replied, casually tossing a stone into the distance, the immense force causing it to shatter. The fragments were propelled far away, some even rolling to Yin Wu's feet. I am quite concerned about the sustenance of my orcs, Yin Wu expressed. There's no need for concern. Your orcs were not born through reproduction, but rather conjured from nothing. Their muscular structure and skeletal framework are not composed of muscle fibers and calcium. The specifics elude me. Given their anatomical structure, they do not experience fatigue or pain. As they do not rely on nerves to control their bodies, they have no need for food, Anubarak explained. You have observed this with such meticulousness, Yin Wu exclaimed, somewhat astonished. But who informed you about the muscle fibers? With Anubarak's assurance, Yin Wu felt reassured. It was said that he possessed 8 eyes, more than capable of scrutinizing details. The vast Barlow Basin, however, presented little variation. They found themselves amidst a landscape of nothing but rocks. Upon returning to the hall, they discovered the storm altar taking shape. Indeed, as Anubarak had indicated, the laborers showed no signs of fatigue, working tirelessly without so much as a furrowed brow. If that is the case, then the infantry and raiders produced in the future will also be free from the burdens of fatigue and pain? This would mirror the game, eliminating the stiffness caused by suffering. Yin Wu mused with excitement, suddenly overwhelmed by the desire to embark on a grand endeavor. By the time they returned to the Mage Tower, night had fallen, and the chefs of the sanctuary had prepared a feast awaiting them. With little pressing matters at hand and the territory under Lolan's watch, Yin Wu expressed his desire to learn something to enrich himself. Is there anything you would recommend, Jaina? Yin Wu inquired of Gianna, who was sipping her soup. What would you like to learn? Gianna responded, perhaps some knowledge about this continent? After pondering for a considerable time, Yin Wu replied. He possessed a unique set of skills from another realm. Although he had yet to comprehend how to acquire skill points, utilizing them was undoubtedly within his grasp. Hence, he felt no need to study magical skills, despite lacking the innate talent to commune with the elements. As for martial arts and combat techniques, his frail physique was ill-suited for such close-quarters professions. Therefore, he desired to learn about more civilized subjects, such as the history of this continent and the cultural arts of various regions. Well, if you wish to learn magic, you must go to the Sunset Empire, where the finest magical academy resides. However, our relations with that nation are rather strained, so it may pose some difficulties, Gianna explained. If you aim to study martial arts and combat techniques, you would need to travel to the Roman Empire, but our relationship with them is equally tense. If you are only interested in cultural knowledge, the Royal Academy in the Imperial capital would be quite suitable. If you wish to attend, I can speak to the headmaster for you. He resides in the Mage Tower, the esteemed Archmage Light, Gianna added casually. Having connections is indeed advantageous. The Royal Academy sounds like a prestigious institution. It would certainly be challenging for an ordinary citizen, yet Gianna could resolve it with a mere word. I will accompany Yin Wu. The Academy must also offer martial arts training, right? I wish to enhance my abilities. Additionally, he is too weak and requires protection, Elsa remarked. Indeed, Gianna nodded seriously. Yin Wu, who was eating, rolled his eyes in resignation. It was true. When it came to personal strength, he was outmatched by anyone. The Imperial Royal Academy is an esteemed institution that encompasses martial arts, magic, combat techniques, and culture. Although it may not be the pinnacle of the continent, its comprehensive curriculum ensures that graduates develop a well-rounded set of skills and qualities. At that moment, accompanied by Roland, Yenwu and Elsa stood at the entrance of the academy. Since the Shadow Moon Wolf was too conspicuous, Yenwu decided to leave it at the Mage Tower and removed his Viscount badge. He was now an ordinary student. Due to Yenwu's repeated request to enroll as a regular student, the academy did not offer a grand reception, yet they still assigned a professor to welcome them. The teacher possessed the quintessential arrogance typical of intellectuals, unable to fathom why the dean insisted on his personally attending to two ordinary students. Yet, as per the dean's directive, he found himself without the option to decline, further admonished to extend kindness to the visitors, which only fueled his disdain for the two students. Surely, they must be scions of some royal lineage, demanding preferential treatment due to their status. Thus, when Yenwu encountered this teacher, the latter's face was a mask of contempt and disdain. "Are you Yenwu?" the teacher inquired, pointing a finger at him. "Greetings, sir. I am Yenwu," he replied. Though the discomfort of being pointed at was palpable, he managed to smile, for this was indeed his teacher. "And you must be Aisha." The teacher bypassed Yenwu's response and directed his attention to Aisha. This was alarming. Both Yenwu and Roland felt a surge of apprehension. As anticipated, Aisha, without hesitation, seized the teacher's outstretched finger and, with a swift motion, brought her knee into intimate contact with the teacher's vulnerable abdomen. "Are you truly a teacher?" Aisha questioned, gazing down at the teacher, now curled in pain on the ground. "You lack the basic courtesy to refrain from pointing at others, and yet you deem yourself worthy of the title teacher?" Such a significant commotion attracted the attention of numerous students, all eyes fixated on Elsa, the girl bearing the slave mark upon her abdomen. It seems she is a newcomer, daring enough to strike Teacher Barton. How audacious. She is surely in for it now. Just look at the scar above her eye. It is evident that she is not one to be trifled with. Oh, behold, she bears a slave mark on her abdomen. Is she truly a slave? The students encircled Elsa and the fallen teacher, engaging in fervent discussions. "Dean, Teacher Barton has been assaulted by the new student," exclaimed a teacher who navigated through the crowd. "Come, let us see." Light, who was attending to matters at hand, sighed wryly, immediately setting down his documents and dashing out alongside the reporting teacher. "Look, the dean has arrived," someone in the crowd noted, spotting the approaching figure of the dean. "Well, it seems these two are in for a rough time. She has even struck a teacher. Surely she wouldn't dare to assault the dean as well? What are you saying? The dean is a grand sorcerer. How could a mere girl possibly stand against him?" The onlookers engaged in spirited discussions, parting to create a clear path for the dean's arrival. What transpired here? The dean, with a hint of exasperation, inquired of Elsa, who had already stirred up considerable trouble on her very first day. "Barton is a highly esteemed instructor, renowned for his academic prowess, which is precisely why he was chosen to teach eloquence. However, he is also the personal tutor of the second prince, a connection that has rendered him rather arrogant, for none dare to speak against him due to his affiliation with the prince. Yet, what he failed to consider is that Elsa is known for her fiery temper at the Mage Tower, and Barton is equally proud in nature. When these two individuals collide, sparks are sure to fly. However, the knowledgeable yet unskilled Barton would not gain any advantage over Elsa. Uncle Light. This person lacks even the most basic courtesy as a teacher. Allow me to discipline him," Elsa declared, delivering a swift kick that made Barton cry out in agony, causing the onlookers to gasp in shock. To strike someone in the presence of the dean, this new student is exceedingly brazen. Yet, upon witnessing the dean's helpless expression, some onlookers felt a sense of relief. Perhaps the backgrounds of these two were beyond their imagination. "All right, you students, escort Teacher Barton to the infirmary. Yenwu, Elsa, please accompany me to the office," Light instructed before turning to head towards his office. Observing the two newcomers being summoned by the dean, the surrounding students whispered among themselves and gradually dispersed. "Yenwu, since you are new here and unaware of the circumstances, that individual named Barton is the tutor of the second prince. Having injured him today, the second prince will not simply let this matter rest," Dean Light kindly cautioned. "Whoever dares to harm us shall meet their demise, no matter who they are, even if it is the second prince," Elsa retorted nonchalantly. "It sounds as if I possess no means to defend myself." Yenwu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Dean Light sighed helplessly, After all, it was common knowledge that Elsa had slain Counselor Solon in front of the king, a fact that resonated widely among the populace. A girl with such a fiery temperament, impulsive and headstrong, do you truly believe you can bend her will? That would be akin to expecting a newborn to ascend to the sacred realm. It is utterly implausible. However, even the overbearing Barton has incurred the ire of many, for despite his position as the dean and a revered archmage, he still offends others with his words and demeanor. Witnessing Elsa administer a sound thrashing to him must have brought solace to many. Indeed, I too find a certain satisfaction in it. Nevertheless, caution remains paramount. Recently, the Academy has appointed a formidable martial arts instructor, and I shall take you to meet her shortly. Prepare to be astonished. Dean Wright wore an enigmatic expression. I had intended for Barton to instruct you, but that is evidently no longer feasible. Thus, you shall go to Catherine. Her scholarly prowess is considerable, second only to Barton himself. Beyond him, no other instructor can surpass her. Thank you for your consideration, Dean Wright, Yin Wu expressed gratefully. No need for such formality. Given that you have gifted me the precious rejuvenation grass, my assistance to you is but a minor favor. Dean Wright chuckled heartily, his spirits evidently lifted. Elsa, class is about to commence, so I must take my leave. Do your best. Yin Wu remarked, clutching the proof provided by Dean Wright as he addressed Elsa. Just as he turned, he felt a soft yet firm hand grasp his arm, prompting him to look back and see a glimmer of reluctance in Elsa's eyes. Yin Wu, I will seek you out whenever I can. Elsa's voice was uncharacteristically choked with emotion. In that fleeting moment, his heart melted. Yin Wu stepped closer, gazing earnestly into her eyes, which brimmed with reluctance and concern. Do not worry, Elsa. Though we may be in different departments, we are still within the same academy, and our paths shall cross often. Yin Wu reassured her gently. Yes, I understand. Class is about to begin, so you should hurry along. Elsa replied softly. After taking a final, earnest look at Elsa, Yin Wu turned and began his journey towards the humanities department. Indeed, Elsa, the initial separation is always a bit disconcerting, but it will get easier with time. Furthermore, every week, Saturdays and Sundays are free, providing ample opportunity for you to meet. Dean Ryan observed as Elsa stood by the window, watching Yin Wu depart. He is my family. The feeling of being apart from family is always difficult to bear. Elsa spoke calmly. The Department of Humanities is a uniquely distinct faculty within the Royal Academy, appearing somewhat out of place in a world brimming with magical combat and energy. Yet, it is an indispensable department. All who endeavor to master magic and martial arts must first acquire foundational knowledge. It is inconceivable for someone unfamiliar with even a single character to comprehend the tomes on martial techniques and incantations. Every student is required to spend a year in the Department of Humanities, where they must pass an examination to ascertain the solidity of their foundational knowledge before they can choose their specialized field of study. Yin Wu sorrowfully discovered that the majority of individuals on this continent were illiterate before the age of 15. As an outsider, despite having never encountered the language of this world, he instinctively possessed the ability to speak and write, akin to using his native Mandarin. Yin Wu did not need to study the fundamental knowledge. He could directly pursue relatively advanced topics. The first year is devoted to foundational studies, akin to a kindergarten class in his own world, albeit with older students. Therefore, he found himself in the second-year class of the Department of Humanities. Upon arriving at the door, he encountered a graceful and elegant girl, cradling a collection of books and documents. As he was to join this class, he approached her out of courtesy and said, "Hello, classmate. I am the new student in this class. My name is Yin Wu." The girl's delicate features brightened with a hint of a smile as she replied, "Greetings, Yin Wu. I am the teacher of this class. My name is Catherine, and I have been waiting for you." Yin Wu widened his eyes in astonishment. This young and beautiful girl, who seemed to be of similar age, was indeed a teacher? Teacher, I apologize. I mistakenly thought you were a student in this class. You look so young. Yin Wu smiled bashfully. Thank you for your kind words. The class is about to begin. Please, come in. Catherine waved her hand and entered the classroom, with Yin Wu following closely behind. Classmates, today we have a new student joining us. Let us extend a warm welcome. Catherine announced from the podium, introducing Yin Wu to the class, which was met with enthusiastic applause. Yin Wu glanced around and noted that most students were considerably younger than him. At 15, they were receiving foundational education, and by 16 or 17, they could choose their specializations. This group of students bore the unmistakable marks of youthfulness. Hello, everyone. My name is Yin Wu, and I look forward to being your classmate. I appreciate your guidance. Yin Wu, at Catherine's encouragement, stepped up to the podium to introduce himself. Yin Wu, please take the empty seat in the 5th row. In the center, Catherine indicated the sole vacant spot in the classroom. Teacher, that is not possible. That is Prince Anderson's seat. He will be arriving shortly. A student stood up to protest. That is of no concern. When he arrives, he can stand outside. Being late has its own justifications. Upon hearing the mention of the 4th prince, Catherine's expression shifted to one of displeasure, as she appeared resolute in not indulging him. Yin Wu expressed his surprise, exclaiming boldly, "How dare you openly utter the name of His Highness, the 4th prince?" A student had just shouted, "He, not only shall I call him by name, but I shall also occupy his seat." Yin Wu smiled at the student and proceeded to take his place in the vacant chair. Instantly, the classroom erupted in commotion. What a fearless individual. That was indeed the 4th prince's seat. We should keep our distance to avoid any repercussions. Is he out of his mind? Knowing it's the 4th prince's seat yet still daring to sit there. Silence. Catherine rapped on the lectern. This is the only available seat in the class. Yin Wu has no choice but to sit there. If the 4th prince arrives, he will have to stand outside. After all, we are all students. It wouldn't be right to grant him undue privilege. Catherine's tone, tinged with reproach, revealed that her relationship with Anderson was quite extraordinary. Oh dear. I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. A boisterous and somewhat lascivious voice rang from outside. Step outside. Catherine shot Anderson a glare. On what grounds? I am the 4th prince. I deserve some special treatment. Anderson raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at Catherine. That is not permissible. Your seat has been taken, and there are no available spots in the classroom. You must remain outside. Catherine completely disregarded his protest. Who is this? Do they not recognize me as the 4th prince? Anderson exclaimed as he leaned his head into the classroom. He then spotted Yin Wu, who greeted him with a cheerful smile. Ah, what a surprise. What are you doing here? You truly are an unshakable presence. I seem to encounter you wherever I go. Anderson remarked, astonished by Yin Wu's presence. Enough. You shall remain outside for this lesson. Later, arrange your own desk and chair. Fit yourself wherever you can. Catherine firmly pushed Anderson out the door and promptly closed it. Today, we shall continue with the material we were unable to cover last time. Catherine cleared her throat, recounting the tale of the Creator God, who, in a moment of exhaustion after crafting humanity in his own likeness, fell into a deep slumber to rejuvenate himself. Other deities, upon realizing that they could harness the power of faith through human belief, ignited a fierce conflict in pursuit of this divine energy. The resulting carnage became known as the legendary War of the Gods. Some deities recognized that faith was the root of this devastation and sought to annihilate humankind. However, due to the Creator God's edicts, it proved exceedingly difficult for the gods to breach the realm of mortals. Consequently, they collaborated to forge a dimension on the opposite side of the world, birthing a race known as demons. Creatures endowed with strength far surpassing that of humans and possessing formidable destructive capabilities. The demons received divine commands to tear through the fabric of space and invade the human realm, nearly leading to humanity's extinction. Upon awakening, the Creator God was incensed by the actions of these deities, yet his overwhelming power meant that every decision he made bore consequences for the entire world, including the gods themselves. Thus, he established the laws of covenant, endowing humanity with the extraordinary ability to ascend in rank upon meeting specific conditions, granting them a means of self-preservation against the demons. Simultaneously, he sealed the rift between the realms of humans and demons, eliminating the demonic threat. From that point onward, humanity enjoyed a millennium of growth, while the realm of demons became known to humans as the Abyss. On stage, Catherine's melodious voice narrated the history of human advancement, captivating Yin Wu with its fantastical essence. He absorbed an abundance of knowledge about this world, such as the fact that elves and dwarves were the original inhabitants. Dwarves were once transformed from subterranean stone spirits into flesh, retaining some of their original qualities. They possess a resilience akin to stone, their bodies both robust and enduring, though their minds are often as obstinate as the rock from which they emerged. Renowned for their mining prowess and weapon crafting, they stand as the most skilled among all races. Elves, cherished by nature, boast an ancient lineage shrouded in mystery. Over countless ages, they have diversified into various subraces, including dark elves and light elves. The former are twisted embodiments of malevolence, cunning and deceitful, favoring dark sorcery and assassination. Light elves, a hybrid species born of the union between elves and humans, are intelligent and peace-loving, though they occasionally indulge in subtle machinations, representing the most unconventional facet of elvenkind. The most traditional elves possess violet skin and blood, wielding magic and bows, capable of communicating with flora and fauna, nearly merging with the essence of nature itself. They exude nobility, grace, and dignity, harboring a profound disdain for malevolent forces. As humanity flourished, they were driven into the forests, and the elves now refrained from any interaction with humans. At that moment, a bell tolled, signaling the conclusion of Yin Wu's inaugural class in this world. "Hey, youngster, you've landed yourself in trouble." A youth, approximately 16 or 17 years of age, seated behind Yin Wu, gently tapped his shoulder. "What trouble have you stirred up?" Yin Wu inquired with a smile. "You've taken the seat of the fourth prince, and his loyal companions will not let you off easily." The boy's face betrayed a glimmer of schadenfreude. Just as Yin Wu was about to respond, a flamboyantly dressed girl rose from the back row and approached him. By the time she reached Yin Wu, a number of boys had followed in her wake, including the one who had earlier shouted at Yin Wu. "Hey, newcomer," the girl declared, shooing away the boy seated in front of Yin Wu to occupy his spot. "As Gray has already informed you, you ought to be aware that this seat is not for you." Her speech was slow, imbued with a haughty demeanor. Yin Wu glanced at the boy who had yelled at him earlier, realizing his name was Gray. "There's no alternative. This is the only vacant seat in the classroom. And he hasn't arrived. Should I simply stand by that empty seat for an entire class?" Yin Wu reasoned, presenting his case. "Do you know who I am?" The girl flashed what she believed to be an enchanting smile. "I am the girlfriend of the fourth prince. Today, you occupy his seat, and as his girlfriend, I cannot simply overlook this." Yin Wu rolled his eyes in exasperation, pondering the questionable taste of Anderson in choosing such a frivolous girlfriend. "Since you claim to be his girlfriend, you should be aware of my identity," he stated, locking his gaze with hers, enunciating each word clearly. The girl's eyes flickered, and she fell silent for a moment, recalling a remark made by the fourth prince during class. "What an insufferable presence. It seems I encounter you everywhere." The tone suggested familiarity. "Ah, well, I have only recently begun dating the fourth prince, so I am not well acquainted with those around him. May I ask your name?" The girl quickly donned a beaming smile. It became evident that she had paid little attention when Yin Wu introduced himself earlier, and her query now carried a hint of embarrassment. "So, she is one who preys on the weak." Yin Wu's impression of her plummeted, and his tone lost its joviality, replaced by a cold detachment and disdain. "Yin Wu," he announced impatiently, stating his name. "And what is your relationship with the fourth prince?" The girl asked cautiously, her previous arrogance evaporating. "He calls me brother," Yin Wu replied, recalling the fourth prince's endearing address when he signed an autograph for Gianna Anderson. "Ah, I see. No wonder. You are family." "Yin Wu, brother, I apologize for my earlier brusqueness. Please forgive me," the girl said, her demeanor shifting to one of trepidation. Immediately, she dragged Gray forward and shouted at him, "Apologize to Yin Wu, you blind fool." Yin Wu's heart jolted at the realization that this was a quintessentially spoiled girl from an aristocratic family, referring to others as mere objects. His disdain for her grew stronger. "There's no need for an apology. You may leave." He gestured dismissively for them to depart. "Yin Wu Ji, if you don't mind, may I sit beside you?" the girl inquired, batting her heavily lined eyes. "Apologies, but Anderson will be sitting next to me shortly," Yin Wu replied, sensing an ominous premonition as he observed the girl's fervent gaze. "Very well. Yin Wu Ji, I shall treat you to lunch today as an apology for my earlier intrusion," the girl declared, her eyes brimming with longing. "Please support this novel with your collections." Yin Wu felt increasingly uneasy. Wasn't she Anderson's girlfriend? Why was she fixating on him? Reluctantly, he decided to send her away, unwilling to endure her heavily made-up visage. Before the second class began, Anderson, accompanied by two students, moved his desk adjacent to Yin Wu's. "Why is it that we always seem to encounter each other? The Research Institute, the ritual, the Prime Minister's residence, and now here?" Yin Wu inquired with a puzzled expression. "I wonder the same. You seem to be my unshakable shadow. Have I ever wronged you?" Anderson replied, feigning a pitiful demeanor. "Spare me the blame. Without me, would you have ever obtained Gianna's autograph?" Yin Wu scoffed. Gianna's autograph." A female voice suddenly interrupted, startling the two. Turning around, they found the flamboyant girl had reappeared behind them. "Your girlfriend has come to find you," Yin Wu teased, nudging Anderson before turning away, as he truly harbored no fondness for the girl. "She is not my girlfriend," Anderson stated, his gaze towards the girl laden with complexity as he addressed Yin Wu. She just informed me that since I took your spot, she felt it necessary to intervene, Yenwu remarked, puzzled. Lena, I have told you that we are incompatible. Why must you persist? Anderson expressed his discontent. The fourth prince, in a fit of anger, declared, I genuinely admire you. However, if you truly do not reciprocate, I shall step aside for your happiness. The girl named Lena spoke with earnest sincerity, her words swiftly casting Anderson aside. Soon after, Yenwu sensed a pair of eyes scrutinizing the back of his head. He resisted the urge to turn around, and after a moment of distraction, he finally exhaled in relief. It would be wise to avoid any further interaction with this girl. I have only been here for 2 days, and she has already leveraged her supposed status as the class leader's girlfriend to make my life difficult. Upon discovering my royal identity, she promptly discarded that leader and turned her pursuit towards me. Anderson scoffed. How old is this girl? Such blatant opportunism. After the noon break, Yenwu glanced at Lena, only to find the girl gazing at him with fervent enthusiasm. He immediately averted his gaze. Did you say something to her? How did you manage to shift her focus onto you? Anderson inquired with curiosity. She asked about our relationship. And I told her you call me brother, Yenwu replied with a hint of exasperation. Haha. Well then, my friend, I thank you for finally shaking off this pesky girl. Anderson laughed heartily. Let her be. She's treating me to lunch later, claiming she bumped into me and wants to apologize, Yenwu remarked nonchalantly. I hope you both have a splendid time, Anderson whispered as he noticed Catherine stepping onto the podium. Before long, the morning class concluded amidst Anderson's drowsy state, during which he endured several chalk throws from Catherine. Observing the students swarm out of the classroom towards the cafeteria, Yenwu couldn't help but chuckle. It was no different from his own world, where the first order of business after school was to scramble for food. Brother Yenwu, my little sister is treating you to a meal today, Lena announced as she approached from behind, plopping herself onto Yenwu's desk in a pose she deemed alluring. All right. But may I invite a friend? Yenwu replied with a smile. A friend? Sure. Lena pondered briefly before agreeing. The cafeteria was categorized into tiers, with 5 levels in total, ranked by expense. Lena brought Yenwu to the 3rd level, indicating a relatively affluent background. Yenwu, are you calling me? Elsa's tall figure appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria, drawing the attention of numerous students. Hiki, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Elsa, Yenwu said, smiling at Lena while looking at the approaching Elsa. So, it's a girl? Lena's expression soured slightly, but she managed to suppress her irritation. This is Lena. Yenwu introduced Elsa. Hello, Lena. Hello, Elsa. The two girls shook hands, but moments later, Elsa's expression suddenly shifted. I don't wish to harm a woman. Do not force my hand. Yenwu then observed Elsa exert a slight pressure, causing a look of pain to flash across Lena's face. Ouch. I was just joking with you. Look at this person. Lena exclaimed, forcibly pulling her hand away, her tone filled with reproach. Humph. Elsa scoffed, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Shall we eat? Yenwu suggested, his tone laced with amusement. During class, Yenwu had been conferring with Elsa on how to rid himself of this bothersome girl. Evidently, Elsa was the perfect solution. What just happened? Yenwu mentally communicated with Elsa. That girl must have employed some method to amplify her arm strength. Had she been an ordinary girl, her bones might have been crushed. Fortunately, she encountered me, thus avoiding a tragic outcome. Elsa replied, what a cruel individual. Yenwu felt a jolt within. He was perplexed as to why this merely 16 or 17-year-old girl could possess such a venomous disposition. His gaze towards Lena was rife with wariness and disdain. This is a restaurant exclusively for nobles. Yenwu, does your presence here not bestow you with a certain prestige? Lena remarked, casting a glance at Elsa that reeked of provincial ignorance. This was due to Elsa's attire, crafted from the hide of a sea beast. Predominantly cloaked in black with hints of dark red, while the nobility typically adorned themselves in a vibrant array of colors, exuding opulence. Lena evidently perceived Elsa as an outsider from the countryside seeking refuge with Yenwu. Elsa, however, regarded her with an icy stare. Having navigated through the graveyards of her childhood, an innate ferocity and an aura of menace emanated from her, accentuated by the scar that marred her left eye, rendering her visage even more formidable. After a brief moment of scrutiny, Lena quickly averted her gaze elsewhere. It's quite acceptable, Yenwu commented as he surveyed the restaurant's decor and the dishes that had just been served. Ah, that makes sense. Since even the fourth prince addresses you as Big Brother, your dining locale must indeed be far more illustrious than this, Lena flattered. It is indeed of a higher caliber. Yenwu responded, casting his eyes around. Indeed, the arrangement of the Mage Tower surpassed any establishment. Even the king's residence paled in comparison to this ordinary noble dining venue, which hardly captivated Yen Wu's attention. Moreover, the cuisine was prepared by chefs from the sacred realm, whose mastery over fire and ingredient proportions was unparalleled, creating dishes that even top chefs would envy. Accustomed as he was to the culinary delights of his own sacred realm chefs, Yen Wu found it difficult to appreciate fare from elsewhere. Lena, this morning I was not angered by your intrusion, so there is no need for apologies, Yen Wu said after taking a couple of bites of food. Are you perhaps interested in pursuing me? He abruptly shifted the conversation. The sudden frankness bewildered Lena, who was typically adept in the arts of subtlety. Ah, no. That's not it. Big brother Yen Wu, actually. Lena instinctively sought to redirect the dialogue. That's good, for Elsa is the one I hold affection for. If you were to harbor feelings for me, I would feel quite remorseful towards you. Before Lena could finish her sentence, Yen Wu had already laid bare his sentiments. What? You like her? Lena's expression shifted, pointing at Elsa without any awareness that, had it not been for Yen Wu's warning gaze, her hand would have already been severed by Elsa's grip. What is there about her that you find appealing? Lena questioned, her face clouded with displeasure. She is beautiful and has an admirable figure, Yen Wu remarked, glancing at Elsa as he addressed Lena. Am I not as good as her? Lena asked, a hint of challenge in her voice. I do not favor girls who wear excessive makeup, Yen Wu replied. I can wear light makeup. Lena, somewhat petulantly, remarked that it seemed she lacked confidence in her own appearance. So, you wish to compare yourself to her, which implies you are eager to pursue me, Yen Wu inquired. For a moment, Lena found herself at a loss for words. However, after a brief pause, she lifted her head and declared, yes, indeed. From the very first glance upon meeting you, brother Yen Wu, I felt an undeniable affection. My earlier outburst was merely an attempt to draw your attention toward me. Yen Wu internally rolled his eyes, bemused by the audacity of her claims. Well, I have made my feelings quite clear. My affections lie with Elsa, not with you. I kindly ask that you refrain from pursuing me any further, he stated. Evidently, Yen Wu's words struck a nerve with Lena, who abruptly stood and pointed an accusatory finger at Elsa, exclaiming, what is so commendable about her? Beneath that attire, she appears as nothing more than a country bumpkin. Look at that scar on her eye. It's utterly hideous. Oh, and she is a slave. Huh. How could I have been so blind as to allow a slave into such an upscale establishment? Lena shouted upon noticing the slave mark on Elsa's abdomen. This prompted the attention of others in the restaurant, with some individuals beginning to gesture and whisper towards Elsa. This immediately infuriated Yen Wu. His original intention was to summon Elsa to inform Lena that he had someone he cherished, hoping she would withdraw gracefully. To his astonishment, the girl reacted so drastically. You wish to know what makes her so special, do you not? Yen Wu suddenly rose, seizing Lena by the collar, gritting his teeth as he spoke. This sudden action left Lena in a state of panic, as Yen Wu's eyes, filled with fury, seemed capable of incinerating her. She is more beautiful than you, possesses a more alluring figure, and I am drawn to her unrestrained and audacious character. She is stronger than you, fearless in the face of adversity. In critical moments, she serves as a formidable ally, unlike you, who merely hides behind others as a burden. Do you know how she acquired the scar on her eye and the brand upon her abdomen? She has endured more trials than you have consumed meals. What right does a sheltered individual like you have to speak of her? Yen Wu thundered, do not persist in harassing me, otherwise I shall not show you any mercy. Yen Wu pulled her close, articulating each word with force. A tempestuous war hammer slipped from his grasp, shattering the nearby table into splinters, leaving a few coins behind. Yen Wu grasped Elsa's hand and exited the restaurant, leaving Lena in a state of bewilderment. I apologize. I thought bringing you here would deter her from pursuing me further. Yet who would have known she could be so extreme? Yen Wu said apologetically, glancing at Elsa. Were your words just now sincere? Elsa disregarded Yen Wu's apology. Indeed, they are undoubtedly true, Yen Wu affirmed earnestly. Thank you, Yen Wu. Elsa replied with equal sincerity. Everyone mocks the scar on my eye and this slave brand. Yet you are the only one who comforts and encourages me. My father's greatest affection was to have me struggle amidst the dead from a young age, forcing me to acclimate to this harsh world. There was no encouragement, no solace, only countless insults and beatings. My mother, working tirelessly from dawn till dusk, had no time to care for me. It was only upon meeting you that I felt the gentlest care and the most egalitarian gaze. Elsa spoke from the heart. It is lamentable that a girl as beautiful as you should endure such misfortune and suffering, when you ought to be pursued by throngs, basking in the brightest light. We are family. We are friends. It is my duty to ensure your happiness and joy, and I hold an unwavering stance against those who would harm you. Yen Wu declared with conviction. Yen Wu, do you know why I insist on exposing this brand? Elsa inquired, gazing into Yen Wu's eyes. I asked you before. Yet you did not respond directly. Yen Wu remarked, feeling a shiver as he looked at her impeccably sculpted abdomen. I simply wish to see if anyone could regard me as an equal. If such a person exists, then I shall marry him, Elsa proclaimed startlingly. However, I am greatly disappointed. Whether in the council chamber, on the streets, or within the academy, everyone looks down upon me. They regard me with the eyes of a slave, speaking to me with disdainful tones. When I reveal my strength, they are filled with fear, perceiving me as one might a lion. Yes, they cannot best the lion. Yet they still refuse to recognize it as a being of humanity. Elsa's gaze momentarily bore a tinge of sadness, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Yet, one person remained steadfastly by my side, devoid of discrimination or disdain, offering nothing but care and affection. Perhaps I had grown so accustomed to it that I overlooked his presence. Elsa gazed earnestly at Yen Wu and inquired, that person is me, is it not? Yen Wu rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat neglected. If what you just told Lena was sincere, then you ought to take action. After saying this, Elsa closed her eyes. What action? Yen Wu was momentarily perplexed, staring at the Elsa before him with a look of confusion. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Elsa opened her eyes to find a face that was half dazed and half bewildered. Fool, she exclaimed, somewhat at a loss for words. Then wrapped her arms around Yen Wu's neck and kissed him. The suddenness of Elsa's action left Yen Wu frozen in place, the softness and warmth at the corner of his mouth rendering his mind blank. Wow. Students entering and exiting the cafeteria gasped in astonishment. Such occurrences were their favorite spectacles. Yet this time they were surprised that the initiator was a girl. Class is about to start. I must go, Elsa whispered in Yen Wu's ear, her face flushed. And she quickly turned and ran away, leaving Yen Wu standing there in a daze. Am I truly the passive one? Why was I so foolish? She had her eyes closed, and what was I thinking? Nevertheless, Elsa's lips were undeniably soft. Yen Wu lingered on the memory of the moment, staring blankly at the corner where Elsa had just turned. Was this considered a confession? He chuckled softly to himself as the crowd dispersed, standing there like a fool with a silly grin. However, all of this was witnessed by Lena, who stood by the window on the third floor. She pulled a communication magic stone from her waist, channeling a hint of magic from her fingertips. Indeed, she was a sorceress. Grandfather, I've been bullied. Have Brother Gnarl come to help me vent my anger, Lena said through gritted teeth. Buddy, you look a bit off. Did Lena confess to you at noon? Anderson remarked, observing Yen Wu's dazed expression with curiosity. No, it was Elsa who confessed to me, Yen Wu exclaimed excitedly, his face alight with joy. Whoa, you're gripping my thigh. Let go. Anderson grimaced as he pried Yen Wu's hand away. And what about Lena? Anderson glanced back at Lena, who wore a displeased expression as she glared at Yen Wu. That girl is truly a weirdo, she berated Elsa, Yen Wu muttered to Anderson. No way. She's truly lost her mind. She dares to scold Elsa. Anderson's face was filled with horror. Then, he looked at Yen Wu with envy. Elsa is notoriously hot-tempered, yet she's so calm and submissive around you. It's simply incredible. If it weren't for her fiery temperament, I would certainly pursue such a beautiful girl. Come on. You can pursue her if you bite me to death, Yen Wu said with a sense of triumph. Do not revel too soon. I must inform you that Lena possesses a rather intense possessiveness. She does not permit anyone to vie for her targets. She may pose a threat to Elsa. You ought to keep her cautious, Anderson replied in a hushed tone. No way. How monstrous. Yen Wu gasped, turning to look back, only to lock eyes with Lena's fiery gaze. Elsa. Yen Wu, disregarding what Elsa was currently engaged in, communicated through their bond. What is it? Elsa responded, her tone slightly awkward. Having just confessed her feelings, she found herself uncharacteristically nervous in the presence of someone she knew so well. Lena may pose a danger to you. Exercise caution, Yen Wu warned. Understood, Elsa replied earnestly. Good. Now that Elsa is aware, Yen Wu sighed in relief, reassured that with her vigilance and her strength to confront a golden tier warrior head-on, she would be safe. But you haven't made any moves, have you? Anderson remarked, his expression shifting to one of concern. Could it be that she has forged a contract with you? He questioned, astonishment written across his face. Indeed, Yen Wu nodded. Wow. Signing a contract with a beautiful girl is my lifelong aspiration, Anderson said with a rather inappropriate enthusiasm. Get lost. Yin Wu shot a disapproving glance at the rather creepy Anderson. By the way, what is your relationship with Catherine? You seem rather familiar with her, Yin Wu inquired, observing Catherine, who had just taken the stage. She is my fiancée, Anderson replied with a melancholic air. Why the glum face when you have such a beautiful girl as your fiancée? Yin Wu asked, puzzled. I am a young man with ideals and ambitions. How can I allow marriage to bind me? Anderson puffed his chest out grandly, but as Catherine turned her gaze towards him, he immediately shrank back. Oh, so you are one who fears his wife? Yin Wu chuckled. He then recalled a question. You mentioned that Lena is a narrow-minded person during her pursuit of you. Did she ever do anything detrimental to Catherine? Of course. Why else would I speak of her in such a manner? Anderson scoffed at the mention of Lena. She has a brother named Gnarl, a golden tier warrior. Whenever she punishes someone, she always enlists her brother's help, which instills fear in many. On one occasion, she had her brother discipline Catherine, but that fellow became enamored with her, divulging all the plans and promptly selling out his sister. Anderson chuckled as he recounted the tale, only to be met with a chalk eraser to the forehead from Catherine. Tell Elsa to be cautious. Her brother possesses golden-level strength. Anderson whispered to Yin Wu. No need for concern. I have faith in her. Yin Wu spoke earnestly. With a swift flick, 2 pieces of chalk accurately struck the foreheads of the 2 individuals. You two be quiet. Catherine feigned anger. All right, we understand, they replied, nodding in trepidation. At this moment, within the martial arts arena, a tall, golden-haired youth stood before Elsa, his melancholic yet handsome visage eliciting gasps from numerous female students. With a self-assured toss of his bangs, the young man inquired, You are Elsa, correct? His voice was soft and gentle, provoking another wave of shrieks. Yes, that is correct. I am Elsa. She donned her combat gloves made from sea monster hide, clenching her fists to gauge their fit. Following Yin Wu's modifications, the gloves now featured a half-finger design, with added protective plates of sea monster leather on the backs of her hands and finger joints, enhancing their defense. The palms contained small granules to increase friction. Although Yin Wu explained that this was a scientifically sound improvement, Elsa remained perplexed about the nature of science itself. What a beautiful girl. Yet a pity she is a slave. How extravagant of her master to allow a slave to attend such a prestigious academy, the youth remarked quietly, though his words were laced with venom. Attempting to provoke me will yield no benefit, Elsa replied as she loosened her shoulders and began to jump in place, preparing for her next training session. Since you are a slave, allow me to offer you some advice. Avoid provoking those who should not be provoked and refrain from engaging in actions that are unwise. His words dripped with menace. Suddenly, his pupils dilated, and he swiftly drew his sword to block in front of him. The sound of metal clashing echoed as a tremendous force pushed him back several steps. So, you are the troublemaker sent by Lena, Elsa stated, retracting her fist and brushing off non-existent dust. The youth stared at her in astonishment. This girl had attacked without even inquiring about his identity or background. Let me introduce myself. I am Gnarl, a golden swordsman from the Morgan.Do family, he stated matter-of-factly, prompting a chorus of gasps from those around them. The Morgan.Do family, the largest in the Kane Empire, boasted a history spanning centuries, well established before the empire's foundation, and was a family that even the monarchy regarded with trepidation. Moreover, the fact that this youth possessed golden-level strength at such a young age indicated he was highly valued and well cared for by his family. Concern rippled through the onlookers for the girl. They could not fathom how she had offended such a powerful family. A fellow student from her class quietly retreated, intent on reporting to a teacher. In the second-year martial arts class, where even the strength was inferior to that of a novice swordsman. How could Elsa possibly stand against him? Do not waste my time with meaningless chatter. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. Stop dawdling like a coward. Elsa regarded the young man named Gnarl with a hint of annoyance. Having trained diligently, she found it absurd that someone would suddenly approach her, inexplicably advising her against this and that, while audaciously invoking their family name. Generally, there are 2 types of individuals who frequently flaunt their family lineage. The first type consists of the weak, who mention their family name to deter others from provoking them. The second type includes the strong who prefer not to engage directly, using their lineage to instill fear in their adversaries, thus minimizing trouble. It was evident to Elsa that Gnarl belonged to the former category, although he was a few years her senior. His pale complexion and the arrogance in his gaze indicated a lack of real-world combat experience. Hence, he resorted to brandishing his family's name. But who was Elsa? She was someone who dared to confront even the members of Parliament, someone who would not be intimidated by an intangible title. Even if the head of the Komodo family were to appear, she likely wouldn't bat an eyelid. Nal was infuriated by being referred to as a coward. You're merely a girl, and I initially intended to offer you a warning. Yet, it seems that my restraint is misconstrued as leniency, he retorted fiercely. With that, he swiftly executed a flourish with his sword and charged towards Elsa. A slight smile graced Elsa's lips as she stood her ground. As Nal approached, she suddenly raised her hand, seizing the blade just as it neared her chest. Before Nal could register any shock, she delivered a powerful kick aimed at him. The immense force caused Nal to lose his grip on the sword, stumbling back several steps to regain his balance, while Elsa's gloved hand bore no signs of injury. It was clear that Nal lacked practical experience, having merely elevated his rank and strength. What a beautiful sword. Consider it a gift for our first meeting, Elsa declared, deftly stowing the sword at her lower back, where Gianna had crafted a space in her sea beast belt for her belongings. Watching helplessly as his beloved sword vanished behind Elsa, Nal's face contorted in rage. Ah, return my sword, he bellowed, rushing towards her with fists aglow in golden light. Aiming directly for Elsa's head, it appeared that Nal had lost all sense of reason, launching an attack aimed at her vital points. Elsa raised her arm to block, and the golden light dimmed significantly upon contact with her sea beast leather armor. In an instant, she retaliated with a powerful punch that sent Nal crashing to the ground. The sheer force of her blow revealed her fury. To defeat a Golden Tier warrior with a single strike astonished those around them. They had never witnessed a second-year student from the martial arts class exhibit such prowess. Even graduates were far from capable of such feats. I bear you no ill will. Yet you sought me out because of that, Lena, and now you wish to end my life after suffering a setback. Elsa bent down and grasped Gnarl by the collar. As he attempted to retaliate, she delivered a swift punch to his face, causing his handsome features to swell instantly, blood trickling from the corners of his eyes and mouth. If it were an ordinary person struck by such a blow, they would have surely met their demise. Then you would simply settle the matter with some compensation from your family's connections, wouldn't you? Elsa shouted at him, her face a mask of fury. I have encountered many individuals like you. Do you know what ultimately becomes of them? With a menacing expression, Elsa reached to her lower back and drew forth a dagger crafted from the horn of the spirit of the earth. Spare me. I apologize. I won't dare again. At that moment, upon seeing the dagger, a wave of terror surged within Gnarl, the scent of death enveloping him. Elsa, stop. A middle-aged man's voice resonated, and Gnarl felt as if he had heard a divine melody. Teacher Morgan. Elsa turned, her expression perplexed as she greeted the newcomer out of courtesy. The martial arts class typically consisted of 2 instructors, a principal teacher who taught the students daily and an assistant teacher who handled various surrounding affairs. Should the principal teacher be unable to attend, the assistant would temporarily assume their responsibilities. Morgan was the assistant, a silver-ranked swordsman. You cease this at once. This is Master Gnarl of the Komodo family. You best be cautious, or you may find yourself in grave trouble. As Morgan approached, he admonished her. Do you hear that? Slave? Release me at once, and hand over your sword. I may yet show you mercy. With Morgan present, Gnarl spoke with arrogance, dismissing even the dagger in Elsa's hand. Get away from me. Elsa's expression shifted instantly as she shouted at Morgan. The sudden turn of events left Morgan and those around him momentarily bewildered. Unable to comprehend how a mere student could so boldly confront a teacher, leaving them frozen in place. Elsa turned to Gnarl, yelling, You think you can spare me? I'm afraid not. Everyone fears you and seeks your favor, like him. She pointed at Morgan, who stood rooted in place. It is precisely because of individuals like you that you thrive in tyranny and audacity. Allowing such a person to exist in this world is to harbor a menace. Elsa glared at Gnarl with a fierce intensity. As she fixed her piercing gaze upon him, Gnarl felt an ominous premonition stir within. He opened his mouth to plead, but was suddenly seized by an excruciating pain radiating from his chest. Looking down, he saw the dagger embedded in his torso, robbing him of the strength to speak. His heartbeat gradually fading. Elsa's cold, somber gaze was soon eclipsed by the encroaching darkness. You dare to kill a member of the Komodo family, Morgan exclaimed, astonished as he watched Elsa wipe the blood from the dagger, his words faltering. Get out of my sight. I am your student, yet you have failed to protect me. Upon my arrival, without seeking clarification, you demanded that I release him, even after he attempted to take my life. Why did you not inquire about that? Your eagerness to ingratiate yourself with him is appalling. I never expected such depravity from one who presents themselves as a minor. Just the sight of your face disgusts me. Leave at once, or I shall end your life as well." Elsa shouted furiously. "Elsa, what is the matter?" A tall man with deep-set eyes approached. "Lord Rabina, Elsa has killed Master Neru of the Gamodo family and has spoken insolently," Morgan said respectfully to the newcomer. "I did not ask you." Lord Rabina waved his hand impatiently, signaling him to silence. "Uncle Rabina, this man sought to kill me, and I defended myself," Elsa nonchalantly replied, placing her dagger at her waist. The individual referred to as Uncle Rabina was the surprise that the dean had promised to Elsa. Rabina, a formidable presence among the Sanctum Guardians within the Mage Tower, is adept at enveloping his fist with the power of ice and conjuring snow to assail his adversaries, earning him the epithet Avalanche Rabina. He has recently been appointed as Elsa's primary instructor at the academy. "So it is. If he is dead, let it be," Rabina stated calmly. However, Master Rabina Na was a highly esteemed figure within the Gamodo family. His demise will undoubtedly embroil the academy in considerable troubles, Morgan exclaimed, a hint of urgency in his voice. Rabina replied with indifference, "What do you propose? A life has been lost. Trouble is inevitable. What shall we do now?" Morgan leaned closer, whispering some suggestions into Rabina's ear. "I see." Rabina mused, his expression suddenly darkening as he seized Morgan by the collar, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. With a menacing glare, he admonished, "Morgan, I presume you are unaware of Elsa's origins and her significance? Rather than offering her head to the Gamodo family, it would be far more prudent to present yours." "You wish to kill me?" Elsa gasped, drawing a dagger from her waist and charging towards Morgan. "Elsa," Rabina interjected, raising his hand to halt her, "do not let your ire be provoked by such a man." As the dagger hovered perilously close to Morgan's chest, his pupils dilated, and he gasped for breath. Rabina released his grip, causing Morgan to crumple to the ground in weakness. "Pathetic," Elsa scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him before she sheathed her dagger once more. "Uncle Rabina, what can you tell me about the Gamodo family?" Ignoring the incapacitated Morgan, Elsa casually settled onto a nearby step. Numerous students had witnessed the entire exchange. In a world where prowess dictates reality, acts of murder are commonplace, and these students, accustomed to such occurrences, displayed little reaction. However, the fact that the victim belonged to the Gamodo family left them somewhat astounded. What was most astonishing, however, was the sight of the girl who had committed murder engaging in conversation with the new teacher as if it were merely an ordinary event. The Gamodo family, a name I had heard during my time in the Roman Empire, has existed on this continent for centuries, even before the rise of the Cain Empire. Their lineage encompasses all societal strata, from commoners and mercenaries to officials and lords, wielding significant influence across the land. Their current power has instilled a deep sense of trepidation even in this burgeoning nation. The extent of their terror is palpable. Despite discussing the Gamodo family's formidable might, Rabina's tone remained remarkably serene, revealing a lack of fear towards this clan. "Given their immense power, why do you speak so lightly of the Gamodo family, Uncle Rabina?" Elsa inquired. "Ha ha ha. If our Elsa is unafraid, how could a formidable being such as myself, a paragon of the sanctum, harbor any fear of them?" Rabina laughed heartily. "To speak candidly, during the era of the Roman Empire, I harbored considerable trepidation towards this formidable family. Although the sanctum boasted many powerful entities, they were all mired in their own conflicts, vying for personal gain, and perpetually engaged in schemes and rivalries. One should not assume that being at the pinnacle of the continent affords one complete freedom. In reality, what is far more terrifying than the political machinations is the potential enmity one could incur from the Gamodo family. Those sanctum members, who ostensibly serve the same nation, would not only refrain from offering assistance, but might even take the opportunity to undermine you further. When I capitulated to the Cain Empire, my initial intention was self-preservation. However, upon discovering a gathering array within the Mage Tower, I found that I no longer needed to dedicate extensive time to my cultivation, which extinguished any lingering desire to depart. Although I was assigned by Lady Gianna to tidy the Mage Tower, through this labor, I relinquished my lofty status and perspective, engaging with numerous mages who were united and remarkably at ease, and I came to recognize their respective strengths and weaknesses. This brings me immense joy. We, the Guardians, have gradually shed our internal barriers through our labor, revealing our true selves to one another. I believe this is the reason we willingly serve the Cain Empire. As Lady Jaina eloquently stated, we are now family, regardless of the time or the task at hand. Family will always be your most steadfast and reliable shield and source of strength. With our inclusion, alongside the formidable Lady Jaina, and the legendary figures known as Lord Arthas and Lord Lae'zel, all possessing extraordinary powers, the Gormodo family no longer needs to fear them. Rabina smiled at Elsa. Indeed. We are family, Elsa echoed with a smile. Suddenly, during class, Yinwu blurted out an inexplicable exclamation, startling Anderson, who had been fixated on Catherine's chest. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Anderson asked, still shaken. Elsa killed Nal. Yinwu whispered to Anderson. Seriously? Elsa is that fierce? Anderson exclaimed in astonishment. Oh no. Anderson suddenly realized a critical issue and, disregarding Catherine's attempts to stop him, dashed out of the classroom towards the palace. Earlier, Elsa had communicated everything to Yinwu through their mental link, and he understood the gravity of the situation. He glanced back at Lina, who was looking at him with a triumphant expression, unaware that her brother had already been slain by Elsa. Yinwu couldn't be bothered to inform her. Soon, Elsa would arrive and clarify everything, her words carrying far more weight than his. Before long, the bell rang, signaling the end of the afternoon class. Yinwu, what is wrong with Anderson? Catherine inquired as she approached him. My girlfriend killed that pest, Nal, Yinwu replied nonchalantly, subtly altering his terminology. What? Nal was killed by your girlfriend? Catherine expressed her disbelief. Indeed, Lina sent Nal to trouble my girlfriend, and he was slain by her, Yinwu confirmed. Nal was the most favored member of the Gormodo family. Killing him will bring significant trouble. No wonder Anderson reacted so strongly. Who is your girlfriend to be so formidable? Catherine showed no sign of being affected by Nal's death, indicating that he had likely caused her considerable annoyance. Ah, here she comes. Yinwu indicated to Catherine, who looked up to see a tall girl with a steady gait approaching the classroom door. The slave mark on her abdomen was prominently displayed on her healthy and attractive figure, while the scar over her left eye lent her an air of coldness. Yinwu. Elsa glanced at Catherine before greeting Yinwu. Elsa, allow me to introduce you. This is Anderson's fiancée and my teacher, Catherine. Yinwu brought Elsa over, saying, Hello, Catherine. I am Elsa. Elsa extended her hand. Hello, Elsa. It is a pleasure to meet you, Catherine replied with a smile. The two women clasped hands together. What a reminiscent scene. Yinwu observed the intertwined hands of the two girls, recalling the noble restaurant on the third floor. He couldn't help but glance back, where Lina gazed at Elsa with an expression of disbelief. Elsa, too, noticed Lina seated in the corner and walked straight toward her. Lina looked utterly panicked as Elsa approached. Do not come any closer. My brother Gnarl will kill you, Lina exclaimed fiercely, attempting to intimidate Elsa. Elsa paused, reaching for her lower back, where she drew forth a magnificent sword. Upon seeing the blade, the girl's eyes widened in disbelief. You think you would kill me? Elsa sat before her, locking eyes with her. Indeed, he intended to take my life, but alas, he met his demise at my hands. Elsa leaned closer to the girl's face, enunciating each word deliberately. Consider this a lesson. Do not let me see you again, for if there is a next time, I shall take your life as well. Elsa's penetrating gaze bore into Lina as she tossed the sword onto her table, then turned to stride back toward Yinwu. You killed my brother. You killed my brother. Lina shouted, her expression teetering on the brink of madness as she stared at the sword. I will make you pay for this. Lina's voice echoed behind Elsa. Why do I feel a tinge of sympathy for Lina? Yinwu remarked. If I were to perish by Gnarl's sword now, would you still harbor pity for her? Elsa shot Yinwu a glance. Absolutely not. Yinwu replied instantaneously. The news of Gnarl, the most gifted swordsman of the Gormodo family, being slain at the Royal Academy of the Kane Empire spread rapidly across the globe. Some lamented the untimely loss of such youth, while those acquainted with the Gormodo family reveled in delight. The Gormodo family's vast influence had led its members to act with arrogance and impunity, shielded by their strong sense of loyalty. Regardless of who committed the wrongdoing, they would always cover for their own. Even the Empire held trepidation towards their power, allowing them to operate without restraint. They did not belong to any nation, yet small countries sought their favor, while larger ones courted their goodwill, making them feel as if they reigned supreme over the continent. Now that Gnarl was dead, it signified that someone had finally dared to challenge the Gormodo family, a notion that undoubtedly brought satisfaction to those who had suffered under their oppression. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that Gnarl's demise was solely a consequence of Elsa sensing his murderous intent, entirely unrelated to the broader geopolitical landscape. Within the council chamber of the Gormodo family, the patriarch and vice-patriarch deliberated on the matter. What is the background of this girl named Elsa? Inquired an elderly man with white hair, the patriarch, Cassio. Patriarch, the girl known as Elsa was initially the daughter of Duke Leo Austin of the Caine Empire. Disillusioned by the corruption of the political arena, she forsook her noble status to embrace a life of banditry. From a young age, she accompanied her father into battle, acquiring extensive combat experience. Tragically, her father was slain by a traitorous lieutenant, and she was subsequently captured by the rebels. For reasons unknown, the bandit leader managed to seize a divine beast-level wolf, and that very night, the entire encampment was slaughtered, leaving the village in ruins. The girl was rescued by the wolf's master and now resides within the mage tower of the Caine Empire, replied a steward, clutching a voluminous dossier containing detailed information about Elsa. Truly, the Gamodo family is well informed about every matter across the continent. Has the Caine Empire made any response? Cassio inquired. Not yet. Should we dispatch someone to negotiate with the Caine Empire? Send Victor, Cassio gestured dismissively. Nal is Lord Victor's son. I fear unforeseen complications may arise if we involve him, the steward expressed his concern. Do not worry. The Caine Empire lacks the audacity to act recklessly. Remember, both Sunset and Roman covet the territory. Should we unite our forces, the Caine Empire could be erased from the map in a matter of days. Cassio waved his hand, signaling the steward to inform Victor. Brother, how do you intend to deal with this girl named Elsa? Asked an elderly man clad in gray, the vice-patriarch, Hogan. Dealing with her is a trivial matter. However, some individuals have failed to regard the Gamodo family with the respect it deserves. I intend to use this situation to remind them. Cassio closed his eyes. Meanwhile, in the king's study, this Elsa truly brings me trouble. The king lamented with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Your Majesty, this matter is of great importance. We must urgently summon Grand Sorceress Gianna for counsel, Helios stated. That will not be necessary. She has already arrived. A flash of blue light heralded Gianna's sudden appearance in the study. Grand Sorceress Gianna. The king acknowledged her with a respectful bow. This morning, the Gamodo family sent a messenger named Victor, who is Nal's father. He demands that we surrender Elsa and that I pen a letter of apology to be sent alongside her to the Gamodo family, the king recounted with a wry smile. And what is your stance on this matter? Gianna tossed the ball to the king. I have instructed him to return to the inn and rest. For this matter is of utmost significance, pertaining to the honor of the empire. I require a moment to deliberate, the king remarked. Your Majesty, although my time here has been brief, I am somewhat aware of the influence wielded by the Gamodo family, a lineage that even the empire dares not provoke. This is not a decision that can be made solely by an outsider like myself. Tomorrow, in the council chamber, we shall convene with the ministers to discuss and arrive at a resolution, Gianna replied with a smile, waving her staff. With a flash of blue light, she vanished from the study. This serves as a portent to us. Should we surrender Elsa, she may well become the outsider she mentioned, one who could oppose our nation. The king said helplessly to the elder. The following day, Gianna arrived at the council chamber much earlier than usual, accompanied by Elsa, Yenwu, and the Shadow Moonwolf. There, Yenwu encountered the father of Gnarl, a slightly shorter middle-aged man adorned in resplendent magical robes, wielding an ornate staff that radiated a soft glow. Yet his brow bore a hint of malice. Your Majesty, have you reached a conclusion? The middle-aged man inquired, stepping forward and offering a slight bow. Master Victor, given the gravity of this matter, we must deliberate with care, the king replied kindly. My demands are twofold. First, I require the surrender of Elsa. Second, I insist upon a personal letter of apology from you. Otherwise, when the army descends upon us, devastation will ensue, and it will be too late, Victor declared with arrogance. Upon hearing of the impending army, many ministers were thrown into a state of panic. Your Majesty, one minister stepped forward, saying, I support the decision to hand over Elsa to the Gamodo family. We must recognize that if we come to blows with the Gamodo family, the Sunfall and Roman empires will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. How can our single nation withstand such might? Do we wish to see our king humbled to the point of personally writing an apology? What becomes of our nation's dignity? A robust minister asserted, Your Majesty, I am prepared to lead our soldiers and vow to defend our nation's honor with my life. Your Majesty, should the Sunfall Empire and the Roman Empire, these two superpowers, unite against the deeply entrenched Gamodo family, we would have no means to retaliate. Rather than facing annihilation, it would be wiser to seek compromise and peace to spare the innocent from suffering. Another portly member of the assembly stepped forward and spoke. In an instant, the court erupted into fervent debate. The civil officials unanimously advocated for the surrender of Elsa, prioritizing the kingdom's tranquility and peace, while the military leaders fervently pledged to defend the dignity of the nation at all costs. Yenwu sighed. Indeed, both sides possess their own rationale. This has been a recurring theme throughout history, where civil officials often seek harmony while military leaders advocate for conflict. The warriors excel in both conquering and safeguarding the realm, whereas the scholars are adept at governance and the prosperity of the state. Naturally, their divergent objectives give rise to conflicting opinions. Yet, at this moment, there was no room for choice. This battle was unavoidable, and victory was imperative. Should we falter, this nation would cease to exist. Your Majesty, since you have led us to this juncture, we have never wavered in the face of formidable foes. It is our unyielding resolve that has secured a place for the kingdom of Cain upon this continent. Now, the Komodo family has become excessively arrogant. And even though we stand against an immensely powerful adversary, including the alliance of Roman and the Empire of Sunset, I, an old minister, am still willing to offer my life, vowing to live or die alongside the Empire of Cain, declared Chancellor Ryan, standing resolutely at the forefront. This only deepened Yenwu's admiration for the elder. Firstly, he truly acted in the best interest of the Empire, should the Cain Empire show any sign of weakness. It would not only risk annihilation, but also lose its stature on the international stage, allowing the Commodore family to act with even greater impunity. Moreover, in light of Null's demise, they would not be placated by surrendering Elsa, as this would only embolden their arrogance. Given their familial strength and ambition, the annexation of the Cain Empire was an inevitable fate. Secondly, Elsa was his granddaughter. As an elder, he would never abandon his kin for the sake of self-preservation. Despite the immense pressure surrounding him, grandfather, Elsa gazed at the Chancellor standing in the center, her slightly hunched back straightening with effort, determination etched upon her face, tears brimming in her eyes. Suddenly, her hand was grasped, and upon looking up, she met Yenwu's gentle gaze. "We are family," Yenwu murmured softly in her ear. "Yes, we are family." A warm current flowed through Elsa's heart, her resolve strengthening considerably. "Your Majesty, the Chancellor speaks the truth. The Cain Empire's current standing is fundamentally rooted in its unwavering stance," Gianna asserted as she approached the Chancellor. She then glanced at Victor and continued, "How can your family, who bullies others, shamelessly demand various concessions after suffering losses outside? Is the Commodore family truly beyond all reproach? Your Majesty, we do not fear formidable foes. If war is what they desire, we shall gladly engage." Gianna's demeanor shifted from her usual gentleness to a fierce resoluteness. The two individuals at the pinnacle of power spoke in defense of Elsa, prompting the king to regard her with renewed interest. Very well. Victor, filled with rage, laughed derisively, "Then let you taste the wrath of the Commodore family." With that, he waved his hand and strode out of the council chamber. What shall we do now? The room erupted in chaos, many officials anxiously discussing amongst themselves. "Silence, everyone." The king raised his hand, signaling for calm. As the Chancellor and Grand Sorcerer have stated, the Cain Empire has never feared any adversary. Should we yield this time, we will lose all standing in the international arena. This is a war that, once it arrives, cannot be evaded. However, let us not forget that we possess formidable allies, the powerful Grand Sorceress Gianna and her Mage Tower, the mightiest Paladin, Arthas, and his Holy Knight Order, the enigmatic alchemist Master Lae'zel, the Southern Protector, Archmage Antonidas, and the valiant General Garrus training our soldiers. Each name rang out from the king's lips, resonating throughout the chamber, silencing those trembling officials. Nothing could be more reliable than the strength of these individuals. "Your Majesty, you seem to have overlooked some matters." Yenwu stepped forward. "What have I missed, Baron Yenwu?" Yenwu walked to the side of the Shadow Moonwolf. "I hereby officially announce to all, this is my companion, the Beast God, Shadow Moonwolf." Yenwu dropped a bombshell upon everyone. The Beast God. The king abruptly rose from his seat, astonished to discover that this colossal wolf, which had been inseparable from Yenwu all day, was in fact the Beast God. Most significantly, it is exceedingly difficult for a powerful figure from the sanctuary to form a pact with a creature of the divine beast level. Yet here was an ordinary man who had managed to bond with a Beast God. The crowd immediately gasped. The addition of a Beast God equated to the presence of another sanctuary-level warrior, thereby enhancing their chances in the impending war. Those who had previously wavered were now silent. Furthermore, Yenwu teased another revelation as he slowly approached Counselor Ire. Due to their recent encounters, Ire felt a tinge of dread towards Yanwu and instinctively stepped back. In the Barreler Basin resides a long-lost friend of mine, whose power is comparable to that of Jianna, as Counselor Ire can attest, Yanwu declared. Indeed. What the young Viscount says is accurate. He is a creature of immense stature, adorned with spikes. Counselor Ire interjected promptly. At that moment, none of the officials dared to refute. Typically inconsequential, but now, with the presence of such formidable beings laid bare before them, they realized the Kane Empire had grown beyond their wildest imaginings. Long live the Kane Empire! The Chancellor led the cheer. And soon the chamber resonated with the collective voices of the people, the shouts of "Long live the Kane Empire" echoing through the hall. What? They are declaring war. Cassio suddenly slammed his palm on the table, rising to his feet, his white hair billowing as if caught in an unseen wind. Father, that is your own grandson. You must avenge him, Victor exclaimed, his face a mask of despair. Third brother, what do you think? Cassio inquired of his companion Hogan. Brother, our Gamodo family's influence on the continent is undeniable. This war must be fought, otherwise, our reputation will suffer. We must also make it clear that the Gamodo family is not to be trifled with. Those who dare provoke us shall pay dearly, Hogan asserted. Victor, you are to journey to the Sunset Empire and the Roman Empire to convey our intentions. This time, I intend to erase the Kane Empire from the map. Cassio commanded. Yes, father, Victor replied, departing the Gamodo family council chamber. Brother, Jianna Protomer of the Kane Empire possesses unfathomable strength. I have heard that upon her arrival in the Empire, she effortlessly defeated 2 sanctuary mages. She cannot be allowed to remain. Hogan said thoughtfully. She is merely a girl, though indeed a bit troublesome. It seems we have no choice but to let her go, Cassio remarked. Her? Hogan questioned, momentarily perplexed, only to quickly comprehend, a hint of fear crossing his expression. Third brother, go and summon her, Cassio instructed. But, brother, is there truly no alternative? Every time she undertakes a mission, she demands half of our industrial revenue. Hogan said hesitantly. But let us not forget, she has succeeded in eliminating every target assigned to her, even those as formidable as the Sanctum's elite. What does it matter if she claims half of our revenue? Once that girl is dealt with, the others will pose no threat. And the entire Kane Empire will belong to us, Cassio remarked. In the rear mountains of the Komodo family lies an expansive forest, a place forbidden to all but the highest-ranking officials. Hogan navigated through the woods, and soon came to a halt before a figure cloaked in green, partially obscured by the dense shadows of the forest. What is it? A low, feminine voice emanated from the green figure. We seek your assistance in eliminating someone, Hogan said with utmost respect. Whom do you wish to target? The cloaked figure replied succinctly. The chief sorceress of the Kane Empire, Jianna Proudmoore. Hogan presented a magical image with both hands. The green figure accepted it, glanced over, and a faint smile graced her lips before she vanished. I need not elaborate on the conditions. You should comprehend them well. Given the unique status of the target, the time frame for this mission is 1 week. The green figure declared before disappearing from Hogan's sight. Does even she require a week? It seems Jianna is indeed a formidable adversary. Hogan muttered to himself as he turned and descended the mountain. Within the mage tower of the Kane Empire, night had deepened. Aside from the magical lamps and the colossal runestones encircling the tower, silence enveloped everything. A figure agilely leaped and bounded across the surrounding buildings, the metallic shoulder guards glinting in the moonlight. Beneath the cloak, a lithe form clad in green leather armor moved gracefully, her tied-back hair flowing with her motions. Under the moonlight, she resembled a swift bird darting among the structures, rapidly approaching the mage tower. The crescent moon blade in her hand bore spikes, and the green toxin shimmered under the lunar glow. Before the alert towers could react, the figure slipped through a window and entered the tower. On the highest floor, Jianna had already succumbed to slumber. Her purple leather armor and mages had hung at the head of her bed. As moonlight streamed in, Jianna, clad in her nightgown, exuded an exquisite allure. Suddenly, her brow furrowed slightly, and a shield enveloped her. Just then, the sound of a blade scraping against glass shattered the stillness. The shield fractured. Yet Jianna remained unscathed. Realizing her strike had missed, the figure swiftly retreated, only to be confronted by a silver wolf, its jaws agape. The green figure deftly evaded, raising a purple dagger and launching it at the approaching Shadow Moon wolf. The wolf swiftly dodged, repositioned, and pounced once more. In the wake of the commotion, the entire mage tower illuminated instantly as many rushed toward the source of the disturbance. Illusion spell, exclaimed the newly arrived butler, Robert, as he cast a wave of white light into the room, fully revealing the green figure. Enough. Everyone cease at once. Robert. There's no need for the others to come up. There is no danger, Gianna informed him. Reassured by Gianna's words, Robert felt a sense of relief, albeit perplexed, and proceeded to send everyone outside. Maeve? Yinwu exclaimed upon entering, clad in a green cloak and adorned with a helmet resembling eagle horns. Her graceful chin emerged beneath the helmet, while a strikingly defiant ponytail cascaded from behind. Her green eyes, reminiscent of a griffin, sparkled with a hint of mirth. Yinwu. It is a pleasure to see you. Maeve's deep voice stirred a familiar sensation within Yinwu. Maeve, it has been quite some time. How disheartening that your first act is to attempt my assassination, Gianna remarked with a smile that belied any semblance of sorrow. Alas, one must fulfill their obligations when paid. Maeve replied, removing her eagle-shaped helmet. Her long, silvery hair cascaded down like a waterfall, revealing a stunning visage adorned with silver embellishments before Yinwu's eyes. Seeing Maeve's face for the first time, Yinwu couldn't help but gaze a little longer. This must be the Shadow Moon Wolf. To evade my shadow assault is no small feat. Maeve complimented genuinely. You flatter me. The Shadow Moon Wolf responded modestly. Elsa, Roland, come here. Allow me to introduce you to my friend, Maeve, Shadowsong. Yinwu said as he watched the fully armed Elsa and the drowsy Roland approach. Maeve, this is my girlfriend, Elsa, and my steward, Roland, Yinwu declared, wrapping his arms around Elsa. How quickly time passes. I was unaware. Gianna observed with a smile at the two. Kiki. Yinwu chuckled awkwardly. Hello, I am Elsa. She introduced herself, her gaze drifting to Maeve's ears, though out of politeness, she averted her eyes after a brief glance. Curious about my identity, are we? Maeve inquired. Both Elsa and Roland nodded in unison. I'm an elf. Maeve lifted her violet hair, fully revealing her pointed ears. Instantly, the two girls gasped. Elves were among the rarest beings in this world, and some individuals might never witness their appearance in a lifetime. Maeve, did the Gamodo family send you? Gianna asked. Indeed. I have received half of their fees, Maeve replied, adjusting her hair. That is quite a sum. But how do you intend to report back? Yinwu queried. I shall not report back, Maeve declared. My relationship with them is merely one of cooperation. There are no further ties. She removed her cloak and hung it on a nearby rack, revealing her statuesque figure. Upon witnessing Gianna's magical projection, I realized it was time for me to depart. Since they are foes, there is no need to return the money. Maeve tilted her lips and remarked, Is there any room available? I shall reside here from now on. She exited Gianna's chamber and casually selected an unoccupied room in the hall, inscribing a green rune on the door. This is now my chamber. Do not confuse it. Maeve turned to address the crowd, then entered the room, truly lacking in decorum. Yinwu rolled his eyes. Victor, what news from the emperors of the two nations? Cassio inquired, glancing at the map in his hands. Both emperors have agreed to dispatch troops, preparing to launch a joint assault from both the east and west. We merely need to delay at the front of the Kane Empire, Victor replied. Has there been any word from her? Cassio asked Hogan, who stood nearby. None. It has been a week already, and by now, she should have arrived. Hogan responded. Gianna is formidable, even she may find it challenging. It is worth noting that the last task she undertook, even in the sacred domain, had a deadline of merely a day. The fact that she now requires a week suggests that Gianna presents a significant challenge, which further confirms that our investment is worthwhile. We can await her return with confidence, Cassio stated. However, brother, are we truly prepared to wage war for a child against an entire nation? It seems rather frivolous. Hogan frowned, clearly questioning the decision, in stark contrast to his previous resolute stance. Third uncle, that is my son, Victor exclaimed, his emotions flaring. Victor, calm down, Cassio interjected. Addressing Hogan, third brother, this is merely a mark. The Sunset and Roman empires have long harbored intentions to annex the Kane Empire. We are merely facilitating their ambitions. Eventually, for the lands of the Kane Empire, these two nations will inevitably clash, and at that time, we shall reap the benefits. Yet, I cannot shake a sense of foreboding. Hogan replied, You are being overly cautious. Cassio dismissed. The eldest son of the Gamodo family, Gnarl, was slain within the Kane Empire. The Gamodo family sought justice but was met with outright refusal by the Kane Empire. The Sunset Empire and the Roman Empire, deeply sympathetic to the Gamodo family's plight, resolved to eradicate this unreasonable and barbarous nation from the map. This is a proclamation from the Gamodo family, a necessary prelude to the onset of war, a process that is deemed legitimate. Upon the announcement, the entire continent was taken aback. For the sake of a single scion of the family, the entire war machine of the clan was set into motion, even influencing the workings of the continent itself. Some began to fret over the survival of the Cain Empire, leading the small nations allied with it to sever ties. Faced with the formidable Sunset Empire and the Roman Empire, no one believed the Cain Empire could endure such a colossal onslaught, even with the presence of the legendary Archmage, Gianna. The Cain Empire found itself isolated. In the realm of nations, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. We need not mourn their departure. If these small nations were to rebel at a critical juncture, the losses would be far more grievous. In a sense, their complete withdrawal might even serve as a boon. In the classroom, Yenwu spoke to Anderson. The seat behind him, once occupied by Lena, was now vacant, as she had been summoned back to her family from the Cain Empire. I thought they would audaciously allow Lena to continue attending classes. Yenwu chuckled. Can you still find amusement in this? I am nearly driven to despair, Anderson lamented, propping his head up with his arm. You, a mere princeling devoid of any real power, what use is your concern? Yenwu retorted with disdain. Alas, that is, after all, my father's nation, and it will one day belong to my brother. Regardless, it is ours. How can I not be anxious? Anderson sighed helplessly, stifling a yawn that drew forth a couple of tears from the corners of his eyes. All right. Today is the last day of class before the war. Cherish it while you can. Yenwu reassured him. What is the Catherine family known for? How do you know her? Yenwu suddenly inquired, glancing at Catherine, who was teaching. Her father is the leader of the Black Knights, a close friend of my father's since childhood. We have played together since we were young. Anderson replied nonchalantly. The Black Knights? Yenwu exclaimed. He had encountered descriptions of the Black Knights in the library of the Mage Tower. The lowest rank among them comprised warriors of the silver tier, and whenever they set forth on campaigns, they donned heavy armor forged from black iron. They do not ride horses, but are mounted upon a high-tier beast known as the saber-toothed creature. This creature inherently exudes an aura capable of instilling fear in beings of lesser rank. Coupled with its extraordinary physical strength and endurance, its robust limbs, sharp teeth, and claws render it remarkably aggressive. The leader of the Black Knights, known as the Sword Saint, is a formidable warrior referred to as Lion King Ronaldo. He has accompanied the late king in numerous campaigns, demonstrating exceptional prowess in military strategy and warfare, earning him a place among the founding heroes of the Cain Empire. The Black Knights, under his command, have become an unstoppable force, famously defeating an enemy 10 times their number with merely 3,000 warriors, thus becoming a legendary battalion across the continent. Is Catherine's father truly Ronaldo? Yenwu inquired in astonishment. Indeed, he is the daughter of that old lion, Anderson confirmed. As war looms, the old lion has already led his Black Knights this way, he remarked while observing Catherine, who was engrossed in her lecture. It seems you have been quite leisurely of late. How fares your territory? Anderson asked. Oh dear, I completely forgot. Yenwu suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling his beastfolk base. I shall check on it after school. Time swiftly passed, and the final day of classes came to an end. Teachers and students began to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. After bidding farewell to Anderson, who was waiting for Catherine, Yenwu and Elsa hastened toward the teleportation array beneath the Mage Tower. Young master, you have arrived, exclaimed Roland, who was chatting with the laborers. As she rushed over upon seeing Yenwu and Elsa, the scene had transformed dramatically. 3 grand barracks stood majestically in a triangular formation surrounding the hall, with numerous beastfolk dwellings scattered across the narrow corners and elevated terrains. Young master, after you assigned these tasks, you never returned to check on them. I learned from the laborers that these structures serve as their residences and fortifications, so I took the liberty of having them construct over 10 more. Roland said timidly. You want to hold it against me, will you? Excellent work, Roland. I knew you possessed a natural talent for management. Yenwu replied with a beaming smile. As war approached, reinforcing their ranks was of utmost importance. Yenwu had initially intended to have the laborers commence construction upon his arrival, and now Roland had accomplished that task on his behalf. With a mere thought, Yenwu summoned the rune board of the base, initiating research on pillaging and backpack skills within the hall, and commenced upgrading the facility. Upon accessing the interface for the Beastfolk barracks, he discovered, as he had anticipated, that a Beastfolk infantryman required only 200 gold coins and was not subject to any population cap. It is vital to note that this is not a game, and gaming A limitation on population exists to prevent excessive model rendering that could overwhelm computer memory, and managing too many characters could be cumbersome. However, this is the realm of reality. Distinct from the virtual world, Yanwu placed 4 crystal cards, each worth 500,000 gold coins, upon the magical array in the hall. Issuing a series of 4-digit commands for the construction of bespoke infantrymen and headhunters within the barracks. 1 bespoke infantryman per hour? Yanwu gazed in astonishment at the numerical progress within his mind. In essence, this meant that 72 orc infantry could emerge from these 3 military camps daily. Such efficiency surpassed that of recruiting troops. However, upon observing the progress of the hall's upgrades, his enthusiasm waned considerably. The lengthy string of digits dazzled his eyes. Subsequently, Yanwu switched to the interface of the war mill, upgrading all 5 technologies within it. Money truly is the key to power. Haha. Yanwu, long time no see. A tremendous tremor resonated from afar as Anubarak's colossal form approached, accompanied by thunderous footsteps. How have you been? Yanwu greeted him with a smile. With this base established, Little Roland frequently visits, making the place considerably livelier than before, Anubarak remarked. Anubarak, I need your assistance with something, Yanwu stated earnestly. I suspect a battle is imminent. As I can sense the life fluctuations emanating from the orc barracks, Anubarak exclaimed excitedly. Haha, indeed, a fierce confrontation awaits, Yanwu replied solemnly. It has been quite some time since I last engaged in any physical activity. The lack of exciting events has left me rather vexed. Since a battle is forthcoming, I welcome it with open arms. Anubarak flexed his exoskeleton and readily agreed. Ding. An hour later, 3 voices merged into one, resonating in Yanwu's mind. He turned to see 3 towering figures emerging from the barracks. By the time they approached him, Yanwu was utterly captivated. Standing over 2 meters tall, their bodies were a tapestry of sinewy muscle beneath shoulder armor crafted from beast hide and metal. A single arm rivaled the circumference of Yanwu's waist. Their palm, as large as a fan, gripped a massive axe, each movement exuding unparalleled strength. The 3 orcs bore distinct appearances yet shared a fierce demeanor, and the tusks protruding from their mouths sent chills down one's spine. Casting a glance at the laborers nearby engaged in conversation, Yanwu instantly recognized that those nearly 2 meters tall indeed exhibited stunted development. What are these creatures? Elsa inquired, somewhat astonished. The beings before her possessed certain animalistic traits, such as tusks, a protruding jaw, and dense fur, yet their behavior resembled that of a robust human, far exceeding Elsa's understanding of orcish beings. Orc infantry. We refer to them as such, Yanwu replied, gazing up at these formidable warriors. I am quite curious, Yanwu. From where do you hail? I have witnessed many wonders in your presence, Elsa asked, perplexed. Me? I come from a world called Earth, where the inhabitants do not wield magic or swords, yet they command extraordinary machinery to traverse the skies, explore the depths of the oceans, and uncover new materials and realms. Yanwu reminisced fondly. No magic necessary? You truly are remarkable, young master. Beside her, Rolling exclaimed, No, every world possesses its strengths and weaknesses. The inhabitants of that realm are inherently frail. For instance, without any skills, I could scarcely defeat an adult stronger than myself. Even the mightiest of beings cannot contend with an adult tiger, such as our shortcoming. However, this world, influenced by magical weaponry and martial prowess, endows its people with at least a modicum of self-defense skills. Some prodigious swordsmen can slay several tigers by the mere age of 15. This is your advantage. Yet, your limitation lies in your inability to leverage your present knowledge to discover chemical elements or physical principles, and you cannot perform precise calculations through mathematics, thereby missing out on the wonders of what we call science. As for me, I am a remarkable anomaly. It may be hard to believe, but in my world, these towering edifices and formidable orcs are merely data within a computer. I can employ certain tools to amplify their strengths or diminish them. Now, a multitude of unseen data has transformed into living, breathing entities in this world. Yanwu gently patted the hard shell of Anubarak beside him and said, I do not fully grasp your words, but that is of no consequence. I trust you. Elsa replied earnestly. She then looked up at the 3 serious figures and smiled, saying, What can 200 gold coins accomplish? It merely covers the cost of a meal for ordinary nobles. Yet, Yanwu, you have created beings capable of altering the world with just 200 gold coins. As twilight descended, numerous beastmen soldiers appeared in the camp. These hulking figures lit torches and showcased their powers in entertaining combat performances, and Yanwu even witnessed the long-forgotten spectacle of chest-crushing feats. This will soon be our second home. It is quite delightful to observe these lively giants, Elsa remarked, leaning against Yanwu. Indeed, Yanwu wholeheartedly agreed. Elsa, do you know? In my world, I was merely an ordinary student, devoid of any strength or authority. During vacations, I tirelessly sought employment, enduring tasks I loathed, suffering the reprimands of superiors, and facing unscrupulous individuals who would unjustly withhold wages under various pretenses. Now, fate has separated me from my parents, who raised me. And despite my sorrow, I feel fortunate and joyful to have encountered you all in this world. Witnessing your willingness to avenge yourself, disregarding the consequences and slaying Councilman Sauron in the presence of the king, I see a reflection of my own past cowardice in you. You dare to confront the pressures around you and pursue your desires. Elsa, I have never equaled you. I have always been chasing after your footsteps, and this time, you have slain Gnarl, incurring the wrath of the formidable Gamodo family, which even the Empire fears to offend. Had it been my former self, I might have whisked you away from this nation, seeking refuge in a secluded realm where we could lead a life of tranquility. However, I find myself in a different position now. We possess strength, we wield power, and should anyone provoke us, we shall retaliate. Let them be aware that even in the face of potential defeat, we shall ensure they pay a hefty price. What of the Komodo family? What of the Empire of the Setting Sun? What of the Roman Empire? You are a fearless maiden, and submission is not in your nature. This war shall serve as my greatest offering to you. Yanwu grasped Elsa's hand firmly, speaking earnestly. Thank you, Yanwu. Elsa replied, visibly moved. In truth, I am aware that I have stirred up considerable trouble this time. Impulsiveness is my flaw. In the council chamber, I genuinely wished to step forward, to allow them to take me away, so I could face the consequences of my actions. Yet, Grandfather Ryan's gaze stayed my hand, and feeling your affection through your grasp made me lose my courage. It is not your fault, Elsa. If you were to alter your character over this matter, you would no longer be the Elsa I know. Yanwu asserted, turning the girl's shoulder to face him, enunciating each word with conviction. Oh dear. Are you not concerned about spoiling your little girlfriend? A lewd voice interjected from behind them, shattering the tender moment. Anderson? Catherine? What brings you here? Yanwu exclaimed in surprise at the newcomers. My goddess commanded my presence. Anderson proclaimed proudly, only to be swiftly pinched by Catherine. Ouch. Ouch. You are my goddess. You are my goddess. Anderson immediately capitulated. Hello, Catherine. Elsa greeted, standing to acknowledge her. Elsa, I have come specifically to express my gratitude. Catherine beamed. That Gnarl was quite the nuisance, severely intruding upon my personal life. Anderson lacked any real authority to handle him, but now, Gnarl no longer exists in this world. And it is all thanks to you. Thank you. With that, Catherine embraced Elsa warmly. It appeared Gnarl's harassment of Catherine had been quite severe, as she now expressed joy at his demise. What does Gianna require of you? Yanwu inquired of the ear-tugging Anderson standing nearby. Come now, my friend. I arrived here with the utmost sincerity, yet your tone suggests I am unwelcome, Anderson retorted, pouting. He then gestured toward the items being transported through the portal, saying, This is per the directive of the great sorceress Gianna. I am to deliver provisions for those burly creatures. Pray tell, where did you acquire these beasts? Their mere presence exudes a palpable aura of menace, quite terrifying. Anderson spoke, his voice tinged with apprehension as he referred to the beastly soldiers. This is a secret, however. Since you are here, I shall divulge it. These orc brethren will join the battlefield in the conflict against the Gamodo family. Yanwu chuckled, saying, Really? Is that true? Anderson exclaimed. He then seized Yanwu's hand, shaking it vigorously, his face alight with excitement as he declared, My friend, I cannot thank you enough. I want to acknowledge you as my godfather. No, I wish to call you my brother. All right, all right. I believe Jinnah's intention in bringing you here was to provide some reassurance. Yanwu interjected, halting Anderson's fervent gestures. Indeed, with such a formidable army, our chances of victory will be greatly enhanced. Anderson replied with a smile. Let us proceed. Why linger idly? Let us go witness the orc brethren's performance. Yanwu rose, taking Elsa's hand, and beckoned to Anderson and Catherine as the four of them made their way to the fire. Your Majesties, how prepared are you for this impending war? Cassius inquired, his tone devoid of any respect. At that moment, within the Gamodo family's council chamber, two magical images flickered before Cassius, the Emperor Augustine of the Sunset Empire and Emperor Michael of the Roman Empire. In 1 week, My army will march towards the borders of the Cain Empire, Augustine stated, his expression impassive. My forces shall also arrive within the week, Michael responded. Then, we shall launch our assault on the Cain Empire in 1 week. Upon our victory, our families will not vie for resources or land. We merely seek to restore our losses, Cassius proclaimed. That poses no issue. I have heard that the head of the Cassius family dispatched a powerful assassin to eliminate Jian'ao Proudmoore. I wonder how that endeavor is progressing? Augustine queried. Rest assured. News will soon reach your ears, Cassius replied, narrowing his eyes before severing the magical image. Has there been no word from her? Cassius turned to the deputy clan leader after concluding the call. There is news, but it is not good. Hogan replied, his expression darkening. What news? Cassius sensed an unsettling shift in Hogan's demeanor. Her storage card has severed ties with our repository. Hogan stated. What? Could it be that she fled with the funds after failing her mission? Cassius's eyes widened in shock as he slammed his hand down, shattering the expensive table. How could I have placed such trust in her? How could she betray me in this manner? Cassius roared. She had previously indicated that our relationship was purely transactional. Perhaps her formidable strength led us to believe she would not be overly concerned with monetary matters, and over time, we mistakenly placed our trust in her. Yet, we have miscalculated. Hogan's face was grim. If we find her, she shall pay dearly for her treachery. Cassio gritted his teeth. For Mavi had absconded with half of his operational funds. In light of the immense expenditure required for war, they had already suffered considerable losses, and the remaining resources would not sustain them for the anticipated duration. Enough. In 1 week's time, we shall immediately declare war on the Cain Empire. We must conclude this conflict with utmost haste, he declared anxiously, striding out of the council chamber. Little did they know, they faced more than just the Gamodo family. At that moment, the assembly gathered in the king's council chamber was not during the time for governance, aside from the king, Gianna, Yenwu, Elsa. And the Shadow Moon Wolf, Mavi and Anderson, as well as Catherine, were present. Indeed, although our strength is unprecedented, we are confronted by the 2 largest nations on the continent and the formidable Gamodo family. This battle will be exceedingly challenging, the king sighed. As he spoke, he frequently cast sidelong glances at Mavi, who stood behind Yenwu. He was intrigued by the figure clad in an eagle-horned helmet. Despite her entire form being enveloped in a voluminous green cloak, her height, posture, and the graceful chin that was visible indicated her femininity. Despite exuding a gentle aura reminiscent of the forest, her eagle-like eyes sent a chill down his spine. Your Majesty, it is quite impolite to stare at someone for too long, Mavi remarked, her tone tinged with discontent. My sincerest apologies. The king swiftly averted his gaze and offered his apologies. Having just arrived, Mavi had intended to present a token of their meeting, and now the opportunity lay before her. As she polished the moon blade, she declared, in 5 days, I shall ensure you receive good news. With a smirk, she shimmered and vanished from the council chamber. Was that an invisibility spell? The king inquired, perplexed. No, it was a blink, Your Majesty, Yenwu replied. However, to my knowledge, blink spells do not cover great distances. Why then? The king questioned, intrigued. No, her blink is remarkably far. Yenwu recalled the editor's portrayal of a blink spanning half a map and chuckled. As days passed, with the academy on break, Yenwu occupied himself by traversing the territory. Each day, a multitude of beastmen infantry emerged from the barracks, transforming the once desolate basin into a bustling scene. Meanwhile, the Gamodo family was diligently preparing for the necessary procedures ahead of war, with the entire clan abuzz with excitement. Viewing this as an opportunity to showcase their true strength, they aimed to demonstrate to those deemed inferior that the historically rich Gamodo family possessed more than mere wealth. The Cain Empire was also hastily readying for battle. The Black Knights had encamped outside the royal palace, awaiting orders, while Gallicis was intensifying the training of soldiers to ensure they presented their finest state in confronting the enemy. The Empire's war machine was set into full motion. That evening, a visitor arrived at the Mage Tower. Sylvanas. Yenwu gazed at the person standing before him, his heart brimming with both excitement and astonishment. This is the person who saved his life upon his arrival in this world. It has been quite a long time since their parting in the Shadow Moon Forest. How could he not feel a surge of emotion? Yenwu, it has been ages. Sylvanas's blood-red eyes glinted with a hint of amusement. Your Majesty. The Shadow Moon Wolf bowed respectfully before her, though a trace of fear lingered in its gaze. I am grateful for your care of Yenwu along the way, Sylvanas remarked to the Shadow Moon Wolf beside her, as her eyes glowed with a fierce crimson light. The Shadow Moon Wolf immediately sensed that the inescapable control it had felt before had vanished. You are now a friend of Yinwu, among friends. There is no need for such mental subjugation, Sylvanas declared. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Shadow Moon Wolf's face shone with excitement, for this meant liberation from Sylvanas's influence. Although Sylvanas had never enslaved him, the lingering sensation of mental bondage had felt like a curse, discomforting to any creature. Elsa gazed in astonishment at the figure before her. This was the legendary queen of Undercity, Sylvanas, whose formidable power instilled fear. To encounter a character she had only read about in books, and to see her so familiar with Yinwu, made her feel as though she were ensnared in a dream. Elsa. Yinwu called her name, pulling her into his embrace. Allow me to introduce you. This is the master of Undercity, the Banshee Queen, Sylvanas. Yinwu exclaimed with enthusiasm. This is my girlfriend, Elsa. He introduced her to Sylvanas. Is she the one who sparked the war? Haha, what an extraordinary girl. I admire her, Sylvanas remarked with a smile. The fact that Sylvanas appreciated her for inciting conflict left Yinwu with a bemused expression as he regarded the former high elf. It seems the rumors about the Forsaken being troublemakers were indeed true. Elsa, it is a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to gift you something special, Sylvanas said. With a flick of her finger, a dagger appeared in Elsa's hand, cloaked in a faint aura of darkness. This is a blade of corrosion. Wounds inflicted by it will not heal and will continue to fester. Only the holy light of Arthas can counter its effects, even against the mightiest of champions. Sylvanas explained as she handed the dagger to Elsa. It bears my mark of authority, so you may handle it without concern. It will not affect you or your allies. Sylvanas reassured her, observing Elsa's cautious demeanor. Is there nothing for me? Yinwu inquired. Is not a Shadow Moon Wolf sufficient? Do not be overly greedy, Sylvanas replied, casting him a sidelong glance before dismissing him. Sigh. No wonder, they are all women. Yinwu feigned a dramatic sigh. What? Do you intend to bring your rotten soldiers to the battlefield? Jiena approached, carrying a platter of fruit, and inquired. It turns out that Sylvanas was aware of the events here and had come specifically to discuss the matter. If necessary, I shall, she stated. My soldiers are all the deceased. I will refrain from summoning them unless absolutely urgent. I am here solely as an individual, not as a representative of Undercity. Sylvanas casually picked up a piece of fruit, which swiftly shriveled in her grasp. In that fleeting moment, Yinwu discerned a trace of sorrow in her gaze. So, you will remain here to assist us until the war concludes? Yinwu gazed at Sylvanas and asked. Indeed, that is correct, Sylvanas replied, tilting her head slightly. That is truly splendid. Yinwu mimicked Sylvanas's gesture. This room is unoccupied, is it not? Then I shall take up temporary residence here, Sylvanas declared. Striding directly to the doorway of an empty room, she casually removed her hood, revealing her silver hair and crimson eyes. Yinwu promptly stepped forward to take the bow from her hands. An elf, Elsa exclaimed, gazing at the pointed ears in astonishment. Yes, indeed, I was an elf in life, Sylvanas shrugged in acknowledgement. The pause in her tone led Yinwu to sense the lingering pain of Sylvanas's demise. As she opened the door, a green glow from the adjacent room caught Sylvanas's attention. Turning her head, she beheld a shimmering green rune. Mayev? Sylvanas inquired, observing the distinctive green mark. Yes. She has just arrived. She went out a few days ago to prepare a welcoming gift for us and may come by tomorrow, Yinwu responded. Sylvanas smiled at the green mark, but said nothing further, turning to enter her room. As night deepened, the mage tower fell into a profound silence. For the mages, ample rest was paramount to ensure they maintained their mental acuity. Yet, Yinwu found himself restless, seated on the bed and gazing out the window at the darkness beyond. Unlike the Empire of Cain, which lacked the intense magical energy of the Empire of the Setting Sun, the night remained a normal, pitch-black hue, precisely the shade he sought. The impending conflict with the Gamodo family marked his first direct experience with such a large-scale battle, stirring a concoction of tension, curiosity, and a tinge of fear of death itself. No one is devoid of the fear of death, even in a world where hell, heaven, and the abyss exist. And where one can persist in another form after death, the innate human instinct still harbors an aversion to mortality. However, thoughts of Elsa, Jiena, and Sylvanas provided a measure of solace. They were his only kin in this world. Family serves as the most crucial pillar of one's spirit, bestowing strength and hope. A shooting star? Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the sky, evading Yinwu's gaze as it passed the top of his window. Having never witnessed a meteor before, Yinwu was filled with curiosity. He grasped the headboard tightly and leaned out to catch another glimpse. Yet, the meteor's speed was astonishing. and by the time he peered out, nothing remained. He quickly withdrew his head, for he was atop the mage tower and afflicted by acrophobia. He dared not linger too long. However, in that fleeting moment of retreat, something caught his peripheral vision, seemingly from the direction of Sylvanas' chamber. He cautiously leaned out again, searching for the object that had intruded upon his sight. Sylvanas? He soon beheld her eyes, obscured by cascading locks of hair, their crimson hue strikingly vivid against the night backdrop. "Why are you still awake?" Yin Wu inquired, puzzled. "Do the dead require sleep?" Sylvanas replied, her hands resting upon the windowsill, her gaze fixed upon the distant night sky. "Ah, I apologize." Upon witnessing the fleeting sadness in Sylvanas' eyes, Yin Wu quickly offered his contrition, realizing his words had been ill-timed. "No need for apologies. I am not so melodramatic as to be swayed by a mere phrase." Sylvanas waved her hand dismissively, showing no concern. Yet soon after, her expression dimmed, and she lowered her head in silence. "Yin Wu, could you tell me what today's fruit tastes like?" Sylvanas spoke with an uncharacteristic calm after a prolonged silence. At this, Yin Wu's heart twisted painfully, his nose tingling with the threat of tears. The raw impact of her query struck deeper than any tale she could tell. To others, she was the queen of Undercity. A formidable force wielding supreme authority, she embodied darkness, slaughter, and malevolence. At the mere mention of her name, fear gripped people, prompting them to avoid her name as if it bore a curse. Yet in Yin Wu's eyes, she was not only a valiant leader but also a tragic figure burdened by a sorrowful fate. From the fall of Silvermoon to the establishment of the Forsaken, this woman had traversed a path fraught with thorns, dragging a lifeless body to this day. She had gained power, status, renown, and freedom, yet she had lost her heartbeat, her tears, and nearly everything that constituted an ordinary life. And now, a sovereign of Undercity, the Banshee Queen, could not even recall the taste of fruit. "Sweet," Yin Wu replied softly, his eyes glistening with tears. "Sweet? Huh. I can no longer remember what sweetness truly tastes like." Sylvanas exhaled deeply. "It has been so long. Ever since Arthas transformed me into a banshee, I have lost all sense of time. The flavors of sour, sweet, bitter, and salty have become mere figures in my mind." Sylvanas spoke with a hint of melancholy. "Now, it is just the two of us. I hope you can release the pent-up emotions within you. I am aware of your struggle to contain them. The more you speak in such a tone, the more it pains me." Yin Wu responded, his voice choked with emotion. Upon hearing Yin Wu's words, Sylvanas paused noticeably, and then turned her gaze upon him with an unprecedented gentleness. "Thank you, Yin Wu. It is getting late. Let us retire for the night." With that, Sylvanas withdrew her head from the window, still as resolute as ever. Yin Wu gazed blankly at the window where Sylvanas had been, and after a long moment, he murmured softly to himself before pulling his head back inside. Though their time together had been brief, it was a rare opportunity for him to express his innermost thoughts. Just as Yin Wu retracted his head, Sylvanas peeked out once more to catch a glimpse of his window. The following morning, they were summoned to the council chamber by the king, whose tone brimmed with excitement, as though he had encountered a momentous revelation. The Sunfall Empire had been misled by the Morgan.Do family and, in a moment of impulsiveness, had invaded their kingdom without discerning the truth. Now that the reality had been uncovered, the blame rested squarely on the Morgan.Do family. The king, incensed upon learning the truth, declared, "This morning, I ordered the withdrawal of our troops. I feel immense remorse and hereby pledge that the Sunfall Empire shall forge an everlasting alliance with the Kane Empire, ensuring mutual non-aggression." He continued, "Misled by the Morgan.Do family, the Roman Empire nearly became a tool for others' nefarious purposes. Thankfully, the truth was revealed in time to avert disaster. Our forces have been recalled from the borders, and we have sworn an alliance with the Kane Empire, promising non-aggression. Once again, I announce to the world, should any nefarious individuals dare to conspire against the Kane Empire, the Roman Empire shall stand united with them in punishing such foes." The king presented 2 reports to the assembly, which stirred astonishment among those present. The ministers engaged in fervent discussions regarding the authenticity of the reports, casting doubts about the possibility of a conspiracy between the 2 nations. "So, this is the meeting gift that Mayev spoke of? What an extraordinary offering!" Yin Wu exclaimed in wonder. The elite assassins of the elven race, even with the protection of a powerful being, could easily take the lives of 2 kings. "That is the origin of these reports," Jaina remarked with a smile. "No wonder a being of such caliber holds immense influence across the continent. An extraordinarily formidable individual can indeed reshape the balance of power in the world," Yin Wu noted, astonished. Does the Grand Sorceress Jaina have any doubts regarding these two reports? The king inquired, his tone imbued with deep respect. No, the seals of the two kings alone suffice to authenticate these reports. If there are those who remain skeptical, explanations will surely follow. I believe she has arrived. Gianna smiled and spoke. Indeed, as her words faded, a dazzling green light enveloped the hall, and Maeve's figure emerged. The sudden appearance of Maeve startled the officials, some of whom instinctively reached for the guards, only to realize that neither the king nor the Grand Sorceress Gianna reacted, indicating that the newcomer posed no threat. They gradually calmed down. I promise to present you with a gift, Your Majesty, Maeve declared, her deep voice unwavering, betraying no sign of fatigue from her journey. I must inquire, how did you accomplish this? The king asked softly. Just like this. Maeve smirked. Suddenly, her form vanished. And in the next instant, a venomous moonblade was poised against the king's throat, leaving Helios unable to react in time. She intends to assassinate the king. Call the guards. The recently quiet ministers exclaimed in panic. Maeve smiled faintly, and with another flash of green light, she reappeared in the center of the hall. This is how I operate between the Sunset and Roman empires, and those ministers here behave just as foolishly, she chuckled. Your Majesty, I informed them that from the Kane Empire to the Roman Empire and from the Kane Empire to the Sunset Empire, it takes me merely 2 days. Once they issue their commands, 2 days later, no one can guarantee that their heads will remain upon their shoulders, Maeve stated. Is that so? The king sighed in relief. Maeve's sudden action had raised his heart to his throat, and he immediately grasped the sentiments of the two kings at that moment. Therefore, gentlemen, our sole enemy now is the Gamodo family. The king marked a black spot on the map with an X. Prepare for a full-scale attack in 2 days. Reports from the two great nations swiftly spread across the continent, igniting widespread discourse. The situation abruptly tilted in favor of the Kane Empire, as all recognized that, despite the Gamodo family's vastness, they could not contend with the great nation. Not wanting to provoke did not equate to lacking the courage to do so. For an empire, while its financial status might lag behind that of the Gamodo family, in terms of talent and military strength, the Gamodo family was no longer a rival. Damn it! What is happening? In the Gamodo family's council chamber, Cassius shouted at the magical projections of the two kings. Cassius, the Kane Empire is no longer the nation we once knew. Its power has far surpassed ours. Emperor Augustine of the Sunset Empire stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Cassius, I believe your formidable assassin has become an agent of the Kane Empire. Emperor Michael of the Roman Empire remarked coldly, displaying a drop of green venom before Cassius. If we deploy troops, she will claim our heads within 2 days. Cassius, this is your esteemed assassin. Augustine shouted angrily at him, severing the magical projection. There is one more thing I must remind you of, Patriarch Cassio. It is quite possible that you and your Komodo family will soon vanish from the continent. Michelle cast a pitying glance at Cassio before also terminating the magical image. These scoundrels! Cassio roared repeatedly, the force of his rage shattering the surrounding furniture and flooring. Brother, calm down, Hogan exclaimed, conjuring a chilling breeze that enveloped Cassio. Gradually, the furious Cassio began to regain his composure. What is your perspective, third brother? Cassio inquired, gazing out the window at the splendid family estate below. As the household flourished, the once spacious estate had become increasingly crowded, necessitating an expansion of land. We have already lost. Hogan sighed. Currently, we find ourselves at a disadvantage. Even if we were to triumph in the war against the Kane Empire, both Sunset and Roman would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to benefit from our plight. Should we lower ourselves to admit fault, we would forfeit our prestige and cease to instill fear across the nations, leading to the gradual decline of our family. Regardless of the circumstances, we are defeated. Hogan lamented. As within a mere 2 days, the tide of the continent had shifted dramatically, with the once dominant Komodo family now relegated to the weakest position. This unexpected turn of events was largely due to Maeve. In a matter of days, this woman altered the dynamics of the continent. No, brother. We must persist in this conflict. We still possess an ultimate trump card. Cassius declared fervently, his eyes ablaze with zeal. Brother, we cannot proceed in this manner. We must recognize that unveiling this card will exact a price beyond our endurance, just as it cost our second brother his life. Hogan, as if recollecting a painful memory, spoke urgently. Yet, we find ourselves without options. Brother, I cannot allow the legacy our father entrusted to us to be destroyed. War is inevitable. And should we find ourselves cornered, I shall personally reveal this card, Cassius asserted resolutely. On the Monday of the second week, which was designated for the nation's routine grand assembly. 200,000 soldiers had gathered outside the city, poised for an assault. The Black Knights, under the leadership of Commander Ronaldo, positioned themselves at the forefront of the forces, their imposing black iron armor and saber-toothed beasts serving as the vanguard. Arthas commanded the Temple Knights, strategically dispersed throughout the ranks to maximize their effectiveness. "Listen up, you worthless scum. Do not bring shame upon me. If any coward falters, I shall cleave him myself," Garithus proclaimed from atop his grand steed, delivering a pre-battle address. Though he had remained in the imperial capital, Yenwu had not had the opportunity to visit the military camp, thus this was his first encounter with Garithus. The middle-aged man exuded arrogance and disdain. Adorned in a suit of plate armor specially crafted for him and his warhorse, the brown armor conspicuously standing out among the troops. According to the established customs of the Kane Empire, commanders were expected to don armor or attire akin to that of ordinary soldiers to prevent the enemy from targeting them specifically. Nonetheless, Garithus insisted on wearing distinctive battle armor, believing that a commander must be conspicuous so that soldiers can readily identify and rally around him, thereby preventing dispersion in the face of the enemy. His exceptional prowess also enabled him to draw significant fire, alleviating the burden on the soldiers surrounding him. This mindset earned him immense respect from the soldiers he trained, even though they loathed his foul language. At that moment, he bore a short-handled axe upon his shoulder, vociferously reprimanding his soldiers as though they were not on the brink of battle, but merely rehearsing to avoid any missteps. Jianna floated above the army, a magical amplification spell emanating from her hands, carrying the voice of the king. "My dear soldiers, the Kane Empire stands today due to your unwavering sacrifices. We have endured countless trials and tribulations, and we are fortunate for your presence. Today, a wolf stalks us, seeking an opportunity to devour us. Since it has revealed its sharp claws, if we do not retaliate, we shall be torn apart and consumed. They see us as mere house cats, but we shall demonstrate through our actions that we are, in fact, a fierce tiger that has just awoken." The king's impassioned voice reverberated through the ranks of the army, stirring the hearts of all who heard it. Before long, the scouts returned with news. The forces of the Gamodo family were advancing, a mere 5 kilometers away. "Prepare for battle," commanded Gallisus, as 200,000 soldiers marched resolutely towards the enemy's direction. Yenwu, seated upon the back of the Shadow Moonwolf, followed closely behind the troops. This marked his inaugural experience on the battlefield, a notion he had never entertained before, and a sense of anxiety and trepidation inevitably gripped him. However, the sight of Elsa, gallantly mounted on her steed beside him, swiftly alleviated much of his fear. If a mere girl can remain unafraid, what do I, as a grown man, have to fear? He silently encouraged himself. Jianna was tasked with establishing a teleportation array at the Mage Tower to facilitate the transportation of the army. This array was immense and would require considerable time to complete. Thus, another of Yenwu's responsibilities was to locate a suitable position to establish coordinates for Jianna. Soon, the forces of the Gamodo family came into view. Their army was vast and stretched endlessly, seemingly infinite in its breadth. Towering creatures intermingled with the soldiers, and a multitude of wizards floated above, painting the sky with a kaleidoscope of magical hues. "So many of them," Yenwu exclaimed in astonishment, wherever his gaze fell. It was filled with the figures of the Gamodo family, a dense mass looming ominously behind. This sight was enough to instill despair. If not for the knowledge that reinforcements were on the way, Yenwu might have succumbed to hopelessness. "Young warriors, it's time to test the fruits of your training," Gallisus bellowed, raising his axe. "For the Empire." An orange wave of sound rippled from him, enveloping the soldiers in its embrace. Instantly, their blood surged with fervor, muscles tautening as their strength surged to new heights, propelling the entire army forward with renewed vigor. The roar of war echoed. Yenwu gazed in astonishment at the rapidly expanding orange wave. This is a newly acquired skill added to Gallisus by Yenwu, which benefits allied forces by enhancing their attack power, defense, and health regeneration speed. As the Grand Marshal, Yenwu envisions Gallisus as a hero adept at warfare, thus most of his abilities are designed for the benefit of soldiers. The Black Knight Order feels the ripple effect as the muscles of their saber-toothed beasts tense up, propelling them forward with unprecedented speed. Their sharp spears thrust ahead, forming a pointed formation led by Captain Ronaldo, as they charge towards the forces of the Komodo family. As the two armies draw closer, the Knights Templar collectively conjure a layer of runic shields for the Black Knight Order, braving the torrent of magic. The soldiers of the Black Knight Order methodically imbue their spears with white energy, surging into the ranks of the Komodo family with an unstoppable vigor. The sturdy shields clutched by the opposing soldiers are rendered as fragile as paper, easily pierced by the black, sharp spears, sending both men and shields flying in a chaotic upheaval. In an instant, a vast rift was torn through the ranks of the Komodo family. The following 200,000 troops, taking advantage of this breach, began to surge to the sides, rapidly widening the gap. Before long, the enemy's defenses crumbled entirely, plunging both sides into a tumultuous melee. Occasionally, orange ripples emanated from Gallicis, invigorating the allied soldiers nearby, as their wounds healed at an astonishing rate, and their strength surged significantly. Realizing that the conspicuous figure was the commander of the army, many from the enemy ranks surged towards Gallicis, while the surrounding soldiers felt a wave of relief. A series of runic halos materialized around Gallicis, centering around him, creating a dazzling blue circle beneath the feet of all nearby allied soldiers, a result of numerous halos overlapping. Instantly, the attack and movement speed, defense, and health regeneration of all soldiers were enhanced. Yenwu gazed at the radiant blue circle at his feet. Durability, malevolence, strong strike, focus. He was well aware of each effect, as they were also part of the new skill he had bestowed upon Gallicis. Clearly, the effects were remarkably beneficial, significantly improving the soldiers' survivability, empowering them to engage the enemy with greater strength, resulting in a swift rise in casualties among the forces of the Komodo family. Positioned at the rear of his troops, Yenwu's coordinates were already set. He was now engaged in combat with the enemy, or more accurately, the Shadow Moon Wolf had clashed with the foe. With this beast god in play, there was no need for him to intervene, nor could he, as he was merely an ordinary individual with a few skills. Lacking any substantial training, even a single soldier would prove a formidable challenge for him. The towering Shadow Moon Wolf pounced upon the flock, causing widespread devastation with a mere flick of its hand. Almost immediately, it attracted the ire of numerous mages. Yenwu found himself in a dire predicament. Perched atop the back of the Shadow Moon Wolf, as those mages hovered in the air, unleashing torrents of magic, he could only draw forth a protective shield scroll to encase himself. However, the searing heat of fireballs and the biting chill of frost spells proved insurmountable for his mere magical barrier, leaving him acutely aware of the stark contrast between fire and ice. Suddenly, a beam of green light struck a mage, causing the fireball he had been conjuring to dissipate instantly. The mage coughed up blood, swaying precariously before collapsing, only to be trampled into a pulp by the Shadow Moon Wolf. "Do not take me lightly," Yenwu exclaimed, dissatisfaction etched across his face as he gazed at the mages above through his shield. The spell Mana Burn was a novel experience for Yenwu, and it proved remarkably effective against the mages. Lacking inherent magical power, he relied solely on the strength derived from runes. Thus, he unleashed Storm Hammer and Mana Burn in succession, tending to the airborne mages without any depletion of his own energy. It became evident that the mages in the periphery were not of high caliber. Yenwu keenly observed one mage succumb to a single blow from Storm Hammer, instantly meeting his demise. This indicated that Storm Hammer now possessed sufficient might to eliminate an ordinary mage. Before long, a vacuum formed around the Shadow Moon Wolf, with no soldiers daring to approach this formidable force, nor any mages willing to venture close enough to attempt their peculiar spells. Meanwhile, Elsha was engaged in combat in another area, possessing the prowess to confront warriors of golden caliber head-on. Her presence wreaked havoc upon the enemy forces, as her petite black figure darted swiftly among them, deliberately seeking out and eliminating their commanders. Wherever she went, cries of despair echoed, her upbringing amidst the perils of the battlefield having endowed her with vast combat experience and battlefield awareness. Every strike aimed for vital points, merciless and ruthlessly efficient. Although the Komodo family's army vastly outnumbered the Imperial forces, the inclusion of Gallicis, the Shadow Moon Wolf, the Swordmaster Ronaldo, and Elsha had brought the war to a stalemate. However, as time progressed, the scales of victory rapidly began to tilt in favor of the Empire. Unbeknownst to them, the sky darkened, ominous black clouds gathered above, and peals of thunder accompanied by flashes of lightning temporarily illuminated the gloomy heavens. "Is it going to rain?" Yenwu wondered aloud, tilting his head in curiosity. "No. They are casting a large-scale spell," the Shadow Moon Wolf observed, furrowing its brow at the sky. Gallicis, engaged in battle, also sensed an unusual concentration of energy above. As he cleaved a charging soldier and steed in twain, he bellowed, "Everyone, gather around me. Holy Knight order, prepare the rune shields." Suddenly, soldiers engaged in battle across the battlefield began to converge towards Galliseth, clad in dark brown plate armor. He stood out remarkably among the Imperial soldiers adorned in blue standardized uniforms, making him easily recognizable. The blue runic energy surged forth, dazzling on the battlefield, prompting distant onlookers to make their way towards the command center. "Where is Elsa?" Yin Wu inquired anxiously, scanning his surroundings but failing to spot her figure. The ominous clouds above had thickened considerably, and the oppressive rumble of thunder sent shivers down his spine. "I am searching diligently." The Shadow Moonwolf, guided by its keen sense of smell, weaved through the chaos of battle in pursuit of Elsa. At last, in a secluded corner, he discovered Elsa engaged in a fierce struggle with an adversary. A storm hammer, glowing with a crimson light, struck her foe, causing blood to spurt from his 7 orifices. It was evident that he would not survive. "Elsa, quickly climb aboard." Yin Wu extended his hand, and she grasped it firmly, the immense force nearly pulling him off balance. With all his strength, he hoisted her onto the back of the Shadow Moon Wolf. "All right, Sahu," Yin Wu commanded the wolf, which promptly turned and sped towards Galliseth. Enemies along the way hastily evading this formidable beast, thereby enhancing its velocity. A colossal blue shield expanded outward, enveloping the soldiers gathered around Galliseth. "Ha! Yin Wu, you finally caught up," Galliseth exclaimed with a hearty laugh upon seeing Yin Wu riding the Shadow Moon Wolf enter the protective barrier. "In such dire times, how can you still find reason to laugh?" Yin Wu retorted, exasperated as he gazed at Galliseth. "The Black Knight Order has not yet regrouped. They have advanced too far. I must bring them back," Galliseth remarked, observing the distant specks that were the knightly figures. "Everyone, shift to the right and clear space," Galliseth shouted. Moments later, a yellow magical circle materialized in the cleared area, and with a flash of white light, the Black Knight Order vanished from sight, only to reappear within the yellow circle. The soldiers nearby gaped in astonishment at Galliseth. They had never realized that this temperamental instructor possessed such extraordinary abilities. Dark summoning. Yin Wu gazed triumphantly at the vanished magical circle. This was a rare skill from the monster editor that allowed the summoning of allies from any location on the map to the caster's side. A skill that undeniably shifted the tide of battle in Galliseth's favor. A resounding thunderclap echoed overhead. "Is that our magic?" one enemy soldier exclaimed in terror. Soon, many soldiers noticed the unusual phenomenon in the sky. The energy had permeated to such a degree that even ordinary individuals could sense it, indicating that it had reached saturation. "Run for your lives!" A terrified voice erupted from the crowd. Instantly, the soldiers of the Gamodo family fell into disarray. Several commanders and generals began to flee. And without the guidance of their leaders, the soldiers scurried across the vast battlefield like headless flies. Some even found their way towards Yin Wu's side, only to be swiftly dealt with by the Imperial troops. "Curse be it! Quickly, prevent those Imperial soldiers from breaching the shield." An elderly voice cried out urgently through amplification magic. A few soldiers instinctively began to obey the command, only to be halted by their comrades, who grasped them firmly. "What are we doing at such a moment? To hell with those orders. We know nothing. The main force of the Imperial army has long since assembled. Only the Creator knows how we could possibly stop them. If we don't run now, we will perish," one squad leader shouted to his friend. No sooner had he spoken than bolts of lightning descended from the sky. In an instant, the earth surrounding the runic shield was charred to a crisp. Every enemy soldier caught within the magical storm, along with the Imperial troops who had yet to make it to safety, were reduced to cinders. Their screams stifled before they could even escape. The mages who failed to flee in time merely managed to sustain their shields for a fleeting moment. As the barriers dissipated, they too met the same fate as the soldiers. The magic persisted for approximately 5 minutes, and just as the runic shield teetered on the brink of collapse, the dark clouds began to disperse, the lightning ceased, revealing a desolate expanse of scorched earth and lifeless bodies. How could they be so ruthless? Yin Wu gazed at the horrific scene surrounding him, his heart wrenching in sorrow. Thanks to the protective barrier, the Imperial army had largely remained unscathed. While the Gamodo family suffered devastating losses, none within the magical range had escaped unharmed. After a brief respite, Yin Wu observed yet another extensive battle line advancing towards them. "Prepare for combat. How many of them are there, damn it?" Gareth was growing increasingly agitated, possessing strength surpassing even the sanctified realm. No one under his command could withstand a single round. However, due to Yin Wu's assessment of his role, his primary function was to bolster the army's combat capabilities, swiftly mobilizing troops to optimal positions. He lacked widespread destructive skills, with his most extensive ability being a newly acquired skill called War Trample, which seemed utterly inadequate against the countless foes before them. Finally, the two armies clashed once more, but this time was unlike the last. Many formidable swordsmen and grand sorcerers of silver rank emerged from the enemy ranks. In the face of ordinary soldiers, they moved as if in a realm unchallenged, causing the casualty rate of the Imperial army to soar. Yin Wu, you and Shadow Moon Wolf deal with those individuals. Galices shouted loudly, and a yellow magic circle appeared. The soldiers, who were entangled with several silver swordsmen and grand sorcerers in the distance, were transported back. The Shadow Moon Wolf galloped swiftly with Yin Wu. The sudden loss of focus perplexed the silver warriors and grand sorcerers, but soon, a massive figure charged towards them, arriving in an instant. The disappearance of the soldiers left them thoroughly vexed. The silver-black-striped giant wolf before them became their new source of amusement. However, reality swiftly imparted a harsh lesson. Before the foremost two silver warriors could even raise their swords, they were sent flying by the wolf, their lives extinguished mid-air. The three sorcerers above gasped in horror, murmuring a couple of incantations as three fire dragons, composed of flames, surged towards the Shadow Moon Wolf, enveloping both the beast and its rider in a fiery embrace. They finally exhaled, convinced that such advanced magic would surely roast even the fiercest of wolves. Yet, suddenly, a red magical hammer soared out of the flames, striking one of the sorcerers, who bled from all orifices and perished instantly. What just happened? One sorcerer exclaimed in shock, as the red flames dissipated. One man and one wolf stood unscathed at a distance. The two remaining sorcerers hastily began to cast spells again, while Yin Wu raised his hand, channeling a surge of magical energy that struck one of the sorcerers. His own magical reserves were instantly depleted, and coupled with the backlash from the interrupted spell, the sorcerer cried out in agony and plummeted from the sky. Just before hitting the ground, he desperately cast a fleeting levitation spell to save himself from a fatal fall. But as he landed, a massive claw swiftly loomed before him. In less than 2 minutes, 6 comrades had become lifeless corpses, leaving only one sorcerer remaining. Terrified, he cast a fleeting glance at the Shadow Moon Wolf, and without hesitation, began chanting a few incantations. Wind elements coalesced beneath his feet, propelling him at great speed in retreat. The Shadow Moon Wolf immediately gave chase, and the enemies in its path were struck as if by a locomotive, screaming as they soared through the air, lifeless by the time they hit the ground. In no time, the distance between the wolf and the sorcerer dwindled to mere 5 or 6 meters, with the storm hammer poised in Yin Wu's grasp. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning sliced through the air from the rear of the enemy lines, striking the sorcerer directly. The sorcerer shrieked in despair, falling helplessly to the ground. Fleeing from battle leads to death. That voice echoed once more from the rear of the enemy lines, resonating throughout the battlefield. Instantly, the soldiers of the Gamodo family surged forward with renewed fervor, attacking the Imperial army with fervent zeal. They would rather perish at the hands of the Imperial forces than suffer the humiliation of dying by their own kin. The pressure on the Imperial army escalated immediately, and casualties began to rise. Let us confront those of greater strength. Yin Wu spoke to the Shadow Moon Wolf, stating that the silver swordsmen and grand sorcerers could inflict tremendous casualties upon ordinary soldiers. Subsequently, the man and the wolf began to traverse the battlefield, seeking out the high-ranking foes to eliminate, while Yin Wu's skills rapidly escalated in potency amid the chaos of combat. Vine entanglement. Yin Wu raised his right hand, and several thick vines surged from the earth, ensnaring a silver swordsman in place. The immense force caused the man's armor to creak, and sharp thorns incessantly scraped against his flesh, as he helplessly witnessed the Shadow Moon Wolf's colossal claws descending upon him. Observing the contorted body of his victim, Yin Wu felt a growing numbness. He had lost count of how many lives he had taken, from initial resistance to fear, and now to apathy. He realized that he was no longer engaged in killing. The fallen were merely figures in a tally. Yin Wu, is Jianan not yet ready? Garethus bellowed. They have arrived. They are coming. Just as Yin Wu was about to respond, he noticed a blue magical array at his designated coordinates gradually expanding. Wonderful. They have finally come. Garethus exhaled in relief, acknowledging that even with various enhancements, his soldiers would eventually tire, and the enemy remained numerous. Soldiers, our reinforcements have arrived, Garethus shouted, capturing everyone's attention towards the enormous blue magical array behind the Imperial forces, which had now reached a diameter of 5 meters. Golden runes appeared around the Imperial soldiers, enveloping their armor in a subtle golden hue, while the enemy stood in shock as they realized the Imperial armor had become astonishingly resilient. Arthas has arrived. Yin Wu gazed at the golden runes surrounding him, a divine protection modified by the focus aura, serving the same purpose but significantly enhancing the armor's attributes. Indeed, a tall figure clad in golden armor emerged from the blue magical array. Then, to the astonishment of all, a procession of massive green figures burst forth from the array, wielding enormous axes the size of millstones, roaring as they charged into the fray. Unlike the ones Yin Wu had seen earlier, their axes were sharper, featuring bloodletting grooves resembling barbs, and their protective gear appeared remarkably new and robust. The technological research of the war mill has reached completion. Meanwhile, Cassio rose from his position, observing the battlefield from a distance. What are these greenskin monsters? Cassio inquired with a tone of bewilderment. I have no idea. Their size and appearance resemble that of orcs. Yet our knowledge of the northern wilderness suggests that the orcs there do not look like this. While they are indeed formidable, they cannot compare to these greenskin creatures, except for the behemoths. Hogan shook his head, equally astonished. At that moment, the arrival of the orc infantry shifted the tide of battle dramatically. Yin Wu, astonished, noticed that the silver swordsmen, who had previously moved through the ranks like phantoms, now struggled to withstand a single blow from these hulking figures. Goodness, this is utterly insane. Yin Wu couldn't help but utter a rare curse. Yin Wu, what is the situation with these orc infantry? Gallisus, unfamiliar with the northern affairs, held on to an impression of the orc warriors from another world. Fear not, uncle. They are our allies. Yin Wu replied with a grin. Over 2,000 orc infantry swept across the battlefield, their savage roars echoing through the air. The enemy, in despair, soon realized that these green giants felt no pain. An orc of immense strength, devoid of pain, signifies that it will not hesitate in its actions due to injury. They do not defend against your attacks. Rather, as your blade pierces their flesh, they can cleave you in two with a single swing. Such adversaries are ones that no one wishes to confront. The 2,000 orc infantry exuded a presence more formidable than that of 200,000 imperial soldiers. Chieftain, we must deploy all forces. The cost of inaction is too great. The commander of the Gamodo family urged anxiously, initially intent on conserving some strength. It was clear now that the might of the Kane Empire surpassed their estimations. Deploy all forces, Cassio commanded with a wave of his hand. As soon as Cassio's words resonated, Yin Wu on the battlefield felt a wave of terrifying pressure wash over him. A sense of despair and helplessness flooded his mind. Gripping the fur of the Shadow Moon Wolf tightly, he managed to quell his inner turmoil slightly. Looking up, he noticed a multitude of dark figures emerging in the distance. Even before they arrived, the soldiers of the Gamodo family and the Empire were already kneeling, trembling with fear, their trepidation rendering them incapable of rising. The Black Knights, huddled together, could barely muster the strength to move. These are the sanctified ones. There are at least 30. Gallisus said, eyes closed, concentrating on their aura, his expression grave. Their numbers exceed our predictions. Arthas, who had just arrived, wore a similarly serious countenance. Under normal circumstances, 30 sanctified ones would only pose a slight nuisance. However, in the context of an army, the devastation wrought by 30 sanctified ones could obliterate everything in their path. Before long, the foremost 30 domain masters had arrived at the battlefield. As they reached the scene, they charged directly toward the beastmen infantry. Some of the domain mages raised their hands and unleashed a flurry of large-scale spells, resulting in the immediate demise of hundreds of the previously unstoppable beastmen soldiers. Their massive physiques and robust muscles proved powerless against the onslaught of the domain masters. Yin Wu witnessed in horror as the leading orcs were cleaved in half one after another. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Yin Wu bellowed, riding his Shadow Moon Wolf, rushing forth with urgency. These orcs were his own creations, and watching them perish before his eyes filled him with profound sorrow. Yin Wu, Elsa, struggling to withstand the oppressive aura of the domain masters, summoned an unexpected strength and sprinted toward him. Don't be impulsive. It's too dangerous. Seeing the two of them rushing toward the group of domain masters, Gallisus hastily spurred his horse forward. He raised his hand, and a yellow magic circle illuminated as the orcs nearest to the domain masters were swiftly transported to safety, prompting the remaining orcs to turn and retreat. Gather around me. Holy Knight order, Arthas commanded as he dashed toward Yin Wu. The Holy Knights, adorned with enormous blue runes, were unaffected by the oppressive force, quickly converging toward Arthas. Like a magnet, he drew the scattered Holy Knights to his side. Activate the rune shield. With a decisive order, blue energy spread forth. and by the time it reached the Domain Masters, a colossal rune shield had formed, standing resolutely between the Domain Masters and the retreating orcs. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the rune shield shattered, yet it had successfully absorbed the spells from the Domain Mages, buying precious time for the Beastmen infantry to withdraw. Do the lower beings dare to resist? A purple-robed elder scoffed coldly, raising his hand to launch an arcane bomb toward the Holy Knight Order, which was in the process of summoning another rune shield. At that moment, the recently shattered rune shield could only muster a glimmer of light. Boom! A dull thud resonated. Contrary to expectations of chaos, a hammer gleaming with golden light struck the arcane bomb into the ground, and a towering figure absorbed the ensuing shockwave entirely. How was this possible? The elder gazed in astonishment at the golden figure. The arcane bomb was not a genuine explosive. It was a compression of energy, devoid of tangible substance. How could a metal hammer make contact with a mass of energy? More importantly, this was a force that even peer-level domain masters dared not withstand physically. Yet this individual had endured it entirely. A monster? As the dust settled, Arthas stood unscathed, enveloped in a layer of golden shield, with a radioactive crater more than 2 meters in diameter beneath his feet. For a moment, everyone was left in stunned silence, as this man not only withstood the attack, but did so without a single scratch, standing defiantly before them all. Standing beside the elder, a middle-aged man seemed to have recalled something, and he immediately whispered a few words into the elder's ear. The elder's complexion shifted dramatically. It turned out to be none other than the leader of the Knights Templar, the most formidable paladin of the Cain Empire, Arthas Menethil. With a grave expression, the elder murmured to himself. According to his understanding, this paladin had only been in the Cain Empire for 3 months, yet he had already astounded the continent. The reason lay in his participation in several border peacekeeping missions, during which the enemy forces were utterly annihilated, yet not a single soldier under his command suffered a scratch. While battles inevitably incur casualties, his repeated returns with his troops unscathed left many in awe. Ultimately, it was a soldier accompanying him who revealed the secret. He possessed a remarkable power of holy light, capable of instantaneously healing wounds, even when death loomed, as long as one was not deceased. A ray of holy light would descend, restoring even the gravely injured to their former state. Even if one were to die, it mattered not. As long as the body remained, he could invoke a skill he referred to as resurrection, reviving the deceased in pristine form. Consequently, the news spread like wildfire, and the name Arthas Menethil echoed across the continent overnight. People regarded him as a divine messenger, believing that as long as he was near, pain and death would not befall them. Conversely, his own formidable prowess was overshadowed by the rumors. Most referred to Arthas as the Great Paladin, with few acknowledging him as the powerful paladin he truly was. However, those who stood at the realm of the sanctified knew that Arthas was not merely a paladin with exceptional healing abilities. He remained a formidable force in battle. Even though he was Arthas Menethil, we possess 30 sanctified beings. Can you truly be powerful enough to contend against us all? The elder declared proudly, asserting that even the combined forces of the Sunset Empire and the Roman Empire lacked such numbers, a fact he found immensely commendable. Those behind him had begun to arrive at the battlefield, with numerous figures such as sword saints and holy sorcerers present. These powerful individuals, just shy of the sanctified, inflicted tremendous damage upon the ordinary soldiers, often creating vacuum zones with a diameter of over 10 meters with a mere gesture. I may not be able to, but I am not alone, Arthas said, locking eyes with the elder. No sooner had he spoken than the blue portal behind him flared with renewed brilliance. As the mages from the Mage Tower finally arrived, the wizards poured forth from the portal in droves, their bodies adorned with various hues of magical auras, causing the very air to ripple. Upon their arrival, the high-ranking mages immediately charged toward the recently arrived enemy forces. Retract them. Rabina's robust and resonant voice suddenly reverberated, a chilling aura emanating forth, effectively dispelling the oppressive force that had lingered. With the pressure lifted, the Imperial soldiers promptly retreated from the battlefield, recognizing that this was no longer a conflict in which they could partake. Shortly thereafter, Gianna arrived, accompanied by the realm steward, chefs, and cleaners. Beneath her feet, a hexagram-shaped ice crystal materialized, and the surrounding mages immediately sensed a swift enhancement in their magical recovery rate. This was the resplendent halo, an improved version crafted by Yen Wu for Gianna, a magnificent barrier that proportionally amplified magical recuperation. 30 formidable beings of the realm, a significant investment from the Gamodo family. Gianna regarded the elderly figure clad in purple with a nonchalant demeanor, as if she were merely addressing 30 ordinary individuals. Now that you are aware, does the Grand Sorceress Gianna still possess the confidence to vanquish us? The elder in purple cast a sidelong glance at Rabina, the imposing figure who had previously subdued his aura, feeling a twinge of discontent. I harbor no confidence in defeating you, for it requires no such assurance to overcome you. Gianna replied with a gentle smile, her tone imbued with palpable disdain. Suddenly, a green figure materialized beside one of the outermost realm strongholds. A flicker of emerald light flashed, and then the figure vanished, leaving the realm's warrior clutching his throat in terror as he collapsed. In an instant, the opposing party was rendered speechless. A realm stronghold had been instantaneously vanquished before their very eyes, and they had scarcely glimpsed the assailant. Mavai! An earth-shattering roar echoed from afar as a cluster of dark silhouettes surged towards a radiant white light, rapidly growing in size. Upon reaching the assembly, the crowd recognized the newcomers, none other than the clan leader and vice leader, accompanied by their direct descendants, with Victor among them. Upon arrival, he immediately noticed Elsa beside Yenwu, his fury igniting like wildfire. Had it not been for the presence of the clan leader, he would have charged forward without hesitation. Traitor! The Gamodo family place such immense trust in you, that you have defected to the enemy. Cassio bellowed. Today, I shall ensure your dismemberment. Ready whenever you are. A deep feminine voice responded, as Mavai hovered in the air, succinctly uttering 4 words before vanishing again. With a scream, yet another realm stronghold fell, clutching its throat. Scoundrel! Kill them! Cassio commanded, astonished and enraged at the audacity to slay a realm stronghold before his very eyes. Gianna, Mavai, Alsus, Galasus, along with 7 other formidable beings, merely 11 capable of contending against the realm strongholds. Even with their prowess, they were still outnumbered by 28 realm strongholds. Furthermore, with himself and the vice leader present, his eldest son alone could easily dispatch the wolf-riding youth and the one who had slain his grandson, Elsa. The remaining forces were more than sufficient to deal with the Holy Knights. Even the most formidable troops were merely composed of ordinary individuals. With such a formidable lineup, it would be exceedingly challenging to succumb to defeat. This is a method deeply rooted in Cassio's heart. As soon as the confrontation began, he realized his expectations were overly optimistic. With a sweep of Jaina's staff, 5 colossal water elementals surged forth with an imposing presence, ensnaring 5 formidable beings of the Holy Domain. Subsequently, blizzards, frost spells, and a relentless barrage of ice magic rained down upon the nearest Holy Domain champions without a moment's respite. The beleaguered champions had no means to retaliate. Faced with the ceaseless torrent of magic, they could only activate their shields to passively defend themselves. Arthas, Galaseth, and 7 Holy Domain warriors had already engaged their adversaries. And in that instant, various domains unfurled. Storms, flames, and ice clashed like ferocious beasts. Whenever a champion from the Empire sustained an injury, a radiant light would descend upon them, instantly healing their wounds, allowing them to rejoin the fray. Bolstered by divine protection, the Empire's champions became remarkably resilient. Even when one was injured, they would quickly recover, instilling a sense of powerlessness and despair among their foes, leading to a noticeable decline in the fighting spirit of the Gamodo family. The continuous cries of agony served as a grim reminder to the champions. An elf named Maev lurked in the shadows, necessitating that they divert considerable attention to guard against sudden ambushes from any direction. In that moment, Cassio was astounded to witness the Empire's champions engaging 2 or even 3 opponents simultaneously, while Jaina's forces seemed to overpower 2 champions at once. Their domains proved utterly ineffective. It became evident that 30 Holy Domain warriors were far from sufficient. Yet, this was the absolute limit for the Gamodo family. Such ultimate martial prowess of the continent was not easily encountered, and 30 warriors represented the pinnacle of strength on the continent. The Imperial forces had long since retreated from this area. The power unleashed here was beyond the endurance of ordinary beings. At the command of the clan leader, Victor had already dashed toward Elsa. Although Elsa was no match for a Holy Domain mage, she managed to hold her ground. Thanks to her sea demon leather armor and a dagger imbued with corrosive power, it was only with the arrival of Yenwu that the pressure began to ease. The Shadow Moon Wolf's skin, impervious to magic, allowed it to confront Victor directly. To everyone's astonishment, Victor exhibited martial prowess. Yenwu witnessed him block the wolf's claws with his seemingly unmuscular arms. While it was a struggle, this was not an achievement typical of a physically frail mage. A master of both magic and martial arts, Yenwu exclaimed in astonishment. Prepare for a surprise. Victor snarled, initially intent on personally avenging his son by eliminating Elsa. However, he had not anticipated that the massive wolf was of divine beast caliber, and while its master lacked any magical or martial energy, the unexpected skills they exhibited made the endeavor to kill Elsa exceedingly arduous. Subsequently, a doppelganger emerged from Victor's body, embodying the same aura and visage. One charged towards Elsa, while the other lunged at the Shadow Moon Wolf. Store hammer. Yinwu raised his hand, hurling a crimson magical hammer towards the Victor racing towards Elsa, only for the hammer to pass straight through Victor's form. An illusion? Yinwu mused in bewilderment. Yet, almost immediately, Elsa emitted a muffled groan and was sent hurtling backward. What is happening? Wasn't that just an apparition? Yinwu exclaimed in shock. Elsa. The Shadow Moon Wolf forcefully repelled the other Victor with whom it had been engaged, racing towards Elsa's direction. At that moment, Elsa lay on the ground, struggling to rise, having endured a full-force strike of sanctuary level. She was fortunate that the sea monster hide and the inscribed magical array absorbed some of the damage. Otherwise, she would have perished. However, the severe injuries rendered her unable to move. Meanwhile, Victor, standing beside her, had already conjured a fireball. Vine entanglement. Yinwu raised his right hand, summoning thick vines from the earth, only for them to pass through Victor's body without ensnaring anything. This is bad. Yinwu's pupils dilated in horror. The enormous fireball, akin to a basin, hurtled towards the prostrate Elsa. With a resounding explosion, the fireball detonated, a massive surge of flames expanding outward. The approaching Shadow Moon Wolf immediately halted its advance, shielding Yinwu. Elsa. Yinwu's eyes twitched as he witnessed the scene. Although the Shadow Moon Wolf had shielded him from the flames, the intense heat still scorched his arms and face. With no time to spare, he tore open a protective shield and dashed towards the searing epicenter. At this moment, Elsa's body was a gruesome sight, half of her flesh mangled. Despite the mitigating effects of the sea monster hide, the power of the sanctuary was overwhelmingly potent, far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Seeing Elsa's condition, tears cascaded from Yinwu's eyes, a sharp, agonizing sensation constricting his heart, making it difficult to breathe. Victor had vanished, likely fleeing from the overwhelming flames. Even a being of sanctuary level would seek refuge. Perhaps he believed that in the face of such a catastrophic explosion, Elsa had no chance of survival and departed with a sense of relief. Ignoring the searing ground beneath him, Yinwu sprinted towards Elsa to shield him from the extreme heat. The Shadow Moon Wolf bestowed an additional layer of icy protection. Yinwu hurried to Elsa's side, where the intense heat had ravaged her skin cells, leaving her arm charred beyond recognition. She must have instinctively shielded her head during the explosion, as her face bore only minor burn marks, yet the left side of her body had been thoroughly scorched, with parts already carbonized. Thanks to the sea monster hide, the flames had not made direct contact with Elsa's skin, minimizing her injuries. Otherwise, she would have been entirely reduced to carbon. Trembling, Yinwu retrieved a piece of rejuvenating grass from his ring and carefully placed it into her mouth. Before long, Elsa awoke from her stupor, her brow furrowed in distress. Upon seeing Yinwu, she opened her mouth to utter something, but her expression quickly shifted to one of agony, and she began to scream in torment. The intense heat had ravaged her skin cells, and the rejuvenating herb was diligently assisting in the removal of the necrotic cells while regenerating muscle tissue. Essentially, the herb's potency was methodically cleansing her skin, layer by layer, and then restoring it anew. The excruciating pain was overwhelming even for the typically resilient Elsa, who found it impossible to faint despite her sufferings. As the herb not only healed her injuries, but also replenished her spirit. Yinwu, hold me tight. Elsa cried, her voice heavy with anguish, struggling to catch her breath. Yinwu carefully embraced Elsa, each of her cries causing his heart to clench painfully. Just hold on, Elsa, everything will be all right. Everything will be fine, he stammered, offering her nonsensical comfort. Outside, the Shadow Moon Wolf stood guard, shielding them from the residual chaos and magic of the surrounding battle, repelling every adversary that dared approach. Gradually, Elsa's cries diminished, the tremendous pain subsiding as her skin healed fully, and her strength began to return. It feels as though I have walked through the gates of hell, Elsa exclaimed, taking a deep breath, and with Yinwu's support, she slowly rose to her feet. Elsa, we are not fighting anymore. We are going back. Let this war be theirs, Yinwu said, tears glistening in his eyes. No, they have harmed me. I must repay them. Elsa looked earnestly at Yinwu, her tone unwaveringly resolute. I will always stand by you, but not this time. That Victor is a formidable being, and the illusions he conjures are indistinguishable from reality. I cannot bear to see you hurt again. Yen Wu insisted, equally determined. All right. Your affection is truly moving. I nearly shed a tear. Victor's voice came from behind, prompting Yen Wu to glance up, noticing the Shadow Moon Wolf cautiously observing Victor. Yen Wu, this is a spell akin to shifting shadows. He can freely transition between phantoms and his corporeal form. Every time you employ a skill, he transforms into a shadow, but when it comes to inflicting harm on Elsa, he instantly materializes. The Shadow Moon Wolf's words resonated in Yen Wu's mind. What should we do? We cannot distinguish between his shadow and his true self, Yen Wu pondered, eyeing the brooding Victor. Victor had not moved, remaining in a concealed location as he observed Elsa's gradual recovery, refraining from attacking when Yen Wu and the others had let down their guard, a testament to his overwhelming confidence in his own abilities. This was indeed his intention. He initially sought to eliminate Elsa to avenge his son, yet he discovered that the youth had miraculously revived the near-death Elsa, restoring her to her former glory. A cruel notion took root in his heart. If he could inflict grievous harm on Elsa once, he could do so again and again. He yearned to make Elsa endure unimaginable suffering before finally extinguishing her life. The plan was simple. You would confront one of the doppelgangers alongside Elsa, while I would engage another. If you strike him with your skills, there are two possible outcomes. The first is that he, mocking you, transforms into a shadow, allowing his corporeal form to transfer to the doppelganger I am facing. The second option is that he offers minimal defense and continues his assault. Should he choose the first possibility, I possess a 70% certainty of defeating him. Even if he survives, he will be rendered incapable of fighting. The Shadow Moon Wolf articulated. And what if it is the second scenario? Yen Wu inquired. That too poses no issue. The teleportation scroll gifted to you by Jaina will automatically transport you to the mage's tower upon sustaining a lethal blow. That is the destination encoded within the scroll. The Shadow Moon Wolf replied nonchalantly. So, either he leaves you half dead, or I am left half dead, correct? Yen Wu rolled his eyes dramatically. Precisely. The Shadow Moon Wolf tilted his head slightly. Very well. Let us proceed. Yen Wu inhaled deeply, retrieving a shield scroll to envelop both himself and Elsa within its protective embrace. At that moment, Yen Wu desperately wished for Jaina and her companions to come to his aid, but reality informed him that they were utterly preoccupied and could offer no assistance. The only ally he could rely upon was himself. By the way, where has Sylvanas gone? Yen Wu suddenly pondered, but at that instant, Victor's doppelganger charged forth. Stormbreaker! Yen Wu shouted, hurling a crimson magical hammer toward Victor. As anticipated, the hammer passed through Victor's body. Now is the moment. Yen Wu communicated mentally with the Shadow Moon Wolf. Due to the transition between shadow and corporeality, the Shadow Moon Wolf refrained from counterattacking, intently observing Victor's reaction to Yen Wu's direction, allowing Victor to unleash magical assaults, as he was immune to magic and could not sustain physical damage. He felt distinctly that as Yen Wu launched the Stormbreaker, Victor's attacks abruptly shifted from ranged magic to close combat. While waiting for the opportune moment, the Shadow Moon Wolf's eyes gleamed red, causing Victor to momentarily falter. Seizing this opportunity, the Shadow Moon Wolf struck with his claws, shimmering with a hint of silver, directly targeting Victor. Yet, the Shadow Moon Wolf's strike ultimately missed. With a resounding boom, a conflagration engulfed Yen Wu's vicinity. Observing the fierce flames held at bay by the shield, a cold sweat trickled down Yen Wu's brow. Fortunately, it was Jaina's scroll. Had it been an ordinary shield, a fireball of such magnitude, wielded by a being of sanctified power, could have obliterated both shield and wielder into mere ashes. Enough. Your little tricks have long been seen through by me. How laughable it is that you, a group of individuals unable to recognize true greatness, dare to speculate about my abilities. This is not merely a projection of myself. Out of benevolence, I inform you that this is the very essence of the power I have comprehended. My avatar possesses destructive capabilities equal to my true form. Victor gazed at Shadow Moon Wolf with contempt. Now, take a good look at those around you. This shall be the last time you behold them. Soon, you shall return to the embrace of the great Nether God. Victor did not wish to prolong this any further, for he observed his allies retreating in disarray. He needed to swiftly engage in other battles. Although he desired to torment Elsa at a leisurely pace, time did not permit it. Swamp technique. Victor uttered softly. The ground beneath Shadow Moon Wolf transformed into a quagmire, and due to the weight, he was immediately ensnared, hastily invoking wind technique to extricate himself. Yet, during this brief moment, Shadow Moon Wolf was delayed, allowing two victors to charge toward Yen Wu. Yenwu was taken aback. Hammer of Storms. Binding Vines. He hurled both spells at Victor, but they had no effect whatsoever. In an instant, the two victors reached Yenwu, unleashing massive fireballs upon his shield, which cracked with a sharp sound. Meanwhile, Shadow Moon Wolf had freed himself from the swamp and was rushing toward them. With a resounding clap, one victor expanded the crack several times over, followed by another swift strike. With a sharp sound, the shield shattered completely. Mana burn. In despair, Yenwu released a dark green beam, striking one of the advancing victors, who stumbled momentarily. However, the other victor was already upon him. Suddenly, Elsa pinned Yenwu down, shielding him with her body. "You bastard! What are you doing?" Yenwu shouted urgently at Elsa, cursing in a rare display of emotion. He exerted all his strength to turn her over. "Stay alive." Yenwu gazed at Elsa in despair, his once resolute and heroic eyes now brimming with tears. Suddenly, the sensation of time slowing returned, and he sensed Elsa's lips forming 3 words. "I'm sorry." Her eyes were filled with longing and despair. Then, a fierce wind approached swiftly from behind him. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a purple streak racing toward him, and he felt the menacing presence vanish in an instant. He quickly looked up just in time to see the victor, adorned with purple arrows, rapidly withering, hair and skin shedding until he collapsed, leaving only a skeletal frame. Silence enveloped the scene. A familiar voice echoed from a distance, as the other victor stood in disbelief, only to be knocked unconscious by Shadow Moon Wolf's paw, a true and tangible strike. "Sylvanas." A surge of excitement welled up within Yenwu, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. This marks her second act of self-rescue, facing a similar predicament and peril, albeit in a different setting with distinct characters. "Razel, should you delay even a moment longer, I shall be compelled to end your life today." This time, Sylvanas exhibited none of her usual composure. Her face ablaze with fury as she glared at Razel. It was evident that had Sylvanas been a moment later, Yenwu would have already met his demise, which understandably incensed her. My sincerest apologies. I believed that with the assistance of young Jaina, we would sweep the battlefield effortlessly, yet we encountered formidable opposition." Razel sheepishly scratched his head as he spoke. "Elsa, we are still alive," Yenwu exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face as he looked at Elsa. "Yenwu, I am so sorry," Elsa sobbed, embracing Yenwu tightly. "No, it is not your fault. Regardless of who is right or wrong. The most important thing is that we are alive," Yenwu declared passionately, holding Elsa close. "Yenwu, are you all right?" Ingwei Lang rushed over, his tone laced with guilt. For he had misjudged the adversary. Had it not been for Jaina's protective shield, Yenwu and Elsa might well have perished by now. "It's all right. If not for you, we would have been dead long ago," Yenwu replied with a smile, his heart filled with the warmth of having survived. At this moment, the battlefield had stabilized, as the arrival of Sylvanas and Razel dramatically intensified the pressure on the already strained front lines. The enemies were taken aback to discover a dark purple aura manifesting upon their armor, swiftly eroding their defenses, making their armor as vulnerable as tofu under the enemy's blades. This is the new aura skill that Yenwu has bestowed upon Sylvanas. However, this skill is directed towards enemies, transforming the values of the focus aura into negative numbers, thereby creating a debuff aura that reduces the armor of adversaries. Yenwu has aptly named it the Queen's Authority. The usually gentle and amiable ogre now reveals his ferocious side. Rampaging across the battlefield with Razel, his robust arms sweeping away multiple foes with each swing, while some of lesser strength are dispatched with brutal efficiency. Meanwhile, Razel unleashes a myriad of his concocted harmful potions, corrosive, debilitating, and hallucinogenic, inflicting chaos upon the surrounding Komodo forces. When confronted with particularly formidable opponents, Razel swiftly casts a beam of golden light, disintegrating his target into particles that coalesce into a sizable gold coin, which the ogre eagerly collects. In the distance, the Komodo family's army is faltering under the relentless assault of the orc infantry and imperial forces. The high-ranking mages of the Mage Tower, empowered by various auras, are decimating the enemy's elite combatants. A staggering 21 sanctified beings have already perished at the hands of the shadowy assassin, Maev. This figure, should it spread, would send shockwaves across the continent. Never before has such a number of sanctified beings fallen. Even during the siege of the human stronghold, Shadowfen, only 2 had been lost. The tide of battle has turned. Initially, the allied strongmen could easily dispatch 2 or 3 foes each. Yet now the Komodo family is forced to confront 2 or 3 adversaries at once. As the deaths of two sanctified beings loom large, the patriarch, Cassio, can no longer remain composed. He grapples with the gravity of their predicament, 30 sanctified beings. Such power should be sufficient to sway the entire continent's balance. Retreat, Cassio bellows, invoking the mist spell, which envelopes the battlefield in a thick shroud, serving as the perfect cover for their withdrawal. Indeed, at Garrus's command, all halt, allowing the Komodo forces to flee in disarray. Retreat to the family's interior, activate all defenses. Each individual must fortify their position according to advantageous circumstances. Cassio proclaims as they make their escape. In an instant, the Komodo forces withdraw, leaving the Imperial army to regroup in the aftermath of the fog, preparing to seize the Komodo family's territory once the mist dissipates. This is an exceedingly exhilarating matter. The Komodo family, with a history spanning over a century, has solidified its position on the continent, wielding immense power that even the mightiest nations, such as Sunset and Roman, dare not provoke. On this land, the mere display of the Komodo family's emblem can absolve an individual from egregious offenses, granting them leniency from enforcers in exchange for a few gold coins. Particularly in recent years, the family's disciples have become increasingly audacious, acting with impunity regardless of their strength or status, and in any nation. They can easily dismiss transgressions by offering a handful of coins to the enforcers, despite inciting public outrage across the continent. The convoluted relationships and power dynamics among nations render any unified opposition to the family implausible, resulting in a pervasive silence of discontent. Now, it appears that they might confront the Komodo family directly at their doorstep, transforming years of dreams into reality. How could they not be thrilled? What should we do about this person? Razel inquired, gazing at the still unconscious Victor, as the enormous ogre under him lifted him with ease, as if handling a mere chick. Leave him to me. At the mention of Victor, Elsa's expression darkened immediately. She stepped forward and drew a dagger, plunging it into his heart. Victor's eyes shot open in shock and agony. He opened his mouth but could utter no sound, his gaze gradually losing its vibrancy. Is he truly feigning death? Razel observed Victor with astonishment, as one might regard a rare creature. His ability is actually phase-shifting. When you attack him, he instantaneously transfers to another phase space, leaving only a residual shadow in this temporal realm. Due to the rapidity of the transition, he returns to his original space before the shadow dissipates, making detection exceedingly difficult, often leading others to mistakenly believe he is merely traversing between his shadows. In truth, his doppelganger embodies the powers he has comprehended, possessing the same strength as he does, one adept in martial skills, the other in magic. By silencing his doppelganger, I rendered him incapable of communicating with spatial elements to ascertain coordinates, thus he found himself disoriented and was swiftly struck down by my arrow. The other body faced a similar fate. He was merely biding his time for an opportunity to flee. Yet the flaw of phase shifting is that he remains anchored in place. His attempts to escape are merely a figment of his own desire. What he did not anticipate was that Elsa would say nothing, directly drawing her dagger to slay him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Victor is utterly deceased, Sylvanas remarked, surveying his lifeless form. Once the mist dissipates, we shall launch an assault on their family territory, the very foundation of their power, which is undoubtedly fortified. I can utilize him to breach the first great door. Sylvanas tilted her head as she gazed upon Victor's lifeless form. At this moment, the Komodo family had regrouped. All those who had retreated were well rested. They assembled a contingent to defend the gates of their territory, while others concealed themselves in various strategic locations for better defense. Cassio and Hogan led their kin at the gate, which served as the primary line of defense, the most crucial barrier. Those unable to fight were tasked with gathering the family's possessions before making their escape via the mountain paths behind them. Cassio understood that the meager defenses constructed of stone and wood would offer no protection against magical devastation. Retreat was inevitable. However, the family's wealth was substantial. Their efforts were merely to buy time, allowing the non-combatants to collect as many valuables as possible. As long as they possessed wealth, the family could revitalize itself. Yet, he suddenly realized his son was missing. Panic surged through him. Victor! Has anyone seen Victor? He shouted, but there was no response from those around him. Victor possessed a second body and was adept at phase shifting. Being a master of both magic and martial arts, he was not easily vanquished. He will be fine, Hogan reassured him. Chief, young Master Victor is over there. A sentry pointed toward the gate, where a figure staggered slowly in their direction. Quick, open the city gates. He appears to be injured, Cassio urged fervently. Wait, Brother, something feels amiss. Hogan halted the gate openers and addressed Cassio. What is wrong? Open the gates at once. Cassio insisted, his anxiety rising. If it were Victor, he would be calling out as he approached, but he was disturbingly silent. This was not the behavior of a returning individual. Hogan scrutinized Victor closely. After listening to Hogan's assessment, Cassio gradually quelled his anger, examining the familiar silhouette. The mist had mostly dissipated, yet an eerie aura lingered. A figure stumbled alone across the desolate ground, neither calling out nor struggling, exuding an unsettling vibe that sent chills down one's spine. Regardless, that is my son. Open the gates. Cassio commanded with resolve. We cannot. We have been in retreat for too long. By now, the enemy must have caught up. Hogan urged urgently. Third brother, that is my son. Cassio bellowed. Brother, I know that is your son, and he is my nephew. I am equally distressed. I refrained from voicing my concerns earlier, fearing it would affect morale. However, Hogan hesitated. But what? Cassio pressed. But I cannot sense any life in Victor. He may. Hogan struggled to continue. Are you suggesting that my son has become a mere shell? With a complex expression, Cassio spoke. At that moment, when he turned to look at Victor again, he found Victor standing silently at the entrance, head bowed, without uttering a word. Just as the crowd began to feel perplexed, Victor suddenly lifted his head, causing Cassio to gasp in shock. Victor's face was devoid of color, resembling a blank sheet of paper. There was no glimmer of life in his eyes. It was the visage of a corpse. Yet, this face bore a sinister smile directed at him. Then Cassio noticed the bloodstain on Victor's chest, and his mind went blank in an instant. His son was dead, not only dead but transformed into a zombie. Whoosh. A streak of black light suddenly shot from the distance towards the dazed Cassio. Hogan immediately pushed him aside, and with a piercing scream, a member of the family behind Cassio was struck by the beam. To the horror of the onlookers, his flesh rapidly withered away, revealing a black skeleton before them. Astonishingly, the skeleton seized a fallen knife and swiftly dispatched an unsuspecting individual nearby. The crowd, gripped by terror, immediately attacked the skeleton, but suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from beneath the gate, shaking the people on the city walls. As the smoke cleared, they discovered a massive hole blasted through the gate. A fragment of tattered clothing fell onto Cassio's shoulder. It was a piece of his son's garment. Damn it! Cassio roared in fury. His son had been transformed into a zombie and used as a human bomb to breach the gates of the Commodore family. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and from the distance, a cloud of dust rolled in. Gradually, a colossal insect came into view, its body covered in menacing spikes, sending chills down their spines. What was even more terrifying was the swarm of beetles surrounding it, resembling a vast green wave rushing toward them at an alarming speed. Prepare to fight, Cassio shouted, his face etched with gravity. The enormous insect bore no signs of magic or fighting spirit, yet it inexplicably instilled a sense of dread in him. It felt as if he were facing a primordial beast. Should such a monstrous creature charge forth, it would undoubtedly herald an epic calamity. Then, a howl resonated through the heavens, heralding the arrival of an even larger figure before the crowd, a colossal wolf towering 100 meters high. Its body, a formidable tapestry of silver and black stripes, exuded an air of oppression. Even from a considerable distance, onlookers felt their insignificance keenly. The gates had been obliterated, rendering them utterly ineffective as a barrier. The family's army surged forth, with even the troops assigned to guard the territory rallying together, bursting through the shattered entrance. They needed to form a human shield outside. The remaining 7 paragons of the sacred realm, along with the surviving mages, swiftly followed, positioning themselves behind the Gamodo family's forces. Anubarak and his beetle minions moved with astonishing speed. Before the Gamodo army could fully align, they had already surged ahead. The immense force sent enemy soldiers flying, and those stationed behind them were caught unawares, impaled by beetles the size of adult bulls. As they collided with the soldiers behind, any fallen warrior faced the merciless trampling of countless iron hooves, with survival being an impossibility. Meanwhile, upon the massive Shadow Moon Wolf stood Sylvanas, Arthas, Yenwu, and Ailsha. A flurry of black and purple arrows rained down, and those struck let out anguished cries as they transformed into black skeletons, subsequently seizing weapons to join the ranks of the insect army. A powerful halo of divine protection enveloped the beetles, enhancing the resilience of their hard exoskeletons. In no time, the beetles had breached the defensive line formed by the ordinary soldiers, revealing a gruesome tableau of mangled corpses ahead. Cassio's eyes twitched in disbelief. He had no inkling from whence these suddenly appeared beetles had come, their numbers staggering and appalling. Particularly notable was a colossal beetle, its 4 legs akin to iron pillars, which crushed golden swordsmen into mere pulp before they could even mount a defense. Its spines were adorned with the lifeless bodies of many, swaying limply with its movements. In the blink of an eye, the beetles had surpassed the line of ordinary soldiers, with the floating mages now in their sights. At this juncture, the beetles began to suffer casualties. Fireballs, blades of wind, and shards of frost materialized from the hands of the sorcerers, descending like a torrential storm upon the beetles below. Some were frozen into fragments, others reduced to ashes, and many cleaved in twain by the slicing winds, leaving behind a grim array of corpses. However, the sheer number of beetles was staggering. One must remember that Anubarak had summoned the entirety of the insects from half of the Borealis Basin, though countless beetles perished. Their losses accounted for less than 1% of the total populace. Suddenly, a green figure emerged amidst the throng of mages, with a flourish of a verdant cloak. A multitude of razor-sharp blades pierced the unsuspecting sorcerers, many of whom shrieked in horror as they tumbled into the throng of beetles, crushed into a bloody pulp. Maiev, Cassius fixated on the vanishing silhouette, his eyes ablaze with unbridled fury. As the mages fell like wheat before the scythe, the army of beetles surged forward, reaching the sanctified guardians. At that moment, the undeniable force of their advance became evident. The relentless beetles began to fall in droves, their hardened exoskeletons proving no match for the might of the sanctified. The numbers of beetles diminished at an alarming rate. Suddenly, all the beetles vanished, leaving behind a heap of corpses, treasures of Anubarak. In an instant, such a significant portion had been lost. Even with the considerable quantity of insects, such waste was unacceptable. He gathered the remaining beetles, for in battles of this magnitude, quantity could never equate to quality. No number of insects could suffice. Meanwhile, Anubarak pressed on, undeterred. As the paladins behind him conjured a runic shield, coupled with the divine protective aura and his already impenetrable carapace, his defenses soared to an astonishing level. Cassius, in a state of panic, realized that this colossal creature posed no harm to those around it, enduring the barrage of spells. It charged directly towards the very wall upon which he stood. If breached, there would be no barrier left to impede them. Stop him. He must not breach the wall. At any cost, we must halt him. Cassius shouted hoarsely, and he, alongside Hogan, swiftly collaborated to conjure a thick barrier to shield the entire wall. The paladins in front immediately gathered together, chanting incantations in unison to forge an even more formidable barrier. The combined might of 7 sanctified beings could very well be the most resilient defense on the continent. At last, Anubarak's massive horns collided with the barrier maintained by the sanctified guardians. To their astonishment, the shield formed by 7 warriors merely momentarily delayed Anubarak before it shattered, sending the 7 champions hurtling back. "Run!" Hogan exclaimed in alarm, dragging Cassius away, but just as they fled, Anubarak crashed into the wall, obliterating both the barrier and the fortification itself. Cassius glanced back to see a gaping breach of over 4 meters in the once imposing wall, while the monstrous beetle continued its destruction, widening the gap further. "Curse it!" Cassio exclaimed, both astonished and enraged. Yet, he dared not turn back. Charging alongside Hogan towards the family's rear mountain, where their final trump card lay hidden, on the other side of the city walls. Anubarak had already widened the breach several times, followed closely by the Knights Templar and the Black Knights. The Shadow Moon Wolves, carrying their companions, swiftly arrived alongside the levitating Jaina and the formidable champions of the Sanctum, while behind them surged the howling green-skinned Orcish warriors. Further back were the Imperial forces led by Gallicis and the ever-present Laezel among them. The throng surged into the Gamodo family territory, racing towards the rear mountain. Capturing the family patriarch and vice-patriarch was imperative. The remaining members of the Gamodo clan would be insufficient to mount a significant resistance. Meanwhile, those still engaged in amassing wealth were utterly bewildered, having gathered but a meager bounty. And the thought of retreat had yet to dawn upon them when the enemy advanced with great haste. Every adversary encountered along the way was swiftly eradicated, while those who begged for mercy were spared. The urgency was palpable, for Maiev had warned that a mysterious power lay hidden in the rear mountain, and should it be unleashed, the consequences would be dire. "Brother, do we truly need to awaken it?" Hogan hesitantly inquired, as they found themselves beside an altar, where an eerie, 4-horned skull sent shivers down Hogan's spine. "Third brother, the Gamodo family stands at the brink of life and death. You have witnessed their might. We have been driven to our own doorstep in a single day. Such a thing would have been inconceivable before. Cassio responded, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. This astonishing force must be eradicated if the Komodo family is to have any hope of revival. We have no choice but to take this step. It is difficult to accept that a family that has dominated the continent for so long could be vanquished by a newly risen nation in just one day, he lamented. Why not seek peace instead? The Kane Empire has clear regulations. Those who surrender are granted amnesty, and we can seek opportunities for growth later. Hogan proposed. No. How can we relinquish the foundation our father painstakingly built? Cassio retorted angrily. Without waiting for Hogan's response, Cassio stepped before the altar. A blade of wind sliced open his arm, and with great care, he let his blood drip into a groove of the magical array on the altar. Soon, the array was saturated with his blood, and a crimson magic circle began to activate. Suddenly, the sound of hooves and clashing armor echoed nearby. Hogan looked up to see the monstrous creature and the gigantic wolf approaching rapidly, their colossal forms crashing through buildings and uprooting towering trees, clearing a vast space for the advancing army. Vice Patriarch. A voice called from nearby. It was the 7 champions of the Sanctum who had just arrived. You've come at the perfect time. Stand with me to fend off the enemy and buy time for our Patriarch, Hogan declared. Subsequently, 8 individuals encircled the altar, channeling their utmost strength to forge a circular shield. Just as they completed this endeavor, a black-purple arrow hurtled toward them, but with a sharp crack, it dissipated, indicating that they had truly infused all their power into the shield. At that moment, the others had arrived, swiftly surrounding the circular barrier. An orc infantryman bellowed, raising his axe to deliver a mighty blow, yet the sheer force of his strike rebounded, sending him staggering back several steps. Meanwhile, the crimson glow of the altar intensified, accompanied by a low, almost imperceptible growl, signaling that Cassio was awakening some formidable entity. All mages, unleash Fireball, commanded Jaina as the resplendent barrier unfurled, and all the sorcerers began to unleash a torrent of fireballs upon the circular shield. The fireballs were concentrated, their potency proportional to the strength of the caster, rendering it the most effective means to breach the shield. Inside, the individuals felt an overwhelming discomfort. Each fireball drained the shield's energy, necessitating replenishment. This was tantamount to a duel of magical might between the 8 of them and all the mages outside. Of course, given Jaina's splendid barrier and numerical superiority, the 8 sanctified beings were destined for defeat. However, their ultimate triumph lay in successfully stalling for time. Just give me 30 more seconds, Cassio shouted urgently, sensing the shield beginning to falter. Everyone, hold on, Hogan roared, prompting all to push their powers to the limit, striving to sustain the shield. They understood that as long as they persisted for 30 seconds, victory would be theirs. Maximum output. Jaina, recognizing the unfavorable situation, promptly instructed. Instantly, everyone exerted themselves, unleashing a barrage of high-purity fireballs that rained down upon the shield, causing the surrounding temperature to soar, enveloping the area in a searing crimson glow, rendering the very air scorching. Before long, the shield began to tremble precariously. One of the sanctified beings within spat blood and collapsed, instantly amplifying the pressure on the remaining 7. 15 more seconds. We're almost there, Cassio gasped, his blood loss and the toll of maintaining the magical array leaving him utterly drained. Everyone halt, Jaina suddenly commanded, and immediately, the deluge of fireballs ceased. Have we exhausted our mana? Hogan questioned, only to feel a significant reduction in the energy sustaining the shield. No, wait, Hogan exclaimed in alarm. Everyone, do not let up. Immediately devote all your strength to maintaining the shield. But it was too late. A thunderous sound approached rapidly as a Nubarak, adorned with various auras and enhancements, charged toward the shield with remarkable speed. The shield shattered like fragile glass, crushed by a Nubarak's force. The exhausted champions lacked even the strength to evade, directly impaled by the horns atop a Nubarak's head, and they were subsequently hurled against the altar. In an instant, the altar crumbled, and Cassio was thrown onto the ruins by the sheer inertia. Had they succeeded? The crowd held their breath, acutely aware of their surroundings. A weak, mocking laughter echoed from Cassio as he struggled to sit up, blood streaming from his head, resembling a decrepit old man. The great Lord Hades has descended. You have nowhere to escape, Cassio declared with a grotesque visage. No sooner had he spoken than a dark vortex appeared behind him, unleashing violet lightning that struck the fallen champions of the Komodo family, instantly reducing them to swirling black smoke, their screams silenced before they could even escape. Such terrifying power, Jaina remarked, her expression grave. All soldiers, retreat through the teleportation array to the Empire of Cain. Goliath immediately issued the command. This was no longer a battle for ordinary mortals. Everyone must return alive, roared Ronaldo, the captain of the Black Knights. Fully aware that what lay ahead was beyond his participation, his role now was merely to ensure others did not falter. The Black Knights led the Imperial Army and Orc infantry in a swift retreat, quickly clearing the congested area. Robert, take them and the Knights of the Temple away. Jaina instructed the aged steward of the champions. The old steward bowed, leading the powerful champions and the Knights of the Temple to hastily depart. The earlier display of lightning had made it clear that even the champions could meet a fate of utter annihilation here, where they could provide no assistance. Take Yenwu and Elsa away from here. Sylvanas leaped down from her shadow wolf, patting its mane, yet she noticed that the shadow wolf now appeared particularly fierce. Its blood-red eyes brimming with ferocity, unusually ignoring her. No, I cannot leave. Though my strength is feeble, I possess the teleportation scroll gifted to me by Jaina. At the brink of death, I will be automatically transported back, and if she strikes me, it will buy you more time. Yenwu insisted, shaking his head with determination in his gaze. He is too weak. He needs my protection. Elsa stubbornly sought to justify her stance. None of you shall escape. A haunting female voice resonated from all directions. The violet lightning ceased, replaced by an overwhelming presence, as a slender figure emerged from the vortex with an exquisitely graceful stride. Fear blossomed and spread within the hearts of the onlookers. Yenwu and Elsa could scarcely bear to gaze upon her. Though she stood at the height of an ordinary woman, they felt as though a primordial behemoth loomed before them. In contrast, one feels insignificantly small. Just then, a low growl emanated from the throat beneath Yenwu, prompting him to turn his gaze sideways. It was the Shadow Moon Wolf. At that moment, the wolf's eyes brimmed with overwhelming hatred, glowing fiercely red, as if it were poised to charge forth and engage in a life-and-death struggle with the woman at any moment. This was the first time Yenwu witnessed the fierce wrath of the Shadow Moon Wolf. Purify. With a mere wave of his hand, Arthas summoned a golden radiance that enveloped the onlookers, instantly quelling the pervasive sense of dread. You must be aware of the price for my services, correct? The woman clad in black leather armor cast a surprised glance at Arthas before effortlessly lifting the weakened Cassio with one hand. She disregarded everyone present, including the imposing Shadow Moon Wolf. Aren't all these around you your offerings? Cassio uttered in fear, sensing an ominous turn of events. No, after all these years. The price has surely risen. The woman seductively licked her lips. Suddenly, a dark aura emanated from her hand, and a cyan visage of Cassio was drawn from his corporeal form. The soul of the sanctum is indeed quite exceptional. The woman squinted her eyes with an expression of delight. Oh, my apologies. I nearly forgot to introduce myself, she said with a cheerful demeanor, as if just now noticing those surrounding her. I am Hades, known across this continent as the god of the underworld. That little wolf should recognize me. But isn't the Shadow Moon Wolf race extinct? It astonishes me that one still remains. Hades gazed at the enraged Shadow Moon Wolf with a grin, her eyes devoid of any wariness, as if standing before her was merely a harmless puppy. Hades. The Shadow Moon Wolf roared in fury, attempting to charge forward, only to find his body unresponsive. This was a terror that stemmed from his very soul. Despite the anger flooding his mind, he remained in awe of Hades, a deity, the god of the underworld, Hades. Upon hearing Hades' self-introduction, Elsa's expression uncharacteristically revealed fear. We refer to her as the goddess of death, the ruler of the realm of the deceased, where all departed souls must report, Elsa asserted. Is this a deity? Yenwu asked incredulously, for in his world, gods were mere beliefs, fictitious entities. He never imagined that such beings truly existed in this realm. However, that handsome gentleman over there, your ability to dispel my realm of fear has taken me by surprise. Hades remarked with a smile, though her gaze gradually darkened. What? Does a deity wish to meddle in the affairs of mortals? Sylvanas scoffed, having already faced death itself. The goddess of death held no terror for her. No, I am merely assisting others for a bit of pocket change, Hades replied with a light chuckle. So, a god who is utterly destitute comes to prey upon us common folk? With the fear-inducing aura dispelled, Jaina no longer appeared as if she were facing a dire threat. Do you think that dispelling my realm of fear makes you significant? Mortal, provoking a deity will bring you no benefit. At last, Hades retracted his cheerful visage, speaking with a hint of ire. Is it possible that even deities can be swayed by mortals? I had assumed you remained aloof, indifferent to us insignificant ants. Maeve remarked with a derisive chuckle, her tone laced with disdain. Enough, you wretched mortals. Hades roared, taken aback by the audacity of these lowly beings daring to confront him. With a swift gesture, several azure skulls emerged from Hades's palm, their grotesque forms charging toward the crowd, causing the flora they passed to wither instantly. Silence! Sylvanas shouted imperiously, and the formidable azure skulls vanished abruptly. What followed was an awkward silence. Hades regarded Sylvanas with disbelief, while Sylvanas looked back at Hades in utter confusion. Had her silence truly held sway over a deity? Are you truly a god? Jaina inquired, puzzled. The words were deeply hurtful. A mere flash of lightning coursing through the passage instantaneously reduced the sacred domain to a shroud of black smoke. What other power, besides that of a deity, could achieve such devastation? Yet, indeed, Hades' attack was thwarted by Sylvanas' silence. A god, a being of unparalleled might, had been interrupted by a mere mortal. It was as if an insignificant insect had inflicted a wound, causing excruciating pain. This forced Hades to relinquish her indifference, her demeanor shifting to one of solemn gravity. The divine power should not be desecrated by the likes of you. Hades bellowed, as the earth trembled and trees toppled, as if the mountain were being grasped by an unseen hand. But soon, tranquility returned, for Sylvanas had once again obstructed her incantation. At last, Hades, in a state of growing alarm, realized that before this elf, she was utterly incapable of unleashing her divine prowess. Engaging in unarmed combat was not her forte. The Reaper relied on the strength of souls and the fundamental power of a god, yet before this elf, she could not access either. Then Hades' gaze widened in astonishment. You are not an elf, she declared, pointing at Sylvanas, for she felt not a trace of life emanating from her. You are an undead? But the souls of the departed are under my dominion. You have perished, yet your soul governs your body? Hades spoke with a hint of confusion. Suddenly, enlightenment struck her. You do not belong to this world. Hades exclaimed in surprise. I truly question whether you are a god at all. Are not gods omniscient? Sylvanas replied with a soft chuckle. Indeed, that old fool has succeeded. Hades muttered through clenched teeth. Humans, for today, I shall spare you. We will meet again. Hades spoke with a darkened expression, as if burdened by an important matter. Subsequently, a shroud of black mist enveloped her form, and with a flash of violet light, she vanished from sight. Freed from the constraints that had bound her moments ago, the Shadow Moon Wolf howled furiously, charging toward the spot where Hades had just disappeared, vehemently releasing its pent-up wrath. The powerful collisions caused fissures to form in the ground around it. Jaina and the others silently observed the immense figure thrashing about. Sometimes, venting one's fury serves as a commendable means of delay. After a prolonged outburst, the Shadow Moon Wolf let out a final roar toward the heavens, releasing the last vestige of its anger, transforming into its more common form, standing over 2 meters tall, and approached Yenwu with a despondent expression. I suspect that Hades might very well be the perpetrator who slaughtered your kin, correct? Sal, there is a saying in my world, a gentleman's revenge is not laid even after 10 years. Fear not. One day, we shall assist you, and you will personally avenge your enemies. Yenwu comforted, stroking the fur of the Shadow Moon Wolf. I had anticipated a fierce battle. Elsa spoke with lingering trepidation. Were she alone, it would not have been a formidable battle. The purification by Arthas and the silence imposed by Sylvanas could indeed have an effect on her, which would affirm that our assaults are also efficacious against her. A deity unable to wield divine power is more easily dealt with than a champion of the sanctum. Jaina remarked. Should such words be heard by others, they might mock her for her grandiloquence. What is a deity? An exalted entity, revered and worshipped by the denizens of the continent. The notion of slaying a god is something that can only be conceived in tales. Yet here stands an individual proclaiming her ability to vanquish a deity. It is akin to the ravings of a madman. However, Yenwu possesses unwavering belief. Within the realm of the game, they have empowered themselves to an extraordinary extent. In comparison to this world, they have attained a pinnacle state, enabling their abilities to breach divine defenses and inflict significant damage upon the gods. In other words, they possess the capability to harm deities, even to defeat them. Elsa, taken aback, remarked with astonishment. She was aware of their formidable prowess, but the ability to injure a god surpassed her wildest imaginings. Suddenly, a hand pushed aside the rubble not far away, drawing the attention of the onlookers. An elderly man with long hair struggled to rise, his tattered gray garb betraying his identity as the last surviving vice chieftain, Hogan. His countenance was blank as he surveyed the devastation around him. The pinnacle martial might of all families lay in utter ruin. Nearby, a skeletal corpse with sunken eyes lay. Cassio, the chieftain whose soul and strength had been drained by Cadus. The Gamodo family is no more. At that moment, Hogan bore no semblance of a wise elder. He resembled a despondent old man, seated amidst the ruins beside Cassio's corpse. His gaze vacant. I presume the Gamodo family's prosperity and strength stemmed from your veneration of the god of death? Gianna remarked, stepping forward to confront Hogan. Hogan lifted his head, his vacant eyes suddenly sharpening with focus. He raised his hand to cast a fireball, aimed directly at Gianna's face. Abruptly, he let out a harrowing scream as the fireball dissipated, and his severed arm fell to the ground. Maeve. Hogan glared at the apparition that had materialized, the agony of his severed limb causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Our family has treated you well. Why do you do this? He spat through clenched teeth. I once stated that our relationship is one of mutual benefit. Moreover, you compelled me to assassinate my friend. The difference between our relationship and theirs is self-evident. Maeve replied, the Gamodo family has reaped the consequences of its own actions. You have no one to blame but yourselves. She then kicked Cassio's corpse, continuing, you waged war due to his son. That was merely an excuse. Your true intention was to unite the strength of two nations to devour the Kane Empire, driven by fear of its rapid development, a fact known throughout the continent. We chose to confront you for two reasons. First, to defend our territorial integrity. Second, to fight for Elsa, to demonstrate to her the power of family, and to warn all in the world, those connected to us are not to be trifled with. The tyrannical Gamodo family stands as a testament to this. Upon hearing Maeve's words, Elsa's eyes immediately brimmed with tears. She was merely an ordinary person who had followed her father as a bandit since childhood. Without Yenwu, she might have perished in the dungeon. Each of their gestures and actions impacted the world profoundly, yet they bore no heirs. Treating one another with the warmth of family, a rarity in a world where power reigns supreme and lineage is valued above all. Contemplating this, she couldn't help but steal another glance at Yenwu. She discerned a shared trait between him and Jaina, an absence of prejudice. Even the lowest of commoners, upon seeing the slave brand on her abdomen, would cast disdainful glances, yet from their eyes, Elsa perceived only compassion and love. Just as Jaina had said, regardless of one's actions, family is always a steadfast support. Do you have any last words? Sylvanas coldly inquired, observing the silent Hogan. Eradicating threats had always been her guiding principle. Had it not been for Yenwu's repeated warnings, those defenseless family members would have long since become mere bones. Very well. Allow me to say a few words. Hogan struggled to rise, his balance faltering with the sudden loss of an arm. I will return for vengeance, he bellowed, suddenly producing a teleportation scroll from somewhere and tearing it open with astonishing speed. Blue energy enveloped him, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, as if mocking the carelessness of those around him. Silence. Sylvanas raised her arm slightly, and the blue energy vanished without a trace. In the next moment, a black-purple arrow imbued with the essence of death shot forth, piercing Hogan's neck. His astonished eyes gradually lost their luster, and he collapsed weakly, his wound visibly beginning to rot away his body. He died without ever comprehending what had transpired. Thus, the Gamodo family's reign of terror over the continent came to an abrupt end, leaving behind merely a few hundred defenseless kin. Our mission is complete. We should return. However, Hades' appearance seems to have brought some information. Who is this old fellow she spoke of? As a deity, why did she leave in such haste? I must report these questions to the church. Perhaps Bishop Helios will know something, Arthas mused, gazing at Cassio's lifeless body with contemplation. It seems we have offended her. Nevertheless, what is destined to come cannot be avoided. We shall not flee, Jaina declared, looking at Arthas. Indeed, we shall not evade. Elsa resolved silently, glancing at those around her. Within a single day, the Gamodo family found itself besieged by the forces of the Kane Empire, with its leadership and main combatants annihilated. News of this swiftly spread across the globe, leaving nations throughout the continent in a state of shock. The smaller nations, having distanced themselves from the Kingdom of Kane, eagerly sought realliance, and the Kingdom of Kane, in its magnanimity, graciously welcomed them back into its fold of allies. The emperors of the Sunset Empire and the Roman Empire felt immense relief, as the formidable Gamodo family, whose strength was such that even they dared not provoke, was vanquished by the Kingdom of Kane in a single day. Never before had a large-scale war concluded in such a brief span. Even the assault on a minor nation typically requires at least a week. Yet, the Kingdom of Kane achieved this feat, signifying that its power has far surpassed that of its adversaries. Following the event, they promptly dispatched envoys to extend their goodwill towards the Kane Empire. These smaller nations truly resemble weather vanes. Why would they still wish to embrace those ungrateful wolves? At this moment, Yenwu and Elsa were traversing the path to the Royal Academy. The war had concluded within a single day, and despite having amassed provisions for several days, not a single grain had been utilized. All the military supplies remained untouched in the warehouses. The Academy had commenced its sessions, effectively granting the students a brief reprieve. Aside from the grief-stricken families of the fallen soldiers and the tense atmosphere preceding the conflict, there were few repercussions. Some individuals, isolated from news, were entirely unaware that their nation had engaged in warfare. According to the king, at that time, even we were uncertain of our own survival, let alone that of outsiders. Upon reflection, the notorious Komodo family, which had dominated the continent for years, was annihilated in a single day. Our strength has grown to a point where we no longer require any allies. Yet, no matter how powerful a closed-off nation may become, it will eventually be surpassed. Even the smallest countries possess knowledge and techniques from which we could learn. It is essential to understand that aligning with a great power is not without its costs. While a larger nation can provide protection, the smaller one must also demonstrate its sincerity. A considerable portion of the abundant resources in our national warehouses originates from these smaller nations. Our king is indeed an extraordinary individual, as the saying goes. It is easier to conquer a realm than to govern it, and he excels at both. Yenwu elucidated with a smile to Elsa. Yenwu, did you learn this at school? Elsa inquired, puzzled. Not at all. In my world, this is a living example. Yenwu replied. They soon reached the academy, reminiscent of the start of a new term, with everyone burdened by various belongings. As Yenwu and Elsa did not reside at the academy, they carried no luggage. Upon entering the gates, they spotted Catherine, while Anderson struggled behind, laden with an array of baggage. Catherine, Elsa greeted her enthusiastically, swiftly approaching. Upon seeing Yenwu and Elsa, Catherine and Anderson were immediately taken aback, scrutinizing the two with curious glances, which puzzled them. My father mentioned that you encountered a remarkably formidable being, Catherine whispered. Even the illustrious Archmage Gianna is exceedingly cautious. Such a powerful entity, and yet you emerged unscathed. Anderson exclaimed in astonishment. You would almost wish for my misfortune. Yenwu chuckled, delivering a playful punch to him. With Gianna and the others present, no matter the magnitude of the issue, it cannot be that dire, Yenwu reassured them. By the way, speaking of the Komodo family, Yenwu, do you recall that Lena? Anderson reminded them. When mentioning Lena, Yenwu recalled that she was also a member of the Komodo family. Yet her figure was absent during the skirmish. No, I did not see her within the territory of the Komodo family either, Yenwu remarked. My father encountered her. She was gathering some valuable items when a sprite with glowing red eyes deemed her a potential threat and sought to eliminate her. It was only after she mentioned being my student and a classmate of yours that my father managed to persuade the sprite to spare her life, Catherine explained. I do feel a measure of sympathy for Lena. She is merely a bit headstrong and has not committed any heinous acts. By mere coincidence, she has become a casualty of war, Yenwu expressed with a hint of compassion. Indeed, if the one she provoked were not you, your perspective would surely differ. Elizabeth shot a glance at Yenwu. Hee. Yenwu chuckled sheepishly. All right, it's time for class. Anderson, swiftly move my belongings to the office, Catherine instructed, giving Anderson a light pat on the shoulder. Oh dear, Anderson sighed, grimacing as he piled various bags onto himself, the illustrious fourth prince now dutifully trailing behind Catherine. What a paragon of a good husband, Yenwu exclaimed with a hint of mischief. Now, why don't you lend a hand? I shall head to class first. See you in the cafeteria at noon. Elsa gently prodded Yenwu before waving her hand as she made her way toward the martial arts department. At this moment, in the Grand Cathedral, at the pinnacle of the towering dome, lay the Library of the Holy See, containing a wealth of ancient knowledge. Elsa stood before a wall, gazing at the paintings that adorned it, each accompanied by descriptive text. Hades, the goddess of the underworld, is the daughter of the creator god. The creator has two daughters, the goddess of life, Alice, who governs life, and Hades, the goddess of death, also known as the Grim Reaper. They hold significant positions in the divine realm and are immensely powerful deities, Helios remarked while cradling a hefty tome. Deities of higher rank? Alsus queried, perplexed. Are gods classified by tiers? Indeed, there are hierarchies among gods. The creator is the supreme deity, the true god, as are his daughters, though his wife is immortal. His daughters are of higher rank, endowed with the divine power granted directly by the creator, while lower deities are mortal beings elevated to divinity by the higher gods. They possess divine powers, yet their essence remains rooted in their spiritual and physical capabilities, Helios elaborated. The shadow moon wolf, Sahu, worships the moon goddess. Could it be a loon? Alsa's inquired. The loon? No, I am not familiar with the significance of that name. However, the moon goddess is not called a loonie. She is the sister of the sun god. Both being the adopted offspring of the creator god. She shares a close bond with the goddess of life, Alice, though their names are not mentioned in the texts. Helios remarked, stroking his chin. The book explains that due to Hades' reclusive nature, compounded by his dominion over death, the negative emotions of the souls he governed profoundly affected him, resulting in a severely twisted disposition. A trivial disagreement with Alice led to a rift between the sisters. As their discord deepened, it ultimately ignited a divine war, pitting Alice and her brother, the sun god, against the eternal king Arthur, Hades, the god of plague, the god of misfortune, and the god of war, Ares. 8 high-ranking deities commanded their respective elite forces in a brutal confrontation at a place known as the battlefield of the gods. The outcome saw Alice suffer successive defeats, culminating in her encirclement by Hades. The moon goddess perished, and her beloved shadow moon wolf clan faced utter annihilation. In his grief, the sun god unleashed a solar flare, severely injuring the god of misfortune and the god of war, though he himself dissipated into nothingness. Legend has it that a fragment of his soul descended upon this continent, awaiting an opportunity for vengeance. In the final moments, the eternal king drew the sword from the stone, wielding unparalleled strength to carve a bloody path for Alice, whose whereabouts remain unknown to this day. Helios closed the book and turned to the still-absorbed Arthas, inquiring, "Is this the narrative of the divine conflict?" So, the most tragic fate befell the moon goddess and the shadow moon wolves? Indeed, Helios confirmed. In the divine war, the moon goddess perished, and her most cherished shadow moon wolves were exterminated. It is said that the sun god continues to seek a means to resurrect the moon goddess, for the loss of his sister has struck him deeply. If the text holds truth, then Sao may be the last remaining shadow moon wolf, Arthas mused. No wonder. Despite his fear when confronting Hades that day, he still yearned to rush forward in battle. Regarding the peculiar words Hades spoke to you, the book does contain some relevant information, Helios recalled, searching through a bookshelf. Ultimately, he extracted a leather-bound tome from the shelf. It is said that upon discovering the actions of the gods, the creator god was incensed with Hades, leading to a fierce argument between father and son. In a fit of rage, Hades threatened to wage war against the creator god. Yet, the creator could not wield divine power at will. His strength stemmed from creation and destruction, and should he invoke his might, the entire world, including the higher deities, would face annihilation. Ultimately, he found himself alone. Naturally, he was reluctant to destroy the world he had painstakingly crafted. Thus, he established a connection to a brand new realm, its coordinates lying within the Morgan continent. Legends spoke of this new world inhabited by formidable beings, a sorcerer capable of annihilating worlds with a mere gesture, a colossal fire elemental lord, a nature-embracing elder of the jungle, an adept elven assassin skilled in the art of stealth, a terrifying necromancer commanding the undead, and an orc shaman harnessing the powers of the elements. He needed to wield the strength of this world to aid him in thwarting Hades, but first, he must seek the creator's consent. Helios remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Arthas. Among them stood a battle-hardened paladin, unwavering in his faith. Helios gazed into Arthas's eyes and was met with a fleeting trace of a bitter smile, his countenance immediately shifting to one of astonishment. If the book were to be believed, then I might indeed be that battle-worn, steadfast paladin, Arthas lamented. And what of the creator of your world? Helios appeared to ponder, his expression one of disbelief. Indeed, the creator is Yen Wu. Arthas articulated the image that had formed in Helios's mind. Yes, he possessed no extraordinary powers, relying solely on his physical prowess, and could barely best an unarmed commoner. Yet, it was he who fashioned that world, birthing the new us. Arthas smiled as he spoke. You would not believe how wicked I once was. I killed my father, murdered my mentor, and transformed a high elf into a banshee, compelling her to slay her friends and family. The banshee I transformed is none other than Sylvanas, the red-eyed elven undead who aided us in our victories. Once freed from my control, she established a realm known as the Forsaken, with me as her greatest adversary. Her harrowing experiences twisted her psyche, fueling a desire to transform all living beings into the undead, including her own sister. However, in that new world, we cast aside all hatred. She was liberated from such distorted desires. From that point onward, we were free from fear, toil, and treachery. This encapsulates the very essence of Yinwu's creation. And it elucidates the profound bond we share with him, remarked Alsace with a tinge of sentiment. Yet, lacking any power, how could he conjure life from thin air? Helios inquired with curiosity. I am not privy to such knowledge. You too are unaware of how the Creator fashioned your ancestors, are you not? Alsace responded. Your Grace, I implore you to keep this matter confidential. Given that the divine conflict is still a distant affair, Yinwu is but an ordinary man, destined for an ordinary life. Such matters must not intrude upon him, Alsace insisted earnestly. Rest assured, I shall do so, Helios affirmed. In the arena, under the guidance of Rabina, Ailsha diligently engaged in her training. Perhaps due to the impending war, the overwhelming power of the sanctum instilled in her a profound sense of helplessness. She exerted herself more than anyone else, and naturally, her progress was remarkable. Rabina, contemplatively observing Ailsha, approached her. That will be all for today. Ailsha, I wish to draw a sample of your blood for examination. Your constitution may possess unique qualities, he stated, with a gentle touch of his finger upon her arm. A small droplet of blood formed, floating delicately on his fingertip before he turned and exited the arena. Ding! The bell tolled, rousing Yinwu from his stupor as he stared blankly at the blackboard. The fervor of the moment had dissipated, and he found himself succumbing to boredom. Reminiscent of his university days, the sole distinction was that Catherine's lectures were enriched with captivating stories, serving as illustrative examples far superior to the monotonous reading of textbooks by other instructors. Beside him, Anderson, propped up on the desk, wiped his drool and blinked sleepily about. Is class over? Anderson mumbled, then yawned extravagantly, inadvertently lodging a piece of chalk into his mouth. Spit, spit, spit. Anderson doubled over, expelling the chalk. Laughter erupted among the students. Anderson, you've awakened, Catherine exclaimed from the podium, glaring at him. Ah, my dear. No, teacher, I apologize, I was wrong. He quickly stood up, nodding apologetically. Very well. Class dismissed. Catherine waved her hand, and the students surged forth, rushing towards the cafeteria. Yinwu, do not head to the cafeteria today. Bring Ailsha to my office instead, as I shall prepare a meal, Catherine instructed Yinwu. Spotting Anderson still slumped over the desk, she seized his ear. Still sleeping, are we? Come on, hurry and fetch the groceries. I'm going. Anderson abruptly awoke, a sheepish smile gracing his face as he rushed outside. Lunch was served in Catherine's office, where the four of them gathered around a small table, adorned with 4 exquisite dishes and a soup. Naturally, given her noble lineage, Catherine's culinary skills were exceptional. The annual College Alliance meeting is approaching. Are you interested? Catherine introduced a novel topic. What is the College Alliance meeting? Yinwu inquired. You mean you don't know? Catherine asked, her surprise palpable. Yinwu, hailing from another world, was indeed oblivious to the concept of this alliance meeting. Elsa, enlighten him, Catherine directed toward Elsa. I have no idea either, Elsa responded, shaking her head. Truly 2 geniuses. Catherine rolled her eyes. She then prodded Anderson, who was engrossed in devouring his food. What is the matter? Anderson mumbled, his mouth so full that he nearly sprayed food onto Catherine's face. Look at you, and you claim to be the 4th prince. Catherine chided, her annoyance evident. Do you know about the College Alliance meeting? Not a clue, Anderson replied, momentarily dazed, before returning to his frenzied eating. Well, this is just splendid. Catherine sighed in exasperation at the 3 of them. It is an event where the colleges across the continent gather for friendship and exchange. In simpler terms, it is the annual competition among colleges on the continent, showcasing magic and martial skills, with rankings based on the college's performances. Sounds intriguing. Elsa, eager to enhance her abilities, was the first to express great interest. If Elsa wishes to attend, I have no objections, Yinwu remarked, his indifference towards such collective activities evident. The decision rested solely with Elsa. All right then, I will register you all, Catherine declared. What are the location and date? Elsa asked. Traditionally, it takes place at the top-ranked college. In recent years, the Royal Magic Academy of the Sunset Empire has consistently held that position. So the event will be in the imperial capital of the Sunset Empire, Sunset City, 2 months from now, Catherine replied. Are we heading to the Sunset Empire? Their relations with us are somewhat strained. If it weren't for Maui, we might be embroiled in a fierce battle with them right now. Yinwu expressed his concerns. Not to worry. Such an important occasion will surely be attended by Grand Magus Gianna and Lord Rabina. Catherine reassured him. That's a relief. Yinwu felt at ease knowing Gianna and Rabina would be present. In the coming 2 months, aside from attending classes at the academy, Yinwu planned to utilize his free time to visit his territory. Under Roland's supervision, every building was meticulously arranged, with fearsome spikes glinting in the light, exuding a rugged grandeur that imparted a sense of wildness. Utilizing the characteristics of architecture and terrain, many layouts are designed to create formidable barriers, where each stronghold is surrounded by a semicircular arrangement of defensive towers and orc burrows. When ordinary troops attempt an assault, merely a few orc infantry stationed at the entrance, complemented by the fortifications behind them, ensure that any number of attackers meets with certain demise. This arrangement magnificently showcases the defensive and counteroffensive capabilities of the orcs, while the overall layout is remarkably aesthetically pleasing. At times, Yinwu feels that Roland's talents are underutilized by not serving as a military strategist. Despite her lack of formal military training, her architectural formations are astutely devised. The population of the territory has gradually increased, with the emergence of units such as troll headhunters, shamans, wind riders, and marauders, culminating in the gradual formation of a small tribe. Observing the robust figures moving about evokes a sensation akin to stepping into a science fiction epic. The Orc Hall has completed its second upgrade, now resembling a colossal steel fortress, its heavy iron framework secured solely by rivets no thicker than a finger. Standing before it feels as if one is in the presence of a formidable beast. The barracks, beast pens, and soul repositories are also undergoing their final upgrades. The highest level of the War Mills upgrade is now in motion, promising significant transformations for both personnel and structures upon the completion of all technological advancements. Meanwhile, Elsa continues to strive diligently for self-improvement. Reports from the Research Institute indicate that Elsa possesses an extraordinary physique. She is incapable of perceiving magic or combat aura, enhancing only her fundamental strength and reflexes, and cannot utilize the power of rules for advancement. In exchange, her attacks manifest as true damage that bypasses physical defenses, delivering a blow that inflicts the same amount of harm whether against an ordinary individual or a domain-level powerhouse, rendering the strength of the opponent's physique irrelevant. Naturally, akin to ordinary individuals, her attacks cannot directly affect those protected by armor, combat aura, or magical shields, thus failing to inflict effective damage. Disappointed by her limitations concerning magic and combat aura, she finds solace in her ability to deliver damage that disregards defenses. Consequently, she casts aside her distractions regarding combat aura and magic, focusing on enhancing her physical strength, stamina, and reflexes. To assist Elsa, Jaina has inscribed runes on her sea beast leather armor, trousers, and boots to augment her strength, endurance, vitality, defense, and agility. This significantly enhanced Elsa's combat prowess. The nationally renowned academies are gathering their most exceptional students for specialized training. According to the regulations, each academy is required to send forth 10 wizards and 10 swordsmen to participate in both individual and team competitions, with the highest rank not exceeding that of a grand mage or a high-level warrior. The sole purpose is ostensibly to facilitate communication, to keep matters at a superficial level, as the higher ranks might lead to uncontrollable chaos. It is undeniably a veiled test of each other's strength and a competition among the academies. Yet they cloak it in such elegant language. How hypocritical. Elsa scoffed, expressing her dissatisfaction. Soon, 2 months had passed. As Lae'zel's branch is located in Sunset City, everyone arrived at Lae'zel's store via the teleportation array. Led by Rabina, the group comprised 10 grand mages and 10 high-level swordsmen, including the unranked Elsa, 2 diplomats, and a council member handling routine affairs, accompanied by Yinwu and Gianna. The crowd engaged in excited discussions about their experiences with the teleportation array and their curiosity regarding the goblin staff, who graciously arranged their accommodations and meals, shattering their preconceived notions of greedy and cunning goblins. It is well understood that this is a competition, albeit dressed in more palatable terms. Yinwu remarked, "Enough of that. I have been here before with Sao, but I hardly explored, as I was drawn into this shop. Today, accompany me for a stroll," Yinwu said, taking Elsa's hand. Sunset City, the epicenter of magic, is enveloped in a violet hue from the magical energies above. No matter where one stands, the aerial castle, the emblem of the Sunset Empire, stands prominently, the capital. I once aided an elderly fruit seller in this very place, and the uneaten fruits I possess were purchased from him. Back then, Sao and I hesitated to intervene when those monsters tormented people. Were we to face them now? They might not even allow us a chance to act. Yinwu expressed with indignation, the events of that day lingering vividly in his mind. What kind of monsters? Sunset City belongs to the human empire, and non-human races find it exceedingly difficult to enter. Even if there were monsters, they would likely be someone's contracted beasts, right? Elsa inquired. No, they appeared quite imposing, a troop of creatures with the heads of tigers surrounding a behemoth with the head of a hippopotamus and the body of a gorilla. They roamed the streets with impunity, and the guards dared not question them. Yenwu replied, a creature with the head of a hippopotamus? If my memory serves me correctly, that must be a behemoth from the beast clan. Elsa responded, behemoth? What kind of creature is that? Yenwu found himself somewhat perplexed, as he had never heard of a unit known as Baimen within the beast folk. Of course, the beast folk of this world differed significantly from those of his territory. Their characteristics inclined more towards that of animals, and their thought processes mirrored a more primal instinct. The Baimen represented the most esteemed and formidable race among the beast folk, typically standing between 2 to 5 meters tall. Yet in the heat of battle, they could unleash their bloodline's power, transforming into colossal beasts exceeding 10 meters in height. Their strength and defenses would dramatically surge, marking them as undeniable champions of the beast folk, as Elsa elucidated. However, animosity existed between the beast folk and humanity. And since the Baimen were the ruling race among the beast folk, encounters between the two factions often escalated into conflict. What could possibly bring a Baimen to Sunset City? Elsa subsequently voiced her concern. Who knows? Perhaps there exists some sordid transaction between them. Yenwu thought, a shiver running down his spine. As they conversed, they arrived at an intersection where a stone sculpture stood at its center, depicting a woman pouring water from a vase onto flowers. The clear water flowed gracefully from the vase's spout into a carved stone flower pot below. Suddenly, through the cascade, Yenwu discerned some familiar characters. Treasure Pavilion. Elsa, come. I have a place to show you. Yenwu exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he grasped her hand and led her toward the other side of the intersection. The Treasure Pavilion auction house? What brings us here? Elsa inquired, gazing up at the prominent lettering as they stood at the entrance. Do you know where my billions originated? It all came from here. Yenwu replied with a smile. Let us head inside. I wonder if it's another treasure pavilion or merely a branch. He tilted his head, gesturing for Elsa to follow him in. Upon entering, Yenwu surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, the original layout remained unchanged, under the illumination of magical lamps. The place appeared exquisitely arranged and immaculate. A young woman in her 20s approached them with a professional smile. Sir, how may I assist you? She inquired warmly. Is Reno here? Yenwu asked. May I ask your relation to him? Young Master Reno is currently in the VIP room discussing matters with a guest. It would be best not to disturb him unless it is of great importance, the girl replied, her demeanor reflecting her uncertainty. He's truly here? And what about Master Michao? Yenwu pressed. Master Michao has not arrived here. He remains at the original auction house, the girl noted, her intrigue growing at Yenwu's familiarity with these individuals. Very well. We merely came to have a look. Since he is occupied, I shall return another day, Yenwu declared. Mr. Yenwu. Just as he was about to turn away, a familiar voice resonated beside him. He turned to find it was the attendant who had served Master Michao. Ah, my sincerest apologies for only just noticing you now. The waiter wore an expression of deep apology. Please, do go about your duties. Allow me to take care of this. He instructed the young girl to return. The girl cast a curious glance at Yenwu, noticing that he was dressed rather simply and appeared quite youthful. Why would the esteemed manager personally attend to him? Mr. Yenwu, young Master Reno is currently engaged in business discussions with a guest. Please, allow me to escort you upstairs. He will be exceedingly pleased to see you. The waiter said politely, bowing slightly to Elsa. It has indeed been a long time. You still remember me? Yenwu exclaimed joyfully. Of course, you are a friend of young Master Reno. The waiter replied with respect. By the way, it has been so long, yet I do not know your name. Forgive my curiosity, Yenwu said somewhat bashfully, realizing he had only known the individual as Master Michao's attendant. My name is Bill, Mr. Yenwu. Bill smiled warmly. Please, follow me upstairs. As they walked, the waiter guided them towards the back of the hall. Is it appropriate for me to interrupt young Master Reno while he is in discussion? Yenwu inquired. It is quite all right. If it is Mr. Yenwu, young Master Reno will be very pleased, Bill reassured him. Are you quite familiar with Reno? Elsa communicated with Yenwu in her thoughts. He is a rather exceptional merchant, possessing high ethical standards and personal integrity. I might consider him my first true friend in this world, Yenwu replied. After traversing a lengthy corridor, Bill brought them to the door of a room. He gently knocked 3 times. Young Master Reno, Mr. Yin Wu has arrived, Bill announced from beyond the door. The door swung open with a thud, revealing Reno's handsome visage before Yin Wu. Yin Wu, it truly is you, Reno exclaimed, visibly delighted. Come in, please. He stepped aside to welcome Yin Wu and Elsa into the room. Inside, a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in exceptionally opulent attire with slicked-back hair, exuded an air of authority. Upon seeing the newcomers, he immediately displayed a hint of displeasure. Reno, we are in the midst of a business discussion. Is it appropriate to admit outsiders? The man scrutinized Yin Wu with a discerning gaze. Uncle Gale, allow me to introduce you. This is a friend of mine, the inventor of the unique auction format we are discussing. Reno gently introduced Yin Wu to the man named Gale. Yin Wu, may I present to you Mr. Gale, the manager of the Royal Auction House. Reno further introduced Gale to Yin Wu. The Royal Auction House? No wonder this man carries himself with such arrogance. He hails from a state enterprise. Good day, Mr. Gale. My name is Yin Wu, he greeted with composure. Yin Wu politely stood up and extended his hands towards Gale. However, Gale merely glanced at him without reciprocating the gesture. Yin Wu's friendly gaze immediately turned cold. He pursed his lips and shook his head, retracting his hands. He believed that a person devoid of courtesy did not merit his respect. Mr. Gale, I regret to inform you that our collaboration seems unlikely. Reno observed everything with keen insight, and a hint of disdain flickered in his gaze towards Gale. Why? We were just having a pleasant conversation, Gale exclaimed in astonishment as he rose. You have shown no courtesy towards my friend. I have already mentioned that our auction house has thrived due to our top-to-bottom strategy, a method invented by my friend. Yet, you not only failed to acknowledge his talent, but you also looked down upon him for his attire. The essence of our auction house is politeness, which I have found lacking in you. Collaborating with you would cause me considerable discomfort. Reno's tone remained gentle, yet each word struck with the sharpness of a blade. This predicament posed a considerable challenge for Gale, as the task assigned to him by the Royal Auction House was to gradually consolidate the Jewel Pavilion Auction House for the sake of collaboration. Just when negotiations seemed to be progressing smoothly, the sudden change of heart caught him utterly off guard. My sincerest apologies, Your Excellency Renaud, for my lack of decorum. I extend my apologies to your esteemed friend, but let us continue our collaboration, for we are the largest auction house in the Empire. Partnering with us would undoubtedly be advantageous for your establishment. Gale initially conceded somewhat. I am truly sorry, Bill. Please see our guests out. Renaud waved his hand dismissively. What a decisive individual. Yin Wu communicated with Elsa in his mind. He is indeed a person of great loyalty, Elsa praised. Just moments ago, they had been amicably discussing business. And now, all avenues for negotiation had been abruptly closed, leaving Gale both astonished and deeply irate. Renaud, we have observed the promising growth of your auction house and sought to collaborate for mutual development. How could you be so ungrateful? If that is the case, I wish you all the best, Gale exclaimed angrily before rising to leave. I sincerely apologize for the trouble I caused upon my arrival. Yin Wu expressed guilt, realizing that his presence had already led to significant trouble and had offended the Royal Auction House, which would likely complicate matters in the future. It's all right. Establishing a branch in Sunset City was indeed a grave miscalculation on my part. I anticipated many challenges, but failed to foresee the hostility from competitors, Gale admitted. His true objective was not collaboration but consolidation. Renaud placed a reassuring hand on Yin Wu's shoulder. However, you mustn't feel compelled to endure humiliation just because I openly opposed Gale. That would certainly put you in a difficult position, Yin Wu voiced his concern. You are my friend. I cannot allow myself to be silenced by the enticing offers of a stranger. Renaud replied with a smile. In that moment, Yin Wu felt he had encountered two peculiar individuals in this world. One, a prince of noble lineage, yet behaving like an ordinary man. The other, possessing a keen business acumen yet rejecting the self-serving ideals of commerce, instead embodying the spirit of camaraderie akin to a chivalrous hero. In fact, you are even more of an enigma. With such power and wealth, you do not seek to conquer the world or amass riches but lead a life of tranquility. Remaining largely unrecognized, Elsa's voice echoed in his mind. Hee. This is indeed a meeting of kindred spirits. Yin Wu responded with a grin. By the way, the dividends from your auction method, calculated from high to low, were transferred to your amethyst card a few days ago. I intended to inform you via the magical communication stone, but since you are here, it is unnecessary, Renaud noted. What a genuinely honest person. I almost forgot about that. Yet he remembered. Yin Wu felt a wave of gratitude. Thank you so much. Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal, Yin Wu said with a smile. Let us go. Having granted you such generous dividends, I must ensure we have a splendid feast today. Renaud chuckled, and then the trio made their way to a rather upscale restaurant across from the auction house, where they found a secluded corner to sit and ordered an array of exquisite dishes. Could you introduce me to this young lady? Renaud inquired, gazing at Elsa. Oh, I almost forgot. Yanwu chuckled lightly. This is my girlfriend, Elsa. What a lovely name, and she is indeed quite beautiful. Renaud complimented. Thank you. Elsa replied with a smile. With Elsa by your side, you must feel a great sense of security. Renaud remarked with a grin. Indeed, I am utterly inept. She can handle everything, even fights, Yanwu declared proudly. However, Elsa can be a bit impulsive. Renaud cast a meaningful glance at Elsa. How do you know that? Yanwu asked, somewhat puzzled. When Gale declined to shake your hand earlier, she had already drawn her dagger. Renaud explained. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yanwu's cheek. Then you must be Gale's savior, Yanwu said, rolling his eyes. Had Renaud not acted so decisively and ordered them to leave, Gale would have been a corpse by now. True, Elsa has been navigating the world of the deceased since childhood, which has made her rather impetuous. Yet, this is one of the reasons I admire her, her fearless defiance of authority and her pursuit of freedom, something we all yearn for but seldom achieve, Yanwu said, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind Elsa's shoulder. All right, enough of this matter. Let us talk about you instead. Having offended the royal auction house, what are your plans? Yanwu inquired. There is little I can do. The royal auction house monopolizes all enterprises here, even with immense skill. It is futile to compete against them, so this branch will be closing down in a few days, returning to its original location, Renaud sighed. Have you considered developing in the Kane Empire? Yanwu asked. The business opportunities in the Kane Empire are abundant, but the relationship between the two nations is currently quite tense. To establish a presence in the Kane Empire, the entire auction house would need to relocate. Moreover, the journey is arduous, making it a rather daunting task. Renaud sighed once more. What if I could help you overcome these difficulties? Yanwu said with a smile. Really? That would be splendid, Renaud exclaimed, his enthusiasm evident. Yet, he soon fell silent. I know you have considerable wealth, but this matter cannot be resolved merely with money, Renaud said, somewhat dejectedly. Do you know why I came here today? Yanwu asked playfully, adopting an air of mystery. I have no idea, Renaud shook his head. I am representing the Kane Empire at the annual college fellowship, Yanwu chuckled lightly. Representing the Kane Empire? The astuteness of a businessman allowed Renaud to immediately discern certain matters. He gazed in astonishment at the smiling Yanwu. Yanwu, have you ascended to a high office? Renaud exclaimed, his face a mask of surprise. Not quite, merely a viscount. Yet I am capable of accomplishing tasks that even the Prime Minister cannot. Yanwu replied with a sense of pride. Ha ha ha, that suffices for me. I must express my gratitude to you. Renaud laughed heartily. To offend the royal auction house is detrimental not only in Sunset City, but throughout the entire Sunset Empire. I had already contemplated venturing into the Kane Empire, and encountering you has indeed been a stroke of fortune. Renaud continued his jovial laughter. Then it is settled. I shall remain here for approximately 10 days. Once you are fully prepared, we shall set forth. Yanwu raised his cup and clinked it against Renaud's. Suddenly, a spray of wine erupted from his mouth. This tastes remarkably like old bygone, Yanwu exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. Upon returning to the goblin shop, the others were engaged in a tactical discussion. Tomorrow marked the opening ceremony, which would consume half the day, and the first round of competition would commence in the afternoon, leaving little time. Rabina had already gone to the Royal Magic Academy to confer with the officials, as the opening ceremony was imminent, necessitating prior notification to arrange the participants according to their rankings. Elsa, may we deliberate on strategy? A tall student with short red hair called out to Elsa. No need. I am participating in the singles competition, Elsa coldly replied. But we are a team, the red-haired student insisted. You are a team without me, Elsa retorted. Not even glancing back. A certain instinct told me that the tall fellow harbored feelings for you. Yanwu whispered to Elsa. Are you feeling jealous? Elsa smirked slightly. How could I possibly be jealous? Yanwu rolled his eyes. Elsa, you are the sole girl in our team. We have an obligation to protect you. The red-haired boy boldly approached, wedging himself between Yanwu and Elsa, attempting to grasp Elsa's hand, only to be swiftly evaded by her. The entire exchange disregarded Yanwu's presence. Brother. She is my girlfriend. Such advances are rather inappropriate, Yanwu remarked, patting the tall red-haired boy who towered over him. Ah, my sincerest apologies. I did not see you there. The red-haired boy turned, deliberately stepping forward and causing Yenwu to stumble, then leaned in closely, regarding him with a teasing gaze. Heh. With a radiant smile. Yenwu vanished before the red-haired boy. Before he could react, Yenwu suddenly reappeared in front of him, delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing against the wall behind. The Gale Step had been the least utilized skill for Yenwu in quite some time. Possessing the lowest damage among all techniques, he refrained from using the Storm Hammer, fearing it might crush him entirely. Yet, even the basic Gale Step wielded considerable might. With Yenwu's slender frame, the force of his sudden appearance was enough to propel a nearly 6-foot-tall giant against the wall. The red-haired boy crouched against the wall, clutching his stomach, his face contorted in pain. What I detest most are those who, relying on their imposing stature, bully the weak. I wonder if you secured your position through connections. With such despicable qualities, how can you represent your country? Yenwu remarked with a look of disdain. AG. You witnessed it as well. You couldn't even defeat him. What I require is someone who can protect me, not someone I must protect, Elsa said flatly, gazing at the red-haired boy named AG. So you know him, Yenwu commented. He is the head of the second-year students, having beaten up everyone who pursued me. It's hard not to know him, Elsa replied, her expression one of disdain. I feel overwhelmed by this information. Yenwu rolled his eyes. Actually, it's not as you think. Those who pursue me are drawn by the slave brand on my abdomen. To them, I am merely an unusual slave. A trophy to conquer in order to satiate their twisted desires, Elsa said, curling her lip. It's no wonder they invited him. He is apparently unbeatable among the second years. Yenwu mused. I told you, you're an oddity. Despite being someone with considerable wealth and power, so few people recognize you. If they merely knew you were a viscount, they wouldn't dare act this way. Elsa shot him a sidelong glance. Everything is ephemeral, everything is transient, Yenwu declared, adopting a lofty demeanor akin to that of a wise monk. By the way, where's Gianna? Yenwu turned back to the group of students engaged in conversation. The students were taken aback that someone would dare call the Empire's chief sorceress by her first name, but given that he had just knocked down the second-year leader, they quickly regained their composure. The sorceress has left. She said a distinguished guest arrived at the Mage Tower, and she must attend to them. A student clad in a blue robe explained. A distinguished guest? Yenwu mused, curious as to what sort of guest could warrant her personal attention. Just then, a flash of blue light illuminated the courtyard, and Gianna's figure appeared, accompanied by a diminutive shadow trailing closely behind her. Immediately, a boisterous laughter echoed through the courtyard, resonating in Yenwu's ears. Where is Yenwu? I want to meet him. The diminutive figure charged into the room, bellowing with exuberance. Murden, Yenwu exclaimed, his mouth agape at the sight of the newcomer. A dwarf? Gasped the surrounding students in this world. Dwarves were as rare as elves, one reclusive in the depths of the forest, the other hidden amidst the mountains. Ha! My boy, at long last we meet. Murden's gruff voice resonated loudly within the modest chamber. Gazing at the old dwarf, whose muscular frame seemed to defy his height, Yenwu experienced a delightful surprise. All right. Do not rejoice too much, lad. I intend to give you a good thrashing later. Ha 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 ha. The old dwarf chuckled heartily, his thick beard, meticulously braided, swaying with his mirth. Once his laughter subsided, he noticed the girl standing beside Yenwu. This must be Ailsha, as I've heard from Jaina. Ah, I like your spirit, Murden remarked, stroking his beard. Greetings. I am Ailsha, she said, bowing respectfully to Murden. Her instincts told her that this boisterous dwarf could easily fell a shadow moon wolf. Ailsha had become immune to the peculiar array of powerful individuals that regularly appeared around Yenwu. I hear Jaina gifted you an exceptionally ugly dagger? Murden inquired. Uncle, I am still here. Isn't it a bit rude to speak of me in such a manner? Jaina replied with exasperation. Come now. Am I not familiar with little Jaina's temperament? Ha ha. Murden chuckled. Come, young lady, hand me your dagger. I shall make some alterations. Murden extended his hand, beckoning her. Ailsha retrieved the dagger, presenting it to him with both hands. Ah, and you possess Sylvanas' corrosive power? Fortunately, her soul's imprint resides within. Otherwise, my hand might have been corroded away. Murden examined the dagger meticulously. This blade lacks sufficient sharpness. The horn of the ancient spirit is exceedingly hard. It could stand to be thinner without losing its edge, and I must say, the design is utterly unappealing. Murden shook his head, disregarding Jaina's reluctant gaze. Is there a blacksmith nearby? Murden inquired. We are not yet well acquainted with this area, but there is a blacksmith in my territory. You may visit there, Yenwu replied. Good lad. Come, let me. Murden waved his hand enthusiastically. Jaina, We are off. Yenwu called out to Jaina as he waved goodbye. Go ahead, Uncle Murden. You will be in for a surprise there, she encouraged. Gianna smiled and remarked. The reason why various nations place such importance on teleportation spells is due to their ability to instantaneously shorten time, providing significant assistance in military maneuvers, reinforcements, and relocations. From the Goblin Shop to the Borealis Basin, it takes merely the time of 2 teleportation circles, the duration it takes to pass through a single door, to traverse nearly half a continent. My goodness! This was the first phrase uttered by Muradin as he stepped into the territory of Yenwu. Towering orc figures moved swiftly between the grand edifices, while enormous siege engines were being pushed out of the barracks by laborers, arranged neatly in a row. Some shamans and troll healers sat quietly beside the Soul Rest, while a slightly smaller orc rode atop a massive Kodo beast. The heavy steps accompanied by the resounding beat of drums echoing through every corner. In the distance, a group of Tauren and spirit walkers conversed by a campfire. The Tauren, more robust than the orc infantry, carrying a colossal totem pole, their presence imposing. This stood in stark contrast to the quietly meditative spirit walkers beside them. Raiders rode by on enormous wolf mounts, their stature comparable to that of Shadow Moon wolves, swiftly passing before them, wielding broad blades that glinted ominously. In the skies above, a colossal wyvern sword, carrying an orc adorned with a bird-headed mask, the sound of a whistle faintly reaching Yenwu's ears. Yenwu, where did you acquire these green-skinned brutes? Muradin inquired, astonished. Uncle, you might not believe it, but I purchased them for a single gold coin. Yenwu replied, brimming with pride. A gold coin. Muradin's eyes widened in disbelief. Haha, good lad, you've certainly struck a bargain. Muradin laughed heartily. Yenwu wagered that the old dwarf had no idea what was truly happening. Roland. Yenwu called to Roland, who was nearby coordinating the laborers constructing the defensive towers. Roland immediately set aside her task and rushed over. Young Master Yenwu. Sister Elsa. Aren't you attending the Academy's social event? Roland asked curiously. Hee, I'm here for a bit of business, Roland. Where is the war mill located? Yenwu inquired with a smile. Is this for this dwarf, uncle? Roland spotted Muradin at once. Indeed, young lady, it is for me. Muradin's booming voice startled Roland. Then please, follow me. Roland nodded and turned to lead the way. This is rather uncharacteristic of orcs. They never construct buildings so methodically. Little girl, could it be you? Muradin asked, observing the surroundings. Yes, dwarf uncle, young Master Yenwu trusts me greatly, and I cannot let him down. Roland replied, a hint of timidity in her voice. Every time she encounters a stranger, Roland behaves in this manner. However, when she meets someone familiar, she becomes remarkably at ease. For instance, as the orcs greet her along the way, she responds with a cheerful smile and a wave, astonishingly remembering each of their names. What an impressive young girl. Muradin gazes at Roland with astonishment, giving her a thumbs up. Roland, they haven't led you astray, have they? Yenwu inquires with a hint of concern, apprehensive about a little girl constantly mingling with a band of rough men. Rest assured, young Master Yenwu, they are all very kind, although a bit boisterous. Their character is truly admirable. Roland replies with a smile. Before long, a building constructed of white stone comes into view. Above a blazing red hearth, 2 axes cross, with a shield featuring a skull hanging in the center, forming a distinctive emblem. This place serves as a workshop for repairing or upgrading weapons. Adjacent to an enormous metal gear utilized for processing timber, 2 towering chimneys emit wisps of white smoke, while iron chains, as thick as a bowl, serve a triangular stabilizing function. Despite the absence of beast bones, the establishment still exudes the rugged and untamed essence of the Orcish culture. You all stay outside for a while, Muradin declares as he strides through the large door at the back of the workshop, a dagger in hand. Soon, the sound of clanging resonates from within. Young Master, what is the background of that stout dwarf? He appears quite formidable. Roland whispers to Yenwu. Oh, he is a friend and mentor of Arthas. In his world, he is known as a lord, and we all honor him as the King of the Hills. Ask those orc brothers, none are unaware of the might of the King of the Hills. Yenwu explains. Can Sada defeat him? Roland queries. Even Jaina may not stand a chance against him. Yenwu chuckles. So impressive. Roland exclaims in astonishment. He is a good man. For the very first thing he did upon meeting us was to sharpen my dagger. Elsa smiles as she speaks. Ah, that stout dwarf truly is a good person. Roland remarks. Indeed, he is a good man, though he can be rather blunt and often utters hurtful words. Yenwu replies with a wry smile, momentarily recalling the old dwarf's comments about the dagger and Jaina's murderous expression at that moment. Before long, the clanging sounds cease, and shortly thereafter, Muradin emerges, holding the dagger. "Come, little girl, give it a try." Muradin tossed the dagger to Elsa. The instant she made contact with the blade, she sensed an extraordinary difference. The grip was adorned with spirals, not only enhancing its aesthetic appeal but also ensuring a secure hold, preventing any slippery sensation. The dagger felt lighter, its streamlined design facilitating cutting and piercing with remarkable ease. The blade had been made considerably thinner, allowing for effortless maneuvers and heightened sharpness. "Here, this is the sheath I crafted for you. The others cannot withstand its sharpness. This is made from the hide of the sea monster. Only such material assures me." Muradin also threw a black sheath embellished with red patterns to Elsa, which complemented her sea monster ensemble splendidly. "Thank you, esteemed dwarf." Elsa expressed her gratitude with a respectful bow. "Oh, it's nothing. Merely a trifling matter." Muradin waved dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "By the way, I've heard you're attending some kind of academy gathering. I'm quite intrigued and wish to accompany you," Muradin remarked. "With Janna around, that won't be a problem at all," Yenwu replied confidently. By the time they returned to the goblin shop, night had fallen, and shortly after their arrival, Rabina was taken aback upon seeing Muradin. Dwarves were a rare sight, and the imposing figure of this dwarf, wielding an axe and hammer nearly as tall as himself, instilled a twinge of fear within him. However, witnessing the dwarf chatter incessantly before Janna, who appeared utterly resigned, quickly dispelled his apprehensions clearly. The strength of one who could bewilder Janna was formidable indeed. After a day of rest, everyone had regained their vigor, seemingly poised to present their finest selves for the upcoming competition. It remained uncertain, however, whether the red-haired individual would incite discord due to Yenwu's influence. The following morning, the group prepared their belongings and set off for the Royal Magic Academy. Along the way, the myriad of magical creations captivated the students, who had never ventured abroad. The red-haired leader, shaking off yesterday's dejection, guided the students to explore their surroundings. The local residents regarded them with a mixture of curiosity and disdain until Janna's presence prompted them to redirect their attention. Most inhabitants of Sunset City were attuned to elemental energies, enabling them to perform practical magic, yet the elemental energy radiating from Janna instilled a sense of dread. Indeed, in the singles competition, the first to take the stage was Elsa. With 5 minutes remaining until the match commenced, our preparation time was limited to just 1 minute, leaving us only 4 minutes before entering the arena. "The Empire of Sunset truly knows how to orchestrate events," Yenwu remarked with a hint of disdain. "I require no preparation. Simply observe my performance." Elsa spoke softly, rising to make her way toward the arena. Many were aware of the underlying reasons for such an arrangement, yet none dared to voice their dissent. The audience from the Kane Empire expressed their outrage, vocally resisting this blatant injustice. However, as Elsa stepped into the arena, resounding applause erupted from the crowd. Her action was a bold declaration to the Sunset Empire. "Let your sinister plots come forth, for I fear nothing." "You grant me a minute to prepare?" "No, I require not even a moment." This left the participants from the Sunset Empire somewhat taken aback, their pride bruised. As they felt like mere insignificant figures, they promptly summoned another competitor to the arena, preparing to commence the match. The newcomer was a representative from the Sunset Empire, a man with a buzz cut and chiseled features, his musculature pronounced and radiating strength. Yet, his countenance bore an unsettling lewdness, starkly contrasting with his robust physique. "Hey there, little lady. Today I am quite pleased to encounter a beauty such as yourself. Don't worry, I shall go easy on you," he leered, his gaze roving over Elsa. She chose to ignore him, standing silently in her place. With a clang, the bell rang, signaling the start of the competition. "Little lady, I shall remain still and allow you to strike first," the man said frivolously, standing with his hands behind his back, utterly motionless. Without hesitation, Elsa charged at him, directing a punch toward his abdomen, a wise target given the significant height difference between them. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Elsa's fist passed through the man's torso, as if it were merely air. The absence of resistance caused her to momentarily falter, realizing that what she had struck was merely an illusion. Suddenly, a flash of light surged forth. Elsa hastily attempted to evade, but her body, still caught in the moment of hesitation, failed to fully dodge. The exposed skin of her abdomen was grazed, resulting in a crimson wound. "Elsa!" Yenwu sprang to his feet, the sight of her injury piercing his heart. "Yenwu, calm down. Elsa will be fine," Gianna reassured him, her eyes fixed on the arena. Upon hearing her words, Yenwu gradually returned to his seat, though the stark red mark still troubled him deeply. Glancing down at her wound, Elsa furrowed her brow slightly. You do know weapons are not permitted, right? She challenged the man. This hardly qualifies as a weapon, he replied, spreading his hands. It was then that Elsa noticed his thumbnail, unnaturally long and sharpened to a point, resembling a diminutive dagger. How despicable, she muttered, her expression tightening. Now, it's my turn, the man declared, tilting his head. Suddenly, he paused and then lunged forward with remarkable speed. Elsa lifted her leg to execute a sweeping kick, her long limbs striking like a whip toward the oncoming assailant. Yet, he advanced rather than retreating, a smug smile adorning his face. Once again, the unexpected occurred. Elsa's kick met only air, and due to inertia, she could not retract her leg in time. A flash of light cut across her abdomen, and another wound was inflicted. With no opportunity to evade, this injury was solidly etched into her flesh, bathing her midsection in a pool of crimson. She curled up in agony, and in that fleeting moment, a flash of light cut towards Elsa's legs. To the man's astonishment, he found that he had not sliced through her black leather pants. However, just as he was taken aback, he felt a tremendous force on his arms and waist, and the world began to spin. A sharp pain radiated from his back as he skidded against the unforgiving ground, the searing sensation causing him to gasp in shock. I detest those who employ illusions for ambush. Elsa advanced towards the man, her expression a mask of fury. He attempted to rise, but the pain rendered him unable to command his body. The impact of the fall had been too severe. He stared in terror at the girl, now resembling a creature of blood and fury. He could not fathom how such a wounded figure could muster the strength to throw him so forcefully, nor could he comprehend the source of her extraordinary power. Yet, deep down, he sensed defeat. The pain in his back sapped any semblance of strength needed to conjure an illusion. He watched as she approached, her eyes brimming with disdain, the scarred left eye hinting at violence, death, and bloodshed. She had taken lives. This was the last thought racing through his mind. A fist loomed large in his terrified vision, and then darkness enveloped him. Elsa! Elsa! The audience roared her name, and in that moment, the beautiful girl became the center of the arena's attention. Yet Yin Wu could no longer remain seated. He dashed forward, unimpeded by the security personnel around the arena due to Gianna's imposing presence. Elsa! Yin Wu rushed to her side, his heart heavy with concern at the sight of her bloodied form. Elsa's complexion had turned pale, the horrifying wound on her abdomen bleeding profusely. Upon seeing Yin Wu, she managed a weak smile, tension dissipating from her as her final reserves of strength waned, and she collapsed into his arms. Yin Wu quickly supported her, retrieving a piece of rejuvenating herb from his ring and placing it in her mouth. Moments later, the wound on Elsa's abdomen scabbed over and then vanished, color returning to her face. Sigh. I truly stand no chance against an opponent with illusionary abilities, Elsa remarked, a hint of disappointment evident on her face. Now is not the time for this discussion. With worry dissipated, Yin Wu's countenance ignited with fury. He exchanged a glance with Gianna, who raised her hand and cast an amplification spell. Instantly, his breath, laced with anger, echoed in the ears of the crowd. I do not know your purpose in sending this individual to compete, to exploit the rules. Was it not agreed to hold back? Then what is the source of my girlfriend's blood? Yin Wu pointed at the bloodstains on Elsa's body and bellowed at the representatives from the Sunsetting Empire in the front row. He was merely a student. How much worse could he truly be? Dare you assert that his actions are not a reflection of what you have deliberately taught him? A friendly match, indeed. Had I not arrived in time, my girlfriend might have bled to death. Yin Wu gestured toward the man being carried away, his tone brimming with fury and discontent. I am well aware of the strained relations between your Sunsetting Empire and Arcane Empire, and that you have deliberately targeted us during this competition. But I advise you to open your eyes and recognize the identity of the person before you. Do not provoke those who should not be provoked. The Gamodo family was obliterated by Arcane Empire in a single day. Are you not aware of whom they angered to meet such a fate? If she were to perish here today, I assure you, the floating castle above your heads would accompany her in death. His impassioned words resonated throughout the arena, plunging it into an eerie silence. The spectators were astonished to witness this youth openly challenge and intimidate the delegation of the Sunsetting Empire on their own territory, uttering threats that could incite war if they represented the entirety of their empire. The representatives from the Kane Empire were visibly pale, terrified of being implicated in the turmoil, especially on foreign soil, amidst one of the continent's most formidable powers. Should they choose to defy the odds, they would be the first to face the wrath of such a superpower. The representatives in the front row appeared increasingly grim. They had anticipated that, being in their homeland, They could employ minor tactics to trouble the Kane Empire, and even with Gianna present, they believed it would not be overly scrutinized. Who could have foreseen that this youth would be so agitated as to lay bare all their schemes? While their faces flushed with embarrassment, they were more engulfed by shock and indignation. Someone, expel this babbler from the sunsetting city, never to return. A figure in the center of the front row suddenly rose, speaking with authority. In response, a chilling wave surged against the back of Yen Wu's head, a palpable aura of lethal intent brushing against his scalp, causing him to instinctively retreat to his seat. Humph, Gianna scoffed, and at once, everyone felt a frigid presence enveloping them, as if the slightest misstep would plunge them into an abyss of unending cold. The guards poised to apprehend him trembled in place, unable to move an inch. Yen Wu cast a glance at the front row delegation, leading Elsa back to their seats in the second row. "You were so cool," Elsa whispered. "Am I handsome?" Yen Wu flicked his hair back. "Absolutely. Sister Gianna is so impressive." Elsa praised Gianna with a smile. "I wasn't even referring to her." Yen Wu rolled his eyes. "The match resumes." Gianna exhaled softly. Her voice was not loud, yet everyone heard it. Bang! In the grand castle of the king. King Augustine shattered the goblet in his hand, the crimson wine spilling across the floor. His gaze was fixed upon the magical image of a young man possessing an ethereal beauty, seemingly unfazed by the chaos around him. Rage consumed Augustine. Who was this audacious youth to behave so arrogantly? Was there no one present to intervene? He exclaimed in exasperation. Adjacent to the castle, the Magic Academy cast an imposing shadow over half the campus, creating an atmosphere of oppression. At that moment, the entrance of the academy was bustling with spectators from various nations, all eager to witness the competition. The back entrance served as the exclusive passage for the participating teams, adorned with the emblems of their respective countries. The Kane Empire was positioned second in the lineup, a ranking determined by an estimation of each nation's strength. Originally, the Kane Empire was slated for third place, but their remarkable victory against the Gamodo family had secured them an extraordinary status on the continent. Logically, they should have been ranked first, yet as the hosts, the Sunset Empire retained the top position, relegating Kane to second. The venue was a competition arena within the academy, resembling a funnel-shaped Roman Colosseum. At its center lay a field the size of a small football pitch, encircled by a ring of yellow runes that could activate a protective barrier during matches, shielding the audience from powerful magical attacks. Surrounding the arena were tiered seats that rose outward, part of which was painted red, designated for the competing teams. Yen Wu and his companions occupied the second row. Numerous teams participated, with 16 from the Kane Empire alone, reflecting the nation's deep commitment to education. These teams represented the elite institutions that had emerged from various academies. While Yen Wu and his companions settled in, it took considerable time for the red section to fill with representatives from the Kane Empire. As the delegates from other academies greeted Gianna with formal bows, she reciprocated each gesture, a task that proved tiresome. "Such elaborate customs," Muradin remarked, observing the bowing representatives with a smirk. "Indeed, but I have grown accustomed to it," Gianna replied with a resigned smile. "Will this opening ceremony consume the better part of the day?" "Just the entry of attendees seems to take forever," Yen Wu commented, watching the continuous stream of delegates entering through the designated passage. "Patience. The next segment will commence only once the red seats are filled," Rabina said, crossing her arms and adopting a meditative posture. His towering figure cast a shadow that enveloped much of Yen Wu's face, accentuating his slender frame. Alas, Yen Wu let out a weary sigh, subtly shifting her body closer to Elsa, instinctively attempting to evade the shadow cast by the towering figure beside her. After attending to the final delegation, Jaina settled on the other side of Elsa, closing her eyes to collect her thoughts. A chill emanated from her, mingling with the frosty aura surrounding Rabina, enveloping the second row of competitors and alleviating the collective restlessness. Influenced by Jaina's icy presence, Muradin shed his agitation, wholly engrossed in toying with his exaggeratedly designed short-handled hammer, oblivious to the curious gazes directed at him from all around. Adjacent to Muradin was the leader of another academy's delegation, a silver swordsman and instructor, who was nearly moved to tears with excitement. He had never imagined he would encounter a dwarf. This race, as elusive as elves, sat right beside him, and he marveled at the bulging muscles of the dwarf's arms. The hammerhead, roughly the size of a small watermelon, bore rugged patterns and a sense of weightiness. Yet it was manipulated as if it were a mere toy in his hands. Clad in intricately designed metal armor adorned with an array of peculiar trinkets, the armor jingled with every movement, while 3 skulls dangling from his back bestowed upon him a uniquely barbaric aura. In the next seat over sat a legendary mage of the Empire, revered by many as a goddess. This legend had even managed to calm her restless heart using a wondrous spell, a feat she could boast about for a lifetime. It seemed that being the center of attention could also be quite burdensome. Jaina, sensing the eyes upon her, voiced her displeasure to Elsa. "Jaina, you are simply too captivating. Look, no one is even noticing Inwu," Elsa remarked with a smile. "I cannot tell if you are belittling me or elevating your sister Jaina," Inwu retorted. Rolling his eyes. "Both," Elsa replied with a chuckle, leaving Inwu momentarily speechless. Those seated nearby, both front and back, overheard the trio's exchange and gazed in astonishment at the girl with a scar across her left eye and the slender boy, puzzled as to why the esteemed chief mage of the Kane Empire would exhibit such warmth towards them. Moreover, even the host nation, the Empire of Sunset, had not mustered such a grand display. Jaina needed no introduction, and as a powerful figure of the sanctuary, Rabina was also quite renowned. The dwarf, being an exceptionally rare sight, garnered immense attention, as many had only encountered this race through the pages of books. To witness a living dwarf was indeed exhilarating for them. However, amidst the excitement, some politicians quickly discerned that the Royal Academy had dispatched the Empire's chief mage, Jaina Proudmoore, and the formidable Rabina, signifying a show of strength to the other nations. Yet, they were mistaken. Jaina's sole concern was the safety of Elsa and Inwu, as they were, after all, in a foreign land, one that could even be deemed hostile. Rabina had spent considerable time in the Mage Tower with Yenwu and Elsa, becoming quite familiar with them. Moreover, Elsa was his student, and he served as an instructor at the Royal Academy, which naturally led to his role as the team leader. In contrast, Muradin merely sought to join the fray for the sake of excitement. While waiting, Yenwu casually retrieved some fruits from his ring to share with everyone, and thus, the sight of Jaina enjoying the fruits was instantly captured by the surrounding recording magic. This epitomized the treatment afforded to a celebrity in beauty, where every movement garnered immeasurable attention. Yenwu smiled at Jaina and remarked, "But I do not relish it." Jaina furrowed her elegantly shaped brows, and in an instant, all recording magic around her ceased to function, the air resonating with crisp bursts as the magic was disrupted by elemental interference. Immediately, everyone inhaled sharply, realizing that merely frowning could obliterate all recording spells aimed at her, both overt and covert, rendering them utterly inescapable. Jaina once again subtly showcased her astonishing power, which left the onlookers considerably more cautious. Her earlier display served as a stark warning, advising them not to provoke this enchanting sorceress, lest they face consequences akin to the shattered remnants of those recording spells. Eating is an inherent instinct of humanity, a pursuit of survival and happiness. Some fruits could divert attention and hasten the passage of tedious time. At last, amidst the fragrant aroma of the fruits, everyone entered the arena. Shortly thereafter, an MC stepped into the center of the competition ground, while a mage in the front row conjured an amplification spell for him. The MC's voice resonated throughout the venue, extolling the prosperity of the Sunset Empire and the king's remarkable achievements, followed by a welcome address and an introduction to the competition events and rules. There were numerous regulations, but Yenwu was not particularly interested in them. His purpose for attending was merely to accompany Elsa. However, having witnessed countless athletic meets and competitive events in his own world, he had naturally absorbed some of the more significant rules. Next came a pre-competition display. It is well known that the Sunset Empire venerates magic, yet on the battlefield, there is no shortage of warriors engaging in close combat. Clad in enchanted armor and wielding enchanted weapons, they dazzled in their splendor. The performance featured a contest between two teams, whose coordination was impeccable, demonstrating strategic advances and retreats. The weapons danced, releasing magical particles from the runes, painting the arena in a kaleidoscope of colors. A wave of fervent cheers, bolstered by the amplification magic, resonated powerfully, captivating the surrounding audience of the Sunset Empire, who could not help but chant the name of their land, elevating the atmosphere to an exhilarating high. Truly a magical kingdom, even the soldiers are so fragile. Jaina smiled as she spoke. Her voice was soft, yet those nearby, including the representatives in the front row of the Sunset Empire, heard her clearly. How direct indeed. Yenwu gazed at the pallid faces of the representatives in the front row, expressing his helplessness. Indeed, it is a well-known fact that when ordinary metals are imbued with magical effects, they become more fragile than other metals. This is due to the magical elements replacing the metallic substance. While it may serve certain auxiliary functions admirably, it significantly compromises physical defense. There is no alternative. Strength is paramount. Were an ordinary person to voice such sentiments, they might find themselves swiftly invited for a cup of tea. Yet, Gianna not only articulated this truth, but did so on her adversary's own turf, with the opposing delegation too intimidated to retort. The intimidation wielded by the Empire's chief Grand Sorcerer lies precisely in this. Following the conclusion of the performance, an elderly mage clad in a purple robe ascended to the arena. After a chant, a square curtain composed of azure energy materialized behind him, and tendrils of violet energy emanated from the old man's hands, transforming into the names of the contestants, which promptly adhered to the curtain. This is a rather arbitrary method of selection, and theoretically, there should be no underhanded dealings involved. Elsa, you are the first to take the stage, Gianna remarked, gazing at the still-forming leaderboard. How do you know that? Yenwu inquired, somewhat puzzled. The names of the contestants from the Kane Empire have all been marked, and the operator is the ancient mage performing the spells. It seems this competition is specifically aimed at our nation, leaving us no opportunity to prepare. Gianna replied with a hint of indifference. Your Majesty, according to intelligence reports, this young man emerged from the Shadowmoon Forest, accompanied by an ordinary wolf. Later, he became close friends with Reno, the young master of the Treasure Pavilion. And it is likely that the rejuvenating herbs acquired by His Highness Soul at the pavilion originated from this young man. Subsequently, he appeared in the Kane Empire, at which point his ordinary wolf had transformed into a colossal silver-black striped wolf. A clerk interjected. Gianna holds him in high regard, despite being merely a viscount. His status within the Kane Empire surpasses that of a chancellor. Oh, those two unworthy grandsons of mine. Augustine expressed his disdain when Soul was mentioned. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. It turns out Gianna is backing him. Augustine took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. But how can a great nation tolerate a mere child running amok here? Is there any strategy that can punish him without offending Gianna and still preserve our reputation? The king said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Your Majesty, this is indeed quite challenging. Gianna places great importance on this boy. If he suffers even the slightest grievance, she will instantly turn against us. The clerk replied, visibly troubled. But he is openly provoking us. If we remain silent, where is the dignity of a great nation? Augustine said, somewhat displeased. Your Majesty, considering the current situation, insisting that he pays a price will lead us to incur an even greater cost, the clerk stated earnestly. Are we to remain unresponsive? If word spreads, what face will we have left on the international stage? Augustine's anger flared once more. Your Majesty, while we currently have no means to address that boy, I do have an excellent idea regarding Elsa that could serve to intimidate him. The clerk pondered briefly before speaking. What is it? The king asked. Your Majesty, do you remember the girl who fled to our country with countless treasures? The clerk inquired. Are you referring to that girl from the Gamodo family named Lena? Augustine remarked. Indeed, it is she. It is due to the murder of her elder brother by Elsa that the conflict escalated to the point of violence, leading to the destruction of her family. Thus, her animosity towards Elsa is profoundly intense. She is, after all, a sorceress of unparalleled prowess, adorned with invaluable enhancement jewels and weaponry. Confronting a magus poses no challenge for her. In such a contest, her victory is all but assured. We can arrange for her participation in the tournament, ensuring that she faces Elsa in the finals. From what I gather, Elsa relies solely on her martial skills and years of combat experience. I have never sensed any aura of fighting spirit or magical fluctuations emanating from her. Furthermore, whether or not Lena was responsible for her brother's death remains a question, considering he was a swordsman of golden caliber. This may indeed be a manipulation by the Kane Empire, deliberately seeking an excuse to attack the Gamodo family. Once the time comes, with Lena's formidable strength as a suppressive force, we can subtly suggest to her the course of action, combined with her hatred for Elsa. She will undoubtedly disregard the rules and eliminate Elsa without hesitation. We can then conveniently shift the blame onto Lena, allowing them to comprehend that this was our intention all along, while they remain unable to find any justification for retribution. This is the consequence of provoking us. The secretary concluded his thoughts in one breath. Haha. Excellent. Let it be so, Augustine exclaimed, bursting into laughter and sealing the plan with a grand gesture, as if nailing a jester's scheme to the board. Meanwhile, within the arena, the competition resumed normally, following the earlier uproar and Gianna's warning. The Empire of Sunset seemed to have tempered its fervor. The competition featured a fiery-haired youth against a representative from the Roman Empire. With both parties granted 5 minutes for preparation, Aji, exert yourself to the fullest. Simply apply what you have learned at the academy. Victory or defeat is of little consequence. Gianna softly encouraged the red-haired boy. I understand, esteemed Grand Magus. I shall strive with all my might to bring glory to the Kane Empire, Aji exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he shot up from his seat. In a fervor, he dashed toward the center of the arena, startling the first row of spectators from the Sunset Empire. Shortly thereafter, a towering figure with dark skin entered the arena at a leisurely pace. He was bare-chested, his muscles bulging like balloons ready to burst, devoid of any armor. The once formidable Aji appeared somewhat diminutive in comparison, as the disparity in their physiques became apparent. Since you require no preparation, neither do I. Let us commence directly, the muscular man declared, flexing his muscles in an aggressive stance. The prowess of the Roman Empire was indeed formidable. It was astonishing that a mere student could possess such robust stature akin to that of an adult. Aji couldn't help but admire his opponent with genuine enthusiasm. With both competitors prepared, the announcer, utilizing amplification magic, proclaimed, "Let the contest officially begin." Just as the words left his lips, the burly man let out a fierce roar and lunged toward Aji with outstretched arms. The initial strike was not a punch or a kick, which left Aji somewhat taken aback. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift. He crouched low and rolled forward, evading the burly man's lunge. Seizing the moment as the man barreled forward, Aji propelled himself toward the brute's back. At that instant, the man continued his forward momentum, presenting a golden opportunity. Aji grinned, raising his arm, transforming his palm into a fist, and swung it in a wide arc toward the back of the man's neck. However, the burly figure suddenly pivoted, his muscular left arm sweeping back with ferocity. By the time Aji realized the danger, he was unable to halt his advance, and the man's arm struck him forcefully on the neck, abruptly halting Aji's momentum and sending him tumbling backward in a flip, crashing to the ground. Without delay, the giant bent down to seize Aji's clothing. Aji, reacting instinctively, kicked the man back several meters, leaping to his feet and retreating swiftly to create distance, granting himself a moment to catch his breath. The powerful golden arm? Is that wrestling style learned from Africa? Yen Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. He never imagined he would witness such a modern display in this world. The move he had just witnessed was frequently seen in American entertainment wrestling, though that was choreographed, requiring two individuals to work in harmony to execute the striking maneuvers. Yet, in this arena, it was evident that there was no collaboration. Aji had genuinely received a solid blow from the giant. At that moment, Aji felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He could hardly fathom that his opponent was not one to adhere to conventional tactics. This unorthodox style was entirely foreign to him, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. As he felt waves of heaviness and pain in his throat, the earlier attack left Aji shaken. However, recalling the words of the great sorceress Gianna, he felt a surge of determination. This was the expectation of the great sorceress, and he could not afford to disgrace himself in her presence. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Aji refocused his attention on his adversary. Meanwhile, the burly man did not advance aggressively but remained stationary, waiting for the red-haired youth to recover. This was reminiscent of the rhythm of wrestling performances and subtly indicated his confidence in his own strength. This opponent is formidable. I see no hint of tension in him. On the contrary, it appears he views this match as a personal performance. Elsa remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. He is indeed performing, Yenwu observed, fixating on the stoic giant. As Aji seemed to be regaining his composure, the giant let out a roar and charged forward once more, arms outstretched. Aji, recognizing the tactic, furrowed his brow, preparing to roll forward once again to avoid the attack. Yet suddenly, the giant retracted his arms, using his momentum to deliver a powerful kick toward the crouching Aji. The maneuver that was meant to allow Aji to roll past was abruptly halted, and under the immense force, his body was sent sprawling backward. The blow struck Aji squarely on the face, causing a flurry of golden stars to dance before his eyes. As he felt himself falling backward, Aji instinctively leveraged the momentum to execute a backward somersault, managing to regain his balance and avoid collapsing. However, his relief was short-lived. Observing the burly man closing in on him, Yenwu was gripped by a sudden panic. Indeed, just as Aji steadied himself, the muscular figure seized him by the throat with one hand and gripped his back with the other, hoisting him aloft before violently slamming him down. The fiery pain on Aji's face had yet to subside when a sharp agony shot through his back, plunging him into darkness as his blood surged violently, nearly forcing him to vomit. A choke slam. Yen Wu gaped in disbelief at Ag, who lay unconscious on the ground. As a towering figure clad in a mask flashed through his mind. What kind of technique is this? How peculiar. Elsa shared the same astonishment as she observed the brute. Not only she, but the entire crowd was agape, marveling at the bizarre display. They had never witnessed such an unusual maneuver, and even Ag's companions were taken aback, clearly unaware of the giant's methods. At that moment, the giant grinned triumphantly, seizing the unconscious Ag and pinning his neck with his left arm against his waist, securing Ag's head behind him. In a daze, Ag attempted to pry apart the giant's arm, but his feeble strength was utterly insufficient to budge the brute. With a victorious smile, the giant raised his right hand, extending his index finger toward the audience, a gesture that Yen Wu understood all too well. It signified the final blow. Abruptly, the giant tightened his grip on Ag's neck, kicked at his leg, and leaned back forcefully. Ag's right leg was propelled into the air, and with the giant's weight bearing down on him, he could not maintain his balance. Under the immense pressure of the giant's bulk, his head plummeted toward the ground at an alarming speed. Thud. A resounding thump echoed throughout the arena, causing Yen Wu's heart to shudder. There exists a pain that is felt just by witnessing. DDT. Watching the giant rise effortlessly to his feet, Yen Wu's heart sank. After such a blow, Ag would surely not rise again. Indeed, the giant stepped aside, revealing Ag's bloodied forehead and the fissures in the ground, cracks made by the impact of his own head. What a vicious maneuver, Rabina remarked, furrowing his brow. For someone of Rabina's caliber, this was the first time he had encountered such a bizarrely brutal technique. Yen Wu, have you ever seen such a move? Gianna inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. Not only have I seen it, but I am also quite familiar with it. This style of combat in our world is known as wrestling, specifically entertainment wrestling. The techniques prioritize spectacle over practicality, while some moves can be quite damaging. Their limitations are significant, and they are rarely employed in serious combat. Yen Wu chuckled wryly, reflecting that encountering the wrestling of another realm should have been a profoundly moving experience. Yet, witnessing these techniques employed against his own comrades left him feeling a twinge of discomfort, as he observed two medical personnel lifting Ag onto a stretcher. The burly figure flexed his arms to showcase his well-developed biceps and triceps, a display befitting a conqueror. Wait. A faint voice emerged as Ag, surprisingly, staggered to his feet, rolling off the stretcher and struggling to rise. Yen Wu gazed in astonishment at Ag, who was doing his utmost to steady himself, while the medical staff tended to the blood on his face. Well done, Elsa shouted encouragingly at Ag. Upon hearing her voice, Ag turned his head to glance in her direction, and Yen Wu discerned gratitude and hope in his eyes. Ag, you can do it. In that moment, Yen Wu cast aside his preconceived notions and shouted words of encouragement. The audience in the stands collectively rallied behind Ag, their voices rising in unison, showering him with motivation. You're doing great. After this match, let us be friends. The burly man stepped forward, supporting Ag, who was struggling to remain upright. Are you truly going to continue the match? I can allow you a moment to rest, he murmured to Ag. No need. Let us begin immediately. Ag replied, shaking his head. He then wriggled free from the burly man's grasp, taking 2 unsteady steps backward before regaining his balance and beckoning the man with his hand. Well done, brother. I will give it my all in this attack. It is the highest respect I can offer you. The burly man grinned as he prepared to charge at Ag once more. Ha! Ag roared, no longer evading. He launched a punch directly at the burly man's advancing chest. I admire your tenacity, but my friend, your combat experience is woefully inadequate, the burly man declared as he charged forward. Just as Ag's fist was about to connect with his chest, the massive figure suddenly sidestepped, locking Ag's attacking arm with his own. With a swift motion, he crossed his legs in midair, propelling Ag several meters away, where he landed heavily on the ground. Upon hitting the ground, the burly man maintained his position, his knees pressing firmly against Ag's neck and chest. He gripped Ag's arm tightly, while Ag's other arm remained powerless, trapped by the burly man's legs. The agonizing pain from his immobilized arm made Ag cry out. Jiu-jitsu cross-lock. My heavens! This person must also be from another realm. Yen Wu buried his hands in his hair, overwhelmed by the succession of techniques that left him feeling a chill run down his spine. What an impressive maneuver! Ag has been rendered utterly defenseless. Elsa gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before her. This time, it seemed that defeat was imminent. Yen Wu's heart sank once more. This battle could not be won merely through sheer willpower. Such a locking technique was insurmountable unless the person ensnared possessed extraordinary strength. The surrounding audience ceased their cheers, their breaths held in rapt attention as they witnessed the struggle between will and might. AG could no longer contain his cries of anguish. His previously foggy mind was now startlingly clear. He could acutely sense the vast disparity in strength between himself and his opponent. As waves of excruciating pain surged through his locked arm, akin to muscles tearing apart. "Brother, aren't you going to give up?" The burly man kindly urged him. Should he concede? The overwhelming force radiating from his arm filled AG with despair. He could see no hope of victory, so why persist? He slumped helplessly, turning his gaze to the second row of spectators, where the great sorceress Gianna observed him intently. In his memory, aside from a few companions, she had never regarded anyone with such seriousness, and now her earnest gaze was fixed upon him. "AG, exert all your strength. Just apply what you have learned at the academy. The outcome matters not." Gianna's words echoed in his ears. "No, I cannot lose. I must not. For Gianna, the great sorceress. For the glory of the Kane Empire." AG furrowed his brow, determination igniting in his eyes. Initially sensing AG's body relaxing, the burly man prepared to release his grip, but suddenly, AG's form tensed anew. In astonishment, the burly man observed AG's resurgence of struggle and instinctively summoned all his strength. "Quick, look at AG's arm," Elsa exclaimed, immediately noticing a faint, ethereal aura emanating from the arm that had been restrained. It was fighting spirit. AG had grasped the essence of fighting spirit. Labina, eyes wide with excitement, remarked, "Oh, my heavens." The audience, too, noted AG's transformation, gasping in awe. For many, it was their first encounter with the spectacle of someone awakening fighting spirit. Meanwhile, the burly man seemed to sense a shift. He could no longer suppress the arm he had locked. "No, this cannot be real." The burly man stared, dumbfounded, as AG's hand gradually broke free from his grasp and, astonishingly, seized his own. "What is happening?" The burly man was taken aback. AG bellowed suddenly, a surge of white energy erupting from his arm. With a swift motion, he flung the burly man's massive frame effortlessly, sending him soaring through the air in a parabolic arc, crashing beyond the arena. "Incredible!" Yen Wu exclaimed, astonished. This was his first close encounter with the might of fighting spirit. Indeed, the difference between possessing fighting spirit and lacking it was monumental. Elsa gazed in astonishment at the bewildered giant outside the arena and exclaimed, "Igia, Igia, Igia." After a brief silence, the stands erupted in a chorus, each spectator chanting Igia's name, for this young man with fiery red hair had delivered an extraordinary performance. "Kiki, I concede defeat. However, I do so with utmost respect." At that moment, the giant dashed back into the arena and enveloped Igia in a bear hug. "I am Monk, and I am eager to befriend you." The amiable giant extended his hand. "I am Igia. I too wish to be your friend." Igia replied with a chuckle, but as he reached out, his body weakened, and he fainted. "Quick, someone help!" Monk shouted urgently to the medical personnel standing by. Shortly thereafter, Igia was swiftly placed on a stretcher and taken for treatment. "The Kane Empire is fortunate to possess such talent," Gianna remarked with a smile as she watched Igia being carried away. Following the spectacular finale, the subsequent matches commenced in an orderly fashion. The participants diligently exerted themselves, and the atmosphere was frequently elevated to new heights. The manipulations orchestrated by the Kane Empire seemed to have vanished. Competitors no longer sought shortcuts but instead engaged in earnest displays of their true capabilities. It must be noted that the Sunset Empire, as a realm of magic, boasts unparalleled mastery over the arcane arts among its students, having been exposed to various elements from a young age, allowing them to wield magic with great finesse. In any magical duel, whether individual or team-based, the students from the Sunset Empire consistently ranked at the forefront, significantly enhancing their academy's standing. Conversely, when it comes to martial prowess, the citizens of the Roman Empire excel remarkably, as a nation characterized by its rugged spirit. The Roman Empire's geographic and environmental conditions have resulted in less than optimal agricultural yields, compelling families to raise livestock as a primary food source. The prevalence of meat consumption has led to a generally larger physique among its populace, creating an advantageous environment for honing martial skills and fighting spirit. Hence, the Roman Empire's representatives dominate in both combat techniques and energy manipulation, while the physically frail participants from the Sunset Empire experience dismal results. The Kane Empire, situated between these two nations, has absorbed and balanced various cultural practices, resulting in a moderate standing, neither exceptionally low nor high. Due to his exhaustive efforts, IGA could no longer participate, leaving Elsa as the sole competitor ranked highly on the leaderboard. With each match, Elsa's popularity surged exponentially. Despite her diminutive stature compared to the towering giants, the term fragile scarcely captures the contrast between her and those behemoths. Yet, time and again, she triumphed over those large but still agile opponents, relying on her astonishing combat experience. This has led many to question whether she is indeed a student. Subsequently, another individual began to follow in Elsa's footsteps, attaining extraordinary popularity, even matching Elsa's acclaim. Lena gazed in astonishment at the quiet figure in the arena, who had just dispatched her opponent with a single move. At that moment, Lena had shed her former haughty demeanor, the anguish of her clan's annihilation having matured her significantly. Her eyes now reflected a greater indifference. She was intently fixated on Yinwu and Elsa in the second row, a flame of hatred burning fiercely within her gaze. Elsa, you will undoubtedly face her in the finals. Be cautious then, Gianna remarked seriously, observing the figure in the arena. I understand. I will be vigilant, Elsa replied, her gaze also serious as she regarded Lena. The sudden emergence of this girl astonished everyone. She was a sorceress of extraordinary caliber. Yet, her formidable spells could not penetrate even the shields of her peers, as none could withstand more than 3 of her strikes. However, an unusual phenomenon captured everyone's attention. The highly acclaimed Elsa and this girl were never paired together. At the pinnacle of the hierarchy stood Elsa and the sorceress named Lena, both resembling towering pyramids in their ascendant ranks. Astute observers quickly discerned the implications of this arrangement. Indeed, after a week of fierce competition, the final roster revealed that the names of both individuals had finally appeared in the same category. On the 8th day of the competition, the arena was filled with spectators. Many representatives from smaller nations having concluded their own events yet choosing to remain, captivated by the grand finale. At this moment, 2 competitors stood within the arena. The yellow runes that had adorned the space for 7 days gradually glowing, enveloping the entire area in a faint golden shield. What a masterful move by the Empire of the Setting Sun, remarked Gianna, observing the shield taking the shape of a semicircular dome. What's wrong? Yinwu inquired, puzzled. The competition had continued for 7 days, yet this shield had not been utilized, indicating that no large-scale spells could threaten the audience. However, it had activated during Elsa's match against that girl, not out of concern for the power of their duel affecting the spectators, but rather for fear that we might inadvertently impact the arena at a critical moment, Gianna explained with a hint of gravity. You mean they are targeting Elsa? Yinwu exclaimed, taken aback. You are aware that Lena's brother was slain by Elsa. The Empire of the Setting Sun's intentions in arranging this match need not be elaborated upon. Your previous taunts in the arena elicited this response from them. Although the shield is faint, it is sufficient to withstand attacks of Sanctum strength. Moreover, notice that the yellow runes illuminate alternately, suggesting that the dormant runes serve as an emergency secondary barrier. Gianna elaborated with a serious tone. Does that mean no one else can breach that barrier? If an emergency arises, the only option is to dismantle the shield, leaving no opportunity to rescue anyone? Yinwu's emotions surged as he spoke. No, there is still me. A sturdy hand rested on Yinwu's shoulder. It was Rabina. Both the mage Gianna and the dwarf can dismantle the shield, and I can rush in swiftly to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Yet, we are well aware of Elsa's capabilities. Let us not preemptively dwell on the worst outcomes. Rabina said with a reassuring smile. Nonetheless, it is prudent to remain prepared. They have already discerned Elsa's weaknesses in the first match. Against those who can confront her directly, Elsa indeed prevails with ease. However, against non-physical forms of assault such as illusions, teleportation, and mental interference, Elsa is utterly defenseless. For a mage filled with hatred, enhanced by powerful augmentations, such attacks may be precisely what she relishes. The augmentation equipment she possesses is more than capable of sustaining the tremendous mental strain and illusionary magic. Gianna scrutinized the radiant Lena and spoke. Indeed, while Elsa was earnestly contemplating her approach to the formidable Lena, she remained oblivious to the fact that Lena had silently appeared behind her. Amidst the gasps of the surrounding spectators, Elsa suddenly sensed something amiss. Without a moment's hesitation, she rolled aside to evade, just as a spiked ice orb crashed down where she had stood moments before, scattering shards that grazed her exposed abdomen and face, leaving tiny wounds. What a treacherous woman! Yinwu watched Lina in astonishment. She was intent on delivering a lethal blow from the very beginning. Had Elsa not dodged in time? He could only imagine the scene of the ice orb striking her, the shards embedding themselves into her flesh. This was utterly insidious. The competition must end. We should go home, Yinwu declared, attempting to rise, only to be forcibly restrained in his seat by Gianna. You must have faith in her, Gianna insisted. I would rather not trust her. Had she not evaded just now, we would have had no chance to rescue her. This is no longer a competition. It has devolved into an unfair duel. A mishap could occur at any moment. I cannot bear to watch her face an adversary she is ill-equipped to confront, Yinwu retorted stubbornly, rising once more. Yet, he was promptly pulled back into his chair by Gianna. We all know Elsa's character, and your demeanor would surely upset her. Although she may not excel against such opponents, her formidable sea beast armor is her greatest asset. Even if that ice orb had struck her, it would not have inflicted significant harm. That is why we did not intervene. Furthermore, with her prowess capable of contending with a golden swordsman. As long as she proceeds with caution, she will be fine, Gianna remarked calmly. Yinwu found himself momentarily speechless. He had overlooked the priceless sea beast armor adorning Elsa. The early defeat in the first match had led him to subconsciously believe that her capabilities had diminished considerably. Despite Elsa's continuous improvement, he remained deeply concerned for her. It was only after Gianna's reminder that he suddenly recalled his girlfriend's ability to confront a swordsman of golden caliber directly, coupled with her extraordinary sea beast armor. Lina, who relied on augmented equipment to enhance her abilities, posed no real threat to her. Instead, it was Lina who should be wary of Elsa's close combat prowess. My apologies. I was too agitated. With this realization, Yinwu lowered his head in acknowledgement of his fault and settled back into his seat. At this moment in the arena, Elsa was utterly disoriented by Lina's duplication technique. The frustration of having her strength rendered ineffective was palpable, as she could only passively evade the relentless series of cunning attacks from her opponent. Meanwhile, Lina grew increasingly anxious. Sustaining the duplication technique was exceedingly taxing, given the need to create an identical mirror image of herself, despite being clad in an array of enhancement gear. She understood that prolonged engagement would leave her in a precarious position once her energy was depleted. Whispers from within the palace suggested that her brother was likely slain by Elsa, who had harnessed some formidable power, indicating her own capabilities were rather modest. Furthermore, she sensed that the girl before her exhibited no trace of combat aura or magical fluctuations. Her prowess lay predominantly in superior battle experience and martial skills. As a peak grand sorceress equipped with comprehensive enhancement gear, she anticipated a swift conclusion to the skirmish. Yet, to her astonishment, the girl possessed an astonishingly formidable reflexes and agility. Even with her own techniques of doppelgangers, the majority of her spells fell short. And although a few grazed the girl, there were no signs of significant injury. This led her to question the accuracy of the intelligence received from the palace. As time passed, the enhancements on Lina's equipment began to fade, and the frequency of her shadow techniques diminished significantly. Meanwhile, the scars adorning Elsa's face and abdomen bore witness to the considerable damage she had just endured. Her steps grew increasingly sluggish, and her reflexes were markedly slower than before. This revelation filled Lina with delight, for it indicated that, without the need for a duplication technique, a swift spell could easily strike Elsa. Raising an eyebrow, Lina suddenly produced a wand from an unknown source. Freeze, she bellowed, sweeping the wand in a flourish. A frigid mist rushed towards Elsa's feet at an astonishing speed. And in the blink of an eye, the frost had enveloped her, swiftly creeping from her ankles to her face, leaving Elsa no time to react before she was transformed into a statue of ice. The spectators gasped in shock, voicing their outrage at Lina's actions. There were regulations in place for the arena. During a friendly match, neither party was permitted to wield weapons, and a wand was included in the prohibited category. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of shouts. Even those who had previously supported Lina quickly shifted their opinions, and a collective uproar filled the venue. Yet, at the eye of this storm, Lina remained unfazed by the surrounding vitriol. She approached the frozen Elsa with a maniacal grin, caressing the astonished visage encased in ice. Take a good look at your surroundings. Gaze upon your little lover. He is now utterly dazed, Lina declared, casting a triumphant glance towards the audience, where Yinwu sat, stunned into silence. I told you I would kill you. First you, and then your beloved. I know you are still alive, but not for long. She spat menacingly. Stepping back to create distance from Elsa, Lina murmured incantations as blades of wind began to form behind her. Soon, A multitude of these razor-sharp winds gathered ominously in her wake. Panic ensued among the onlookers. It seemed she intended to shred Elsa into pieces. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the ice covering Elsa's face, accompanied by a delicate cracking sound, yet it was swiftly drowned out by the tumult around them, leaving Lena oblivious to the unfolding event. "Do as you wish. We have no objections," murmured Yen Wu to himself. The closest representatives from the front row caught his words, turning to glance back at the boy, puzzled, only to feel an unsettling premonition rise within them. Crack! A massive fracture raced from head to toe across the frozen Elsa. And moments later, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the air as the ice splintered away, shaking off the shards embedded in her gloves. Elsa surged forward with remarkable speed, targeting the bewildered Lena. With a single punch, Lena's frail body flew through the air like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Absent the support of her magical power, the blades of wind dissipated into nothingness. "You just declared your intent to kill us?" Elsa approached Lena, drawing a dagger from the small of her back. "No, this is a match. You cannot kill me." Lena's complexion suddenly drained of color as she struggled to rise. But if even the robust men thrown by Elsa could not stand, her hope was utterly extinguished. "I am sorry, but for the safety of our lives, I must kill you." Elsa's visage twisted into a hideous expression as she swiftly approached Lena, seizing her collar and poised to plunge the dagger into her heart. "Stop!" A furious roar erupted from the front row of the delegation as the yellow shield dissipated, and two guards rushed forward to rescue Lena. "Halt!" Elsa bellowed at the guards. And astonishingly, they froze in place. "Let me kill her before you come," Elsa murmured, and before the guards could react, she drove the dagger into Lena's heart. Lena could not utter a cry of pain. Her mouth opened, yet no words emerged, and her incredulous eyes gradually lost their luster. Astonishment swept through the crowd. "Elsa, how dare you brazenly murder an innocent civilian in the Empire of Sunset?" The leader of the delegation, who had just yelled at Elsa, stood up, seething with anger. "Innocent? Why did you not intervene when she turned me into an ice block? Now you call her innocent? Are you people from the Sunset Empire completely shameless?" Elsa retorted with a cold smirk directed at the delegation. "You." The leader faltered momentarily. Everything was supposed to proceed according to plan. Yet no one anticipated that this girl could escape the freezing spell. Who knew how she accomplished such a feat? One unforeseen variable shattered the entire scheme. And now they had to provide an explanation to those around them. Others may be oblivious, but he was acutely aware that the kingdom was watching closely. With the situation now in disarray, he could already envision the king's furious countenance. "Don't think I am unaware of your plans. That shield can withstand attacks of sanctum intensity. Everyone knows how much energy it consumes to activate it. Opening such a significant shield for this friendly match, was it to prevent our people from coming to the rescue, or for some other purpose?" Elsa scornfully remarked. "But you should never have sent this woman. Had it been a warrior, she might have posed some threat, but a sorceress? She could only provide a minor annoyance. Were it not for her despicable use of the doppelganger technique to ambush me, she would not have survived 5 seconds under my hand. What a grand nation to resort to such base tactics. Does the person standing high above not feel ashamed?" Elsa shouted, pointing towards a direction that revealed a seemingly inconspicuous white light, nearly imperceptible to the average observer. This was the point of magical observation. How did she discover it? Augustine exclaimed, astonished, as he gazed at Elsa on the screen, her eyes filled with disdain. "I suspect that when we observed Gianna, we were spotted. If Gianna has already noticed, then those around her must also be aware." The clerk chuckled bitterly and remarked, "You must offer me a splendid idea." Augustine, visibly frustrated, responded, "Your Majesty, please do not be enraged." At that moment, the leader of the Sunsetting Empire delegation was equally astonished. He was perplexed by how the girl had uncovered such information, yet the most pressing matter at hand was to resolve the situation. He found solace in the fact that many dared not voice their discontent due to the formidable presence of the Sunsetting Empire. Only a handful from the Kane Empire vehemently demanded an explanation from the Sunsetting Empire. Lena, a survivor of the Gamodo family, harbored a certain bias against Elsa. The emergence of a protective shield was intended to prevent the clash between the two from endangering the spectators. Although Lena had audaciously wielded a weapon to launch a surprise attack on Elsa, she ultimately paid the ultimate price. While the deceased were not to be held accountable, Elsa's brazen act of taking the life of an ordinary civilian within the Empire's territory was of grave consequence. According to national law, she should have faced the gallows. However, considering she was not a citizen of the Empire, the Sunsetting Empire chose to exhibit its magnanimity by absolving her of the crime. imposing instead a lifetime ban that forbade her from setting foot on its soil ever again. The leader of the Sunsetting Empire delegation rose, delivering an impassioned speech. How shameless. Yin Wu sneered at the leader in the front row, to completely shirk responsibility. At that moment, Elsa had returned to her seat, her injuries evoking deep sympathy from Yin Wu. He quickly retrieved a piece of rejuvenating grass and placed it in Elsa's mouth. In a brief moment, her wounds faded, restoring her skin to its former health. Is that leaf truly rejuvenating grass? Augustine exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at Yin Wu on the screen. Such swift healing of those injuries can only be attributed to rejuvenating grass, the clerk responded. Yet, to heal merely a few scars, he used a single leaf? Does he possess an abundance of it? My two ungrateful grandsons spent an exorbitant sum for just 2 leaves. Augustine lamented, feeling quite perturbed. What manner of identity does this boy possess? Augustine gazed intently at Yin Wu conversing with Elsa on the screen, remaining silent. They prattled on about the grandeur of great nations, yet what I witness resembles the antics of a mere jester. This so-called friendly competition? It would be better to abstain. At this juncture, in the arena, Gianna rose, her clear voice resonating throughout the venue. From this moment forth, the Kane Empire withdraws from the academic alliance. As her words echoed, an uproar ensued. The purpose of the academic alliance, beyond ranking contests among the various academies, was to facilitate academic exchanges. Smaller nations often had a scarcity of talent. They were reliant on larger nations to access educational resources. Over the years, due to the associations formed through the alliance, most academies have established a connection, and no one can audaciously claim to possess all knowledge. Even the Empire of the Setting Sun occasionally finds itself lost in academic pursuits. Each entity seeks its own needs and strengths, which lies at the very heart of the alliance's purpose. However, the chief archmage of the Kane Empire has unexpectedly announced its withdrawal from the alliance, signifying a severance of educational ties with all, resulting in a lack of communication and learning. Everyone foresees a bleak future for the Kane Empire. Your Highness Gianna, might this decision be unwise? Rabina pondered aloud on their way back to the goblin shop. In truth, we do not require educational exchanges with them. This is a time of peace for our nation. Whether in martial arts or magic, none comprehend these matters more profoundly than you, the sanctified elites. With your current availability, you might consider taking on roles as mentors at the academy. As for the education in ideology and culture, a foundational understanding suffices, which the academy's instructors are fully capable of providing. Regarding other areas, Lazel possesses alchemical technology far surpassing that of this world, capable of compensating for any deficiencies. Moreover, do the small allied nations truly have the audacity to refuse our academic exchanges? Gianna remarked with a smile. It dawned on Yin Wu that their withdrawal bore no significant consequences. Gianna's announcement was merely an expression of her discontent. A friend of mine will accompany us back to the Kane Empire. I shall see how he is preparing. Without pausing for rest, Yin Wu bid farewell to Gianna and stepped outside. I shall join as well, Elsa exclaimed, trailing after him. Upon arriving at the auction house, Rainer was directing the loading of goods while Master Michao was reviewing the accounts for any discrepancies. Spotting Yin Wu, Rainer greeted him with a grin. How are preparations going? The competition has concluded. We should be ready to depart tomorrow or the day after. Yin Wu clapped Rainer on the shoulder. Haha. We shall finish loading today and can set off immediately. Rainer laughed heartily. Viscount Yin Wu, it has been a while. Master Michao approached with a warm smile from behind Rainer. Master Michao, I trust you have been well. Yin Wu responded respectfully. I have been quite well, though you, in front of tens of thousands of spectators, dared to openly challenge the Empire of the Setting Sun. Such boldness. Master Michao commended. You are aware of this? Yin Wu asked in surprise. Some individuals intercepted the king's magical footage, and it is essential to note that in the Empire of the Setting Sun, everyone possesses a modicum of magical ability. Therefore, intercepting such magical images is a trivial matter for them. Consequently, your actions have become quite well known in the Empire of the Setting Sun, Master Michao explained with a chuckle. At that moment, I was overwhelmed with emotion. They exploited the rules dishonestly and injured Elsa, which ignited a profound anger within me. However, upon reflection, I feel a sense of dread. Had it not been for Jaina's presence, I might have met my demise a dozen times over. Yin Wu offered an apologetic smile as he spoke. Haha, Elsa is quite remarkable, not only possessing formidable strength but also exhibiting great audacity. Master Michao regarded Elsa with admiration before shifting his gaze to Rainer. It is unfortunate that Rainer's intellect is solely devoted to business. leaving him as oblivious as a block of wood when it comes to matters of the heart. I shall count on you, Lord Yenwu, to lend your assistance in that regard, Miss Xiao said with a smile. What? Reino has no girlfriend? Yenwu inquired, astonished. This man, who was both loyal and financially astute, surprisingly finds himself without a girlfriend. One must understand that in his realm, affluent individuals often attract numerous admirers, frequently rotating through various romantic partners. Yet, this gentleman remains single. I remarked, my friend, while your work is undoubtedly significant, do not neglect your personal life, Yenwu said as he patted Renault's shoulder. Renault merely scratched his head and chuckled, offering no reply. All right, since you are all prepared, we shall depart tomorrow. I will come to call you then. Yenwu had come to assess their readiness and had no other intentions. After bidding farewell to Renault, he took Elsa and exited. Tomorrow we return. Is there anything you wish to purchase? Walking along the bustling street, Yenwu held Elsa's hand. Since meeting this young lady, he had never taken her shopping, and he felt a twinge of guilt. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, he was determined to seize it. Let us go explore. I have yet to truly accompany you on a shopping excursion, Elsa said with a smile. Aha, come. I will take you to the largest magical commercial street in Sunset City, Yenwu replied cheerfully. The goblin shop of Razel was located on this prominent magical commercial street. Yenwu guided Elsa as they meandered from one stall to another, acquiring numerous exquisite trinkets, albeit of little practical use. It was at this moment that Yenwu noticed a softer side to the seemingly tough Elsa. She displayed a keen interest in shiny objects, such as a sparkling crystal and a toy dagger crafted from an unknown material, which was purchased for its engraved, glowing magical array. Most of the items were merely toys for children, costing very little. After wandering halfway down the street and collecting countless shimmering baubles, Yenwu realized he had scarcely spent a single gold coin. During their outing, he attempted to buy her a few articles of clothing, but she declined. Having endured countless battles, Elsa prioritized protective armor, as it was essential for her survival against foes. Such extravagant, loose-fitting garments would hinder her in combat and appear cumbersome. Elsa, who was typically decisive and efficient, had a strong aversion to donning such attire. She cherished her sea monster leather armor, which, adorned with various magical arrays, remained impeccably clean and comfortable while accentuating her curves. Most importantly, the sea monster leather armor boasted exceptional defensive capabilities without compromising her agility like heavy metal armor would. Let us buy a few items for Roland. It must be quite challenging for a young girl to remain in the territory all day, Elsa suggested. I had the same thought. We shall also bring her some delicious treats. Yenwu chuckled, recalling the meticulous young girl who managed the territory with such finesse. In the evening, he and Elsa returned, and before they even stepped inside, they could hear the somewhat shrill voice of Razor clashing with the booming voice of Muladin in a lively exchange. As Yenwu had anticipated, given the tempers and personalities of these two, a quarrel was inevitable upon their meeting. Razor had undoubtedly unleashed his sharp tongue once again, provoking Muladin, who was known for his straightforward demeanor and would certainly retaliate verbally. Indeed, as soon as Yenwu entered, he beheld Razor's diminutive figure perched atop the table, vociferously arguing with Muladin. From Razor's smug expression, it was evident that his rhetorical skills far surpassed Muladin's, and he looked down upon him with an air of superiority. Meanwhile, Gienna sat calmly in a nearby chair, her demeanor unfazed, while the surrounding students cowered in corners, too intimidated to speak. The goblins leisurely tidied up the disarray left by the day's patrons, blissfully ignoring the dispute. All right, Uncle Muladin, Razor, calm down. Yenwu and Elsa have returned, Gienna said with a hint of exasperation, waving her hand. A chilling aura enveloped Muladin and Razor, causing them both to shiver slightly, and gradually, the tension eased, leading to a noticeable quiet in the shop. Hey, Yenwu, long time no see, Razor exclaimed from his elevated position on the table. Indeed, it has been a while. Razor, haha, I actually have something I need your assistance with, Yenwu replied with a smile. Hee, I knew you'd come to me. It's because of Elsa, isn't it? Razor leapt down from the table. Me? Elsa asked, somewhat puzzled. Precisely. After the recent competition, I've identified some of your shortcomings. You lack the ability to discern deceptive magic such as illusions and teleportation, which means even opponents weaker than you can pose significant challenges. I've been contemplating how to help you see through these abilities, Yenwu explained to Elsa. I knew you would seek my help. I had planned to wait for your return to discuss it, but my brilliant invention made me impatient, so I rushed over, Razor declared with pride. Will it truly assist me? Elsa inquired, her excitement palpable, as these illusions had indeed been quite vexing for her. Of course, I am a genius alchemist, Razor replied, brimming with confidence. He then retrieved a small vial of red liquid from his pocket. Here, Elsa, drink this. Is it really that simple? Elsa asked, somewhat bewildered, as she had expected a more complex training regimen. Absolutely. I am a genius alchemist, Razor reiterated with assurance. Lae'zel lifted his head and reiterated once more. Observing the bottle of liquid in her hand, which resembled a crystalline red wine, Iuxia uncorked it and tilted her head back to drink. In that fleeting moment, a faint red glow emanated from her eyes, only to revert to their normal state shortly thereafter. Do you feel anything? Lae'zel inquired, his gaze filled with anticipation. I sense that my vision has significantly improved, and it seems as if my reflexes have accelerated remarkably, Iuxia replied, a hint of confusion in her voice. She distinctly noticed a small insect in the corner, its wings beating rhythmically, and she could even count the number of flaps it made within a minute. Ha ha ha, exactly. These are merely supplementary effects. Yuanwu, Gale Step. Lae'zel gestured towards Yuanwu. Understanding Lae'zel's intent, Yuanwu vanished from the sight of the onlookers, inciting gasps of astonishment from the students nearby. The red-haired individual observed intently, recalling that this was the very ability Yuanwu had employed to strike him. I can see Yuanwu. However, his form appears somewhat transparent. Iuxia exclaimed with excitement. Isn't that remarkable? Yuanwu remarked, astonished. It's akin to the true sight in a game. What is the duration of this potion's effect? Iuxia inquired. There is no time limit. This elixir fundamentally alters your genes, and such a transformation will accompany you throughout your life. Yes, that term might be unfamiliar to you. Yuanwu, you understand, don't you? Lae'zel directed his question toward the now visible Yuanwu. Ah, indeed, I comprehend, Yuanwu replied, momentarily taken aback by the sudden mention of a term from his own world, struggling to adapt. Yet, speaking of genes reminded Yuanwu of a perplexing dilemma that had long troubled him. Lae'zel, after the skill book was inscribed in my mind, I acquired your skills, such as Uncle Muradin's Stormhammer. However, I am utterly bewildered regarding the origin of the skill points that granted me these abilities, especially since a significant portion of the skills remains inaccessible. I wish to show you this anomaly. Resolving this issue will require time. Please provide me with a strand of your hair. I need to examine what is inscribed in your mind, Lae'zel responded. Thank you. This matter has been a persistent concern for me, Yuanwu said, plucking a hair and handing it to Lae'zel. Very well, my task is complete. I must take my leave. Lae'zel waved his hand and made his way towards the backyard. Oh, for heaven's sake. You've damaged my eaves again. Lae'zel's exasperated voice immediately echoed from the backyard, accompanied by the hearty laughter of an ogre. The following morning, Yuanwu dashed outside, returning with a grand entourage trailing behind him. Jinna, allow me to introduce someone, a friend I met previously, the young master of the Treasure Pavilion Auction House, Reno. Yuanwu introduced Lae'zel to the crowd. Hello, my name is Lae'zel, he said, his voice tinged with nervousness. Despite having encountered many situations, he felt a sense of trepidation in the presence of the legendary Archmage. Lae'zel is heading to the Kane Empire for development. It's perfect, as we can look out for each other, Yuanwu explained. Lae'zel, you say? Yuanwu has spoken highly of you. His impressive wealth is largely attributed to your support. Since you're his friend, you are also ours, Gianna remarked with a warm smile. The teleportation portal will remain open for your use at any time. Once you confirm that nothing is amiss, simply inform the goblins in the shop, she added before nodding at Lae'zel and stepping into the portal. Who would have thought the Archmage would be so approachable? I had imagined her to be aloof and disdainful, Lae'zel exclaimed, gripping Yuanwu's shoulder in excitement. All right, you're squeezing me, Yuanwu replied, shaking off Lae'zel's hand. I have to accompany Gianna to meet the king, so I can't stay here with you. Once you've settled in, send me a message and I will arrange a place for you. Sure. See you tonight, Lae'zel replied cheerfully. After waving goodbye to him, Yuanwu disappeared into the teleportation portal with Elsa. In the king's council chamber, Elsa had brought honor to the nation and had boldly challenged the Sunset Empire alongside Baron Yuanwu. The magical footage of Baron Yuanwu's bravado in the arena had spread across the continent, causing considerable distress for the Sunset Empire. Indeed, a gratifying turn of events. Although we departed from the alliance and did not receive the rewards we deserved, there is no doubt that Elsa is the champion of this competition. Therefore, I hereby award both Elsa and Yuanwu 5,000 gold coins as a prize, along with 1,000 gold coins to each of the other participants as encouragement. With exceptional young talents like you, the future of our empire is boundless. The king spoke animatedly from his throne, clearly pleased with the actions of Elsa and Yenwu. Father, Baron Yenwu and Lady Elsa indeed performed remarkably. I wish to bestow an additional 5,000 gold coins to each of them in my name. A middle-aged man seated beside the king announced. Yenwu recognized him as Prince Bandel, the king's second son, for reasons unknown. The king had summoned all three princes to the morning court that day, each sitting at a distance from Anderson, wary of being overshadowed by their rustic brother. The second prince, seated closest to the king, offered Yenwu a friendly smile after making his declaration. Yenwu discerned the intention behind the prince's gesture, an attempt to cultivate an alliance. He returned the smile, understanding its significance from his extensive knowledge of history and drama, and shared a silent exchange with Elsa. Accept the coins, then decline his offer. Elsa spoke softly. Two maidens approached Yenwu and Elsa, carrying trays that held 2 crystal cards, each valued at 5,000 gold coins. The two received their respective 10,000 gold coins without a flicker of emotion, prompting the second prince to regard them with evident admiration, recognizing them as individuals who would not be swayed by wealth. Little did he know, Yenwu's fortune was measured in billions. To him, 10,000 gold coins was a trifling sum, especially considering that his dividends from Raynor amounted to 8 figures, rendering this sum insignificant. Elsa, too, held a nonchalant view towards money. After her encounters with Yenwu and Gianna, she found both material and spiritual pleasures to be of a remarkably high caliber, rendering her financial needs minimal. Some treasures could not be purchased with gold, thus rendering the 10,000 coins merely a sequence of digits in her eyes. Meanwhile, the third prince cast a scornful glance at his elder brother. Influenced by his surroundings from a young age, he gauged individuals solely by 2 criteria, rank and lineage. To him, only those of high rank and noble blood were worthy of his consideration, while the commoners merely proffered foolish schemes. With no esteemed background, Yenwu, alongside Elsa, whose father bore the reputation of a thief, were viewed as lowly commoners in his eyes. The third prince held his elder brother's association with such individuals in utter disdain, silently mocking him. Father, I too wish to reward that red-haired boy with 10,000 gold coins, the third prince declared, casting a derisive glance at Yenwu and Elsa. Upon receiving the crystal card containing the gold, the red-haired youth, trembling with trepidation, expressed his gratitude to the third prince, thereafter casting a haughty glance at Yenwu, Elsa, and their companions, his demeanor replete with pride. However, Anderson's behavior left Yenwu utterly astonished. While the other 2 princes endeavored to cultivate their own factions, this fellow was dozing off, his head lolling forward several times, nearly toppling from his seat. The 2 princes regarded him with amused eyes, and aside from a few ministers, the rest of the assembly stifled their laughter. Yet, the king remained unperturbed, observing the scene with a smile. After a moment, the king rose, signaling an important announcement. As you have all witnessed today, I have not only summoned officials from various regions, but also my 3 children. I trust you have surmised my intentions. I am now advanced in years, and my health cannot bear the weight of my responsibilities much longer. One of my children shall inherit my position. According to the traditions of our continent, they must undergo trials to demonstrate their capabilities and earn your approval. The one who secures the most votes shall ascend as your new king. The old king unveiled a momentous announcement, inciting hushed whispers among the officials present. Then, Helios stepped forward from behind the king, waving his hand to reveal a map before the assembly. There were 3 designated locations for the trials. Each of the 3 princes would select one for their respective challenge. Helios pointed to the 3 prominent red dots on the map, stating, "The first red dot is located in the Shadowmoon Forest. You must traverse the Sunset Empire to reach this forest in search of a rare plant known as the Dragon's Vine. I shall provide the specific shape and characteristics to the challengers shortly. Be warned, however, that near the Dragon's Vine, there lurks a formidable creature known as the Storm Dragon, a large electrical lizard. These beings are extremely perilous and tend to congregate in groups. Only warriors of golden caliber may dare to confront them. The wisest course of action is to avoid combat to minimize casualties." Helios continued, directing attention to the second red dot. This is the Valley of Deathfire, situated in the northeastern part of the empire, rather close to the territory of Baron Yenwu. According to reports from the observation tower, 2 days prior, purple lightning was sighted above the valley, followed by an unprecedented surge of flames that spread to the surrounding areas. The mages at the observation tower believe that an extraordinary creature has emerged there, one of considerable power. The trial in the valley involves discerning the nature of the beings within. Given the unknown strength of these entities, engaging them in battle is ill-advised. However, even mere exploration in that inferno-laden realm is fraught with peril, rendering it a daunting trial. Lastly, he pointed to the third red dot. At the southwestern border of the Empire, a formidable band of thieves has surfaced, frequently crossing into our territory to slaughter and plunder the border inhabitants. The goal of this trial is to eradicate their stronghold and eliminate the thieves, capturing their leader for task completion. All tasks are to be completed within a month. Regardless of success or failure, you must return here after that period. With that, Helios retreated behind the king, leaving the three princes to make their selections regarding the trial locations. I choose the first, to venture into the Shadow Moon Forest in search of the dragon's vine. The second prince was about to speak, but the third prince hastily declared his choice of the first challenge. Fool! The second prince inwardly cursed, knowing that while fetching a mere plant from the Shadow Moon Forest may seem straightforward, it is, in fact, an exceptionally arduous task. How vast is the Shadow Moon Forest? It is said to encompass a significant portion of the Roman Empire, which is the largest nation in terms of territory, is equivalent to the combined size of the Kane Empire and several smaller states. In the vast expanse of the Shadow Moon Forest, teeming with myriad grasses, the quest to seek out a single dragon lizard herb is akin to searching for a grain of sugar amidst an ocean of salt. The sheer magnitude of the task is daunting. Furthermore, the forest is home to various ferocious beasts, and these two factors alone can deter even the bravest of souls. Yet, this fool appears to fear competition for the herb. Casting a scornful glance at the third prince, the second prince rose and opted for the bandits along the border. No matter how formidable the bandit forces, they pale in comparison to the might of a nation. As a prince, he is not lacking in personnel. With a sufficient number of troops and a sound strategy, the eradication of a bandit den should prove quite manageable. Then there is Anderson, the fourth prince, whose gaze is now vacant as he fixates on the last remaining red dot. Countless thoughts of frustration surge within him. How could he have fallen asleep at such a critical juncture? Upon awakening, he finds that his two elder brothers have already claimed the relatively easier trial points, effectively cornering him into a precarious position. Cursing himself for his lack of resolve, he begrudgingly chooses the final perilous location, the Valley of Death's Flames. Around him, he hears faint mocking laughter, and he cannot help but lament his situation, reminiscing about the days when his elder brother was still alive. His vision blurs, and he succumbs to slumber once more. By heavens! Yin Wu exclaimed, observing Anderson lost in deep sleep, a rare expletive escaping his lips. This fellow seems utterly devoid of concern. It is said that the Valley of Death's Flames is the dwelling place of a demon lord, perpetually engulfed in raging flames, making it utterly inaccessible to ordinary folk. Some claim it is a realm displaced from another dimension, as the weather of the continent cannot affect it. Often, one finds the valley ablaze, while its periphery lies shrouded in ice and snow, creating a striking red and white demarcation. This merely pertains to environmental factors. There are rumors suggesting that the inhabitants of that region are formidable fire-based entities, and the demon lord residing there is an existence that even the sanctified dare not provoke. Recent tales assert that wherever purple lightning strikes, the beings that emerge are exceptionally powerful. Should these beings belong to the same demonic faction, Anderson would inevitably face two such superlative entities, sealing his fate. Conversely, if it is discovered that the two beings do not share allegiances, two outcomes may arise. Either one party is vanquished, granting Anderson a fleeting chance to acquire knowledge about that being. However, if he finds the two beings embroiled in combat, his demise would be certain. At that level of existence, beings akin to the Shadow Moon Wolf, their battles would be cataclysmic, their might resonating far and wide. If Anderson were to witness their clash firsthand, it would signify that he had already stepped into the realm of their formidable power, and at that moment, a mere gesture from either being could render him utterly obliterated. Choosing such a terrifying trial, he still manages to find time for slumber. Yin Wu has finally witnessed the peculiarities of this extraordinary prince. The court session concluded amidst the discussions of the officials, and the king returned to his study accompanied by his mentor, Helios. Sir, do you think Anderson's behavior is deliberate or coerced? The king inquired, seated before his desk, his hands massaging his temples, utterly exhausted. I believe both aspects are at play, Helios replied, placing a cup of tea before the king. Prince Anderson, having spent an extended period away from the political center, lacks the influence to compare with the previous two princes. Furthermore, having grown accustomed to freedom outside. He finds the rigid atmosphere of court intolerable, leading him to resort to sleep out of sheer boredom. Even if he refrains from slumber, he would intentionally allow the other two princes to make their choices first, adopting a seemingly unassertive demeanor to avoid conflict. This is merely a means of self-preservation. Helios continued. As for the Valley of Death's Flame, it is in close proximity to the territory of Baron Yin Wu, and recently, Prince Anderson has been quite close with Baron Yin Wu at the Academy. I believe Baron Yin will undoubtedly assist him, as long as he intervenes. Individuals connected to him, such as the great mage Gianna, the paladin Arthas, and the alchemist Razel, will surely come to Prince Anderson's aid. What appears to be the most arduous task, I believe, will become simpler with their support. Helios remarked with a smile. Alas, regardless, I can only hope my poor son returns safely. The king sighed. Have you lost your mind, Anderson? You fell asleep during such a critical matter. I have no desire to wet a corpse. At that moment, within the Royal Academy's office, Catherine furiously grasped Anderson's ear, exclaiming in anger. Ouch, that hurts. I was wrong. I was wrong. Anderson, with a grimace of desperation, pleaded for mercy, casting a glance at Yin Wu for assistance. If he dies, so be it. That is his own choice. Catherine, you can certainly find someone better, Yin Wu remarked with a playful grin. Sighing, Catherine let go of his ear and gave him a sharp tap on the head. Ouch. My dear wife, you know I toiled until the early hours last night. Who would have guessed I would be summoned to the council chamber today? Anderson lamented, his voice tinged with grievance. Toiled until dawn? Yin Wu observed them with a peculiar glint in his eye. It's not what you think. He was grappling with some alchemical conundrums and spent the night here studying. Catherine hurriedly clarified, her cheeks flushed. Is that so? I had no idea Anderson was such a scholar. Yin Wu teased. Of course. Anderson straightened his posture, proudly accepting Yin Wu's praise, only to be swiftly met with a punch to the gut from Catherine, causing him to curl up on the ground with a whimper. How can you be so carefree at a time like this? Catherine chided, her frustration evident. Yin Wu, you must think of a solution for him. Catherine implored. Rest assured, I shall bring Anderson's corpse back in one piece. Yin Wu quipped earnestly, eliciting a groan from Anderson. Hey, brother, you can't say that. What if I die and Catherine, in her despair, takes her own life? Captain Ronaldo only has this one precious daughter. If she were to perish, he would be utterly heartbroken. The Black Knights would surely lose their fighting spirit, and should their combat effectiveness decline, how could we coordinate with our allies? If our military strength wanes, what if the Roman Empire and the Empire of the Setting Sun unite against us? Our nation would be at the brink of peril, Anderson wailed, elevating his plight to a matter of national significance with tears and snot. Yin Wu and Catherine exchanged exasperated glances, having witnessed shamelessness before but never to such an extent. To articulate his fear of death in such a uniquely refined manner, surely, only this fourth prince could manage such audacity. All right. I was merely jesting. Why so agitated? Get up. Yin Wu quickly extricated himself from the impending embrace of Anderson, who was on the verge of wiping his tears and mucus on his trousers. In truth, if you were conscious, I would have signaled you to choose the Valley of Death, Yin Wu stated, surprising them both. Why? Catherine inquired, perplexed. Because Gianna informed me that she is well acquainted with the creatures inhabiting the Valley of Death and instructed me to signal you when the time comes, Yin Wu explained. Surely, it can't be yet another one of your acquaintances? I've seen this scenario play out too often. You always seem to attract powerful figures. Anderson smirked and remarked, hee. Quite possibly. Yin Wu responded with a chuckle. Prepare yourself to fetch a few bottles of top-tier anti-fire potions from Lazel. The environment there is rather inhospitable for prolonged stays. We shall set forth in 2 days. You will wait for us beneath the Mage Tower. After saying this, Yin Wu turned and exited. Oh, by the way, a friend of mine is visiting tonight. As he is in business, he requires an excellent venue. You often frequent the outside world, and, being the fourth prince of the empire, you are certainly more familiar with it than I am. Accompany me this evening. Yin Wu paused at the door and turned back. Very well. I shall await you at the Research Institute, Anderson replied. Time flew by, and as evening approached, Yin Wu felt a vibration from the ring. The magical communication stone gifted by Renaud had activated. Yin Wu, all our belongings have been transferred. I am now outside the Royal Research Institute. Renaud's voice resonated from the stone. Understood. I shall come to you shortly, Yin Wu replied, placing the communication stone to his ear as if it were a mobile device. He called to the Shadow Moonwolf, who was engrossed in playing with a mobile device in the corner, and with a surge of blue energy. Both the man and wolf vanished from the tower. At that moment, a line of carriages was neatly aligned against the wall at the entrance of the Royal Research Institute, occupying a third of the roadway, causing passers-by to cast curious glances. A flash of blue light illuminated the scene as Yen Wu and the Shadow Moon Wolf materialized before Renault, who gasped in astonishment as Yen Wu approached. "Oh my goodness!" Renault exclaimed, staring at the wolf, which was so enormous that his head barely reached the creature's chin. "Yen Wu, could that little dog you had before possibly be him?" Renault inquired incredulously. "He, indeed. That little dog was he, but for certain reasons, he could not reveal his true form back then. This is his authentic visage," Yen Wu said, stroking the wolf's fur. "A wolf capable of freely shifting its form is an exceptionally advanced being." Renault marveled. "Indeed, his rank is quite high," Yen Wu humbly replied, concerned that the divine beast might intimidate Renault. "By the way, allow me to introduce you to a friend. If you are conducting business here, he could be of significant assistance," Yen Wu mentioned as he led Renault into the Research Institute. The Research Institute appeared just as it had when Yen Wu first arrived, with scholars in uniforms bustling past and the peculiar sounds resulting from the mingling of various chemical substances. "Anderson," Yen Wu called towards a window where a figure was engrossed in an experiment. The figure turned, swiftly removed his goggles, and hurried outside, only to be taken aback. "Renault," Anderson exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at the person beside Yen Wu, while Renault equally looked surprised at Anderson. "Do you two know each other?" Yen Wu inquired curiously. "Ha. I recall those days when I roamed the world, championing justice and conducting business at Reno's auction house. That was when we first met," Anderson proclaimed with an air of arrogance. "Indeed, he sold his last valuable jade pendant at my auction house, in support of his noble dreams of adventure. I even financed him with 10 gold coins." Reno subtly revealed the depths of his financial struggles during that time. "As your customer, can't you show me a modicum of respect?" Anderson retorted, unabashedly brimming with audacity. Yen Wu couldn't help but roll his eyes. This fellow had truly honed his shamelessness to an extraordinary degree. "Well, since we are acquainted, that simplifies matters. Reno intends to develop his business here long term. Please introduce him to the most prosperous areas of the city and see what suits him best." Yen Wu assigned the task to Anderson. "No problem. With only 2 days remaining until my trial, I shall take you on a tour during this time. Rest assured, I will take care of all your needs," Anderson assured, patting his chest. With the task entrusted to Anderson, Yen Wu had little else to do, bidding them farewell and returning to the Mage Tower with Ingwe the wolf. Calling upon Elsa, the trio utilized the teleportation array to journey to their domain. The night at the base was abuzz with activity. The brutes were perpetually energetic, igniting numerous bonfires, gathering in small groups to showcase their feats of strength through wrestling and combat. The sweat and palpable masculine energy stirred excitement among the surrounding orcs. Roran sat among the flames, her petite figure accentuated by the massive frames around her, smiling as she watched the impressive performances of the larger beings. A Tauren, with the assistance of a shaman, had fashioned a set of instruments from wood and stone, forming a band with 2 trolls and a Kodo beast rider. At that moment, the Tauren sang robust melodies with his resonant voice, occasionally conjuring red flowers from thin air to present to Roran. A flash of blue light appeared in the distance, prompting the 2 vigilant raiders to approach, standing guard to guide the way. Under Roran's management, the base was flourishing increasingly. Without the guidance of the wolf cavalry, it was quite likely that Yen Wu would have lost his way. Guided by the wolf cavalry, Yen Wu and Elsa navigated through orderly rows of buildings. Arriving near the castle, Yen Wu instantly spotted the small figure among the larger ones. "Young Master Yen Wu, Sister Elsa?" Roran rushed over eagerly. "Roran, how have you been lately?" Yen Wu inquired with a warm smile. "Very well. I am quite happy here. They have all been exceptionally kind to me. And Lysna even formed a band that plays here all day," Roran replied joyfully, pointing to the Tauren who was still howling with enthusiasm. "How impressive!" From a distance, Yen Wu was instantly astounded. A Kodo beast rider was fervently pounding on the drums, while a Tauren strummed a guitar, singing along. Behind them, 2 trolls served as bassists, and several shamans in the rear conjured a series of feeble tornadoes and lightning bolts, harmonizing with the Tauren's resounding voice, creating a truly breathtaking spectacle. Can trolls really play the bass? This is the most astonishing event Yen Wu has ever encountered. It feels like a gathering place for exceptional talents, Yen Wu exclaimed, observing the fervent performances of the enthusiastic individuals around him. "Oh, by the way, Roland, We have brought you numerous gifts, which are in your room. Once you have had your fill of fun, do take a look. Yen Wu remarked. Really? Young master. Roland's excitement was palpable throughout her life. Even her parents had never bestowed gifts upon her, yet young master Yen Wu and sister Elsa remembered her. Thank you, young master. Thank you, sister Elsa. Tears of gratitude welled up in Roland's eyes. All right, Roland, you work tirelessly managing the territory each day. It is only fitting that we bring you some gifts. So there is no need for such emotion. Elsa smiled as she gently wiped Roland's tears away. By the way, young master, when I was leaving today, a servant handed me a letter to pass on to you, claiming it was from the second prince. Roland wiped her tears and retrieved the letter from her necklace, presenting it to Yen Wu. From the second prince? Curiosity piqued. Yen Wu accepted the letter and began to open it. After a moment, a smile spread across his face. What does the letter say? Elsa inquired. The second prince has invited us to dinner tonight at the gathering of Heroes Pavilion, Yen Wu replied with a grin. It seems the second prince truly wishes to curry favor with us, Elsa commented. What do you suggest we do? Yen Wu asked. Let us dine with him, and then politely decline his advances, Elsa answered. The gathering of Heroes Pavilion is the most upscale restaurant on the entire continent. Founded by a shrewd businessman named Jig, a devout follower of the god of cuisine, Jig's establishment flourished under divine patronage, earning a reputation that spread far and wide. Having witnessed two miraculous events orchestrated by the god of cuisine, many nobles take immense pride in dining at the pavilion, often garnering accolades when mentioned in conversation. To what heights of luxury does the pavilion ascend? It is rumored that only those in possession of a VIP card may dine there, a privilege unattainable for ordinary nobles. Moreover, the staggering prices of even the most modest dishes deter the average noble from entering. The fact that the second prince intends to invite Yen Wu and Elsa to such an extravagant venue indicates that he is prepared to make significant sacrifices to win their favor. Situated in the heart of the city, the pavilion resides in the most bustling area, with a grand fountain at its entrance featuring a massive stone-carved kitchen knife, its emblem. It is said that Jig established this empire with nothing more than a kitchen knife. Upon their arrival, Yen Wu and Elsa found the second prince waiting at the entrance alongside two individuals. Ha! Lord Yen Wu. The second prince boisterously approached, embracing Yen Wu, only to have Elsa deftly evade him when he turned to her. The second prince chuckled awkwardly, his arms hanging limply in the air. Your Highness, what brings you to seek me today? Yen Wu inquired. Indeed, I must express my admiration for your remarkable performances in the Empire of the Setting Sun. I am eager to learn more about you both and cultivate a friendship. Allow me to treat you to a meal today at the gathering of Heroes Pavilion. It is worth noting that ordinary nobility cannot even gain entry, so I am extending you both a considerable honor. The second prince declared with pride. Thank you for your gracious invitation, Your Highness, Yen Wu replied with a respectful bow as he